I inadvertently downloaded a cheat that could modify the real world. At first I thought it was just a boring prank. That was until I accidentally crossed into a world of high martial arts. I watched in disbelief at everything before me. Although I had transformed into a necromancer, all my talents were at the lowest F grade, however, the 1 billion attribute points I had modified were still there. I looked at my F grade talent, copy, for every additional 5,000 points in mental summoning skills, one more summon could be added. So, I started by adding to my mental strength. As I crazily added points, my mental strength reached a terrifying 25,000. My mana also increased to 2.5 million. The skilled skeleton summoning consumes 50 mana to summon a skeleton from the ground to fight, dealing damage of 25,000 with a 100% mental strength bonus lasting 12 hours. This was too thrilling. I could become stronger just by moving my fingers. If I kept this pace for half a month, dungeon buffs would be obliterated easily. Tired of clicking, I decided to take a taxi to the dungeon to have some fun. Before long, I arrived at the dungeon lobby, which was crowded with professionals looking for teammates. I was using a cheat. What did I need teammates for? I decided to solo the level 15 dungeon Plague Town and cautiously chose the normal difficulty. As I was about to enter the dungeon, the staff looked at me in shock. You're going to a level 15 dungeon on the day of your job transfer? And alone? How much health does the biggest boss have? I asked in return. 38,000. And she replied, enough, I thought calmly. I had added quite a few attribute points while in the taxi. My mental strength had reached 45,263, allowing me to summon 10 skeleton soldiers. Their damage also exceeded 40,000. A single hit from a skeleton could turn you into hero shards. The professionals behind me also looked on curiously. A newcomer is soloing Plague Town? Tired of breathing the same air, wanting a change of taste? I ignored them, took the white rune stone and directly passed through the fence into the black light gate. As the scenery flickered from dark to light, I found myself in a forest. The surrounding trees were dim and eerie. While I was observing the environment, I suddenly heard a roar. Looking up abruptly, I saw several swaying figures in the mist in the distance. Hungry zombies, level 12, these were obviously townspeople turned into zombies by a strange calamity. Without any hesitation, I cast the summoning spell. The ground shook loudly, and then a dark, 7 to 8 meters wide crack appeared. From it crawled 10 skeletons wrapped in black mist. Their eyes glowing roundly, wielding common skeleton soldiers' swords. Skeleton soldier talent, devouring the monster's body, recovering 452:63 per second and 1% of the summoner's mental health. I was pleased with this attribute. From a distance, the town emitted bloodthirsty roars. In that moment, the previously dead Plague Town seemed alive. Numerous undead zombies moved towards the sound. The hungry zombies rushed towards us with their claws bared. The 10 formidable skeleton soldiers simultaneously popped up, a few exclamation marks, followed by them swinging their long swords. 43 inch 231. The 10 hungry zombies hadn't even reacted before their health bars were instantly emptied. Then with a smack they fell to the ground. Killing 10 level 12 hungry zombies, I gained 860 experience points. Congratulations, you have advanced to level 2. Free attribute points, 99,995 million. Not bad, I nodded in satisfaction. Just faced 10 zombies and then leveled up. This rate could get me to level 10, I thought as I walked towards the town. I encountered several crawling rotten corpses on the road, but all were instantly killed by the skeleton soldiers. The experience kept increasing, and both my skeleton soldiers and I leveled up to level 3. I kicked a corpse to see if it would drop any equipment. Instead, the body just turned into black mist and disappeared. Just as I was puzzled, a roar suddenly came from ahead. Thus, I directed 2 skeletons to scout ahead. The rest formed a defensive formation around me, tight enough that even a mosquito would get slashed twice. After all, a necromancer is a fragile profession. We soon arrived at a small river. In the distance, there are about 60 to 70 zombies charging across the bridge. Following them is a fat zombie with its head pierced by an iron rod dragging a large machete. It's clearly a mini-boss. Seeing this scene, I felt a shiver down my spine. No wonder the staff looked so shocked. At this moment, the 2 scout skeleton soldiers didn't cross the bridge but instead waited sneakily at the bridgehead. It's obvious they plan to use the terrain to slaughter the zombies one by one. Even skeletons have brains. I couldn't help but twitch my mouth. While this could work, it's too inefficient. 6 of you go help, leave 2 to protect me. 6 skeletal soldiers let out a cry, raising their long swords and charging forward. The remaining 2 skeletons stood with their swords held in both hands, their eyes glowing green as they assumed a defensive stance. This left Shin utterly bewildered. Do these skeletal soldiers even have brains? Besides, for a small dungeon you just need to charge recklessly. Who needs brains for that? However, as he was grumbling inwardly, green light began to glow above his head again. Killed a level 12 crawling corpse gained 86 experience points, killed a level 12 hungry corpse gained 86 experience points, killed a level 13 ugly zombie gained 92 experience points, killed a level 14 mindless zombie gained 98 experience points, killed. Congratulations, you've advanced to level 4 strength +2 agility +2 constitution +2 spirit +4 free attribute points +5. 60 to 70 zombies were bottlenecked at the bridge, only a few could come through at a time. At the bridgehead 8 sharp swords awaited them, each capable of dealing over 40,000 damage, practically decapitating them as soon as they showed up. Chen Yang glanced from afar, casually eyeing the boss. Gluttonous butcher, level 16 health, 17500/17500 mana, 3800/3800 strength, 53 constitution, 60 agility, 58 spirit, 38 skills. Devour flesh, decapitation, trample. Soon enough all the monsters on the bridge were slain. The gluttonous butcher roared and charged over, swinging his massive cleaver with ferocious vigor. However, the 8 swords simultaneously slashed at him, instantly depleting his health bar. His body was chopped into over 10 pieces on the spot, collapsing like a pile of blocks. Killed level 16 gluttonous butcher gained 2,521 experience points. Congratulations, you've advanced to level 5 strength +2 agility +2 constitution +2 spirit +4 free attribute points +5. Congratulations, you have obtained the item Butcher's Decapitation Blade, green, looted. Chen Yang's eyes were filled with delight. This was the first piece of equipment he had obtained. He hurriedly opened his inventory, finding a bloodstained great sword. Butcher's Decapitation Blade type, two-handed sword quality, superior class, warrior level, 15 physical attack, 23 strength, +8 constitution, +5. Clearly, this was a warrior's weapon. Being of green quality, it probably wasn't worth much. With this thought, Chen Yang crossed the wooden bridge, heading toward the small town. Although he encountered minor creatures along the way, they were no match for his 10 skeletal soldiers. He soon arrived at the town square. What Chen Yang hadn't expected was to find hundreds of zombies kneeling in prayer facing a platform. On the platform, a man in a black robe was gesticulating wildly and shouting. Next to him, a little girl in a white dress was tied to a cross. Clearly, some sort of sacrificial ritual was underway. All the monsters present bore red names except for the girl in the white dress, who had a yellow name indicating she was a neutral NPC. As for the man in the black robe, he was presumably the final boss of the plague town. The lower level dungeons indeed lack any technical challenge. Chen Yang waved his hand nonchalantly and 8 skeletal soldiers charged forward. These zombie townsfolk only reacted when attacked, which made it a one-sided massacre. The 8 skeletons bulldozed through and experience points surged. Killed level 13 female resident zombie gained 92 experience points. Killed level 14 male resident zombie gained 98 experience points. Killed level 13 elderly zombie gained 92 experience points. Killed level 15 strong zombie gained 104 experience points. Killed level 11 young zombie. Chen Yang sat at the entrance, casually gaining experience points as his skeletal soldiers wreaked havoc inside. The plaza had nearly 300 creatures, and with over 100 outside, it totaled more than 40,000 experience points. As the creatures were nearly wiped out, his level finally soared to over halfway through level 9. Damn invaders! Suddenly, a raspy voice echoed. Chen Yang looked up sharply to see a man in a black robe kneeling, his head rolling several meters away. Surrounding him were 8 imposing level 10 skeletal soldiers. Killed level 18 wizard mode, gained 5,521 experience points. Congratulations, you've reached level 10, gaining +2 strength, +2 agility, +2 constitution, +4 spirit and +5 free attributes. Not bad, another level up. Chen Yang was very satisfied. This dungeon run met his expectations. However, after level 10, the experience required doubles. To reach level 11, he now needs over 20,000 experience points. Ordinary players still have to team up to grind level 1 dungeons, which yield pitifully low experience and take a long time, allowing only a few runs a day. No wonder it takes an ordinary player years to reach level 20. Having advantages really feels great. The only downside was that this boss was too poor, dropping nothing. Just then, the return scroll on him lit up. Simultaneously, a dungeon settlement panel appeared before his eyes. You have cleared Plague Town. Normal, clear time, 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Rating, SSS. You have set a new record for fastest clear. Achievement reward, 150,000 experience. Plague Town achievement chest. Dungeon reward, Plague Town chest, purple. Congratulations, you've reached level 11, gaining +2 strength, +2 agility, +2 constitution, +4 spirit, and +5 free attributes. Congratulations, you've reached level 12, gaining +2 strength, +2 agility, +2 constitution, +4 spirit, and +5 free attributes. Congratulations, you've reached level 13, gaining +2 strength, +2 agility, +2 constitution, +4 spirit, and +5 free attributes. An unexpected bonus. Shen Yong didn't expect to gain so much achievement experience. Normally only the dungeon settlement chest was given, as it was the main resource reward of the dungeon. Dungeon bosses typically drop exclusive equipment or items, not materials, skill books, or other things. Settlement chests are graded white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold based on rating. Since this was a normal low-level dungeon, purple was the best. Achievement chests could only be obtained by setting records and contained rare equipment, materials, or items. The dungeon settlement concluded. Shen Yong activated his return scroll without hesitation. As he teleported, the large screen outside updated with a notification: Plague Town, normal. Dungeon record has been refreshed by Shen Yong, level 13 necromancer, with a record time of 17 minutes and 34 seconds. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded at this astonishing completion record. It typically takes a team of 5 level 15 regular players, fully equipped, several hours to clear it, especially the final plaza area where hundreds of monsters gather. If not handled properly, a return scroll is the only way to survive. Yet here a record of 17 minutes was set by a solo player, which seemed unbelievable to anyone. Was I seeing things? What kind of godly record is this? A bug? This kid must have found a bug, otherwise it's impossible. Oh come on, even with a bug, could you kill all the monsters in 17 minutes? Remarkably, he's only level 13, probably level 12 when he entered the dungeon. This must be an S-rank talent. Yes, maybe a 2 gold, 3 gold, 5 gold god. The dungeon hall buzzed with disbelief as people exclaimed in incredulity. Many quickly snapped photos and posted them online, sparking an uproar. Although skepticism existed, more people chose to believe it. In a world where gods, ghosts, and demons exist, nothing is impossible. Particularly the forum of Yunyang Secondary School exploded with discussions. Shen Yong? Could it be the guy with the big sword against Qin Bing? Absolutely not, he's a white talent necromancer, yeah, and he's already level 13, whereas I'm still level 2 with someone's help. Must be a god with the same name, truly enviable. Whether online or in the dungeon hall, everything was in an uproar. At this moment Shen Yong walked out from the black light gate. However, everyone was focused on the big screen, not noticing him. Ignoring the crowd, Shen Yong casually found a resting room to open his loot boxes. After all, he was so broke that he couldn't even find a good spot to drink the northwest wind if he didn't make some money soon. Open Plague Town loot box, purple, obtained 10 medium healing potions, 10 medium mana potions, skill book, fury, green, plague sword, blue. Open Plague Town achievement box, obtained Mina's earring. Seeing the skill book and blue sword, Shen Yong's eyes sparkled. In this world, equipment and skills can sell for a fortune. Even a random blue piece of gear or a skill book can fetch thousands, even tens of thousands. Especially profession skill books, unlike in real games, don't have NPCs that refresh regularly. They must be obtained from dungeons with advanced skill books requiring trips to eerie worlds. The Warrior's Fury skill book and the Blue Plague sword should sell for quite a bit. Shen Yong pondered for a moment, thinking about acquiring a necromancer's skill book, preferably one with a long-range ability. As he scanned through various items, his eyes fell on something peculiar: Mina's earrings. Quest item can trigger a world-class job change quest upon entering Hero Plague Town. World-class job change quest. The words left Shen Yong puzzled. He had researched job change quests in the library. Typically, upon reaching level 20, a job change quest is triggered, or one could purchase job change items from others. The difference between the two was significant. Automatic quests merely lifted the level cap, allowing the learning of intermediate skills. In contrast, using a job change item could awaken new job talents based on the item's attributes, or even transform one into a rare profession, a method Qin Bing had mentioned to him, but now he stumbled upon a world-class job change quest. Could this be a third method for job change? Should he check it out? Shen Yong pondered, stroking his chin. Earlier, while clearing a dungeon, he had used his profession card to look up information online. Monsters in hero dungeons had health pools nearly 10 times that of regular ones. This meant that the sorcerer Amoth had at least 380,000 health. His skeleton soldiers couldn't possibly one-shot it with their current damage. It was too risky. Clearly he needed to retreat for a while to increase his attribute points. Perhaps he should get a long-range skill or a remote summon. With this in mind, he continued to allocate points while browsing online with his profession card. The online marketplace allowed professionals to trade items. Items could be consigned at the dungeon hall's counter or picked up by delivery pigeons. As soon as he listed a warrior skill book and the plague sword on the trading market, someone added him as a friend and contacted him privately. After some exchange, it turned out the person was also at the Yunyang dungeon hall. Half an hour later, there was a knock on his door. The visitor was a cold-looking young man clad in tattered armor and carrying a black iron greatsword exuding a murderous aura. "Are you Chen Yong?" he asked. "Yes, that's me." Chen Yong nodded. "Do you have a necromancer skill book?" Indeed, the cold youth flicked his fingers and a blueskin skill book flew into Chen Yong's hand. Skeleton Mage Summoning. Blue consumes 200 mana, summons a skeleton mage to fight for you, dealing 150% spirit bonus, damage to the target lasting 12 hours, a blue skill book. Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit frustrated. "I don't have the money to compensate you." Skill books, like items, had quality levels. The skills provided by job changes were white, most drops in dungeons were green, and only a few were blue or higher. Normally, a blue skill book was worth several times more than a green one. "I know," the cold young man nodded, "so I want to trade it for the plague sword and the berserker skill book." "Deal." Chen Yong agreed without hesitation, summoning the plague sword and the warrior's berserker skill book from his system backpack. The plague sword was a two-handed sword roughly over 2 meters long, but he hadn't checked its specific attributes. The berserker skill book resembled a primary school language textbook, appearing quite worthless, yet the cold youth's eyes lit up with delight upon seeing the book, his grin wider than a Gatling gun. He eagerly grabbed the book and dashed off with his greatsword, as if afraid Chen Yong might change his mind. Chen Yong paid no heed to this. He remained in the lounge, continuing to allocate his attribute points. After more than 2 hours of effort, he finally increased his spirit to 120000. Skeletal Summoning Spell. Consumes 50 mana to summon 25 skeletons from the ground to fight, dealing 120,000 damage, 100% spirit bonus, to the target lasting 12 hours. Skeletal Mage Summoning Spell. Consumes 200 mana to summon 25 skeletal mages from the ground to fight for you, dealing 180,000 magic damage, 150% spirit bonus, to the target lasting 12 hours. Not bad, not bad. Chen Yong was very pleased with this level of damage. With 25 skeleton soldiers and 25 skeletal mages, he felt confident he could take on any level 20 hero. So he set off directly towards the hero-infested plague town. But what he didn't expect was to run into a familiar face at the entrance of the dungeon. It was the cool young man who had sold him the skill book earlier, now being surrounded by members of the 3 major corps in Yunyang. "Young Master Qin, join our Bright Moon Corps and we'll make you a captain directly." "What's a captain? Our leader said you could even be a deputy commander if you want." "What good are these empty titles? Brother Qin, come to our serious corps and you'll get a level 20 purple job transfer card." The conditions offered by the 3 major corps made everyone around envious. Yet the cool young man remained unmoved, handing his job card to the staff member. Level 15 Ordinary Slaughter Wasteland. The staff member's face turned grim. "Young Master Qin, are you going in alone again?" "Why not?" The cool young man frowned slightly. "Of course you can, it's just..." The staff member looked awkward and a bit hesitant to take the card. This guy had been grinding this dungeon for months, always emerging covered in blood. He was genuinely worried that one day he might not make it out alive and then he'd be in big trouble. Members of the 3 major corps also hurried over to persuade him. "Young Master Qin, soloing a level 15 dungeon is too dangerous. Why don't we find a few people to go with you?" "Ha, more like I should be taking you." The cool young man chuckled softly, swiping his card and retrieving a return scroll. Without looking back, he stepped into the dungeon, leaving the members of the 3 major corps looking utterly embarrassed. Chen Yong was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that cool young man to be quite skilled. Soloing a level 15 dungeon may seem easy for him, but for other players it's extremely challenging, unless you have a very powerful gold talent or an extremely rare red talent. It's basically a death wish. Just as he was marveling at this, the staff at Plague Town recognized him. "Are you Chen Yong?" Everyone in the hall turned to stare. "Is he the guy who soloed the Ordinary Plague Town? He looks so young, maybe a freshman this year." "No way, I haven't heard of any gold talents in Yunyang this year." "Does it have to be a gold talent? Wouldn't an awesome red one do?" Amidst the chatter, members of The three major corps quickly gathered around. Friend, are you interested in joining our Bright Moon? No need thank you. Before the members of the three major corps could finish, Chen Yong refused them thrice in quick succession. With his current 50 skeletal minions he could easily sweep away these third-rate corps. Why would he be foolish enough to join them? In fact, he disdained joining any corps. Given enough time he could overwhelm all the corps in dungeons by himself. As for materials and resources, whatever these guys could procure he could get for himself. These guys couldn't get it, but he still managed to. Why did he join the corps? Was he out of his mind? Said he liked being a mascot, but his outright refusal put the three major corps to shame instantly, especially Lu Ming from the Bright Moon Corps, whose mature face immediately darkened. If you don't join the Bright Moon Corps you won't even be able to do the transfer task. Oh. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, his gaze gradually turning cold. Is this supposed to be school bullying? Don't misunderstand, little brother. The pretty lady beside him hurriedly explained. Our leader meant that the transfer task requires entering a level 20 secret realm and you must join a corps to do that. Is that so? Chen Yong's gaze softened, but in Lu Ming's eyes he thought Chen Yong was scared and would definitely turn around and beg them. After all, in the entire Yunyang city, only they could handle the level 20 team's secret realm. Moreover, out of the 5 major secret realms, the Bright Moon Corps held records for 3. Anyone with a bit of brains should know what to do. No matter how talented you are, before you grow you need to rely on a team. As long as you join the Bright Moon Corps, I guarantee will help you complete the transfer task. Lu Ming offered conditions, though his tone and demeanor had a sense of certainty. The people from the Sirius Corps and the Black Lion Corps also nodded slightly. They didn't act as eager as they had when trying to recruit the cool young guy earlier. After all, the cool young guy was a genius from the Qin clan. Recruiting him would mean getting a powerful ally. Although Chen Yong managed to solo clear the normal plague town in 17 minutes, perhaps even better than the cool young guy, he didn't have such valuable connections, so they just needed to clarify the pros and cons and wait for Chen Yong to make his choice. Sure enough, Chen Yong smiled and looked at the pretty lady. How should I address you, sister? Sun Yurong, Sun Yurong replied. With a sweet smile, little brother, if you join the Bright Moon Corps, sister will introduce you to a girlfriend. Really? Chen Yong looked at Sun Yurong with interest. Is she as sexy and beautiful as your sister? Oh, you tease, of course. Lu Ming's jealousy flared up instantly. Kid, are you trying to choke the air with sweetness? Lu brother. The burly man beside him quickly tried to smooth things over. Brother, I'm Ji Buxiu, vice leader of the Sirius Corps. Let's talk about joining a corps. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His heart had already started harboring resentment against Chen Yong. After all, flirting with his wife in front of him was no longer just about joining a corps. What a name! Chen Yong's mouth twitched, patting him on the shoulder. Thanks, brother Ji, but about joining a corps. Saying this, he glanced at Sun Yurong again. We'll need to wait for the wet machine. Ji Buxiu was confused. Everyone else was completely bewildered too. Only Sun Yurong's face turned slightly red, clearly understanding the innuendo. Chen Yong chuckled, turned around and handed his profession card to the staff. Hero Plague Town. The staff was momentarily stunned and quickly nodded. Please wait a moment. With previous experience he didn't waste words. Such a genius was not someone they could question. Before long, Chen Yong acquired the return scroll and stepped through the black portal, leaving the 3 major legions standing awkwardly in place. Soloing a standard dungeon, what's so impressive about that? Lu Ming's face was as dark as ink. Zhao Taizhu of the Black Lion Legion nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, too arrogant. Does he really think he's the golden talent, young Master Qin San? Yes indeed, Ji Buxiu sighed lightly, scratching his head. Seeing the displeasure on the faces of the 3 legion leaders, others began to slander and curse Chen Yong as well. Only Sun Yurong's beautiful eyes flickered with thought. Young Master Qin San was indeed formidable, capable of soloing a level 15 standard dungeon, but he could only handle the slaughter plains because the dungeon had very few monsters all spread out, with even the bosses isolated. The Plague Town was different. Aside from the few small monsters at the entrance, other areas were teeming with monsters, especially the final square, which had 300 of them. Even a 5-man team struggled there, yet Chen Yong soloed it in such a short time. The value of this feat was undoubtedly astonishing. Unfortunately, they couldn't recruit him into the Legion, missing out on a genius. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she instinctively asked the staff member, did Chen Yong go to solo the standard Plague Town again? No, the staff member shook his head. This time he's entered the heroic Plague Town. What? Sun Yurong's eyes widened in surprise. Ji Buxiu, Lu Ming and Zhao Taizhu were equally shocked. Everyone else was even more incredulous. The health of heroic monsters is 10 times that of standard ones. Moreover, Plague Town is the most difficult of several dungeons. No one has cleared the heroic mode yet. Plague Town. Chen Yong stood once again within the protective circle. He gazed at the dense forest in the distance and the menacing zombies. Everything felt remarkably real to him now. He could even see the worms devouring the decaying flesh of zombies and smell the nauseating stench of corpses in the air. The number and strength of the monsters had increased unprecedentedly. What used to be 10 hungry ghouls had now doubled to 20, their level had risen to 18-inch and their health jumped from 4,300 to 43,000. Goodness, what kind of setup do you need for this? Chen Yong quipped sarcastically and began summoning skeletons. Crack crack. 25 skeleton soldiers crawled out from the crevices in the ground one after another. Chen Yong didn't send them to fight immediately but had them form a protective circle around him. After all, a human only has one life and he's a fragile class, yes, extremely dangerous. Next he summoned a skeleton mage level, 13 health, 4100/4100 mana. 5900/5900 strength, 38 constitution, 41 agility, 37 spirit, 59 skill 1, fireball casts in 1 second, consumes 50 mana, deals 180,000, 150% summoner spirit, magic damage to enemies, passive skill, awakening. The next skill cast after a kill is instant, also restores 1200. 1% summoner's spirit, mana, talent, devour, consumes monster corpses to restore 1200, 1% summoner's spirit, health per second. No wonder it's a blue skill book. Chen Yong nodded with satisfaction, then raised a finger to direct the action. Attack. With a mere second passing, a barrage of fireballs descended from above, obliterating everything in their path. 20 ravenous ghouls fell without even a chance to react. Killed an 18-level hungry ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level hungry ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level hungry ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level hungry ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level hungry ghoul. Clearly, as the difficulty increased tenfold, so did the experience. In less than 5 seconds, 17,200 experience points were amassed, faster than grinding through the ordinary levels. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to push him to level 14, as over 80,000 experience points were needed for the leap. This illustrated just how arduous leveling up was for regular adventurers. But there was no time to dwell on that. The monsters in this heroic dungeon had heightened awareness akin to a real world connection. As soon as the small fry fell on this side, a hoarse roar echoed from the little town nearby. Damn invaders, kill them all. Following that, the ground began to tremble like an onslaught of 1,000 galloping horses. Brothers, it's time to work, Chen Yong bellowed as he waved his hand, sending the skeletal army charging forward with great momentum. 25 skeletal soldiers dashed ahead while 25 skeletal mages flanked his sides. The crawling ghouls hidden in the grass barely had a chance to show themselves before being incinerated by fireballs. Killed an 18-level crawling ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level crawling ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level crawling ghoul, gained 860 experience points. Killed. The experience points soared and the green glow above Chen Yong's head never ceased. Soon he reached the bridgehead where the number of monsters doubled. Where there were 170 or so, now there were over 100. These creatures had grown more cunning, avoiding the mindless rush across the bridge. The water was teeming with zombies too, including 2 to 3 meter long zombie fish, zombie turtles and more. Even near the mini-boss, the gluttonous butcher's zombie dogs howled menacingly. Killed an 18-level zombie fish, gained 860 experience points. Killed an 18-level zombie turtle, gained 860 experience points. Killed a 5-level overbearing husky, gained 200 experience points. Killed a 20-level mindless zombie, gained 980 experience points. Killed a 21-level drowned foolish zombie, gained 1040 experience points. Killed an 18-level crawling ghoul. Killed a 24-level gluttonous butcher, gained 25,210 experience points. Congratulations, you have reached level 15 strength plus 2 agility plus 2 constitution plus 2 spirit plus 4 free attributes plus 5. The little bridge was engulfed in roaring flames surrounded by thick smoke. Countless charred bodies emitted a savory aroma, unlike typical dungeons where they vanished into black mist. Could it be that the heroic dungeon was a real place? Just as Chun Yong pondered this, the system panel abruptly popped up. Trigger World Transition Quest, Undead Scourge, Quest Description: The Undead Scourge has descended. My country has been destroyed, my home turned into a terrifying wasteland. My father has gone to the battlefield to resist the undead army. I am very worried about him. Quest hint: find Mina and return the earring given by your father to Mina. World Transition Quest: unique, cannot be abandoned, cannot be repeated, accept the quest, yes/no. Upon seeing the introduction on the panel, Chen Yong's eyes narrowed. Clearly, this world transition quest was no simple task, and it was impossible to complete it in just this instance. Especially with the conditions of not being able to abandon or repeat it. This meant that once accepted, if he didn't finish it, he couldn't take on other transition quests. If it were any other adventurer, they would certainly not rush to accept it or even dare to accept it at all. But Chen Yong didn't have this worry. After all, he had 1 billion attribute points. If he couldn't complete it today, then surely he could do it tomorrow. He didn't believe that a level 20 transition quest would be so absurd that even with 1 billion damage per second, it couldn't be completed. So he simply clicked yes. After accepting the quest, he discovered a skill book in his bag. It was clearly dropped by the gluttonous butcher, and he had gained experience so quickly that he hadn't noticed it. Bone Prison: green, summon bone spikes from the ground to attack enemies within a range of 2+5% spirit meters and immobilize them for 2+1% spirit seconds, dealing 5% spirit damage per second with a cooldown of 10 seconds. After reading the skill description, Chen Yong nearly jumped for joy. It was actually a control skill for self-preservation. The skill damage coefficient was enhanced by spirit power, and although the boost wasn't much, given his spirit, the range was already 602 meters with immobilization lasting 122 seconds and causing 6,000 damage per second. This meant that as soon as monsters were within 600 meters of him, they would be pinned in place, waiting to be attacked. Perfect. Chen Yong immediately learned the skill from the book, then he led his army of skeletons mightily towards the town. To his surprise, the zombies in the town square weren't praying. Instead, they all glared at the entrance with green eyes. As soon as he appeared at the entrance of the square, a few of them charged at him with howls. Bone Prison: without hesitation, Chen Yong stomped the ground. Whoosh! Bones shot out from the ground and quickly spread outward from his center, piercing and pinning all zombies within a 600-meter radius to the spot. Immediately after, 25 skeleton soldiers raised their long swords and charged out. Meanwhile, 25 skeleton mages at the back began conjuring large fireballs. Killed level 19 male resident zombie, gained 980 experience points. Killed level 18 aged zombie, gained 920 experience points. Killed level 20 strong zombie, gained 1040 experience points. Killed level 18 young zombie. Green experience points continuously rolled above Chen Yong's head. Hundreds of monsters in the square were all pinned in place, motionless. Surrounding them were skeleton soldiers with green eyes holding long swords, while above them enormous fireballs blotted out the sky. In a matter of seconds, he had leveled up to 18. All the monsters in the square had turned into experience points, leaving only Mina tied to the high platform and the wizard Amode, who was casting spells with his staff raised high. Chen Yong glanced at Amode briefly. Wizard Amode, level 25, health 380000/380000, mana 2320/2320, strength 265, constitution 380, agility 170, spirit 232, skills Shadow Bolt, Shadow Shield, Blaze. Seeing these attributes and level, even Chen Yong was a bit stunned. A health of 380,000 was dozens of times that of an ordinary monster. Fortunately, the attack attributes weren't as outrageous, but they were still not something an average adventurer team could handle easily. At this moment, Wizard Amode's aggro was locked onto Chen Yong. The casting bar for the Shadow Bolt beneath the health bar was already halfway done. Just 2 more seconds and Chen Yong would be blasted in the face. Bone Spike Prison. Chen Yong stomped lightly once more. Bone spikes erupted from the ground, lifting Amode up and instantly interrupting the Shadow Bolt in his hand. Immobilized for 122 seconds. -5,634, -5,645, -169,032, -168,173, -169,753. Then a barrage of fireballs crashed down. Only 5 damage numbers popped up before Wizard Amode was reduced to char. The leftover fireballs smashed into the high platform, sending debris flying and causing Mina nearby to burst into tears. unfortunately she wasn't harmed in the slightest. It wasn't because she was a neutral NPC but because she was merely a spirit. The Mina in the dungeon was like a paper doll tied to a cross, devoid of any expression. Now she seemed incredibly real, with bloodstains on her body, tears in her eyes, and a gaping wound in her chest clearly visible. Following that, a system panel popped up in front of Chen Yong. Killed level 25 wizard mode, gained 55,210 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 19 strength plus 2 agility plus 2 constitution plus 2 spirit plus 4 free attributes plus 5 foot. You have cleared Plague Town, heroic, clear time, 10 minutes 13 seconds rating, SSS. Congratulations on your first clear of Plague Town, heroic, achievement reward, 300,000 experience points. Plague Town achievement chest, dungeon reward, Plague Town chest, purple. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 20 strength plus 2 agility plus 2 constitution plus 2 spirit plus 4 free attributes plus 5. Your experience has overflowed. Excess experience saved. Congratulations, you have obtained the item a mode's robe, purple. Another drop? Chen Yong had just been marveling at the experience reward when a purple glow appeared before his eyes. He quickly opened his backpack. A mode's robe category, robe quality, rare level, 15 class, magic class, physical defense, 23 magical defense, 41 constitution, plus 13 spirit, plus 18 equip, generates a mana shield that can absorb 10% mana damage. Shen Yong's eyes lit up at these attributes. If another adventurer got this, they might find it barely usable. After all, at level 20 inch with only a few thousand mana, it could only absorb a few hundred points of damage. Shen Yong now possessed over 12 million mana, capable of offsetting more than 12 million damage, and he was still investing points. Once his mental strength reached hundreds of thousands or even millions, it would be unimaginable. This was truly a treasure. From now on, he could focus entirely on enhancing his mental strength. He aimed to become the most mentally formidable young man in this world. Such good work deserved a reward. Shen Yong was exceedingly pleased. He immediately commanded his skeleton soldiers to deliver a gruesome end to the wizard mode. However, after dismembering a mode, the town return scroll didn't light up, but the one by little Mina's side did. She stood there with a green exclamation mark, curiously staring at Chen Yong. Clearly, this was a prompt for a world-class quest, so Chen Yong directly pulled out Mina's earring and handed it to her. Quest prompt: successfully returning Mina's earring. Mina's favorability increased to intimate. World transition quest follow-up. Mina's terror. Quest description: the undead scourge has descended, causing everyone in the town to flee in panic. Mina narrowly escaped the undead army but couldn't avoid a mode's grasp. Quest hint: enter Mina's memories, follow the clues to find and kill the Grand Wizard mode. Final quest reward: World Transition card, unique. Quest warning: accepting this quest will trigger Real World mode, unlocking the new world secret realm, the Fallen Eternal Kingdom. Do you accept the quest? Yes/no. Chen Yong pondered over the task description. It seemed that the ordinary, difficult, and heroic instances were all mere illusions. This world mode was the real world, and the Eternal Kingdom had already fallen to the undead army. All he needed to do was accept the task, open the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, and then through little Mina's memories, locate a mode and defeat him once more. Without any hesitation, he clicked yes. World quest accepted. The Fallen Eternal Kingdom is now open. Whoosh! With the system's notification, a beam of light descended from the sky. It spread rapidly from Chen Yong's position, restoring clarity wherever it touched. The charred corpses vanished, the dilapidated buildings instantly returned to their former state, and the square was bustling with shadows of people, children playing and chasing. Even Nina beside him transformed into a pure white-dressed girl, joyfully leaping off the high platform to play with her companions. The entire town was instantly revitalized. Congratulations on being the first to clear the Plague Town, heroic, instance, cleared by Chen Yong, level 20 necromancer, instance time, 10 minutes and 13 seconds. The announcement echoed throughout the Yunyang instance hall. This news was simultaneously broadcasted to all adventurers. After all, this was the record for the first completion of a heroic instance, something irreplaceable by anyone, even if someone later achieved a better time. The record for the first completion would be forever etched in the annals of history. Moreover, this initial completion time was astonishingly quick, 10 minutes and 13 seconds. How did he manage to solo a heroic instance? Not just the Yunyang instance hall, but the entire Yunyang city was abuzz with excitement. In the recruitment halls of the three major guilds, a stunned silence enveloped the members as they stared at the record before them. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Luming's face was a mask of shock, his every word dripping with disbelief. This was a hero-level dungeon 10 times harder than a standard one, and among them Plague Town was the most difficult. For thousands of years no one had managed to clear it, yet someone had not only completed it but set an outrageous record. Indeed, Zhao Taizhu countered fervently, the mobs inside have over 40,000 health points, only someone above level 20 could possibly manage that. And this guy suddenly jumps to level 20, it's too unbelievable. Even Jibuxiao nodded in agreement, but Sun Yu's face was full of bitterness as she reminded them the system can't be wrong. She found it even more incredible when she saw Chen Yong's information. How could an F-grade white talent necromancer achieve such a feat? If the system were at fault, that would be unthinkable. This system granted humans super abilities, controlled countless worlds and governed life itself. If it could err, humanity's end would be near. Simultaneously, the professional forums in Yunyang City were abuzz. Are you mad? Cleared Hero Town in 10 minutes, did this guy find a bug or something? Watch it, how dare you question my godfather's abilities? Hey brother, when did my real dad adopt you? Come on, have some shame, competing for a dad. Sis, is this dad of yours legit? Meanwhile, Yunyang Second High School's forum was even more explosive. My god, could it really be our school's Chen Yong? It is him. I checked at the dungeon hall and he also broke the regular record. Isn't he a white talent? Did the job change crystal malfunction? Haha, I think the crystal's fine, it's just Yongji's job change method is out of this world. Is this going to start a new trend in job changes? I think it's possible. I second that. Me too. I also find it thrilling. At the same time, Qin Bing sat in her office staring speechlessly at her computer. As the principal, she should be thrilled to have such an extraordinary student at second high, but instead she was troubled. According to national standards, any talent above orange level had to be reported and sent to a military academy for further training. She had previously dismissed Chen Yong for not meeting the criteria. With so few above orange level talents, she had already submitted her list. Who would have thought Chen Yong would pull off something so significant? Was there an issue with the crystal? Impossible. Could it be because of the chicken he used during his job change? As Qin Bing pondered this, blushing, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Seeing the caller ID, she sighed and answered reluctantly, "Dad." "Don't call me Dad, I'm not your dad," came the sarcastic voice from the other end. "To let such a prodigy slip through, I don't think you're fit to be a principal." Qin Bing was about to defend herself when another notification sounded from her computer. Professional, Chen Yong, has accepted the world's job change task, unlocking the level 20 new world secret realm, Fallen Eternal Kingdom, secret realm entrance, outskirts of Yunyang City. What? Qin Bing was utterly stunned by the announcement, accepting the world transfer mission and opening a new world secret realm. This couldn't just be described as extraordinary, this was groundbreaking. The world transfer mission is a unique task, rarer than even the legendary professions. It's a mythical profession. To date, fewer than 10 people globally have achieved this, with only one known in the entire De Qin, an ancestor who has lived for over 2,000 years. Qin Bing, find Chen Yong immediately. The voice on the other end of the line was equally aware of the situation, gritting their teeth as they instructed, "No matter the cost, even if you have to kneel, keep him with us. If any other factions snatch him away, you'd better change your surname." Understood. Qin Bing hung up the phone and dashed out of the office in a frenzy. Other Legion forces also mobilized, all converging towards Yunyang City. Meanwhile, Chen Yong stood atop the walls of Plague Town. Behind him was a bustling and lively square, while before him lay tranquil and serene countryside. A group of children played by a clear stream. Mina, dressed in a white dress, shimmered like a fairy maiden. Suddenly, the sky darkened and the vibrant earth instantly became desolate. Instinctively, people looked up to see a massive rift splitting the sky. Out of the rift flew bizarrely shaped castles. Boom! A gigantic castle landed on the wilderness outside the town. From it poured an army of the undead, a fog of death spreading like mist. Life withered wherever they passed. Fields became barren, vegetation wilted, and the world plunged into despair. Countless people fled in terror. Mina, amidst the chaos, hid under the high platform of the square. Hearing the wails and cries for help outside, she could only cover her mouth in fear, not daring to make a sound. It was a while before silence returned. Mina thought she had escaped the massacre of the undead army, but just as she stumbled out, a skeletal hand rested on her frail shoulder. Trembling, she looked up to see a grey, sinister face. The evil man then clutched her by the neck and lifted her up. In terror she gazed around and saw the square filled with kneeling undead zombie townsfolk. "Daddy, save me!" Mina's terrified, despairing cries echoed throughout the town. Unfortunately, only silence answered her, no response to be found. You pathetic humans, become my pet." Amode with a grim grin raised his bone-like right hand and plunged it into Mina's chest. With a sickening sound he pierced her chest and extracted her small heart. "Damn it!" Chen Yong couldn't help but roar in anger. The phantom before his eyes shattered under his killing intent. Simultaneously a blood-stained earring fell into his hand. Acquired mission item, Mina's earring world transfer mission follow-up, Tears of the Silver Knight Captain. Mission description: even the mightiest knight of the Eternal Kingdom cannot bear the loss of his daughter. Mission hint: go to the fallen Eternal Kingdom, find Mina's father, return Mina's earring and tell him of the events in Plague Town. Mission reward: level 20 ancient, red, staff, accept/decline. Yes, Chen Yong accepted the mission without a moment's hesitation. He not only wanted to kill Amoth but also to rip out that fool's heart and crush it underfoot. World mission accepted. Exiting world mission storyline. Inside the Yunyang City Instance Hall, countless professionals crowded around the side door exit, eager to see who could possibly break such a heaven-defying record by clearing the heroic Plague Town and opening a world secret realm. Just then, the black light gate of the level 15 slaughtering wasteland suddenly lit up. A cold young man with a plague greatsword on his back emerged. Simultaneously, the big screen displayed Slaughtering Wasteland, normal, record refreshed by Qin Sanjin, level 20. Warrior, instance record, 59 minutes 14 seconds, finally finished it. Qin Sanjin was beyond thrilled to see the announcement. He was originally from a branch of the Qin family, but there were too many monstrous geniuses in the main family. Even though he had a legendary golden talent, it wasn't enough to gain the family's attention, so he decided to solo dungeons to prove himself. After months of struggle, he hadn't even been able to defeat the first boss. Fortunately, today luck was on his side as he encountered someone selling the warrior's rage skill. Although rage was a green skill, it was incredibly rare, only dropping in the Plague Town. His golden talent enhanced rage, so after learning it, he immediately challenged the slaughtering wasteland again. This time, he managed to clear it solo and even set a new instance record. If he guessed right, he was likely the first person in history to solo a level 15 instance. He refused to believe that the old folks in the Qin family wouldn't take him seriously this time. Qin Sanjin couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. As he looked up, he saw the hall packed with people, all staring at the big screen, dumbfounded by his record. Reporters from major networks were ready with their cameras poised at the instance entrance. Truly worthy of being the solo king, Qin Sanjin was very pleased with the situation. Yet, to his surprise, he waited a long time and no one came over to congratulate him. Not even Ji Buxiu and Zhao Taizhu, who didn't spare him a glance, though they usually pestered him daily. Just as he was about to find someone to ask, someone suddenly shouted, it's lit up, the instance exit is lit up, huh?" Qin Sanjin instinctively turned around to see the Plague Town instance entrance light up with a young man in a robe and slippers emerging. It was him. Qin Sanjin was a bit stunned. The kid who sold him the warrior's rage wasn't his name. Chen Yong, were these people waiting for this kid? That shouldn't be right. He was the solo master here. However, as he was wondering, he saw all the reporters and onlookers rush forward. "Mr. Chen, how do you feel about being the first to clear the heroic Plague Town? Mr. Chen, now that you've taken on the world-class transfer quest, what are your plans to complete it? As the opener of the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, which legion do you plan to join in tackling this challenge?" "Father, I finally found you. Brother Young, you're so handsome, can I be your girlfriend? I can spit mushroom ice cubes. Brother Young, do you want to see my cat do a handstand split while eating a carrot? Brother Young, I'm an elementary school teacher and would like to invite you to appreciate the scenery of my school." The crowd surged like a tide surrounding the entrance to the dungeon. The security guards struggled to push their way in to maintain order and were nearly trampled. Sun Yu, Rongji Boshao and others were squeezed against the wall, casting complex glances toward Chen Yong. Especially when someone yelled "father" at the top of their lungs, it broke the defenses of the four. Just an hour ago Chen Yong was still a newcomer in their eyes, but in the blink of an eye he had reached level 20, cleared a hero dungeon first and taken on the world-class transfer task. Now, they didn't even dare to recruit him. Unquestionably, the military academies and super legion leaders must have been on their way. Before entering the dungeon, they looked down on others. After exiting, they couldn't even reach his level. Qin Sanjin stood beside them utterly bewildered. A world-class transfer task, opening a new world secret realm, soloing the hero-plagued town, impossible. It said that the Qin family's ancestors sacrificed dozens of lives for the world-class transfer task, and now you're telling me this guy completed it alone? You must be joking. But when he saw the record on the big screen, his mouth twisted involuntarily. Seriously, is this a game? Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Everyone instinctively turned their heads to see three men and a woman parting the crowd with an aura that silenced the room. Even Qin Sanjin, pressed against the wall, was stunned. The deputy deans of the three major military academies had arrived. Chen Yong too was taken aback by the scene. While he was still dazed, Qin Bing hurriedly introduced Chen Yong. These three are the deputy deans of Shengjing, Yingtian and Dongdu academies. We want to discuss your enrollment. Enrollment? Chen Yong was puzzled. Didn't I already graduate? Why enroll again? Qin Bing smiled apologetically, explaining, according to national standards, those with a B level or higher talent must enter a military academy for further study. Since you were classified as F level talent, I had to pass you over. Her face was full of embarrassment. There was no choice. Although Chen Yong was marked as F-level talent, he had taken on a world-class transfer task. Once he succeeded, he would be a king-like figure. If he grew, he would certainly stand on par with the Qin family's ancestor. Otherwise, why would her father urge her to keep him at any cost? Unfortunately, her relationship with Chen Yong was not ideal at the moment. Sigh, if only I hadn't lost my temper with him during the transfer process. Qin Bing lamented inwardly, wishing she could slap herself. It's just an OIO after all. Even if not seen in person, it was in the books. Why make a fuss? Otherwise, she could have relied on her close relationship with the principal to appeal to Chen Yong. But now, with the deans of various colleges stepping in personally, Chen Yong would surely be poached by them. No, I must apologize. Qin Bing decided silently, her face breaking into a smile just as she was about to speak. Vice President of Shengjing College Gao Zhishang spoke up directly. Chen Yong, you have been admitted to our Shengjing College. The man with the Mediterranean haircut beside them immediately shouted in anger, old Gao, you can't just decide that. Do you think the vice president of Yingtian College is just for show? Lu Qijuan, stop messing around. Vice president of Dongdu College Huang Longhua chuckled lightly and looked earnestly at Chen Yong. Chen Yong, I sincerely invite you to join Dongdu College. Tuition is waived and you'll receive a 20 million enrollment bonus. Hiss, everyone present gasped. It's normal to have an enrollment bonus, but this is outrageous. After all, most people wouldn't earn that much money in a lifetime. To everyone's surprise, Gao Zhishang scoffed, Scar Dragon, you dare mention 20 million? Our Shengjing College will throw in a set of level 20 red equipment. This. Everyone was once again filled with shock and envy. The attributes of level 20 red equipment are equivalent to level 40 orange equipment and level 60 purple equipment. If a newcomer has this set, it's like a cow flying in a plane. Unbelievably impressive, vulgar, shameless. Lu Qijuan's old face turned red with anger as he reprimanded, we're here to recruit students, not to do business. How can you use such vulgar means? As he spoke, he looked kindly at Chen Yong. Little Chen, as long as you join Yingtian College, I'll add a red skill book on top of that. Seeing the three deans almost at each other's throats, Qin Bing stood to the side, repeatedly smiling wryly. These offers were just too outrageous. Chen Yong was also feeling a bit overwhelmed, because he didn't even want to go to college. In this world, universities merely had teachers take you to fight monsters and then allocated resources based on performance. He already had a cheat. Given enough time, he could become invincible without any college training. Moreover, he knew these three colleges were merely training grounds for the corps behind them and weren't truly official, so there was no real need to join. However, just as he was about to decline, a cold voice came from outside the door. Three shameless fools daring to try and steal my person while I'm not around. Everyone turned to look. The crowd parted like a tide to reveal a stunning beauty dressed in a blood-red qipao. Who is this woman? How dare she disrespect the three vice presidents? Someone couldn't help but ask. Shut up! A companion quickly pulled him aside. Are you crazy? Do you dare curse the Queen of Yuzhou? The Queen of Yuzhou? The person was taken aback, immediately filled with terror. You mean she's from Yuzhou College? What else? The two hurriedly shrank back into the crowd in fear. Everyone who recognized this stunning beauty fell silent. Senior, what brings you here? Lu Qijuan quickly ran over with a fawning expression. You should have given us a heads up so we could arrange a proper welcome. Yes, Gao Zhishang and Huang Longhua nodded repeatedly. it was as if he had become a total pushover, completely abandoning the domineering aura he had just moments ago. Humph. Yuhani let out a soft snort, walking over to affectionately link arms with Chun Yong. This young man is quite handsome. Why not become Auntie's son-in-law? She suggested. Xin Bing's cheeks flushed a deep red as she hurriedly stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Mom, what are you talking about? Don't you understand?" Yuhani snorted again, her pretty face stern. "I found you a good husband." Cough, cough. Chen Yong cleared his throat awkwardly, pulling his arm away. "Auntie, that's quite the joke, but Principal Qin is my teacher." Even though he had only known Qin Bing for a few hours in this world, they shared a teacher-student relationship, and such jokes shouldn't be made in public. Yes, exactly. The three vice deans, who had been acting like sycophants, nodded hastily. "Senior, you can't resort to such measures just to win over a student." A flash of red light sparkled in Yuhani's beautiful eyes. Suddenly, the dungeon hall was enveloped in a crimson mist. Three stunning women clad in red paper bridal gowns appeared out of thin air behind the vice deans. Their jade-like hands, adorned with half-foot-long blood-red nails, rested on the men's necks, leaving them too terrified to breathe loudly. Chen Yong's eyes widened in fear as a status window popped up in front of him. Red paper bride skills, soul devour heart. Gouge sun sever life claim. Innate ability, killer finger, these are all question marks. He shivered in fright and hurriedly thrust his arm back into Yuhani's grasp. Yuhani gazed at Chen Yong with a faint smile. "Dear son-in-law, Auntie wants to treat you to a meal. What do you like to eat?" Gulp. Chen Yong swallowed nervously and replied, "It's not about what we eat. It's about the pleasure of talking with Auntie." "What a sweet talker," Yuhani chuckled softly, turning to the three vice deans. "You should join us so no one can say I'm bullying you." "No, senior." The three sycophant vice deans tried to protest, but the red paper brides had already lifted them by their necks. Thus, they followed Yuhani, Chen Yong and Qin Bing out of the dungeon hall. Once they had left, everyone else in the hall collapsed to the ground with a collective sigh of relief. "My God, she's incredibly powerful, no wonder. She's a legendary profession, the sole enigmatic warlock of Great Qin." Before long, they arrived at a hotel where a large table was laden with a variety of rare delicacies. The three vice deans held by the red paper brides couldn't eat a thing. Meanwhile, Chen Yong was being fed relentlessly by Yuhani to the point where he was almost overwhelmed. It was a case of feast or famine. "Xiao Yong," Yuhani asked gently, "what do you think of Qin Bing? Is she pretty?" "You pretty?" Chen Yong nodded with a dry cough. With a boss full of question marks looming over him, how could he say otherwise? Qin Bing shyly lowered her head, her hands fidgeting nervously on her thighs. Having never had a boyfriend, she was understandably embarrassed by the forced matchmaking, especially when the match was her own student. "That's good," Yuhani nodded in satisfaction. "Then you two should get married soon, and once the child is born, I'll help take care of them." "What?" Chen Yong was dumbfounded on the spot. Qin Bing was so embarrassed that she buried her face under the table. The three vice deans quickly objected. "Senior, Chen Yong just graduated. Isn't it too soon for marriage?" If Chen Yong agreed to marry Qin Bing, it would truly be the end for them. "Humph." Yuhani snorted softly, and the red paper brides immediately pinned the three sycophant vice deans under the table. Then she gently tightened her hold on Chen Yong and softly said, "Xiao Yong, you surely don't think it's too early?" Chen Yong was at a loss for words. "It's over, this is completely over." The three sycophantic vice deans lying on the ground internally lamented. They had succumbed to this strategy back in their day, so a hot-blooded Chen Yong stood no chance. However, what they didn't expect was Chen Yong's response. He cleared his throat and said, "Auntie, I have no objections to you helping Qin Bing and me take care of the child, but joining the academy is out of the question." "What did you say?" Yuhani narrowed her phoenix-like eyes slightly. The three sycophantic vice deans were also shocked. The audacity of this kid to think he could just freeload off Yuhani was like a cow climbing a high-voltage line. Qin Bing was equally stunned and worried for Chen Yong, as her mother's anger was terrifying. "I mean," Chen Yong calmly replied, "I don't need to join the academy. There's no one there who can teach me anything." "Oh," Yuhani's beautiful eyes lit up with interest. "Tell me your reasons." The three vice deans quickly sat up at her words. Qin Bing widened her eyes in disbelief, unsure of what to make of Chen Yong's boldness. "Psych." Chen Yong sighed lightly and said, "Auntie, let me tell you a joke. I transitioned only 5 hours ago." Everyone's mouths twitched at his statement. They suddenly recalled that Chen Yong wasn't an ordinary genius. Completing a hero-level dungeon solo in 10 minutes and reaching level 20 in 5 hours was unprecedented. Yuhani's eyes shone even brighter, and she even licked her lips, eager to devour Chen Yong. Chen Yong then casually asked Auntie Yu what's the highest level of a teacher in the dark arts department at Yuzhou Academy. Yu Hongi paused then replied level 100. Why, though level 100 was low for her, it was quite high for a student. Anything beyond that was self-taught. Level 100, Chen Yong chuckled confidently. I remember the academy doesn't start for another 2 months, right? I can reach level 100 in that time. What? His words astonished everyone. Qin Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. The three vice deans stood up immediately. Yu Hongi narrowed her eyes and asked Xiao Yongyong, are you joking with Auntie? Of course not. Chen Yong nodded confidently. If I don't achieve it, I'll go to Yuzhou Academy, marry Qin Bing, and join your Qin family. Qin Bing's cheeks turned crimson instantly. The three vice deans were rather helpless. Chen Yong's answer was essentially a roundabout way of joining the Qin family. Yu Hongi, on the other hand, found his boldness amusing. You really are a little freeloading master, making sure you win either way. Chen Yong grinned mischievously. Mainly, I want Auntie Yu to help with the babysitting. Pfft. Yu Hongi couldn't help but laugh. He was indeed a cheeky rascal, but she didn't mind at all. After all, she had lived for hundreds of years and had seen all sorts of people and events. If you can actually achieve this, Auntie will give you a special gift and even arrange for you to receive the treatment reserved for a senior colonel. The three vice deans, who were often sycophantic, were completely stunned. Such a level was something that most prodigious talents couldn't reach in their lifetime. All right, Chen Yong agreed without hesitation. He hadn't really considered marrying into the Qin family despite how beautiful Qin Bing was. After all, they'd only known each other for a few hours. No matter how stunning she was, women only slowed down the speed of wielding a sword. As a native Earthling, how could he not know that? Besides, once he reached a few thousand levels and established his career, what woman would be beyond his reach? Even having Qin Bing and Yu Hongi kneel before him and call him daddy wouldn't be an issue. But right now he was still a novice and needed a strong backing for protection. The Qin family represented the authorities, so the choice wasn't difficult. But Auntie must remind you, Yu Hongi said with a look that suggested she had Chen Yong figured out. In the next 2 months the Qin family won't offer you any help, including the world job transition task. Mom, Qin Bing exclaimed anxiously, even a regular job transition required a legion, let alone a world transition. The three vice deans quickly interjected. Senior, you're taking this too far. If something goes wrong. Yu Hongi narrowed her enchanting eyes. The three vice deans immediately backed down, seeing the three brides pulling out kitchen knives and holding them to their throats. Senior, will follow your lead, they said, reluctantly backing off, but they couldn't help feeling a sense of pity for Chen Yong. The world job transition task was notoriously difficult. Feigning helplessness, Yu Hongi looked at Chen Yong again. Xiao Yong, Auntie really wants to care for you, but you're not my good son-in-law yet, unless you. Chen Yong interrupted with a smile. Auntie, go prepare the special gift, don't let me down. Quite confident, aren't you? Yu Hongi said with a charming glint in her eyes. Don't worry, Auntie won't disappoint you. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Chen Yong stood up, cupped his hands towards everyone and left. Sister, you were leaving too, the vice deans said helplessly as they left, realizing their trip had been in vain. After everyone had departed, Qin Bing couldn't hold back any longer. Mom, you're going to get Chen Yong killed. Oh, Yu Hongi teased, already worried about your future husband. Qin Bing hurriedly retorted, I'm Chen Yong's teacher, I'm 10 years older than him. How can I marry him? Ha, Yu Hongi chuckled dismissively, I'm your father's master's uncle, several hundred years older. Mom, Qin Bing stomped her foot in frustration. Alright, Yu Hongi nodded reluctantly, then sighed lightly, but that kid didn't seem interested in you either, you're kind of out of his league. Huh, Qin Bing was slightly taken aback. Mom, what are you saying? I'm still a gold-ranked talent. Golden talent? Yu Hongi sneered, her eyes narrowing slightly. In the vast history of the Qin dynasty, golden talents are common, but a mythic profession has only been achieved by the ancestor. If he successfully transitions, he has the potential to become an emperor. At that time, not just you, even I would merely be a decorative vase in his presence. This left Qin Bing utterly shocked. Emperor potential? That's too exaggerated. At this moment, Chen Yong had already returned to his home. To be precise, it was the home in his own world. The small, bare room showed signs of someone having lived there. He had physically crossed over, even the bitter tea seeds were from the other world. Could it be that the Chen Yong from this world and I have switched places? As he pondered, rubbing his chin, he continued to rapidly allocate points. After all, he needed to be well prepared for the upcoming level 20 world instance. Oh right, there were also 2 treasure chests. Shen Yong recalled the rewards from the heroic Plague Town and immediately opened the system backpack. Clang! 2 purple treasure chests materialized out of nowhere. Open the heroic Plague Town treasure chest. Purple, obtain, large healing potions x10, large mana potions x10 skill book, blazing burst. Blue, sorcery staff. Purple. Open the heroic Plague Town achievement chest, obtain, martyr's armor. Purple, bone of the deceased. Gold, not bad, 2 pieces of purple equipment and a blue skill book for mages. But what exactly is this bone of the deceased? Bone of the deceased category, quality, legendary description, an object finger-sized that is not a bone but resembles one. Seeing these attributes, Shen Yong was dumbfounded. Could it really be just a piece of bone with no other use? Never mind, let's look at the equipment. Sorcery staff category, two-handed staff quality, rare level, 15 class, magic strength, plus 5 constitution, plus 15 spirit, plus 29 agility, plus 12 equip, increases all magic skill damage by 550 points. These stats were excellent. A typical magic class character at level 15 could only deal around 200 damage. With this staff, critical hits could exceed 1,000, making it much easier to tackle difficult instances, but it was of no use to Shen Yong in holding on to. It was cumbersome. So he listed it on the trading market. Martyr's armor category, heavy armor quality, rare level, 15 class restriction, warrior physical defense, 182 magic defense, 90 strength, plus 5 constitution, plus 41 agility, plus 18 equip, has a chance to reduce physical damage by 50% when taking damage. Great, another piece of divine warrior gear. He really was just a mediocre undead summoner unworthy of such equipment, so he listed it on the trading market as well. Blazing burst, mage. Only cast time 3 seconds, consumes 300 mana, launches a massive fireball dealing 150 plus 150% spirit, fire damage to the target. Listed it on the market too. Goodness, all that effort in a hero instance for just 1 piece of clothing. Fortunately, the 2 pieces of equipment in the skill book could sell for tens of thousands, temporarily alleviating any worries about food. These level 15 purple items were quite popular and sold instantly after being listed. The delivery pigeon was also quite efficient, knocking on the door within 10 minutes. Plus, the pigeon looked great sporting overalls and a middle part hairstyle. Since it was carrying items, it even knocked using its shoulder. All in all, just awesome. 666666. After sending off the courier pigeon, Shen Yong continued to wander the market in search of skill books. To his dismay, he discovered that there are only 3 skills available for a necromancer before reaching level 20. Frustrated, he decided to allocate his points further. Shen Yong class, necromancer level 20. Health 8400/8400 mana 4957000/4957000 strength 49 agility 48 constitution 84 spirit 495768 physical defense 84 magic defense 495768 speed 48 free attribute points 999500000 equipment. Amoth's robe talent, grade F replication. For every 5,000 points of spirit, an additional summon can be conjured. Skills, skeleton summoning, consumes 50 mana to summon 100 skeleton soldiers from underground to fight, dealing 495,768, 100% spirit bonus, damage to the target lasting 12 hours. Skeleton mage summoning, consumes 200 mana to summon 100 skeleton mages from underground to fight, dealing 743652, 150% spirit bonus, magic damage to the target lasting 12 hours. Bone Spike Prison, summons bone spikes from the ground to attack enemies within a 2+24788, 5% spirit, meter range, imprisoning them for 2+4958, 1% spirit, seconds, dealing 24784, 5% spirit, damage per second with a 10-second cooldown. The next day, Shen Yong yawned with satisfaction as he reviewed his status panel. After battling all night, he finally increased his spirit to 495,768 points. He could now summon 100 skeleton soldiers and 100 skeleton mages with damage reaching 490,000 and 740,000 respectively. His mana also reached an astonishing 495,768,000 points, and with Amoth's robe providing a 10% mana shield, he could absorb over 495,000 damage. His formidable magic defense made him the bane of all mages. Coupled with the control effect of Bone Spike Prison, he felt confident that he could handle the Eternal Kingdom dungeon even if just barely. After all, he had only switched classes 2 days ago. Being a bit green was understandable, even geniuses need time to grow. After finishing his breakfast, Chun Yong headed straight to the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm. The job card had a map, so he had no worries about getting lost. However, the entrance to the secret realm gave him quite a shock. The gateway to the fallen Eternal Kingdom was as tall as a 6 or 7-story building. The swirling black portal loomed ominously, making people feel insignificant beneath it, as if they might be sucked in at any moment. Despite this, a crowd had gathered outside the black portal. It was clear that after the secret realm opened yesterday, many legions had rushed over from various places, all eager to be the first to explore. Naturally, Chen Yong had no choice but to queue up at the end. He was puzzled though why these groups seemed to consist of exactly 20 people each. Soon enough he understood, as an argument erupted at the front of the line over this very issue. "Young Master Qin, what are you doing?" A stern young man armed with a massive sword was stopped by a staff member. "The world's secret realm requires a team from a military legion to enter." "Nonsense." Qin Sanjin's face flushed with indignation. "I've snuck into Yuzhou before, there were no such restrictions." The staff member sighed, explaining the secret realms in Yuzhou have been around for hundreds of years and are mostly conquered. The Eternal Kingdom is a new realm requiring a legion team. Besides, what are you going to do alone inside? You can't solo it. The staff member was exasperated, having dealt with Qin Sanjin's antics for months. Qin Sanjin constantly loitered around the level 15 dungeons, causing the staff undue stress. While they weren't directly responsible if he met an untimely end, it would certainly affect their work. Just find a legion to join, there are plenty out there. Exactly, why make things difficult for the staff? They're looking out for you. The people in line began to chime in, urging him to reconsider. Although there was no deliberate mockery, Qin Sanjin found their words grating. His talent made it easy to find a legion, but he wasn't content with just any small group. He aspired to be a valuable asset to the Qin family, to silence those who insulted his mother. Otherwise, why risk his life? He had just managed to clear the level 15 slaughter wilderness yesterday. He hoped it would earn him respect from the elders, but then Chen Yong, that monstrous talent, emerged, nullifying his months of hard work. "Just let me see him again and I'll..." Qin Sanjin muttered darkly to himself when suddenly a calm voice spoke up nearby. "Hey, does the Eternal Kingdom really require a legion team?" "Huh?" The staff member was initially stunned, then began to tremble with excitement. Chen. "Young God, the god of bravery is here too. Is he the one who solos hero dungeons?" "Yeah." Even the Queen of Yuzhou was impressed. "Where's the Yuzhou Legion? Is he going to try and solo it again? No wonder he's called the god of bravery, he's amazing." The bystanders were equally shocked, buzzing with excitement. The women in particular were swooning, some even wanting to throw themselves at Chen Yong. Qin Sanjin, however, was deeply frustrated. This guy was like an indelible ghost. He couldn't defeat him, couldn't avoid him, and now even his self-affirming threats had been overheard. Of the god of bravery. The staff member awkwardly explained, "I'm really sorry, but this is a setting of the secret realm itself. A legion team is required for entry." "Yes." Qin Sanjin felt a surge of satisfaction. Hearing that Chen Yong couldn't solo the realm to show off was almost more gratifying than his own conquest of the level 15 slaughter wilderness. "I see." Chen Yong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Joining a legion was not appealing to him. Legions could be such a hassle, always involving some form of moral coercion. They expected him, with his high level and superior equipment, to carry their inexperienced players. If he refused or ignored them, those players would then play the victim, criticizing him. Although it didn't affect him much, it was incredibly annoying to witness. But how could he enter the secret realm and change his class without joining a legion? As he pondered, his eyes fell on Qin Sanjin crawling by his feet. Chen Yong's eyes lit up and he promptly grabbed Qin Sanjin. Chen Yong, what do you want?" I didn't curse you just now, nor am I jealous of you for stealing the spotlight. I hold no grudge against you, really." Wait. Hitting people is illegal." Qin Sanjin was so frightened that his face turned ashen, flailing his arms and speaking incoherently. "What a mess." Chen Yong frowned slightly, snatched Qin Sanjin's professional card, then used his face to swipe it open, fiddled with it for a moment and tossed it back to him before heading towards the secret realm. "What does this mean?" Qin Sanjin scratched his head in confusion. The staff and onlookers were equally bewildered. After all, the secret realm's settings were supposed to be impervious to outside interference, no matter how great you were. To everyone's surprise, Chen Yong walked up to the black light door, glanced at it, and simply stepped inside. How did he get in? Could it be that even the secret realm has to show respect to the mighty Chen Yong? While everyone was still in shock, a notification suddenly echoed from within the secret realm. The Sanjin Legion has opened the world's secret realm, Fallen Eternal Kingdom. The following personnel please enter swiftly. Legion leader Qin Sanjin, member Chen Yong. Everyone was stunned. They all turned to look at Qin Sanjin with envy, especially the infatuated girls who wished they could tear Qin Sanjin apart for daring to claim their daddy. Qin Sanjin was initially taken aback but quickly realized what was happening. Chen. Father, wait for your child. When Chen Yong opened his eyes, he found himself in a desolate wilderness. It was nothing like the stiff and illusory feeling of a game instance. The surrounding scenery was real, revealing that the Eternal Kingdom was an actual world. However, the dim air was filled with decay, devoid of any vitality. Flowers, trees, mountains, and rivers all exuded a strong sense of death, as if one had entered the underworld, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Simultaneously, a system prompt appeared before Chen Yong. You have entered the secret realm, Eternal Kingdom. World synopsis: the ruler is incompetent, wicked ministers run rampant, sacrificing thousands of citizens to summon an undead army, turning 90,000 miles of the kingdom into ruins. Mission hint: head to Nightfall Town to assist the Silver Knights in defending against the Scourge army. Accept mission? Yes/no. Of course, Chen Yong immediately reached out to accept. After all, his job transition task involved the Silver Knights leader. Declining a mission related to the Silver Knights was unthinkable, yet to his surprise he tapped several times without any response. Just then a timid voice from beside him asked, Father, should we accept this Legion task? Father? Chen Yong's mouth twitched as he looked back. Qin Sanjin was there with a sycophantic smile utterly different from the man he had first met the day before. Qin Sanjin chuckled obsequiously. Mighty Chen, from now on you are my biological father. Whatever you say, your child will never disobey. In the entire Qin family, only the ancestral patriarch had undergone a world job transition. For Chen Yong to trigger a world transition meant his talent equaled that of the Qin patriarch. Even if he were foolish, Qin Sanjin knew how valuable this connection was and wouldn't let it slip away. At this point, he would not only call Chen Yong his stepfather, but he would also gladly recognize him as such. In truth, any previous grievances were now seen as a father's loving trials for him. All right, let's take on the mission. Chen Yong didn't dwell on it too much. Yes, father. Qin Sanjin eagerly accepted the Legion task. Immediately, Chen Yong's system interface changed. Mission accepted. Defend Nightfall Town. Mission conditions: hold off the undead army until the Silver Knights reinforcements arrive. Mission objective: kill 500 undead soldiers. Repeatable. Mission reward: 30,000 experience, 1,000 Silver Knights reputation. Random level 20 blue equipment. The 1,000 Silver Knights reputation and a piece of equipment seemed modest, but it was actually quite substantial. This was a Legion task, typically involving a team of 20, equating to 20 pieces of equipment, plus the task could be repeated. Wow, fantastic! Qin Sanjin exclaimed with excitement. My class advancement mission requires me to kill 500 secret realm monsters, so I can finally complete it. Chen Yong was somewhat surprised. You have a class advancement mission too? Yeah, Qin Sanjin nodded, his face filled with bitterness. I was supposed to advance half a year ago, but I left the Legion due to some issues, so I haven't completed it yet. To solo a level 15 dungeon. Chen Yong cocked an eyebrow. How did you know? Qin Sanjin's eyes widened in surprise. Chen Yong chuckled silently. Given his solo completion of the heroic Plague Town dungeon, it wasn't hard to guess that soloing dungeons was a good measure of one's strength. Unfortunately, top players weren't foolish. They knew which dungeons were worth soloing. Qin Sanjin soloing the level 15 Slaughter Wasteland only proved he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. By the way, what class do you plan to advance to? Berserker. Qin Sanjin grinned. I have to thank you, father. If you hadn't sold me the Warrior's Fury, I wouldn't have been able to solo the Slaughter Wasteland. You actually completed it? Chen Yong couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't pay much attention to dungeon records and such. Yeah, Qin Sanjin eagerly explained. My first talent is Enhanced Fury, which increases damage reduction by 50%, lifesteal by 100%, critical hit by 100%, attack speed by 200%, and critical damage by 250%. That's insane. A golden talent, right? Chen Yong was shocked. Compared to this, his class talents were rubbish. You're too kind, father. Qin Sanjin scratched his head with a bashful smile. Chen Yong was speechless. Was this really a compliment, and how easily he called him father? Did his real parents know? Oh, Father Weave. Arrived at Nightfall Town. Shin Sanjin suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Chen Yong looked up to see a dilapidated little town in the distance. Many townsfolk were busy constructing defensive works, clearly preparing to fend off the undead army. Let's go. Chen Yong strolled ahead with his hands behind his back. He donned a gold-patterned magic robe, floral shorts and flip-flops. Shin Sanjin, in contrast, wore battered armor and carried a rusted greatsword. It was obvious to anyone who the leader was. The captain of the town's defense saw them and quickly bowed to Chen Yong. Thank you, Commander, for coming to aid us against the undead army. May I see your legion's emblem, sir? Chen Yong was puzzled for a moment. Next to him, Shin Sanjin was fuming. Are you blind? I'm the legion commander. You think you're the commander? The city defense captain cast a sidelong glance, clearly skeptical. Then who is this esteemed mage? He's my father. Shin Sanjin snorted, almost causing the defense captain's spine to snap. With his imposing presence. After all, Chen Yong, with the look of a modern urbanite, was young and handsome, quite the heartthrob for any reader. In contrast, Shin Sanjin was dark and rugged, always mingling with monsters, and his face bore several scars, making him look at least a decade older. This is our legion's insignia, he declared, pulling a golden badge from his pocket. Yes, yes, my lord legion commander, please hold on. The city defense captain chuckled apologetically, accepting the badge and turning to operate. Something on the bulletin board, Chen Yong, puzzled, inquired, where did this legion insignia come from and what's its purpose? With a sheepish grin, Shin Sanjin scratched his head and explained, it was automatically generated by the system when you used my profession card to establish the legion. It's our identity marker for entering the secret realm. Whatever we do in the secret realm, the insignia will report back to the system. If something major happens, it will notify all professionals. I see. Chen Yong marveled at the system's prowess, imagining it must oversee many worlds like Daqin and the Eternal Kingdom. Before long, the city defense captain returned the legion insignia. Your legion has been registered. Once Nightfall Town is defended, our commander will confer rewards according to merit. Mission accepted. Defend against the undead army. Mission reminder, prepare yourself. The undead army will arrive in 17 minutes and 53 seconds. The task panels for both of them changed instantly with a countdown in the corner. Seeing the time, Shin Sanjin felt a wave of panic and quickly lowered his voice to ask, Father, are we the only two professionals here? Are you scared? Chen Yong's lips curled into a subtle smile. No way. Shin Sanjin stiffened his neck, thumping his chest. I'm a man as brave as an eagle. How could I fear a few little monsters? Chen Yong mischievously reminded him. It's a few hundred, maybe a few thousand secret realm monsters, this. Shin Sanjin's face turned pale and he trembled as he asked, Father, surely you have a plan, right? Take a guess. Chen Yong grinned widely. Father, please just tell me, Shin Sanjin urged, but was interrupted by a surprised voice nearby. Young Master Shin, what are you two doing? They instinctively turned around to see 7 or 8 professionals standing at the inn's entrance, led by a familiar face, Sun Yuerong from the Minghua Legion. However, when she saw Shin Sanjin clinging to Chen Yong's leg, her eyes were filled with gossip. Ahem. Shin Sanjin quickly let go, coughed awkwardly, and asked, Vice Commander Sun, have you also taken on the task to defend Nightfall Town? Yes, Sun Yuerong sighed in despair at the mention of the task. We arrived yesterday hoping to gain something from the New World Secret Realm, only to find out its hell-level difficulty. The Secret Realm is a real world, unlike instances where monsters respawn after being killed. When the New World Secret Realm opens, legions rush in like a tidal wave. After all, no adventurers have set foot there yet. It's filled with elite mini-bosses, and just defeating one could make you rich. But what they didn't expect was that the Eternal Kingdom is a level 20 secret realm, allowing only adventurers below level 30, while the monster level caps at 60 with high-level monsters everywhere. In other secret realms, empires usually dominate, but in the Eternal Kingdom, they were completely wiped out, leaving only a Silver Knight's Order barely holding on. The monsters inside are terrifyingly strong. Even the minions are scarier than the bosses in heroic dungeons. This. Shin Sanjin's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask, how many people did your legion bring? 20, and Sun Yuetong replied bitterly, half of them are veterans around level 25. We originally wanted to bring newcomers to change their professions. Shin Sanjin gasped, turning back to look at the few dispirited adventurers. Sun Yuetong quickly asked, young Master Shin, which legion did you join and how many people did you bring? the adventurers behind her looked hopeful, wishing that Qin San Jin had brought massive reinforcements to hold out until the Silver Knight's order arrived. This is a world secret realm. It's not like a heroic dungeon where you can use a return scroll to escape. World secret realm tasks cannot be abandoned, and the punishment for fleeing is severe. Not only can you not re-enter the secret realm, but it might even affect the fortunes of the great Qin kingdom. Otherwise, why would small tasks have such rich rewards? Just the two of us. Qin San Jin scratched his head as he replied, "What?" Sun Yuatong was shocked. The others sat on the ground in despair. The snow priestess even burst into tears. Qin San Jin awkwardly glanced at Chen Yong, quickly comforting, "No worries with God Yong here, we can definitely hold the line." "It's useless." Sun Yuatong shook her head in despair. "Even though Chen Yong can solo heroic dungeons, there's no way he can handle the undead army of Nightfall Town." Hearing this, Chen Yong curiously asked, "How much health do those undead monsters have?" 150,000. Sun Yuatong's hollow eyes looked over. "And that's just the minions? There are elites later on. We fought all night and barely completed half of the task's objectives." 150,000 health. Qin San Jin was completely dumbfounded. His damage per second after going berserk was just over 1,000. Even discounting defense reductions and healing, it would still take him 5 minutes to chop down a motionless monster. Now he finally understood why the system restricted team entry, because going in solo was a death sentence. Chen Yong looked at Sun Yuatong in confusion. "How did you hold out? Were there few monsters?" Knowing the monsters' health, he was now worried about their numbers. After all, if there weren't enough monsters, there wouldn't be much experience, and the reputation with the Silver Knights would grow slowly. His profession change task required meeting the Silver Knights commander, and he couldn't just charge into Silver City. He would have to kill more minions to gain reputation, then have the city defense captain make the introduction. Haha, very many. Sun Yuatong laughed bitterly, clutching her head. "So many it gives you trypophobia. If the monsters weren't afraid of sunlight, we in the Nightfall Town garrison would have been gone long ago." Afraid of the sun? Chen Yong instinctively looked up out the window. As the sun sank halfway below the horizon, the night slowly descended upon the town. A gray mist began to rise, accompanied by distant eerie howls. At this moment, the captain of the city guard pushed open the door of the inn and entered. "The undead army is about to attack the city again. I beseech you, noble ones, to lend us your strength." With those words he bowed deeply, his head nearly touching the floor. Around him, the townspeople followed suit, their faces filled with piety and pleading. Yet Sun Yuerong and her companions remained seated, their eyes devoid of any spark. Qin San Jin, feeling vexed, scratched his head, showing no inclination to move. The enemy was simply too formidable. However, Chen Yong put down his cup, stood up slowly, and said, "Let's go see how fearsome this undead army truly is." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely stepped out of the inn. Oh, Qin San Jin sighed deeply, hoisting his giant sword to follow. "Father, wait for me." "Sister, son, what should we do?" The young priestess beside them, her eyes wet with tears, asked. "What else can we do? We can't let the great Qin's reputation be tarnished." Sun Yuerong picked up her longbow decisively and marched forward. The other adventurers rallied themselves, grabbing their weapons and following closely behind. Inside the inn, everyone stood solemnly, their eyes shining with admiration. This admiration transformed into a faint glow, flying towards the secret passage entrance and merging into the great Qin. Soon Shen Yong and his companions arrived outside the city gates. The atmosphere was tense, with countless knights and archers ready for battle. Even many civilians were present, clad in makeshift wooden armor, wielding kitchen knives and scythes, clearly prepared for a last stand. As time passed and night fell, a roar suddenly echoed from afar. Gray mist surged towards the town like a tsunami. Beneath the mist, thousands of creatures emanating a blue glow could be seen. These monstrosities were skeletal, clad in dark armor, wielding bone spears and swords, howling at the sky. What made everyone despair was the sight of giant abominations over 10 meters tall, carrying massive trees among the skeleton horde. "It's over, elite siege abominations." Sun Yuerong was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly, sweat dripping under her leather skirt. The other adventurers deflated like punctured balloons, their earlier courage vanishing in an instant. "Silver Knights, attack!" the city guard captain suddenly roared. With a crash, the tattered yet orderly Silver Knights charged forward like arrows from a drawn bow without hesitation. "Kill!" Following them, the militia, their eyes red with determination, also rushed forward. Although they knew they might die in this battle, they had to stop the undead army or their wives, daughters and mothers behind them would perish. "What are you all standing around for? Are we the soldiers of Great Qin no better than the ruined Eternal Kingdom? Qin Sanjin shouted angrily, dragging his giant sword as he charged out, enveloped in a mist of blood, his rage unleashed. Aye. Sun Yuerong trembled all over but still drew her longbow to full strength. You guys cover Commander Qin. Priest, keep an eye on everyone's health. All right. The members of the Moonlight Legion quickly scrambled to cooperate. However, just as everyone was filled with terror, bracing for impact with the undead army, a calm voice suddenly emanated from behind them: Bone Prison. With a rustle under the astonished gazes of everyone, countless bones shot up from beneath Chen Yong's feet. Expanding at an incredible speed, in just a few seconds they stretched out over 2 kilometers, piercing through the monsters and suspending them in mid-air. Immediately after, dense white damage numbers floated before the eyes of Qin Sanjin, Sun Yuerong and others. -24,578 inch, -24,632, -24,718, -24,623. Seeing the damage figures hovering above the monsters, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong were utterly dumbfounded. What, over 20,000 damage? Is this for real? A level 20 novice can deal such damage? No, even an intermediate level professional couldn't manage this, and this terrifying range of over 2 kilometers and powerful control effect are astounding. While everyone was still in shock, Chen Yong lightly stomped his foot again. Several blood-red hexagram magic arrays appeared on the ground around him. Then 2 fissures over 10 meters long opened up in front of him, emitting a crackling sound as countless bones crawled out. At that moment everyone remembered with horror that Chen Yong was a necromancer, but the scale of this summoning seemed off. Just how many skeleton soldiers were going to crawl out from beneath this massive magic array? With a rustling noise under the hair-raising gazes of the crowd, 100 skeleton soldiers and 100 skeleton mages slowly emerged from the fissures. The undead skeletons summoned by Chen Yong glowed green, distinct from the blue-glowing Scourge Legion they faced. Nonetheless, these differences couldn't quell the shock in everyone's hearts. This many summoned undead creatures, was he truly just a necromancer? He seemed more like the Lord of the Undead. However, their shock was not over. In the next instant, all the skeleton mages simultaneously cast fireball spells. -734,535, -732,456, -738,745, -734,539. How much? Over 730,000 damage. Are you kidding me? Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong were completely stupefied. If over 20,000 damage was within their realm of acceptance, then over 730,000 was unfathomable. I finally understand why he can solo the hero town, Sun Yuerong murmured to herself. Indeed. Qin Sanjin nodded numbly. With such damage he could probably solo a level 50 hero. Captain Qin, you're being too conservative. Sun Yuerong shook her head with a laugh, looking at Chen Yong's back. I think he's aiming to solo the Eternal Kingdom. Gasping, Qin Sanjin inhaled sharply. His eyes brightened to the extreme, realizing he had encountered a true powerhouse. Father, wait for me. Qin Sanjin hurriedly dragged his massive sword and rushed over. Sun Yuerong stood behind, filled with nothing but envy. She wanted to run over and call Chen Yong dad herself, but she knew it wasn't realistic. If she could be lucky enough to be acknowledged, even given the chance to tag along, she would be overjoyed. Yesterday they still looked down on Chen Yong, thinking of him as a mere novice, but today he had soared beyond reach, leaving everyone in awe. How did Qin Sanjin stumble upon such incredible luck? Meanwhile, Chen Yong sat atop a massive boulder nearby, his experience points rising at a frantic pace before his eyes. Defeated a level 20 undead warrior, gained 1340 experience points. Defeated a level 21 undead spearman, gained 1400 experience points. Defeated a level 20 undead archer, gained 1340 experience points. Defeated a level 21 undead mage, gained 1400 experience points. Defeated a level 20 experience overflow excess saved. Mission progress. Defeated undead army 108/500. Chen Yong glanced at the mission panel with satisfaction. At this rate he could soon visit Mina's father to take on new tasks. As he contemplated this, Qin Sanjin appeared seemingly out of nowhere, offering a bag of sunflower seeds. Want some seeds, Dad? Chen Yong smiled, accepting the offering. You know what, go loot those bodies. Your gear is really lacking, unlike dungeons in the world of secret realms. Equipment from mobs needed to be picked up manually, and Chen Yong had no interest in white or green gear. Sure thing, Dad, Qin Sanjin replied eagerly, retreating with a fawning smile. the distant city captain who had been bracing for the worst was taken aback by the scene. After last night's fierce defense, he had lost hope for today, never expecting such a godly figure to appear. Surely Chen Yong was here to save the eternal kingdom. Chen Yong reclined on the rock munching on sunflower seeds while his 200 skeletal minions relentlessly defeated enemies, sending his experience points skyrocketing. The undead army was soon vanquished and the mission to defend Nightfall Town was successfully completed. Mission complete, reputation plus 1000, silver knights friendly, acquired equipment, blue rabbit shoes, blue, acquired experience, 30,000, blue rabbit shoes type, cloth armor quality, fine level, 20 class, magic physical defense, 18 magic defense, 31 constitution, plus 12 spirit, plus 21 agility, plus 15 equipped, increases movement speed by 10%. Well, I guess I can make do with these for now, Chen Yong mused, tossing his flip-flops into the system's inventory and donning the new shoes. Those flip-flops were a memento from another world, something to hold on to for sentimental reasons. Just then Xin Sanjin and the others returned, carrying a host of weapons. These are all the items we picked up, Xin Sanjin announced. Chen Yong took a brief look, mostly white and green items with just 2 blue ones, a warrior's belt and an archer's green hat. To him, these were mere scraps, worth only a few $100 in the trading market. Keep the warrior gear, give the archer hat to Captain Sun, the rest you can divide among yourselves. Got it, Dad? Xin Sanjin beamed. Sun Yurong, filled with excitement, chimed in, thank you, Dad. I mean, thank you, God Yong. She quickly picked up the green hat, her face flushed with embarrassment, and hurried off. Laughter erupted from the group. It was the first genuine laughter they'd shared since entering the Eternal Kingdom. As everyone distributed the loot, Xin Sanjin approached again. I've completed my job transition task. Oh, Chen Yong was momentarily surprised. Why haven't you leveled up then? Xin Sanjin explained, it's an item-based transition. I need to return to Yuzhou Academy's transition hall to submit the task. You want to go back? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and nodded. All right, I'm fine with that. In the real world, things don't work quite like they do in scenarios where the leader exits and everyone else follows. That's not the case here. Xin Sanjin, with a shy smile, said, I just want to follow you if that's all right. Of course, it's all right, Chen Yong chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. You're the Legion leader and I'm just a member. How could I possibly turn you away? Xin Sanjin grinned widely, saying, thank you, father. Chen Yong nearly choked, humorously spitting out a mouthful of imaginary old blood. I say, Sanjin, can we maybe change the way you address me? Change it to what? Xin Sanjin scratched his head in confusion. Godfather, Dad. Or do you prefer Pops? Chen Yong found his mouth twitching at the suggestions. He decided to let go of the naming issue, realizing that Xin Sanjin was quite the simpleton. His head seemed like it was missing more than just a screw, and once he decided on something, it never changed. Just then a soldier ran up to them. My lords, we've prepared a feast. We sincerely hope you will honor us with your presence. All right, Chen Yong couldn't refuse, feeling a bit hungry after all the excitement. When they returned to the inn, the captain of the guard was already waiting for them. Behind him were the remaining soldiers and the townspeople, all looking at Chen Yong with gratitude, as if he were their savior. Without Chen Yong's heroic efforts, Nightfall Town would have been lost. The Silver Knights salute the heroes. With the captain's command, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. The ordinary townsfolk around them knelt down, some elderly even bursting into tears. Xin Sanjin, his son Yuerong, and the others were deeply moved. It was as if the people were revering the great Qin Empire, stirring a profound sense of pride within them. Despite the dangers and the loss of comrades, this national pride was unshakable. Thank you, everyone, please rise. Even Chen Yong adopted a serious tone, quickly expressing his gratitude with a smile. Although he regarded this place as merely a game realm, the emotions of these people were genuine. With Chen Yong's approval, the soldiers lowered their salutes and the townspeople stood up. The guard captain respectfully invited, Master Mage, please. All right, Chen Yong stepped into the inn, seeing a long table in the hall laden with vegetables and meats. Although it was simple fare, it was a rare treat for Nightfall Town at the moment. Master Mage, it's a bit humble. It's fine, as long as we can fill our stomachs. Chen Yong waved his hand dismissively, heading straight for the table. Xin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong hurried over, one pulling out a chair and the other setting the tableware. Chen Yong paused for a moment, then smiled at them. Sit down, no need to be so formal. All right, Pops. Xin Sanjin happily plopped down beside him. Sun Yuerong also timidly took a seat next to Chen Yong. For her, Chen Yong had become nothing short of a deity, despite his current level being lower than hers, it was undeniable that he would one day reach heights she could never hope to attain. As Chen Yong took his seat, others followed suit, including the city guard captain, who hastily sat down to accompany Chen Yong in drinking. After a few rounds of drinks, the city guard captain could no longer contain his hesitation and spoke. "Master Mage, I have an immodest request. Trigger quest, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom quest description. A fallen dynasty people in darkness, when will they see the first light of dawn?" Quest hint: this is a national destiny mainline quest affecting the fate of all beings in the eternal world and will significantly influence the fortune of the Great Qin Empire. Accept the quest? Yes/no. Chen Yong, Qin San Jin and Sun Yuerong all saw the quest panel pop up simultaneously. National Destiny Mainline. Sun Yuerong was stunned, her excitement causing her to tremble. As the vice captain of the Mingyue Legion, she knew all too well what the National Destiny Mainline represented. This was a super world-class quest ensuring maximum rewards and contributions to the Empire's fortune. Although she wasn't sure of the specific use of the Empire's fortune, she knew that accumulating enough could enhance one's innate abilities. Currently possessing a purple talent, if she could ascend to orange, she would be eligible to join the Great Qin Empire's Legion. But the quest was not issued to her. She can only look pleadingly at Chen Yong. Mighty Chen, the rewards for the National Destiny Mainline quest are abundant, including fortune contributions that can enhance talents. What? Fortune contributions can enhance talents? Chen Yong was taken aback. Yes. Sun Yuerong quietly explained, after gaining contributions to the Empire's fortune, one's professional talent will unlock potential upgrades. I see. Chen Yong was visibly delighted. Could this mean he could elevate his talent to golden legendary status? With this thought in mind, he turned to the city guard captain opposite him. "Speak your mind. If it's within our capability, we won't refuse." "Thank you, Master Mage." The city guard captain was elated and quickly explained, "There's Silver Moon Lake and Silver Pine Forest, the water source for Silver City, but it's been taken over by Amode's disciples. I would like to ask for your assistance to reclaim Silver Moon Lake." "No problem," Chen Yong agreed without hesitation. Simultaneously, the quest prompt on their panel changed. "You have successfully accepted the quest, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom quest reveal. Kill Archmage Amani, cleanse Silver Moon Lake of all undead creatures, and reclaim the water source of Silver City." Personal reward: 200,000 experience, level 30 purple class equipment, 50 fortune contributions. National reward: 50 imperial fortune. The rewards made Chen Yong's eyes light up with excitement, and the same could be said for Qin San Jin and Sun Yuerong. The 200,000 experience and fortune contributions alone were impressive, not to mention the value of the level 30 purple equipment, which could easily be worth millions. The captain of the guard let out a sigh of relief and quickly said with respect, "Master Mage, please have a good rest tonight. We will set off early tomorrow morning." "Why tomorrow?" Chen Yong instinctively asked in return. He had 200 skeleton bodyguards. They could simply bulldoze their way through. "Brave Lord." Sun Yuanyong began to explain, "The undead rest during the day, so they're not as dangerous." Yes. The captain of the guard nodded, wiping sweat from his forehead. Although Chen Yong was formidable, they were not so strong. If they stubbornly set out at night, encountering the undead army would surely spell doom. All right then, Chen Yong naturally had no objections. Delaying a bit was no big deal, and there was no need to show off over such a trivial matter. Soon enough after finishing their meal, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. However, just as Chen Yong lay down on his bed, the door swung open. An unexpected figure walked in. The next day, when Chen Yong woke up, there was still a faint fragrance lingering on the bed. Not bad at all," he chuckled mischievously, grabbing a packet of bitter tea seeds he had brought from Earth. Sun Yuanyong might score low as a wife, but as a friend she was top-notch. After all, she knew precisely what she wanted and wouldn't bring unnecessary trouble to either of them. Moreover, having been honed by life on Earth, Chen Yong had a clear understanding of love and marriage. His expectations of women were limited to the temporary affection worth $200. Isn't there a song that goes something like that? A house, a car, only wealth can draw you close, assets worth $1 billion, only then will you remember me. Humming this timeless classic, Chen Yong stepped out of the inn. Outside, the Night Watch town garrison had already assembled. However, among the professionals, only Qin San Jin and Sun Yuanyong were present. Sun Yuanyong hurried over blushing and whispered an explanation. "They thought the National Fortune mission was too dangerous and have all withdrawn." The National Fortune mission was 10 times harder than minor tasks, assuredly pitting them against a powerful boss. Despite Chen Yong's Impressive display the previous day. Those people dared not gamble their lives on this. No worries, Chen Yong smiled calmly and looked at the captain of the guard. Let's set off. Yes, sir. The captain of the guard led over a white horse. The journey is a bit long. I wonder if you, sir. Let's give it a try. Chen Yong was momentarily surprised but then swiftly mounted the horse. Clearly, after changing professions and leveling up, his physical fitness had greatly improved. No wonder the Qin clan's ancestor could live for over 2,000 years. This upgrading seemed akin to cultivating immortality. With this thought, his spirits soared and he grew even more eager to hunt monsters and level up. Just then, as Sun Yuanyong, her face flushed, asked, "Brave lord, I can't ride a horse. Can you take me along?" Chen Yong grinned. "Of course, who wouldn't help a friend like you from the caliber of the legendary Guanbao friendship?" Sun Yuanyong playfully retorted. "You're so annoying." Qin Sanjin scratched his head, puzzled. What does this mean? How did the brave lord and Captain Sun become friends? Unfortunately, no one answered him, as Chen Yong and the others were already galloping away. Half an hour later, they arrived at Silver Pine Forest. Even standing at the entrance, they could feel the thick aura of death. The warhorses had begun to tremble in fear, not to mention the surrounding soldiers. The captain of the guard, with a grim expression, reminded them, although Amelie and her undead soldiers rest during the day, her blood wolf king does not. Don't worry, I'll use stillness to counter movement. The advantage is mine. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, Chen Yong's white horse galloped directly into Silver Pine Forest. With a swish, a gray mist instantly enveloped them. The scene suddenly turned eerie, with the trees stretching their branches as if they were about to come alive. The low howling of wolves echoed from the woods surrounding them. Sun Yuanyong trembled with fear, clinging to Chen Yong. "Hey boss, wolves are coming." Qin Sanjin quickly dismounted, drawing the large sword from his back. The city guard captain and his men also dismounted, taking up a defensive stance. A wolf's howl pierced the air, as loud and sharp as a train whistle, resonating through the entire Silver Pine Forest. At the same time, countless massive blood wolves emerged from the surrounding forest. These wolves towered over an average adult, their eyes glowing a dim blue, clearly transformed into undead creatures. Dark blood wolf level, 25 health, 365000/365000 mana, 25100/25100 strength, 258 constitution, 365 agility, 280 spirit, 251 skills, bite, pounce, sprint. Description: originally carefree wolf cubs, one day they were caught by a twisted woman who fed them something unclean, turning them into this. Seeing the stats, Sun Yuanyong and Qin Sanjin were taken aback. This was akin to the boss of a level 15 heroic dungeon. Even a 20-man team would struggle against a single one, let alone facing hundreds or thousands of them. Brave God, help us. The two instinctively looked back at Chen Yong, who hadn't even dismounted. Instead, he began chanting his summoning spell. Mystical runes lit up around them and countless skeletons rose from the ground. With the recent attribute upgrades, Chen Yong's spirit had reached 695,000, allowing him to summon 280 skeletons, with damage scaling between 695,000 and 103,000. Everyone present swallowed hard. Even though they had witnessed this before, it was still unbelievable. Chen Yong, however, ignored their reactions and casually waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go to work." All the skeleton soldiers charged forward, with skeletal mages casting large fireballs from behind. Witnessing such overwhelming damage, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuanyong were stunned. The damage had increased from hundreds of thousands yesterday to millions today, and the number of summoned undead had significantly increased. What had happened overnight to become so powerful? Let's go straight into Amantley's tidal cave. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, Chen Yong's white horse trotted forward leisurely. Onwards, the night guard team cheerfully cleared the path. Qin Sanjin eagerly went to collect the spoils. Sun Yuanyong, however, was left in a daze, realizing how wise her decision was last night. Even if it was just a one-time alliance, she had benefited immensely. Defeated level 25 Dark Blood Wolf, gained 1640 experience points. Defeated level 26 Dark Blood Wolf, gained 1700 experience points. Defeated level 5 Undead Toad, gained 440 experience points. Defeated level 25 Dark Blood Wolf, gained 1640 experience points. Defeated level 26 Dark Blood Wolf, gained 1700 experience points. Defeated level 12 Undead Mickey Mouse, gained 860 experience points. Defeated level 25 Dark Blood Wolf. Experience overflow, excess experience stored. Chen Yong rode his white horse leisurely along the road, countless dark blood wolves charging at him from both sides of the forest. before they could even get close to the crowd they were already being cut down, some even getting hit by fireballs just as they popped up, especially those little undead creatures hiding in the caves to watch the excitement. They saw their ancestors in no time. The green experience points just kept coming and never paused in front of the three of them. Witnessing this scene, Sun Yurong was left speechless in shock. This was supposed to be a world secret realm, yet it was being mercilessly crushed by Chen Yong. By the way, Chen Yong suddenly asked Captain Sun, "How much experience are you getting?" Sun Yurong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "In a team setting without touching the monsters, I only get 10% of the experience. That's not bad." Chen Yong nodded and said, "By the time we clear the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, you'll probably reach level 40. What? Sun Yurong was utterly stunned. "Are you planning to take me through the Eternal Kingdom? What, you don't want to?" Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and looked at her. I want to. Sun Yurong nodded repeatedly, her face flushed with excitement. In the instance hall of Cloud City, even a level 15 ordinary instance could make many women willing to strip down, let alone clearing a world secret realm. Moreover, leveling from 22 to 40 would cost millions even with a professional team. Based on her own abilities, it would take at least another decade. If she really got boosted to level 40 this time, even without upgrading her talents, she could join the Imperial Legion. After all, reaching this level in her 20s was a rare achievement. At that moment, Xin Sanjin came running over with a purple longbow. "Papa Yong, we got a purple bow." "Not bad." Chen Yong smiled indifferently. "Give it to Captain Sun." "What?" Sun Yurong was full of surprise. Xin Sanjin handed the purple bow to Sun Yurong. "Captain Sun, you should thank Papa Yong. This is our first purple item worth at least a few million." Yes, I will definitely thank him properly." Sun Yurong was beyond thrilled, as she didn't have any purple equipment yet. Xin Sanjin continued, "Papa Yong, there's a castle on Silvermoon Lake ahead. The Wolf King should be inside. Let's go check it out." Chen Yong whipped the horse's rear again, and soon they arrived at the edge of Silvermoon Lake. In the center of the lake floated a black castle. It was clearly the Scourge Castle from Mina's memories. What excited Chen Yong was the dense crowd of undead creatures surrounding the castle, but this sight was one of endless terror for Xin Sanjin and Sun Yurong. Earlier, they had fought through the entire Silvermoon Forest, slaying over 1,000 creatures including dark blood wolves and various small animals. Although many were scared away, such an achievement was impossible for any legion. Yet, to their surprise, there were tens of thousands of undead creatures here. Besides the dark blood wolves, there were many wild bears, boars, horses, elephants, eagles, and more. Of course, what lay before them were mostly the dormant skeletal undead, piled layer upon layer, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. It was clear that the undead army that had attacked Nightfall Town had originated from this very place. Goodness, this is too much. Xin Sanjin's mouth twitched, his facial scars twisting. Indeed, Sun Yurong shivered as well. No wonder they didn't want to come along. They must have already guessed this. The city guard captain sighed softly, casting a bitter glance towards Chen Yong. "Master Mage, if you're confident you can kill a manly, we can help lure those undead beasts away." "Oh?" Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, curiosity written all over his face. "What means do you have to simultaneously lure away thousands of undead beasts?" The guard captain hurriedly explained, "We have a specially crafted beast lure incense that can draw all undead beasts within a 10-kilometer radius." Chen Yong's eyes lit up. "Such a wonderful item, let me take a look." "This, all right." After a moment's hesitation, the guard captain retrieved a small bottle and handed it over. As soon as Chen Yong took hold of it, his system interface popped up. Special beast lure incense, category, quest item, quality, epic, level 1, class restriction, none, description. Crafted from the bodily fluids of a powerful female drake, capable of intimidating most beasts and simultaneously inciting unrest among undead beasts. Drake? Chen Yong was visibly shocked. "Your Eternal Kingdom actually has dragons?" "Indeed." The guard captain nodded. "The guardian beast of the Eternal Kingdom is a red dragon, though it was captured by the dark wizards of the Scourge Legion." Wow. Chen Yong was thrilled, goosebumps rising all over. He had always wanted to see a dragon, being a descendant of the legendary creature himself. Seeing a real dragon was his deepest desire. "By the way," the guard captain urgently reminded Master Mage, "you mustn't open pup." Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Yong had already opened the bottle. "Oh my goodness, Qin Sanjin clutched his head in despair. Sun Yurong, the guard captain, and the others were utterly dumbfounded. Roar! In an instant, all the undead beasts around Silvermoon Lake were awakened, charging towards them like mad. The sky and earth were filled with their presence, a dark swarm. The ground trembled continuously and waves rippled across the lake. Everyone stood rooted to the spot, feeling as if their feet were leaving the ground. Meanwhile, the skeleton soldiers and skeleton mages around them began to attack as well, but there were simply too many undead beasts, thousands of them, and they were too close. Even with 280 skeleton minions each capable of taking out an enemy with a single strike, they couldn't keep up. Damn it, Qin Sanjin couldn't help but curse. Sun Yurong's face turned pale, too frightened to utter a word. As for the Nightfall guards, they collapsed on the ground, devoid of any courage to resist. With several hundred meters separating them, thousands of undead beasts charging forward, even just trampling would be lethal. Yet just when everyone had fallen into despair, Chen Yang calmly raised his hand. Bone prison. Suddenly, in the midst of an overwhelming sense of shock from all around, countless skeletal bones suddenly erupted from the ground at an astonishing speed, spiraling outward in a grand display. Every undead beast charging forward, whether it was a tiny bird or a massive elephant that seemed capable of challenging the heavens, was pierced and sent flying skyward. The scene was filled with damage numbers: 34,457 inch, 34,387, 34526, 34589, and the radius of 3,475 kilometers around Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong was littered with these damage indicators, along with the skewered bodies of undead beasts hanging in the sky. As for the city guard captain and others, they sat dumbfounded on the ground, mumbling incoherently, so terrifying. Chen Yang, however, paid no attention to these people. His focus was on the experience points floating before his eyes. Killed level 25. Dark Blood Wolf gained 1640 experience points. Killed level 26 Undead Elephant gained 1700 experience points. Killed level 4 Undead Chicken gained 400 experience points. Killed level 5 Three-Legged Undead Toad gained 440 experience points. Killed level 25 Undead Boar gained 1640 experience points. Killed level 26 Undead Bear gained 1700 experience points. Killed level 2 Undead Dung Beetle. The wave from Silver Pine Forest just now had earned him roughly 2 million experience points, and the scenario before him promised 7 to 8 million more. Yet, none of this compared to the throngs of skeletons surrounding the Black Castle. From his observations, there were at least tens of thousands of them, all over level 28. Even with his bone spike prison, forcing his way across the bridge was impossible, as the skill couldn't be used in water. It could only pin monsters in midair without finishing them, leaving them free to cast spells. The thought of thousands of spells being hurled at him was daunting, and though his mana shield could withstand millions, what about Qin Sanjin and the others? He needed a strategy to awaken those skeletons and lure them over. Chen Yang gazed at the bone pile across the castle, pondering deeply while stroking his chin. I can. Sun Yuerong, who had been staring at him with admiration, suddenly interrupted. You can? Chen Yang asked, somewhat surprised. This place is at least 1,000 meters from the castle. Are you sure you can manage? Although the bone spike prison could reach over 3,000 meters, it had to be on land, and it was useless when confronted with Silver Moon Lake. Yes, Sun Yuerong nodded, explaining, my purple talent can enhance Eagle Eye into an Eagle Eye aura, extending the range of ranged allies by 3,000 meters. Really? Chen Yang's face lit up with joy as he teasingly remarked, I didn't know our Yuerong could shoot so far. You're awful, Sun Yuerong retorted coquettishly, her face flushed as she asked, should I activate the aura now? Go ahead. Chen Yang nodded with a smile. Sun Yuerong placed her index finger on her brow, closed her eyes, and chanted softly. Then she abruptly opened her eyes, her sultry lips whispering 5 words, Eagle Eye Aura activate. With a whoosh, a white light spread from her brow. Everyone felt a surge of energy, their vision seemingly able to pierce through the forest. Chen Yang's skeletal mages upgraded instantly, their fireballs now capable of shooting 3,000 meters away. Fiery projectiles rained down wildly in all directions, and the undead beasts, howling as they charged, were obliterated before they could even get close. Of course, there were fireballs that crashed into Silvermoon Castle, abruptly awakening the slumbering skeletal undead. A roar echoed through the air. With that roar, a ghostly blue light ignited on all the skeletons, as if the entire Silvermoon Castle had burst into flames, the blue fire reaching up to the sky. Then, under the horrified gazes of onlookers, countless skeletal undead surged toward the bridge like a tidal wave. Bring it on! Chen Yang's face lit up with excitement as He waved his hand commandingly. Skeleton soldiers blocked the bridgehead, mages fire at will. The skeleton soldiers howled as they charged to the front. The bridge, about 7 to 8 meters wide, was packed with 140 skeleton soldiers stacked layer upon layer at the bridgehead, while countless fireballs rained down from above. Damage numbers floated up and numerous skeletal figures were shattered. Meanwhile, those undead warriors close to the bridge quickly engaged in close combat with the skeleton soldiers. And then the green experience points began to soar above Chen Yong's head. Killed level 28 undead warrior, gained 1820 experience points. Killed level 28 undead mage, gained 1820 experience points. Killed level 28 undead archer, gained 1820 experience points. Killed level 28 undead. As they watched the endless tide of undead soldiers falling one after another, Qin Sanjin, Sun Yurong and the city defense captain felt their scalps tingle. This was an army of tens of thousands of undead, enough to fill half a football field if they stood in formation. It would take thousands of elite professionals, or possibly over 10,000 people like Sun Yurong's team, to face them. Yet here Chen Yong was single-handedly obliterating them, even though these undead warriors were incredibly fierce. They were nothing but fodder under Chen Yong's army of skeletons. Not bad, but the pace is a bit slow, Chen Yong mused, stroking his chin with a look of slight disdain. Slow? Sun Yurong was stunned, blurting out, Dad, no God Yong, I've almost reached level 25 by now. Right, father, Qin Sanjin nodded hastily. I could farm dungeons for half a year and not gain as much experience as these few minutes. Slow. Chen Yong was dissatisfied. If only I had area attack skills or summoning abilities. Sun Yurong quickly suggested intermediate undead summoners. Second-tier skeleton mages have Flamestorm and Blizzard, but since you're a world-class transfer, who knows if you have them? I suppose I might, Chen Yong replied uncertainly. After all, world-class transfers were unique and there were no guides online. But just then a sudden roar echoed from the castle. A large figure wielding a dark green greatsword and flanked by dozens of undead knights charged out. The secret realm boss had arrived. Baron Shiva, level 30 health, 1595000/1595000 mana, 85100/85100 strength, 950 constitution, 1095 agility, 948 spirit, 851 skills, whirlwind/battle roar charge, holy light, forbidden. Description: once a proud paladin turned into an undead killing machine by his wife's hand. This is bad. The city defense captain's face changed drastically, urgently warning, Mage, he's Amelie's husband, very. But before he could finish, a pained cry from Baron Shiva pierced the air. Amelie, with my paladin soul, I curse you for eternity. Boom! A colossal corpse crashed heavily onto the ground, crushing several skeletal remains beneath it. The body emitted a striking purple glow, clearly indicating the drop of a rare purple equipment. Defeated. The level 30 Baron Shiva gained 282,000 experience points. The captain of the guard was utterly dumbfounded. Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin also gulped in disbelief. A level 30 secret realm boss with over 1 million health points was gone before the storyline even unfolded. This power is beyond outrageous, they thought. Sanjin, let's go loot the spoils. Chen Yong lightly flicked his whip and the white horse trotted towards the bridge. Meanwhile, the 10,000-strong undead army had been reduced to a mere handful, though the sheer number of enemies seemed daunting. They were no match for 140 skeletal mages casting massive fireballs. The skeletal mages' fireballs required just 1 second to cast and became instant after a kill. Normally 2 fireballs per second, factoring in travel time and repositioning, allowed for over 1,000 kills per minute. The speed and volume of those fireballs resembled a Gatling gun of skeletal mages. Hence, the 10,000 undead army could be vanquished in less than half an hour. Got it, Dad? Qin Sanjin, carrying a massive sword, dashed forward with excitement. He loved looting and opening chests, especially when the corpse glowed purple. Sun Yurong gazed adoringly at Chen Yong. This secret realm journey was probably the highlight of her life. Soon enough, Qin Sanjin extracted a large sword from Baron Shiva, corroded twilight sword type, two-handed sword quality, rare level 20 class, warrior berserker greatsword master, physical attack 358 strength, 83 constitution, 57 agility, 64 spirit, 15 equipment effect, inflicts corrosion on hit, dealing 87 shadow damage per second to the target and reducing armor by 50%. Description: the weapon that made Baron Shiva famous, yet it drank his blood in the end. Not bad, your luck's really something. Chen Yong exclaimed with delight, unable to resist praising. Just found a purple bow and now a two-handed sword. Quickly get me another piece of equipment. Sure thing, Dad. Jin San-jin chuckled and continued rummaging through Shiva's remains, and soon enough a purple glowing ring fell out. My goodness, 2 purples from one monster. Sun Yueron couldn't help but exclaim. In the entire Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, only a manly could be considered a minor boss, and this greenish fellow was just an elite monster. Getting 1 piece of purple equipment was already impressive, yet Jin San-jin managed to pull out 2. Truly his luck was exceptional, but then again, without such luck he wouldn't have been able to latch onto Chen Yong's coattails. Dad, you can wear this ring. Jin San-jin eagerly offered the ring. Let me have a look. Chen Yong received the purple ring and immediately the attribute panel popped up. Call of the Abyss, category, ring quality, rare level, 20 class, summoner constitution, plus 14 agility, plus 17 spirit, plus 29 equipment, increases summon creatures all speed by 10%, what a treasure. Chen Yong's eyes lit up instantly. This all-speed attribute was a versatile one indeed. To put it simply, even if his little skeletons needed to, well, do their business, they'd do it faster. Onward, onward, let's get Captain Sun a piece too. Nothing left, Dad. Jin San-jin had even pulled out Baron Siwa's last pair of underpants. Fine, then let's go find his wife. Chen Yong cracked his whip and the great white horse galloped straight into the castle. Jin San-jin, carrying the massive purple sword, followed suit. As for the blue plague greatsword, he had stored it in the system backpack. The castle was enormous. Just past the entrance was a massive courtyard spanning thousands of square meters. Since Baron Siwa had taken all the creatures out, not even a single stray hair of a monster was left inside. Thus Chen Yong rode his great white horse, leading 280 skeleton babies toward the grand hall at the heart of the castle. Inside the hall, a captivating woman in a mage's robe sat on a chair with a gigantic blood wolf and a dozen robust dark blood wolves sprawled at her feet. With a thought, Chen Yong summoned the system panel. Blood Wolf Guard level, 28 health, 530000/530000 mana, 35100/35100 strength, 558 constitution, 565 agility, 480 spirit, 351 skills, bite pounce. Charge, protect, master. Description: loyal Blood Wolf Guards of Archmage Manly who not only protect her but also play with her. Blood Wolf King level, 30 health, 2360000/2360000 mana, 95100/95100 strength, 1175 constitution, 1095 agility, 948 spirit, 951 skills. Bite, pounce, protect, master, command. Description: the exclusive mount and companion of Archmage Manly, always at her beck and call. Archmage Manly level, 32 health, 4570000/4570000 mana, 795200/795200 strength, 1075 constitution, 1195 agility, 987 spirit, 1295 skills. Shadow Bolt, Hellfire, Shadow Aura, Soulfire. Description: chief disciple of the necromancer, a mode specializes in shadow magic with a deeply twisted personality. My heavens! Upon seeing these attributes, Sun Yu and Jin San-jin could no longer keep their cool. There were dozens of elite minions like Baron Siwa earlier, but the health of the Blood Wolf King and Archmage Manly was a staggering 236 million and 457 million respectively. This is a level 20 world secret realm, and the highest level for adventurers who can enter is just level 30. A typical level 30 adventurer fully equipped might have attributes of over 200 with raw damage output of around 3000 at best. So how on earth are they supposed to defeat a boss with 457 million hit points, and with such absurd strength? What kind of defense warrior or knight could possibly withstand it? While the two were still in shock, Chen Yong kicked the large wooden door directly. Bang! The noise startled all the Blood Wolf Guards in the hall. The Blood Wolf King and a Manly on the high platform looked over in surprise. What are you all staring at? Chen Yong gave the door a few more solid kicks. Room inspection, room inspection, everyone get your IDs ready. Just as Manly was about to shout in anger, she saw hundreds of large fireballs flying from above Chen Yong's head. The entire hall was instantly lit up, the air itself seemed ignited by the scorching heat. Half of the fireballs struck Manly while the other half targeted the Blood Wolf King and the Blood Wolf Guards. a barrage of damage numbers appeared simultaneously. The two world secret realm bosses and dozens of blood wolf guards didn't even have a chance to grunt before they were ruthlessly crushed. Seeing this scene, Sun Yuer and Qin Sanjin, besides being shocked, even felt a bit sorry for those two. To think mighty world secret realm bosses could die so pathetically, it was just too overpowering. Chen Yang, however, paid no mind to what they were thinking. He was only concerned with the continuously refreshing green experience points in front of him. Killed level 28 Blood Wolf Guard, gained 15,900 experience points. Killed level 28 Blood Wolf Guard, gained 15900 experience points. Killed level 28 Blood Wolf Guard, gained 15,900 experience points. Killed level 30 Blood Wolf King, gained 382,000 experience points. Killed level 32 Grand Mage Manly, gained 619,000 experience points. Experience overflowed. Extra experience saved. Congratulations, first kill of Fallen Eternal Kingdom mainline boss Grand Mage Manly. National Quest, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom, first phase, quest completed. National reward, 50 Empire Fortune points. Personal reward, 200,000 experience level 30. Purple wrist guards, 50 Empire Fortune contribution. Fortune contribution function unlocked. Fortune contribution exchange function unlocked. Fortune level function unlocked. Profession talent upgrade function unlocked. Upon hearing the continuous unlocking prompts, Chen Yang hurriedly opened his panel. Sure enough, he saw an additional fortune contribution value button in the profession talent section. Clicking it revealed a yellow supplementary mini panel. Fortune level, 1 position, none. Empire Fortune contribution, 50 Fortune contribution exchange, none. Profession talent, F level 0/1000. Seeing the fortune contribution value panel, Chen Yang was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected that upgrading from F level to E level would require 1,000 Empire Fortune contributions. Luckily, he had a cheat. As long as he could get tasks, he believed he could quickly gather 1,000. As for ordinary players, they couldn't enjoy this service at all. Even if they accidentally unlocked the function, they could only look on helplessly. But considering the difficulty of the tasks, this function really wasn't meant for ordinary players. However, what exactly were these fortune levels and fortune value exchanges? Could there be new benefits in the future? As he was deep in thought, Chen Yang suddenly heard Qin Sanjin shout in excitement, "Dad, I think legendary equipment just dropped." What? Chen Yang's head shot up immediately. He saw a brilliant golden light shooting up from a Manly's corpse. No way, a golden legend really dropped. Chen Yang, his face full of joy, quickly dismounted and jogged over. Sun Yurong hurriedly followed. Soon the three of them stood beside a Manly's charred remains. The once seductive undead mage was now nothing but a burnt husk. What a pity, Qin Sanjin lamented. Pity my foot. Chen Yang's face turned dark. Hurry up and use your lucky hand to loot her. Got it. Qin Sanjin squatted down hastily and fiddled around, soon pulling out a stick. Dad, here's your staff. Chen Yang's eyes sparkled as he grabbed the stick eagerly. Dark messenger type, one-handed staff quality, rare level, 25 class. Dark mage strength, plus 19 constitution, plus 45 agility, plus 21 spirit, plus 75 equipment, increases dark spell damage by 850 points with a 5% chance of instant casting. Chen Yang's mouth twitched. This is a mage's purple staff and there's more. Keep going. Oh right. Qin Sanjin continued rummaging and soon pulled out a rope. Nope, this is a priest's purple belt. How about this? Nope, an assassin's purple shoes. And this one? Still no, it's an archer's. After digging around for a long time, they ended up stripping a Manly completely but still found no golden equipment. What's going on? Where's my legendary gear? Chen Yang was completely baffled. I have no idea. Qin Sanjin was just as puzzled. However, what confused them even more was that Manly's body still emitted a golden glow, indicating the legendary item was still with her. Sun Yurong quietly suggested, the golden light seems to be coming from behind her. With a muffled chuckle, Qin Sanjin pulled out a string of small golden beads. Chen Yang's mouth twitched again, but he was speechless. Is this seriously a legendary item? He couldn't have imagined in his wildest dreams that his first legendary item would be something like this. Sun Yurong stood there equally stunned. Dad, I can't use this, you figure it out. Qin Sanjin handed the string of golden beads to Chen Yang and went off to loot other bags. What am I supposed to do with this? Chen Yang reluctantly took the string of beads. The system panel popped up, displaying its attributes. A Manly's magical steel beads type, accessory quality, legendary level, 1 class, seamstress strength, plus 69 constitution, plus 69 agility, plus 69 spirit, plus 69 equipment. Improves mood, alleviates anxiety. Equipment, gain experience based on material quality when sewing. Equipment, increases sewing speed by 100%. Equipment, reduces error rate in sewing by 100%. Equipment, generates an indissoluble mental shield that blocks all damage while sewing. Equipment, 10% chance to craft an ancient quality item, 5% chance to craft a legendary quality item, 1% chance to craft a mythic quality item. Equipment. Description: the most cherished accessory of the once imperial level sewing master, a manly. Chen Yang was utterly shocked. No wonder it's a golden legend with a full 8 additional attributes. It's a supreme piece of gear for a tailor. Sun Yuerong also felt a tinge of regret. Yes, indeed, but unfortunately a tailor is a support profession. Chen Yang pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. Captain Sun, how about we? No, Sun Yuerong turned pale with fright. You can ask me anything except this, really. Look how scared you are. Chen Yang grinned mischievously. I meant to ask you to come up with a way to clean the bead, otherwise how can we put it in the backpack? You scoundrel, speak clearly. Sun Yuerong blushed deeply, pulled out a handkerchief from her pocket and handed it over. Ha. Chen Yang chuckled as he took the triangular handkerchief, wrapped up the bead, and tossed it into the system backpack. Once everything was settled, Qin Sanjin had also finished looting his bag. They were lucky and found a few purple items, but none that they could use, so they had to sell them. After gathering all the equipment, the trio retraced their steps. Yunyang City, the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, was still bustling with people. Every day many teams ventured in and many teams made a hasty retreat. The Mingyue Legion was among the most unfortunate. They entered with 20 people, including 10 veterans at level 25. However, upon reappearing, not only were all the newcomers wiped out, but several veterans were lost as well. Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taizhu were about to lead their team into the secret realm when they suddenly saw members of the Mingyue Legion. Xiaoli, why are you out so early? The deputy leader Ji Captain Zhao. Xiaoli, who was a large-bosomed healer from Sun Yuerong's team, had been frightened to tears. Sighed, don't even mention it, it was terrifying in there. What's going on? The two furrowed their brows slightly. Their own legions had sent in 5 teams, none of which had reported back, so they planned to take people inside to see what was happening. Moreover, their team was entirely composed of elite players, with the main tank being a level 30 veteran, because the monsters inside were as fierce as the bosses in heroic dungeons. No way, Zhao Taizhu couldn't believe it. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Why would I lie to you? Xiaoli sighed helplessly, her face filled with terror. There were countless monsters, we were surrounded by thousands while doing a task. This. Ji Buxiao's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask, where is Deputy Leader Sun? Don't tell me she's fine. Xiaoli shook her head and explained, but she went to undertake a national fortune task. What? The two were stunned on the spot. Is she crazy, daring to take on a national fortune task? A national fortune task? As the name suggests, it's a task that impacts the country's fortune. The most straightforward type is participating in a secret realm national war. Typically, these are organized by the Great Qin Empire's legions, deploying at least tens of thousands of troops each time. Even so, the risk factor is high with considerable casualties. Then there are assassination tasks. For the secret realm kingdoms, these are on a smaller scale but still require a team of 20 elites with A-grade red talents or higher. Of course, the rewards are greater, but so are the challenges and risks. Lastly, there are world-saving national fortune tasks. These are nearly impossible to complete, because in the current world secret realms of Great Qin, several world-saving national fortune tasks have already been triggered. In the end, the aim was always to completely eliminate the army of natural disasters or drive them out of the secret realm kingdom. Throughout history, this had never been accomplished. Now, the secret realm of the Eternal Kingdom had just opened and the super legions had yet to turn their full attention to it, so it couldn't be a national war within the secret realm. It had to be an assassination mission. Sun Yuetong, with only a C-level purple talent as a ranger, didn't even qualify to join the team. If she dared to go against the odds, wasn't she insane? I also thought she was out of her mind, Xiaoli strongly agreed. Yet she huffed angrily, but she just wouldn't listen. She insisted on going with Yongshan and Commander Qin, with whom, their expressions changed once more. Chen Yong and Qin Sanjin. Xiaoli further explained Qin Sanjin formed a legion and Chen Yong is part of it. No. Zhao Taizhu hurriedly interrupted, asking, "Are you saying the three of them went on a national destiny mission, an assassination mission?" "Yes." Xiao Li nodded. "I don't know what type of mission it is, only that it's called the Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom." Pfft, Ji Buxiao spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. "Just by hearing the name you can tell it's a Salvation National Destiny mission." Zhao Taizhu shook his head helplessly. "They're doomed." No way." Xiao Li's pretty face turned pale, a bit incredulous. "Yongshan is really powerful, he..." "Ha!" Ji Buxiao interrupted with a cold laugh. "Chen Yong can solo a hero instance and activate a world-class profession, which is indeed impressive. But in the end he's just a mortal." "What do you mean?" Xiao Li asked, frowning in confusion. Zhao Taizhu sighed and explained, "Because the opponent in a Salvation National Destiny mission is a god, how could a mortal possibly be a match?" "Exactly." Ji Buxiao nodded. "It seems that the brave deity of Yunyang City is just a fleeting bloom, this left." Xiao Li completely stunned, but at this moment a cold system voice suddenly emanated from the black portal. "Congratulations, the main boss of the world's secret realm, fallen eternal kingdom, Grand Mage Amani has been slain. Boss battle duration, 10 seconds, slaying members, 3 Gold Legion, Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior, Chen Yong, level 20 necromancer, Bright Moon Legion, Sun Yuetong, level 25 ranger, National Destiny Mission, the Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom, first mission ring completed. Great Qin's national destiny increases by 50, this is a special announcement to all professionals of Great Qin. The audacity of Yongshan, we haven't even entered the instance and they've already taken down the boss, yeah. I really want to know how Father Yong managed to one-shot the boss. No, I've got to prepare my little tips for meeting Father Yong. I'm already dressed for it, even got the Dulux 001 ready. Yongshan, let's play some League USLB Nar." The entrance to the secret realm erupted with exclamations. All the professionals went wild as if they'd taken a little blue pill. Damn it. Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taizhu were also stunned. They had just been so sure that the trio was doomed. In an unexpected twist, the main storyline boss of the secret world was taken down in the blink of an eye, and it was done by merely 3 people in a battle that lasted only 10 seconds. You've got to be kidding me. Even if this boss had fallen into a pit and suffocated, it would have taken longer than 10 seconds, especially Lily standing nearby. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Not only had she noticed the task and the boss, but also the level of Sun Yuerong. She distinctly remembered that Sun Yuerong was at level 22 just that morning. How did she suddenly jump to level 25? It took literally 3 years and countless efforts to make that leap, not to mention the financial investment. She had changed boyfriends 8 or 9 times in the process, and here was Sun Yuerong achieving it in just a few hours. Even a fool could see she had missed out on a great opportunity today, particularly the other members of the Mingyue Legion whose faces were dark and stormy. Let's not even talk about the purple gear from the task worth millions. Alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. At Yunyang No. 2 High School in the staff dormitory, Qin Bing was lounging on her bed chatting on the phone with her best friend. She was dressed in a sheer black lace outfit, her alluring fair skin on full display. The conversation was lively, with every word causing her to jiggle like jelly. "I told you, he's just my student," Qin Bing said, exasperated. "Student, my foot?" came the dismissive voice from the other end. "Ain't you made it public when she came back to Yuzhou yesterday? Your fiancé is Chen Yong, a prodigy not seen in 1,000 years into Qin." "So what?" Qin Bing retorted with a light snort. "She said 2 years ago I'd marry into the Shangjing Xiao family, and where am I now?" "Really not?" the voice on the other end questioned again. "No," Qin Bing replied firmly. "If they try to force it again, I'll just change my surname." The voice on the other end couldn't help but admire her resolve. "You're really something. Truly the heir of the Frost Lord." "That's right," Qin Bing said proudly. "Once I complete the 3rd turn task and obtain the true Frost heritage, I'll start my own family tree." "Awesome." The voice laughed and added, "In that case, I might make a move." "Go ahead." Qin Bing wasn't bothered at all. "Just don't say I didn't warn you. He's an orphan, you'll have a handful." "An orphan?" The voice paused and then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, 10 seconds? How did he do it?" "What are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Qin Bing frowned and couldn't help but comment, "Phew." The voice on the other end took a deep breath and seriously asked Qin Bing, "Do you really not want to marry Chen Yong?" "No, I don't want to," Qin Bing replied, getting annoyed. "All right, then I'm going for it." The voice on the other end couldn't contain the excitement and quickly hung up. "Crazy?" Qin Bing frowned. "What's so great about being an orphan?" Although she bore no ill will toward Chen Yong, she couldn't just throw herself at him because of her mother's words or his bit of talent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to a place like Yunyong to be a principal despite her multiple golden talents. However, as she hung up the phone, a message popped up on her screen. The main storyline boss of the Eternal Kingdom, Archmage Amani, has been slain. Boss battle duration 10 seconds. Eliminating members Chenyong, Qin San, Jin Sun, Yurong. No way. Qin Bing's face immediately turned sour. In Yuzhou on Eagle Mountain, inside a luxurious villa belonging to the Qin family, Yu Hongi was lounging on the sofa, cracking sunflower seeds and watching TV. Her long, slender, snow-white legs peeked through a red lace nightgown, lazily swaying on the coffee table. Having just awakened from an afternoon nap, her tousled, voluminous waves gave her a lazy, seductive allure. Next to her sat a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Yu Hongi, can't you be a bit more serious? I'm serious, Yu Hongi casually replied, her eyes glued to the TV, laughter causing her waves to jiggle like jelly. Any other man would have likely been entranced, but the middle-aged man was infuriated. Yu Hongi, what exactly are you trying to do? Why are you getting Qin Bing involved with that boy? Ha, Yu Hongi scoffed, her lips curling disdainfully. Aren't I just following your wishes, finding her a good family? A good family? The man mocked with a sneer. An orphan with no background whatsoever. Even if Qin Yong has some talent, he can only deserve attention, not the hand of a genius daughter. An orphan, Yu Hongi chuckled softly, shaking her head. Qin Tianyi, your vision is narrowing more and more. Ah, Qin Tianyi couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm sitting in the position of Yozhou's corps commander and you're talking to me about vision. Isn't that ridiculous? The corps commander of Yuzhou, indeed. Yu Hongi cast him a disdainful glance. This position was indeed top tier in the Grand Qin, but to her it was narrow-minded and utterly foolish, for when one's power reaches a certain level, such status is but fleeting clouds. She recalled how Qin Tianyi's fearless youth once captivated her, but alas, he eventually got lost in the murky maze of power, battling tirelessly for it every day. Now, nearly 50 years old, he's still stuck in the same place, unable to complete his fourth transition quest. Qin Tianyi, his temper flaring at her disdain, retorted, I don't care what you promised that orphan boy, but Qin Bing is a daughter-in-law of the Shao family. She will never marry him. Oh really? Yu Hongi chuckled lightly and said calmly, if you're so unwilling to part with your daughter, you surely can't meddle in my affairs, can you? What do you mean? Qin Tianyi's eyes narrowed instantly. Are you saying you'd turn against me for that orphan? And if I am? Yu Hongi raised an elegant eyebrow. You. Qin Tianyi was about to explode in anger when suddenly a news flash forced its way onto the TV screen. Great victory in the New World Secret Realm. The mainline boss of the Eternal Kingdom, Archmage Amali, has been slain. Eliminating members, Shenyong, Qin San, Jin Sun, Yurong. National Fortune Quest, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom. First task completed. Great Qin's national fortune increased by 50 points. This. The couple was utterly stunned by the announcement. Yu Hongi rubbed her eyes several times, trying to confirm she wasn't seeing things. At their level, they were acutely aware of what this announcement represented. Leaving aside the fact that the mainline boss of the secret realm was defeated, even those 50 points in national fortune would cause an earthquake worldwide. Since the arrival of the bizarre world, the successes of national destiny missions have been few and far between. The state of Great Qin has only succeeded a handful of times, largely due to the intervention of the Qin clan's ancestors, and even then, it came at a significant cost. Currently, Great Qin's national destiny stands at a modest 5,540 points, yet this is enough to place it among the top 3 in the world. However, in just a few days since Chen Yong's career change, he's managed to earn 50 points of national destiny for Great Qin. If the Qin ancestors were to hear of this, they would likely tear through the void to see what was going on. How could this be possible? Qin Tianyi couldn't believe it. Isn't he only level 20? How could he possibly defeat the main quest boss of a secret realm or complete a national destiny mission? Laughter erupted from Yu Hongi, her amusement causing her to rock back and forth, the joy nearly causing her fair complexion to glow. But soon enough her expression turned cold and she cast a calm glance at Qin Tianyi. I need to prepare for my 6th transition. Do not bother me with Qin clan matters again. With that she raised her hand and opened a wooden door in the void, then sauntered through with a sway of her hips. Damn it, Qin Tianyi's face darkened with anger, but he soon muttered sinisterly, I must make that kid work for me. In the World Alliance, the expansive hall of the secret realm was bustling with professionals from around the globe. Amidst the tide of people stood a black monument. At the top, golden characters in various languages were displayed, with the Chinese characters being particularly bold and powerful. Suddenly, the monument of national destiny flashed gold and a cold system announcement rang out. Announcement. National destiny value change. Great Cheen has increased by 50 points. Current national destiny value 5,590 points. What's going on? How did Great Cheen's national destiny increase? I don't know. Did a legion complete a national destiny mission? No way. I haven't heard anything. All the professionals were stunned. Although the National Destiny Monument was a daily sight, its values rarely changed. The last notable change was over a decade ago when the Eagle Nation waged war on a small country. Oh, the Bear Nation's values also changed 2 years ago, but that was due to a backstab, causing a decrease. No one expected that Great Cheen's national destiny, unchanged for nearly 50 years, would suddenly surge by a staggering 50 points, its worth. Noting that the Chrysanthemum dynasty of Little Days has only accumulated 250 points over more than 2,000 years. Great Cheen's sudden increase by a fifth of that amount was astonishing to all, especially to the professionals of Little Days who were gripped by fear. What? Great Cheen's national destiny increased again? Has the Cheen ancestor dragon returned? We haven't even enjoyed our good days yet. Are they trying to end us Little Days dogs? Quick, send someone to investigate. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Kingdom, nearly all of its 90,000 li of territory had fallen, with only the Silver City holding out as humanity's last refuge. At this moment, Chen Yong rode a tall white horse down the street, while Sun Wutong, nestled in his arms, curiously glanced around. Even though she had ventured into the world's secret realms several times before, each time she only undertook the most basic tasks and received the cheapest rewards. Over the years, she had transformed from a blossoming young girl into a sultry mature woman, yet she had only managed to rise to level 22. But in just half a day with Chen Yong, she had directly jumped to level 25 and even gained entry into the capital of the Secret Realm Kingdom. It was impossible not to feel a pang of bitterness. It truly is a case of comparing goods and feeling disheartened, comparing people and feeling defeated. She didn't even know if she could face her husband, who was over 10 years her senior when she returned. I'd better take good care of young daddy this time, at least I'll reap some good rewards. Sun Yuerong thought to herself, her gaze towards Chen Yong growing increasingly intense, as if she had made some firm decision. Soon, under the lead of the city guard captain, Chen Yong and his companions arrived at the Silver City Knights Manor. It was an ordinary bluestone courtyard, yet in Silver City it was the finest building. Moreover, many wounded soldiers lingered outside, clearly having just retreated from the battlefield. What? The commander is trapped by the undead army? Just as they reached the entrance, they heard a woman's voice filled with alarm and anger from within the courtyard. Silver City has fewer than 20,000 soldiers left. They still have to fend off the undead attack tonight, and recklessly leading a rescue now could lead to Silver City's downfall. Upon hearing this, the city guard captain quickly clasped his fists and said, "Rock, captain of Nightfall Town, requesting an audience." There was a moment of silence inside the courtyard, then the woman's voice spoke again, "Come in." Hearing this, Captain Rock hastily pushed the door open and entered. Chen Yong, Zhao Yuerong and Qin Sanjin followed closely behind. However, upon entering the courtyard, everyone around them looked over curiously. Chen Yong and his companions also looked around, examining the courtyard setup and the people standing or sitting nearby. The courtyard remained quite simple, similar to the manor houses of the Qin dynasty landlords, though with a more Western style. These people looked different from them, with hair and eyes in various colors, particularly the woman in white armor with her blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs, voluptuous chest and round hips. She was like a fiery foreign mare, stirring a conquest desire in any man who saw her. The fiery foreign mare glanced at Chen Yong and the others and scolded, "Rock, Captain Rock, why have you left Nightfall Town and entered Silver City on your own? Report to Deputy Commander Ima." Rock hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, "Archmage Manly is dead. The undead in Silverpine Forest have been wiped out and Silver Moon Lake has been reclaimed by us." "What? Impossible, utter nonsense. Captain Rock, did you desert your post?" The surrounding knight captains, all with swords at their waists and a fierce demeanor, did not believe him. Ima was also incredulous but still asked solemnly, "Captain Rock, you should know the consequences of falsely reporting military information in the current situation, correct?" "Of course." Captain Rock nodded seriously, then looked at Chen Yong. "I witnessed with my own eyes Master Chen Yong slaughtering all the undead at Silver Moon Lake. Not a word of it is false." This. Everyone looked at Chen Yong with suspicion. Deputy Commander Ima also began to scrutinize Chen Yong with curiosity. in the Eternal Kingdom there are indeed mages, but they certainly do not possess the power to obliterate a manly, not to mention the tens of thousands of undead creatures at Silver Moon Lake whose strength rivals that of an entire legion of knights. A burly man beside them spoke in a grave-toned, Deputy Commander Ima, I believe this is impossible. We should send someone to check Nightfall Town. Agreed. Another red-haired man nodded, I also think Nightfall Town has fallen. We should first detain Rock and his men. Deputy Commander Ima, Nightfall Town is a crucial gateway to Silver City. We can't afford to lose it. Others quickly chimed in, expressing their disbelief in Captain Rock and doubting Chen Yong's ability to eliminate so many undead. Ima did not make a hasty decision. Instead, she turned her bright eyes toward Chen Yong. This mage friend, could you perhaps? Yes, I can. Chen Yong interrupted her mid-sentence. You just need to take me to the commander of the Silver Knight Order. I can answer all the questions you have. Of course, he knew that this Amazonian woman wanted him to prove his strength, but to him, these were all NPCs and his class change quest involved finding the commander of the Silver Knight Order. He had no interest in playing the game of proving his worth or engaging in showy confrontations. You? The Amazonian woman furrowed her brows, unable to help herself. Commander Ritchie is trapped in Seoul City surrounded by a million undead zombies. Seoul City? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow. It was not the Seoul he had in mind. He then turned to Captain Rock. Do you know where Seoul City is? Yes, I do. Captain Rock nodded instinctively. All right, lead the way. Chen Yong nodded and turned to leave. Captain Rock was a bit puzzled. Deputy Commander Ima was completely bewildered. She hadn't anticipated such rudeness from this guy. After all, she was the deputy commander. Couldn't he at least show some respect for her position? Stop right there. With a clatter, several knight commanders drew their swords and surrounded him. What do you intend to do? Qin Sanjin instinctively stepped in front with his greatsword drawn. Sun Yurong also activated her eagle-eye aura, her jade hand readying a purple longbow. Chen Yong turned back calmly. At this moment, except for Captain Rock, everyone else's names turned yellow, revealing their health bars. They were all knights over level 20-inch and their health wasn't even as robust as Qin Sanjin's. The Amazonian woman was slightly better, but merely an elite knight at level 30 with over 200,000 health. No wonder the Eternal Kingdom couldn't resist the undead army. Even such cannon fodder couldn't rely on sheer numbers. Don't, please don't. Captain Rock hurriedly stepped forward. Please don't act rashly, they mean no harm. He knew all too well the power of these three, especially Chen Yong, who could summon an army of skeletons with a mere gesture. Is that so? Chen Yong surveyed the crowd with a cold gaze. If you mean no harm, then don't draw your swords recklessly, or you might not even know how you died. You. The knight commanders were infuriated, their faces turning shades of blue and black, ready to advance. Enough. Yima gave a cold snort and calmly looked towards Chen Yong, saying, my mage friend, if we take you to Blackthorn City, do you truly have a way to rescue our captain? Having witnessed the power of Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong combined with Rock's words, she was beginning to believe. Besides, the most pressing issue was that she had no means of rescue at the moment. If they delayed too long and anything happened to Captain Ritchie, the millions in Silver City would be doomed. Not just have, but must. Chen Yong replied with a serene smile, full of confidence. At least until I lay eyes on him, I won't permit anyone to kill him. What a load of nonsense. If the NPCs are dead, how am I supposed to complete the class change quest? Everyone present drew a sharp breath, especially the knight captains who had been to Blackthorn City before. If Silver Moon Lake instilled fear, then Blackthorn City was pure despair. Just a glimpse from afar was enough to extinguish any desire to resist. All right, I'll personally escort you there. The large mare nodded decisively. Quest triggered. National Fortune Quest Second Phase, The Rise and Fall of the Eternal Kingdom. Quest description: calamity runs rampant, the people are hopeless. Who will be the radiant sun dispersing the fog of confusion? Quest hint: rescue the Silver Knight captain, cleanse Blackthorn City of the undead army, and lay the foundation for the Eternal Dynasty. Personal rewards: 500,000 experience, level 40 epic, orange, class-specific equipment, 100 fortune contribution points. National rewards: 100 empire fortune points. The follow-up hints for the National Fortune Quest appeared before Chen Yong's eyes. The rewards exponentially increased. 500,000 experience, level 40 orange gear. If converted to money, it'd be at least several million. And those 100 fortune contribution points were priceless. After all, fortune contribution could upgrade talents, effectively defying fate. Seeing these rewards, Sun Yuerong's eyes practically sparkled at Chen Yong. Meanwhile, Qin Sanjin the simpleton was glaring fiercely at the large mare, clearly holding a grudge against her previous disrespect towards Chen Yong and reluctant to take on the quest. Fine, Chen Yong nodded lightly. After all, they had to make the trip, so why not take advantage of the system's rewards? Thank you. Yima's face lit up with joy, then she turned to instruct the captains. From now on, Silver City is on lockdown. Without an order from me or the captain, the gates are not to be opened. Vice Captain Yima. The Knight Captain's faces changed drastically, but that's Blackthorn City, can you really trust them? Silence. The large mayor's face darkened instantly. Carry out the order or face military punishment. Yes, the Knight Captains could only nod. Then the large mayor picked up her sword and smiled at Chen Yong. Honored mage, shall we? Plague Plains, the largest plains in the eastern part of the Eternal Kingdom, Blackthorn City sat in its center, a journey of days on horseback. Fortunately, Silver City boasted creatures known as lion horses with speeds comparable to a small car. It wasn't long before the group arrived at Plague Plains, however. As they stepped onto the plains, the atmosphere turned chilling and the sky became a blood-red gray. Emma hastily inquired Sir Chen Yong, apart from the undead soldiers, there are many civilian zombies in Sogiai City. How do we plan to rescue people? We go in and kill them directly, Chen Yong replied with a calm expression. What? Emma was stunned. Are you joking with me? Sogiai City had nearly 1 million native inhabitants, plus the undead soldiers. There are only 5 of us, how do we kill our way in? Ahem ahem. Locke quickly cleared his throat. Deputy Leader Emma, you should trust the mage. Emma was almost infuriated. She agreed to lead the way because she thought there were many experts. To her surprise, there were only 3 people and the leader was a rogue mage. Although she had thought about turning back several times, the thought of the Night Order's backbone being trapped in the undead lair made her anxious. Roar. At that moment a piercing roar suddenly echoed, then a few zombies staggered out of the gray mist. The Plague Plains had nearly 1 million zombies, and disturbing, even a few would attract countless more. Rogue mage. Before Emma could finish her sentence, Chen Yong raised his hand and hundreds of skeletal mages emerged from the ground. Then countless fireballs were launched in unison. The surrounding undead zombies were instantly turned into charred remains. Gulp. Emma swallowed hard, unable to believe what she was seeing. She had seen dark mages before. Even the grand mages of the Eternal King City, eroded by dark magic, weren't this powerful. They couldn't summon hundreds of undead with just a wave of the hand. Emma, what were you going to say? Emma's face flushed with embarrassment and she awkwardly retorted, I was going to remind you, sir, that it's windy on the plains, so don't catch a cold. Indeed, it is a bit chilly. Chen Yong nodded and then said to Sun Yurong, Captain Sun, give the skeleton brothers a bit of a boost. Oh, Sun Yurong responded, activating the Hawkeye aura. All the skeletal mages instantly transformed into ultra-long-range Gatling guns. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, fireballs rained down, covering a radius of 3,000 meters. The sky cleared from the fireballs, not to mention the zombies. Many were inexplicably wiped out. This. Emma was so shocked by the scene that she couldn't speak. Locke shook his head repeatedly beside her. He hadn't fared much better earlier, because to them Chen Yong's methods were nothing short of divine. Under the cover of this terrifying firepower, the group smoothly made their way to the gates of Sogiai City. Sogiai City, once one of the most prosperous capitals of the Eternal Kingdom and the former headquarters of the Silver Knights, was among the first cities destroyed by the plague. Due to the initial ignorance of the undead plague, nearly 1 million people in Sogiai City turned into an undead catastrophe. This included tens of thousands of the Silver Knights' army and the beloved youngest son of the king, who was the leader of the Silver Knights at the time. So, apart from ordinary civilian zombies, there were tens of thousands of undead knight armies along with necromancers who descended with the plague. Now, Sogiai City was nothing short of a city of hell. Even just standing at the city gate, one could feel the deadly, terrifying aura emanating from within. Fortunately, Chen Yong had a protective shield of 695 million mana and 280 skeleton bodyguards, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to come. Big E. Lord Chen Yong, my name is Yima. Yima quickly corrected him, her pretty face darkening. Close enough. Chen Yong waved his hand dismissively and asked, where's your captain, you scoundrel? Yima snorted softly but continued to explain, Amoth loves using live subjects for experiments. Captain Ritchie should have gone to the civilian district to rescue people. Alright, Chen Yong nodded, lead the way, let's get your captain out first. After all, completing the mission by finding Captain Ritchie was the priority and he could save some civilians along the way. Okay, Yima agreed readily. Suwahei City was divided into civilian affluent commercial and military districts. Most of the undead knights and the Scourge army were concentrated in the military district while the streets were filled with ordinary zombies. These zombies were akin to the usual minor monsters and could be easily crushed by even an average team of professionals, so reaching the civilian district was a breeze. However, upon reaching the entrance to the civilian district, Yima suddenly halted. Lord Qinyong, it seems Captain Richie is surrounded by undead knights from Suwahei City. Oh? Shen Yong rode his lion a few steps forward and saw the square was neatly encircled by dozens of armored knights. These knights were clad in black armor, riding skeletal warhorses, and exuded a thick aura of death. Their attributes were terrifyingly high, especially the leading white armored knight, who was actually a Death Knight boss. Death Knight William, level 30 health, 10485000/10485000 mana, 132100/132100 strength, 1358 constitution, 1436 agility, 1328 spirit, 1321 skills. Charge/trample soul drain. Description: a corrupted vice captain of the Silver Knights, a loyal subordinate of Death Knight Prince Devon. My goodness, this is too strong. Sun Yuanyong and Qin Sanjin were directly stunned by these attributes. With health over 10 million and all four attributes over 1,000, an ordinary army would be decimated upon meeting such a foe, and this was just the mini-boss. What about the great wizard Amoth behind him? Yima, her expression grave, introduced. He used to be the vice captain of the Silver Knights, one of the 4 riders under Prince Devon, and even in life possessed the ability to slay demi-dash. Before she could finish, hundreds of fireballs flew overhead. Bang, 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 bang. The Death Knight William, one of Prince Devon's 4 riders, didn't even have time to react before both he and his horse lay on the ground. As for the surrounding knight subordinates, they were wiped out by the exploding fireballs. Killed. Level 28 Undead Knight gained 1890 experience points. Killed. Level 28 Undead Knight gained 1890 experience points. Killed. Level 28 Undead Knight gained 1890 experience points. Killed. Level 30 Death Knight William gained 382,000 experience points. This. Yima was dumbfounded on the spot. The once formidable Death Knight, who the Silver Knights had been unable to scratch for over a decade, was instantly defeated by Qinyong before he could even react. Is this the Dark Mage? No, it's more like the Dark Archmage. Qinyong turned around, a playful smile on his face, and asked Vice Captain De Nai, what did you say he killed during his lifetime, huh? Yima quickly forced a sheepish smile. I meant to say, Your Excellency Qinyong, you are mighty and strong, even Daiwan, no, even Amoth would not be your match. Is that so? Qinyong raised an eyebrow. Then why did I hear someone calling me a rogue? No, absolutely not. Yima hurriedly denied, his voice firm. Then should I call you De Nai? Yima immediately changed his name. I am the deputy leader of the Silver Knights. De Nai, very well fitting name. Qinyong chuckled. Thank you for the compliment, Your Excellency. Lead the way, let's find your leader. Yes, handsome Sir Qinyong. Yima eagerly wiggled his large backside, leading the way with excitement. Roke, following behind, could only shake his head. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that this deputy leader, who feared no one, would be tamed by Qinyong so easily. Qin Sanjin, on the other hand, wasted no time in rushing off to loot. Although these bosses had thick health bars, they were no match for Qinyong's skeleton squad. Under the concentrated fire of 140 skeletal mages, any health below 140 million was a death sentence. Soon enough, under Yima's guidance, they arrived at the church in the civilian district. Stepping inside, they found it packed with dark mages. A stern-faced blonde middle-aged man was protecting a dozen ordinary people behind him. He held a heavy shield and warhammer, and his silver armor was in tatters, blood streaming down his greaves and pooling on the ground, yet his expression remained unchanged. Qinyong glanced at his name, which appeared yellow, and with a thought and attribute panel popped up. Ricky, bringer of Holy Light, level 45 class, Paladin, health 9885000/9885000 mana, 532100/532100 strength, 2818 constitution, 2956 agility, 2868 spirit, 2941 skills. Charge Holy Light Redemption Light Shield Seal of Light Exorcism. Description: the first paladin of the Eternal Kingdom, founder of the Silver Knights, mentor to Prince Day 1. Wow, Qinyong was taken aback by these stats. No wonder he dared to charge into Sohei City alone to rescue people. He was a big boss himself. He finally understood why Silver City, despite its appearance, could hold off the undead army. Paladins inherently counter undead creatures, and with such impressive attributes, perhaps only an undead leader could pose a threat. Just as he was marveling at this, the leading dark mage spoke angrily, "Brother-in-law, why won't you surrender to Grandmaster? Soon, he truly can make the eternal kingdom eternal." Chen Yong furrowed his brow slightly. "What script is this?" "She is Princess Lillian," Yima explained hurriedly, his face full of awkwardness. Ricky, as the first paladin of the Eternal Kingdom and the founder of the Silver Knights, was greatly favored by the old king. The king married his most beautiful daughter to Ricky and entrusted him with the defense of the Eternal Kingdom. However, after the old king's passing, the new king, influenced by the Grand Sorcerer, soon directly dismissed Ricky and appointed his own son to lead the Silver Knights. Subsequently, soon enticed the entire royal family with the promise of eternal life. Ultimately, he laid down a sinister array in the royal city, sacrificing millions of lives to summon a great rift, bringing forth an undead calamity. The leader of the Silver Knights, Ricky, had a sister-in-law within the royal family who was one of the most eager participants in these schemes. To perfect the transformation into the undead, she sacrificed those closest to her, including her husband, children, and friends. Given Ricky's status as the strongest paladin in the Eternal Kingdom, she aimed to convert him into the most formidable Death Knight. Quite impressive, Chen Yong couldn't help but exclaim with genuine admiration. It seems that the saying "the most venomous is a woman's heart" isn't exclusive to our land. His curiosity piqued, Chen Yong summoned his system interface, revealing a status panel. Necromancer, Princess Lillian, level 35 health, 1008500/1008500 mana, 825610/82561000 strength, 918 constitution, 1256 agility, 1068 spirit, 1757 skills, ice arrow, frost shock, ice storm, ice shield, frost nova. Description: Chief Mage of the Frost Tower, the Eternal King's younger sister, Ricky's sister-in-law. Upon seeing these attributes, Chen Yong was taken aback. No wonder these individuals are eager to transform into the undead. The reason seems to lie in the substantial attribute increase. However, his surprise was cut short when Sun Yurong suddenly exclaimed, "Brave one, watch out!" Chen Yong turned around in confusion, only to see an ice arrow hurtling towards him. Princess Lillian and her dark mages were staring intently at him. "Emma, dodge quickly." Ricky's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly began casting a holy light spell. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Thud, the ice arrow struck Chen Yong directly. Immediately, two large white letters appeared above his head, -0. Remarkably, despite the intimidating appearance, there was no damage inflicted. The reason was simple. Chen Yong currently had a mana shield of 695 million and magic resistance of 695,000. Essentially, any spellcaster below level 100, unless wielding true damage or level suppression, couldn't even break through his mana shield. This Sun Yurong was utterly stunned. She could view the status panel and knew how formidable Princess Lillian was. With a spirit of 1757 following the ice arrow's damage coefficient for practitioners, the attack should inflict at least 5,000 to 6,000 damage. With equipment boosts, passive skills, and class talents, the damage could easily exceed 20,000, yet it resulted in a direct 0 on Chen Yong. What kind of defense is this? Emma and Locke were equally bewildered. They knew Chen Yong summoned powerful skeletons, but that didn't necessarily mean he himself was formidable. After all, summoners and mages were typically characterized by low defense and fragile constitution. Ricky was naturally dumbfounded. Even though he couldn't see the damage numbers, he knew just how powerful Princess Lillian was. As the chief mage of the Frost Tower, her strength had only increased after becoming undead. Yet when Chen Yong took a hit from her ice bolt, he showed no reaction at all. Damn it! Princess Lillian was furious. Her magic had been blocked by this insignificant human. It was like rubbing her face in the dirt, a total humiliation. Of course, Chen Yong was even angrier. Nobody expected to get hit like that. He was a fragile class, only level 20. What if suddenly things went south? Wouldn't he have come here for nothing? "You wretched woman, take this." Chen Yong stomped the ground in rage, causing it to tremble. Crack! The floor beneath Princess Lillian's feet suddenly split open and an ivory bone spike like a colossal pillar erupted from the ground. In the stunned silence of all who watched, Princess Lillian had no time to react. The bone spike pierced through her from bottom to top. Sun Yuanyong and Ima instinctively pressed their legs together. Ricky's face showed a slight change. After all, this was his little sister-in-law. Seeing her impaled like that, he couldn't help but feel something. Princess Lillian, her face twisted in rage, shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Kill this damned insect!" But before her minions could act, countless bone spikes emerged around Chen Yong, skewering her followers like meat on a skewer. The spikes quickly spread, covering a radius of 3,475 kilometers, destroying all structures and impaling every undead creature, suspending them mid-air. Killed level 12 undead resident, gained 119 experience points. Killed level 12 zombie resident, gained 119 experience points. Killed level 11 undead cow, gained 109 experience points. Killed level 10 zombie mule, gained 98 experience points. Killed level 5 middle part undead chicken. Killed level 28 undead knight, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 28 undead patrol archer, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 28 undead patrol warrior, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 30 undead dark mage, gained 2190 experience points. Killed level 30 undead dark mage. As the damage and experience notifications kept popping up, Sun Yuanyong was once again astounded by Chen Yong's immense power. I'm a Ricky and the ordinary people were terrified by the scene, especially Princess Lillian, whose face was full of fear. Though she had a lot of health and wouldn't die immediately while impaled in the air, she was completely immobilized and unable to cast spells. "Who are you? How dare you oppose the Great Rift Scourge Legion?" At this moment Qin Sanjin rushed in from outside. Swinging a massive purple sword, he smashed it mercilessly into Princess Lillian's face. That once pretty face was instantly turned to pulp. "What a joke! How dare you harm my brave father?" In the dimly lit chamber, Sir Ricky felt a pang of compassion as he observed the man before him. He hesitated, wanting to offer words of comfort. Meanwhile, Chen Yong strode forward and produced Mina's earring. "You are the leader, Ricky. This you recognize, don't you?" Ricky's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of dread as he questioned, "Where did you get this?" With a heavy sigh, Chen Yong relayed the grim news he had uncovered. "A mode." Ricky spat the name through clenched teeth, his head bowed in anguish. His hands gripped Mina's earring tightly, tears falling silently to the floor. Though he had long known of his homeland's downfall, the confirmation of his daughter's death was a blow he could scarcely bear. The knowledge that she had perished at the hands of a man notorious for conducting horrific experiments on living children, was almost too much to endure. The thought of Mina's fate at the hands of such a monster was a nightmare Ricky could barely fathom. In a moment of desperation, Ricky envisioned storming Amode's fortress, slaying the vile sorcerer and reclaiming his daughter. Yet, as the leader of the Silver Knights, his duty was to protect the surviving citizens, and he could not recklessly endanger himself for personal vengeance. "Honorable mage," Ricky knelt on one knee looking up at Chen Yong with pleading eyes. "Ricky Tideville, as a father, beseeches you to help me find Mina." Suddenly a ethereal voice seemed to echo through the air. "World Transition Quest. The Tears of the Silver Knight Leader completed. Quest reward, level 20 Ancient Staff. Following quest, Mina's soul." Quest hint: Mina was killed by Amode, who took her soul and body. Find and kill the Archmage Amode to reclaim Mina's soul. Quest reward, World Transition Card, unique, accept, yes/no. Before Chen Yong could even respond, Princess Lillian erupted into laughter, her voice filled with malice. "Tideville, you can't get Mina back. She's no longer in Sorka City." Ricky's face contorted with horror. "What do you mean?" he demanded. Princess Lillian, her smile twisted and sickly, explained, "Archmage Amode conducts living experiments to find the perfect contract body for the royal sorcerer, and Mina fits perfectly." "No, that's impossible," Ricky shouted, disbelief and fury mingling in his voice. "Mina is just a child, she knows no magic. How could she be a perfect contract vessel?" Lillian's laughter was cold and cruel as she continued, "Indeed, she knows no magic, but she carries your blood. Her blood, tainted with holy light, can be refined into a perfect undead contract vessel." Ricky's face turned ashen, his heart sinking. With a sinister smile, Princess Lillian added, "Brother-in-law, join us. Both your sister and Mina await you in the royal city." You. Ricky's eyes were bloodshot, his voice choked with emotion, unable to continue. Enough of this chatter. Chen Yong's face darkened, and with a stomp of his foot a bone jutted from the ground, piercing through her mouth. 3 golds, take your time. Don't let her die too quickly." "Certainly, Father Yong." Qin Sun Jin's face lit with excitement as he sheathed his great sword, pulling out a small skinning knife. "Captain Sun, if she speaks again, shoot her in the mouth." "Understood, Sun Yuorong," replied, grasping her purple bow. The bone prison technique doesn't inflict much damage, but it can immobilize for over 10 minutes, giving Qin Sanjin plenty of time to torment his foes. Princess Lillian glared at Chen Yong with a mixture of anger and threat. You wretched mortal, my husband will not let you get away with this, PFF. Chen Yong rolled his eyes, dismissing her words. Turning to Ricky, he reassured, rest assured, I will not only help you reclaim Mina but also assist in purging all the undead scourge. Truly, Ricky's eyes lit up with hope as he quickly placed a fist over his chest and bowed deeply. Ricky Tidwell, on behalf of the countless citizens of the Eternal Kingdom, I thank you. Your benevolence rivals the heavens. World Transition Quest accepted. Mina's Soul Quest objective. Kill Archmagemoth and reclaim Mina's soul. Quest reward. World Transition Card, unique, epic quest accepted. A Father's Hope quest objective. Retrieve Mina's body, quest reward, class skill book. Orange, National Fate quest accepted. The Battle of Soak City quest objective. Kill Archmagemoth, kill Prince Day 1 and reclaim Soak City. Personal reward, 500,000 experience, level 40 epic. Orange, class equipment 100 Fate contribution, national reward, 100 Empire Fate points. 3 quests popped up in quick succession, each with epic level difficulty or higher. For most people, they could only dream of such tasks, but Chen Yong could hardly contain his joy. To him, it was like being handed a windfall, especially that orange skill book. It was something he eagerly anticipated. Alright, up you go. Chen Yong helped Captain Ricky to his feet, instructing him to gather the civilians from the district and evacuate them from the city. After all, he planned to cleanse the entire Soak City, and while he wouldn't cause collateral damage, he couldn't guarantee the undead wouldn't. Seizing the moment, he quickly rummaged through his backpack to check out the newly acquired ancient staff. The moment he opened it, his titanium dog eyes were nearly blinded by the red glow. Due to the varying quality of equipment, the number of additional attribute lines also differs. Green and blue items have 0 to 1 lines, purple items have 1 to 2 lines, orange items have 2 to 3 lines, red items have 5 lines and gold items have 8 lines. Lich's Oath type, staff, quality, ancient level, 20 class, necromancer strength, 223 agility, 228 vitality, 237 spirit, 315 equip. Increases summon creatures' HP and MP by 100%, equip. Increases summon creatures' magical and physical defense by 100%. Equip. Increases summon creatures' overall speed by 10%, equip. Increases summon creatures' damage by 20%, equip. 5% chance for summon creatures to deal 15x critical damage on attack. Description: perhaps from an undead otherworld or maybe a projection of some divine artifact. What a marvel! Chen Yong was stunned by the overwhelming attributes, not to mention the 4-dimensional attributes akin to level 60 equipment. Those 5 additional stats were so overpowered it felt like activating half a cheat. For an ordinary necromancer wielding this staff would turn their skeleton minions into frontline tanks. It's a pity that ordinary people could never hope to obtain such an item. Just as he sighed, the sky darkened, suddenly followed by a thunderous roar. Damn it! Who killed my princess? Chen Yong was momentarily stunned, and then a line of green text floated before his eyes. Killed level 35 undead mage Princess Lillian, gained 392,380 experience points. Hee, this is exhilarating. Qin Sanjin scratched his head with an embarrassed laugh, because before him Princess Lillian had been stripped down to nothing but bones. You've really outdone yourself this time. Impressive. Chen Yong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sun Yuerong, standing nearby, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth in disbelief. At this moment Captain Ritchie approached with concern. Lord Chen Yong, with Princess Lillian dead, Prince Davin's knights will surely mobilize. Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Sanjin, take a few heads with you. We're going to feast at Prince Davin's place. Got it, boss Chen. With Lillian's demise, the entire city of Sokai plunged into chaos. The undead zombies seemed to be agitated, running amok through the streets. Although their attacks weren't strong, nearly 1 million of them crowded the streets like a bustling train station during the spring festival travel rush. Even Ritchie, a grand paladin, was daunted by the sight, let alone Yima and Locke, whose faces turned pale with fear. They couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences if these zombie hordes invaded the Silver City. Yet Chen Yong was exhilarated, completely consumed by the frenzy of monster hunting. Bone prison, bone prison. This is awesome. Sanjin, start collecting. There's another blue drop over there. On it, boss. Captain Sun, activate the aura, activate the aura. If you stop again, I'll whimper. I'm on it. Chen Yong rode his lion horse casting skills while energetically directing his team. Sun Yueron and Qin Sanjin dashed around madly diving for loot whenever they saw a blue or purple glow. Normally when they farmed dungeons they'd be ecstatic for ages if a monster dropped anything, since even white gear could fetch some money and good green gear could sell for thousands. But now, they didn't even want to see drops because, in just this short time they had picked up dozens of blue items. Fortunately, the system backpack had unlimited space and ignored weight, and Chen Yong didn't want white or green gear, otherwise the two of them would be exhausted to death here. However, the experience gains were truly satisfying. The green glow above their heads never ceased. In less than half an hour Sun Yueron had already reached level 26. To know reaching level 26 required over 700,000 experience points, and she was getting only about 10 points per monster. This meant they had already killed over 70,000 zombies. After playing so fiercely with Chen Yong, she wondered if she could ever get used to her useless old man at home again. However, just as they were in the midst of their killing spree, the ground began to tremble, accompanied by the sound of synchronized hoofbeats. All of a sudden the zombies froze in place, seemingly caught off guard. They then frantically scrambled to hide inside the buildings on either side of the street. In the blink of an eye, the street, which was over 100 meters wide, was completely deserted, leaving only charred corpses scattered about and the blue stone pavement trembling ceaselessly. Captain Ricky rode forward a few paces and stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yong. The undead knights of Prince Devon have arrived. Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and looked over. At the end of the street a giant over 10 meters tall soon appeared. Just imagine, over 10 meters, about the height of a 4-story building. To an ordinary person standing below, it was like facing a towering mouse. The giant was covered in blood with differently colored skin pieces stitched together. Multiple heads adorned its shoulders. It was bound in thick iron chains, and it dragged a huge machete, over 10 meters long, in its hand. With nearly every step it took, the ground quaked and the blue stone tiles shattered underfoot. Stitched giant, level 35 health, 1575000/1575000 mana, 89100/89100 strength, 1158 constitution, 1981 agility, 1028 spirit, 1021 skills, heavy strike/trample, corpse eating. Description: a terrifying creature created by a mode using the corpses of countless children. Such strength. Faced with these exaggerated stats, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yueron were once again left dumbfounded. Nearly 16 million health points, this was not something a level 35 monster should possess. At its feet were dozens of mini versions of the stitched giant, each with health over a million, not to mention the dense ranks of undead knights and plague warriors accompanying them. Leading them were 2 death knights, each boasting 10 million health. 3 bosses with 10 million health, hundreds of elite monsters with 1 million health, and tens of thousands of undead minions. These minions each had health over 200,000. Such a terrifying lineup would make even the top-tier legion of the Great Qin Empire feel a chill down their spines. Sir Chen Yong. Captain Ricky swallowed hard and couldn't help but suggest maybe we should temporarily retreat from Black City and wait for reinforcements from Silver City. No need. Chen Yong's face turned dark and he growled fiercely, "These monsters are mine. If anyone dares to interfere, I'll take them down." Captain Ricky looked bewildered. Emma and Rock scratched their heads in confusion, doubting their ears. Was he planning to single-handedly eliminate all of Devon and Emode's minions? Upon hearing this, Qin Sanjin swiftly stepped back. He dared not question the truth of Chen Yong's words. Cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents, and stealing their experience is akin to sleeping with their spouse. He truly feared being taken down by Father Yong. Sun Yueron trembled slightly with fear, unwilling to be dealt with in such a manner by Chen Yong, which was scarier than being force-fed an egg. But just then a death knight stepped forward, staring with ghostly blue eyes at Captain Ricky. "Captain Ricky, our Prince Devon." Yet before the words were out, before the storyline of the dungeon had even started to unfold, a massive fireball darkened the sky and flew forth. Following this, all the skeletal soldiers charged forward with their mighty swords, howling into battle. Without any further ado, Chen Yong unleashed the only skill he knew, Bone Prison. A world-shattering battle erupted instantly. It was nothing more than Chen Yong's skeletal bodyguards carrying out a massacre. White damage numbers filled the air, momentarily obscuring the view of Qin Sanjin and Sun Yueron. Even the zombie residents who had taken refuge inside the houses weren't spared, especially after Chen Yong equipped the ancient staff. His damage output increased significantly. Following that, the screen was filled with green experience points. Killed level 18 undead resident, gained 1220 experience points. Killed level 18 zombie resident, gained 1220 experience points. Killed level 28 undead knight, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 28 undead archer, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 28 undead warrior, gained 1890 experience points. Killed level 29 elite stitched monster, gained 18,910 experience points. Killed level 29. The two subordinates of Prince Divin on the opposite side hadn't even reacted before the bodies were piling up around them. That damned Ricky, the Silver Knights don't play by the rules. Killed level 30 Death Knight Baylampa, gained 382,000 experience points. Killed level 30 Death Knight Teton, gained 382,000 experience points. Killed level 35 Stitched Giant, gained 431,890 experience points. These three formidable foes, each with tens of millions in health, were a nightmare for Qin Sanjin and Sun Yueron. To the eyes of Imarak and the Silver Knights, they were completely unbeatable, yet they didn't even have the chance to make a move before falling right in front of them. In truth, Chen Yong had attacked them first and they only managed to hold out for a few more seconds due to their high health. Ricky scratched his head, feeling wronged. These are Chen Yong's subordinates, it has nothing to do with the Silver Knights. In Sohei City, within the military castle's hall, a middle-aged man with a ghastly pale face sat by a round table, gently swirling a red wine glass. However, it wasn't fine wine that filled the glass. Across from him, a man in a black robe was devouring a bloody child's arm. Prince Divin, don't be upset, the young man snorted coldly. If it weren't for your suggestion to negotiate peace, would Lillian have been killed by Ricky? I want to kill that fool Ricky. Amod sighed softly and asked Prince Divin, do you really want to kill Ricky and destroy Silver City? Yes, Prince Divin replied firmly. Amoth coughed dryly, clearly taken aback. Then why haven't the king and master soon allowed you to take action? Why you? Prince Divin looked bewildered. He was never good at contemplating problems, and now as an undead he had even less sense. All he thought about day and night was eating human flesh and how to kill more people. Amoth calmly explained, because Ricky can help us create the perfect contract bodies, allowing us to transform into the undead race. The undead race? Prince Divin raised his head in surprise. His eye sockets were deep, cheekbones protruding and nose sunken, resembling a black skeleton. Amoth wasn't faring much better. His pallid face, devoid of any muscle, looked quite terrifying. In their current state, they could only be considered undead but not yet part of the undead race. The undead race was a true race. Apart from possessing an immortal body and being unable to reproduce, they were no different from other races. They had emotions, desires, 5 senses and 6 faculties. They were neither decaying corpses nor monsters without physiological sensations. Those like skeleton soldiers, zombies, stitched monsters and ghouls could only be called undead. Amod gracefully set down his wine glass and mused. Legend has it that the undead race originated from the tainted light race. To perfectly transform into the undead race, one needs the tainted holy blood of the light. If we forcibly flatten Silvermoon City, Richie will surely fight to the death, and then we'd have to look elsewhere for the holy blood of light. Prince Devon couldn't help but ask, how is the undead race different from us now? Amod laughed heartily and replied, the bodies of the undead race are like humans. They can secrete bodily fluids, have physical sensations, and their muscles are elastic. Really? The Prince Devon's eyes gleamed blue with excitement. Of course, Amod nodded and added, and as long as the soul hasn't perished, we can resurrect through a contract body. Prince Devon gasped in excitement. Does that mean Lillian can be revived too? Amod nodded with a smile. Of course, with a perfect contract body, she can be revived at any time. This is wonderful. Prince Devon exclaimed with excitement, then couldn't help but ask, does that mean if we have more contract bodies we can revive Lillian more times? Amod was momentarily stunned, then smirked mischievously. Prince Devon, you indeed think ahead. Hehehe. Prince Devon chuckled sinisterly. However, just then a cold snort echoed from outside. Rest assured you won't have the chance. Who? Prince Devon sharply looked up. The Death Knight beside him drew his weapon and poised it defensively. Amod, however, calmly picked up his wine glass and looked at the entrance with interest. Thud, thud, thud. Over a dozen Silver Knights burst in, following them Richie, Ima and others entered one after another. At last Qin Yong, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong slowly stepped into the grand hall. Richie, Prince Devon exclaimed in surprise, how did you get in here? Where are Beilangpu and Teton? Richie sneered coldly. Qin Sanjin casually tossed a black cloth bundle and 4 round heads rolled out. Clearly, they were the heads of Lillian and 3 Death Knights. Although the undead possessed immortal bodies, they were not truly unkillable. The songstresses and dancers screamed and scattered in panic. Amode and Prince Devon couldn't help but have their pupils contract sharply, not to mention the 3 Death Knights. Even the Stitched Giant couldn't be easily killed, let alone the tens of thousands of undead knights and hordes of undead zombies. Even if the Silver Knights had all been deployed, it would be impossible to kill them all in such a short time. Richie, what exactly did you do? Prince Devon demanded, bewildered. Richie shrugged helplessly, then looked at Chun Yong with an expression that said, "It's not my business." You are. Prince Devon instinctively looked at Chen Yong. Just as he was about to inquire further, Chen Yong gently waved his hand. Bang, 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 bang. Just then more than a dozen massive fireballs flew overhead, leaving everyone in a state of shock as they witnessed them crashing directly onto Prince Devon. White damage numbers floated up in succession, and in an instant Prince Devon's health bar, which boasted a staggering 20 million points, was wiped clean. Killed level 38 Death Knight. Prince Devon gained 711,830 experience points. With a thud, Prince Devon fell straight to the ground. His black armor was shattered, his remaining muscles charred, and even the pure silver crown on his head was blasted into a mere blackened ring. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Ricky couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, let alone the Silver Knights who arrived later. When reinforcements finally reached the scene, Chen Yong had already fought his way to the castle entrance. These Silver Knights had not witnessed Chen Yong's rampage through Sohei City, so they couldn't fathom how the formidable Prince Devon had fallen so easily. Of course, the most shocked was Amoth. He absolutely refused to believe that Prince Devon had simply fallen asleep because he was too young. What are you standing there for? Kill him! With a clang, the prince's guards snapped to attention, drawing their swords and rushing forward. But in an instant, dozens of skeleton soldiers emerged from behind Chen Yong. Killed level 29 Prince's elite guard, gained 19,800 experience points. Killed level 29 Prince's elite guard, gained 19,800 experience points. Killed level 29 Prince's elite guard, gained 19,800 experience points. Killed level 30 Death Knight Mason, gained 392,000 experience points. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen elite guards and one of the Prince's 4 knights lay on the ground. Witnessing this, even Amoth, the big boss, felt a tinge of panic. Who exactly are you? Chen Yong remained silent, simply tapping his foot lightly. Crack, the floor beneath Amoth split open and bone spikes as thick as ivory shot out. Necromancer. Amoth. Level 40, health 2575526/257700000, mana 2952000/295200000, strength 1075, constitution 1995, agility 1387, spirit 2195, skills shadow arrow, dark pact, death summon, undead skin. Description: a low-ranking member of the Dark Council at the Great Rift, skilled in dark necromancy, and once a king of a certain kingdom. Amoth was impaled by the bone spikes suspended in mid-air. Only then did Chen Yong calmly observe the attribute panel. That health was truly terrifying, enough to scare most other adventurers silly. Didn't you see that Sun Yu and Qin San Jin were already in a daze? Fortunately, the world's secret realm could accommodate an unlimited number of people, enough to allow millions to besiege a city if needed. Otherwise, no team could possibly defeat such a boss. Realizing something was amiss, Amoth quickly asked, "Are you adventurers from another world?" Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow slightly. Qin San Jin and Sun Yu were also a bit surprised. They never dreamed that their identities would be exposed so easily. Instinctively, they turned to look at the others. To their surprise, Ricky and the rest stood there as if they hadn't heard anything, completely dumbfounded. "Sai, you really are?" Amoth let out a light sigh, calmly explaining, "This is dimension isolation. Any discussion involving professionals gets automatically blocked by the system." Chen Yong, intrigued, asked, "How do you know so much about this?" Amoth gave a self-deprecating smile, "Because I was once a professional too." This revelation left the three of them speechless with shock. They never expected Amoth to have been a professional. Since Amoth wasn't from the Great Qin, it meant there were professionals from other worlds as well. Let me think. Chen Yong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You've said so much, you must want us to spare you, right?" Yes, Amoth nodded repeatedly, quickly looking at Chen Yong. "As long as you're willing to let me go, I can agree to anything you ask." He was genuinely terrified of Chen Yong. Not only had he instantly killed Prince Devon, who had over 20 million health points, but he also controlled him for 10 minutes, causing 40,000 damage per second. During his time as a professional, Amod had seen many S-grade talents, but none as monstrous as this. He had no desire to face Chen Yong in combat, he only wanted to escape as quickly as possible. Alright then, Chen Yong nodded. Tell me how you ended up like this, and what is this Dark Council of the Great Rift about? When he saw the information about Amod, he suspected that this Dark Council of the Great Rift was no ordinary organization. Amod hesitated for a moment and quickly said, I was a king when I was a professional, but my kingdom was destroyed by the Great Rift invasion and the whole nation turned into the undead, like the Eternal Kingdom now. Chen Yong asked in return. More or less, Amod nodded, his expression somewhat awkward. But I don't know much about the Great Rift, only that they are searching for a way to become the undead race. Qin Sanjin suddenly interjected, aren't you already the undead race? We are undead, not the undead race, Amod clarified. I see. Chen Yong nodded, curious. So did you find a way? We sort of did. Amod hesitated, confirming again, if I tell you, will you really let me go? He was all too familiar with the untrustworthy nature of those in the dark arts, especially someone as powerful as Chen Yong, a necromancer who probably had a heart as black as coal. Don't worry, Chen Yong declared confidently, I am a pure-hearted, honest young man and I always keep my word. Really? Amod was skeptical, especially since even Sun Yurong couldn't help but laugh. I swear, Chen Yong reaffirmed. Alright then, Amod still felt uneasy, but with no other option he proceeded. Based on our research, it's possible to use tainted holy blood to create a perfect contract body. Wait, Chen Yong suddenly interrupted, you mentioned creating a perfect contract body. Did you capture Xiaomine because of this? Yes, Amod nodded, explaining, because her body contains the holy blood of light. I see. Yongchen nodded, but his face quickly turned murderous. Then why did you dig out her heart? Sun Yuerong and Qin Sanjin also followed suit with anger. After all, it wasn't just little Mina, many children had been disemboweled, their hearts and lungs removed, and some had even ended up on this guy's dining table. This. Amod felt a sudden sense of unease and quickly spoke up, but you just said you'd spare me. Oh right, I forgot about that. Yongchen nodded, then whispered a couple of words into Qin Sanjin's ear. Got it, boss Yong. Qin Sanjin excitedly glanced at Amod and then turned to run outside. Are you really going to let this guy go? Yongshin, Sun Yuerong asked worriedly. After all, killing this guy was a national mission? Of course, when your pants are on fire. Yongchen nodded with a smile. Before long, the sound of a horse neighing came from outside. Soon Qin Sanjin led a lion horse into the room. Sun Yuerong looked puzzled and asked Captain Qin, why are you bringing the horse in here? Amod, on the other hand, was full of excitement. You're a real friend preparing a lion horse for me. I'll definitely repay you in the future. Huh, Ricky and the others snapped out of their daze. Sir Yongchen, are you really going to let Amod go? Of course, I swore on it, Yongchen replied with a calm smile, turning to Amod. See, the horse is ready for you. Now, I'll let you go. Yes, yes, yes. Amod couldn't help but nod excitedly. He secretly vowed in his heart that once he was out of danger he would get the Dark Council to send reinforcements. After all, the appearance of a professional meant more were to come and they couldn't possibly hold them off. Sir, you can't. Ricky and the others turned pale with fright. Sun Yuerong was also anxious and was about to start persuading again. Amod waited eagerly for Yongchen to unlock the bone prison for him. Smack! Instead, Yongchen slapped the horse's rear. The lion horse neighed in pain and bolted out the door. Everyone was left bewildered. Amod was even more confused and couldn't help but ask, my friend, what does this mean? Why did you drive the lion horse away? I'm letting you go. Yongchen gestured outside with both hands. What do you mean? Amod was completely dumbfounded. Ricky, Ima and the others were just as confused. Only Sun Yuerong couldn't help but burst out laughing. She hadn't expected that when Yongchen said let you go he meant it quite literally. Are you blind? Qin Sanjin was immediately displeased. My boss Yong just let you have a horse, didn't you see? That was my horse. Amod suddenly realized, you mean that horse? Exactly. Yongchen nodded earnestly. Even though it's just a lion horse, it still has horse blood in it. You. Amod was so angry he couldn't even form words. Ricky and the others were wide-eyed in disbelief. Were dark mages always this shameless? Once someone has made up their mind to kill you, they'll find all sorts of reasons even if they've sworn an oath. Feeling that happy, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and said blandly, don't get too excited. There's something even more thrilling coming up. Sanjin, show us your special skill, heart sashimi. Alright, boss Yong, Qin Sanjin sneered as he pulled out his trusty skinning knife. No, no, no. Stay away, you have slain level 40 undead wizard mode, gaining 109,1230 experience points, national quest, Battle of Soak City completed, personal reward, 500,000 experience, level 40 epic equipment, 100 luck contribution, national reward, 100 empire luck points, world class change quest completed, quest reward, world class change card, unique, yes/no to use the class change card. Note, this action is irreversible. Without hesitation, Chen Yong clicked yes upon seeing the system notification. After all, risking his life was all for the sake of transitioning to a world-class profession. Class change successful, undead sorcerer, unique, stored experience extracted, your level has risen to 60, level cap reached, surplus experience stored, triggered second class change quest, Soul of the Lich, quest hint, locate the fallen dark lich and defeat him. Quest reward, second class change certificate. Chen Yang was momentarily stunned to reach max level again, but upon reflection it made sense. Soak City had over 50,000 undead knights, tens of thousands of undead disasters, and nearly a million zombies. Although he hadn't finished off all the zombies, the accumulated experience was roughly 200 million, making reaching level 60 quite normal. Upon hitting the max level, another class change quest appeared. This quest was naturally the follow-up for the undead sorcerer, the ordinary class change was called intermediate necromancer. Now it was undead sorcerer. Clearly he was no longer limited to necromancy, all non-living beings fell under his command. Sorcery wasn't just about summoning anymore, it included learning spells from mages, warlocks and others, all under the sorcerer umbrella. Chen Yong didn't rush to delve into these details, instead he opened the attribute panel. Chen Yong, profession, undead sorcerer, unique, level 60, health 48100/48100, mana 6956000/6956000, strength 430, agility 466, constitution 481, spirit 696,000, physical defense 481, magic defense 696,000, speed 466, free attribute points 9993000, skills skeleton summoning, graveyard of the dead, skeleton mage summoning, tower of the dead, bone prison, talent, F-grade copy, summon an additional creature for every 5,000 spirit points, talent, special embrace of the dead, cannot be upgraded. With the successful class change his attributes doubled, all surpassing 400, equipping level 60 gear and learning some passive skills could push individual attributes beyond 2,000. Moreover, his two summoning skills upgraded directly and he gained a new special talent for his unique profession, Embrace of the Dead. Physical damage reduction plus 50%, magic damage reduction plus 50%, true damage reduction plus 50%, skills ignore evasion, immune to control effects. Seeing these attributes, Chen Yong couldn't help but exclaim, good heavens, no wonder this is a world class profession. Now that's what I call a talent. Though his magic defense was high, magic penetration and true damage could still pose a threat. Magic penetration is a percentage, so when you encounter someone who has stacked it to the max, even the highest magic defense becomes useless. True damage is even more outrageous. Not only does defense become a mere decoration, but it can also ignore any shields you have, striking directly at your core. That's why immunity to physical and magical attacks is considered a noble attribute, and true damage is the ultimate privilege. But even more privileged are abilities that ignore evasion and immunity to control. Especially dear is the passive immunity to control, so you'll never have to fear being controlled again. Otherwise, when faced with a maniac like Old Six who can hard control for 10 minutes, you'd end up like a moth, trapped and helpless. Chop 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 as he slices away with eerie precision. Skeleton summoning, Cemetery of the Dead reads the ability description. Cemetery of the Dead consumes 500 mana, summons the gates of the Cemetery of the Dead, from which emerges 5+139 skeletal warriors and 5+139 skeletal berserkers, lasting 12 hours. Good heavens, upon reading this, Chen Yong felt his scalp tingle with unease. Clearly, after the skill upgrade, the base number of summons increased to 5 with 2 types of units. Even at level 20, a necromancer could summon 10 skeletons, but his F-grade talent was even more shameless. This talent replicates unit types, not summoning skills. It's the most ridiculous talent doing the most outrageous things. Not to mention, the other skill is just as absurd. Tower of the Dead consumes 500 mana. Summons the gate of the Tower of the Dead, from which emerges 5+139 mid-level ice mages and 5+139 mid-level fire mages lasting 12 hours. This is insane. Chen Yong looked at the panels speechless. He hadn't even distributed his attribute points yet and his power had already quadrupled. If he added all 10 billion attribute points, how many more skeleton types could he summon? Wait a minute, the necromancer could summon all undead creatures. Could one person summon an entire world? This is a bit overpowered. It seems other professions might have a hard time competing. As for the dungeon boss, as long as you dare to show your health bar, you wouldn't even have the chance to kneel and call for mercy. While he was deep in thought, suddenly he heard a scream. Daddy, no! What was going on? Chen Yong instinctively looked around and saw a little girl in a white dress running and shouting inside the hall. Ricky, looking like a creep, was chasing her with excitement all over his face. Don't run, let Daddy hug you. Daddy, don't come over. The little girl in the white dress was fleeing in panic. It seemed that after Amod's death, the soul of little Mina had emerged from somewhere. However, what puzzled Chen Yong was why this little girl was running, since that was her real father. Plop! Suddenly little Mina tripped and fell flat on the ground. Ricky took a few steps forward, about to grab Mina's hand. But then bang bang bang, a burst of white light exploded from Mina and her figure rapidly began to fade, as if she were about to disappear. Oh no, what the heck? Chen Yong's expression changed dramatically and he sprinted forward, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Richie was sent flying 4 or 5 meters. Qin Sanjin, who had been rummaging through a corpse, suddenly snapped to attention and instinctively pulled out his great sword. Sun Yaron looked over puzzled. The Silver Knight standing guard nearby also gripped his sword hilt. Richie, rubbing his rear, asked Lord Chen Yong, "What are you doing? Mind your own business." Chen Yong's face turned dark. "You fool, you almost got your daughter's soul scattered." What? Richie was terrified and quickly looked at his daughter. Little Mina's scared, hid behind Chen Yong. "Dad, there's a big fire on you, I'm scared." "What fire? There's none." Richie looked at himself in confusion. Chen Yong, with a gloomy face, explained, "Holy light is like a burning flame to the undead. Why are you touching her? Can't keep your hands to yourself, huh?" Little Mina nodded repeatedly in agreement. However, when she looked at Chen Yong, she suddenly screamed, "Big brother, I've seen you before." "What are you talking about?" Chen Yong was puzzled. He had only seen Mina in the instance, but that was a projection from the system, not reality. Little Mina hurriedly explained, "I was trapped in a box and often had the same dream. In my dream, I returned to the town, tied on a high platform in the square surrounded by monsters, and that big villain Amod. I often saw many people come to the town to kill monsters and I begged them to save me, but they ignored me. Until I met you, big brother. You not only killed all the monsters but also helped me find my earring." Hearing this explanation, Chen Yong was stunned. The Plague Town was apparently created by the system based on Mina's dreams. It's important to note that the timelines of all worlds are different. In the timeline of Daqin, the Plague Town instance had existed for thousands of years, but in the timeline of the Eternal World, Mina had only been undead for about 10 years. This means that when he accepted the task, the system had directly opened the Eternal Kingdom and forcibly merged the timelines. Merging two worlds in such a manner couldn't simply be described as impressive. Who knows which big shot designed this system? While Chen Yong was secretly amazed, he suddenly heard Qin Sanjin scream, "Dad, Yong Lu dropped your purple skill book." "Really?" In Yunyang City, the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm was even more crowded than before. Because aside from Yunyang City's legion, troops from other nearby cities had arrived. Even the 4 super legions of Daqin, Xingjing, Yingtian, Dongdu and Yuzhou had sent people. Moreover, the vice presidents of the 3 major academies personally led their teams. They had no choice. Chen Yong was too extraordinary. Within just one day he had tackled a significant portion of the National Fortune mainline task. Even with the Queen of Yuzhou leading the charge, the 3 sycophant vice presidents had to brace themselves and move forward. After all, they were unwilling to let such a prodigy slip away. Besides, they also intended to help Chen Yong with his tasks. After all, the task of saving the national fortune was extremely rare. In over 2,000 years of Daqin history, only a few had ever been activated. In their view, even if Chen Yong managed to complete the first segment by luck, he surely wouldn't succeed in the following ones. Moreover, Chen Yong still had to complete his world change task. Thus, they selected thousands from the 4 major military academies, given that the level limit of the mission was 30, while the minimum in the 4 major corps was at least level 40. However, the Queen of Yuzhou did not come. Instead, a captain from the Yuzhou Corps named Zheng Zhao Xiet arrived. This guy looked a bit shady as he eyed the three fawning vice deans. Even senior sister Yu has stepped in and you still won't give up, humph. Lu Qijuan from Yingtian Academy snorted coldly, you're celebrating too. Early Chen Yong hasn't agreed to join you yet. Exactly. Yigao Shangji from Shengjing Academy adjusted his glasses. The outcome is still undecided, we're all dark horses here. Huan Longhua, touching the scar on his face, smirked. I remember senior sister you quit the Yuzhou Corps, right? Oh right. Lu Qijuan's eyes lit up. It was quite the scandal back then. Could it be that senior sister you and Qin Tianyi are getting divorced? Hehehe, that would be great. Huang Longhua and Gao Shangji chuckled slyly. That means we might have a chance getting both the charming senior and the prodigy. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You're dreaming in broad daylight. Zheng Zhaoxie chuckled lightly and said calmly, do you really think Yu Hongyi can influence the current head of the Qin clan? This. The three vice deans immediately wilted. If it were just the Yuzhou Corps they might still argue a bit, but if Qin Tianyi shamelessly leveraged the power of the Qin clan they'd be in a tough spot. Though today's Great Qin is filled with competition from various factions, the Qin clan still stands dominant, looking down upon all. Also, Zheng Zhaoxie continued, did you notice who Chen Yong teamed up with? Who? The three were initially confused, then utterly shocked. Oh my Qin San Jin, Zheng Zhaoxie laughed triumphantly. I don't need to introduce that kid's identity, do I? You're truly despicable. Lu Qijuan was livid, his face flushed with anger. Not entirely. Gao Shangji rationally adjusted his glasses. According to my investigation, Chen Yong has a strong personality and such immense talent he surely wouldn't want to be constrained by anyone. Brother Gao really stopped dreaming. Zheng Zhaoxie patted his shoulder and said, no matter how strong his personality or how high his talent, he cannot bypass the mountain of the Qin clan unless he wants to die young. The three's faces stiffened and they gritted their teeth. You really have no intention of acting human, do you? Hehehe, Zheng Zhaoxie laughed smugly. It's all for Great Qin, no need to curse so harshly, The three snorted coldly, contemplating their next move. Suddenly an icy system voice emerged from the black portal. Congratulations, the mainline boss of the Eternal Kingdom, Grand Wizard Amoth, has been slain. Boss battle time. 10 minutes. Slaying members: Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior, Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer, Sun Yuerong, level 35 ranger. National fortune mission. The Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom. Second ring battle of Sowu City completed. Great Qin's national fortune increased by 100. This is a special announcement for all Great Qin professionals. Upon receiving this announcement, all professionals of Great Qin unanimously shouted out a congratulatory message for their leading hero. Immediately following, the nation's professionals erupted into fervent excitement, an excitement that was utterly overwhelming. How could this be? Report, this guy's definitely using cheats, damn it. He leveled up to 60 in just 2 days after changing his class. Are they taking us for fools, especially among Chen Yong's peers? All the other professionals are collectively losing it. They're still struggling at levels 3 or 4 inch while Chen Yong has already hit level 60. Just to put it into perspective, leveling from 1 to 60 requires nearly 200 million experience points. However, the fangirls in the fandom seem to be even more infatuated. If you're weak, go back and practice more instead of doubting Daddy Yong. Exactly. Jealousy will only distort your faces. Even the bootlicker vice principals were stunned. In just half a day, he completed the second stage of the National Fortune mission. He even completed a world-class change task on his own, skyrocketing to level 60. Even though they saw the system announcement with their own eyes, they couldn't help but doubt it. It was just too miraculous, too unbelievable, too much to comprehend. To know, it's been over 5,000 years since the mysterious catastrophe struck. Completing the second stage of the Salvation National Fortune mission is something fewer than 10 people worldwide have achieved. Yet Chen Yong completed it on his own. Family, who can understand this? How do these old guys even have any face left? Although there are 2 others, they are believed to be mere mascots because Sun Yuanyong's purple talent doesn't even qualify her for the Imperial Legion. Qin San Jin has golden talent, but it's very poor, not even comparable to a decent top-tier red talent, so they know this is all Chen Yong's achievement. But how did he do it? Not to mention anything else, just gaining 200 million experience in half a day is beyond comprehension, truly a monster. Zhang Zhaoxie was also dumbfounded but quickly recovered and urgently pulled out his phone to make a call. because Chun Yong has reached such a monstrous level he no longer has the authority to handle it and must consult Qin Tianyi. The three bootlicker vice principals also turned around simultaneously and started making calls. No one wants to give up on such a monstrous genius. In Yuzhou, in a lavish office, Qin Tianyi was enjoying himself, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed. Ding ding ding. At this moment the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Qin Tianyi picked up the phone. Speak. What? Qin Tianyi hastily turned on the computer on his desk and a news headline automatically popped up. Secret Realm of the Eternal Kingdom. Grand Wizard Amode has been slain, killing members. Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior. Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer. Sun Yuan Yong, level 35 ranger. National fortune task. Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom, second stage, Battle of Sowu City completed. Qin. National fortune increased by 100. My heavens, the secretary raised her head, her mouth agape. He leveled up to 60 in half a day, completed the national fortune mission and world-class change. How did he do it? Get out. Qin Tianyi kicked the secretary out in embarrassment and anger. The secretary tidied her uniform and hair, running out with a face full of grievances. Only then did Qin Tianyi speak into the phone. Stay at the secret realm exit, and when that kid comes out, do whatever it takes to bring him to Yuzhou to see me. Yes, Commander. Zheng Zhaoxia nodded, though hesitated. Those three bastards are also there. I'm afraid they might bring reinforcements. Don't worry, they won't be able to make it. Understood. Zheng Zhaoxia respectfully hung up the phone. Qin Tianyi called his little secretary back and smiling as he asked, Xiaohong, did you get hurt from the fall earlier? And no. The secretary shook her head quickly, frightened. Qin Tianyi pulled her into his arms. All right, it was my fault, I shouldn't have lost my temper at you. The secretary instantly burst into tears of grievance. Brother Tianyi, I'm so scared you'll fire me. How could I? Qin Tianyi comforted her with a smile. Xiaohong is so capable. How could Brother Tianyi bear to let you go? Brother Tianyi is so mean, she pouted. Qin Tianyi chuckled and continued, go personally inform the commanders of Shengjing, Yingtian and Dongdu to come for a discussion about the East Sea Secret Realm. The East Sea Secret Realm? The secretary was puzzled. Wasn't that shelved because of the World War? Shelved, but not abandoned. Qin Tianyi sighed softly, patting her. Go now. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Okay, Brother Tianyi. The secretary coquettishly kissed him on the cheek, then stood up, tidied her clothes, and left happily. However, as soon as she stepped out of the door, her charming face turned ice cold. Qin Tianyi's expression also darkened as he tapped the table. This child is too monstrous. If he can't be used by the Qin clan, then he must be destroyed. He then pulled out a professional card and swiped across a name. Old 8. Put your current matters aside and come back to prepare for the national war at the East Sea Secret Realm. Got it, came the instant reply. Only then did Qin Tianyi relax a bit, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. Yu Hongi, I'm sorry, but you still can't escape this time. Deep in Eagle Mountain, inside a simple wooden cabin, Yu Hongi was bent over a table packing her things. She was wearing a red lace nightgown, her alluring figure enough to tempt any man. However, seeing the things she was organizing would probably scare any man senseless, as they were all mediums used by sinister sorcerers for casting spells. The least intimidating among them might just be a pair of red cloth shoes embroidered with golden phoenixes. Master, there's news. A woman in red walked in. Chen Yong would recognize her, for she was the infamous red paper bride. Oh. Yu Hongi lazily accepted the professional card, but upon seeing the message a sharp gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes and her seductive red lips curled slightly. Little thing, it seems I underestimated you. She turned to the woman in red. Shall you prepare a bath and a change of attire? I'm going on a long journey. Yes, master. The red paper bride drifted away upon hearing this. Yu Hongi then looked up at a portrait on the wall. It depicted a majestic middle-aged man riding a tall white horse clad in black gold armor, wielding a red tasseled spear. Even with corpses strewn around and enemies in droves, he showed not a hint of fear. Father, this time Hongi believes she's found the right person. I hope there's still time. Sister Bing Moi, Yuzhou Airport. Xin Bing found herself enveloped in the arms of a young woman donning a pure and innocent JK skirt. Her name was Su Chacha, a distant cousin and best friend of Qin Bing. True to her name, Su Chacha had a rather coquettish demeanor. Qin Bing pushed her away with a hint of disdain. How old are you? Still acting all coquettish. Ice sister, Su Chacha pouted. I'm just happy to see you. How am I being coquettish? Ugh. Qin Bing shivered as if her skin crawled. Can we have a normal conversation? Of course, Su Chacha giggled, linking her arm through Qin Bing's. Ice sister, I have a favor to ask. What is it? Xin Bing furrowed her brows, quickly adding, if it's about taking you into the secret realm, no way, I still want to live a few more years. Su Cha-Cha had a rare golden talent as a bishop healer, yet she possessed the heart of a DPS, never using her healing skills. Instead, she relied on pitifully low output skills and resurrection. Every time she resurrected someone, she'd say, sorry big brother, it's just that Cha-Cha is too clumsy. As the eldest lady of the Su family in Yuzhou, no one dared to get angry with her, but eventually no one wanted to team up with her, secretly dubbing her the Cha Poison Healer, Ice Sister. Su Cha-Cha stomped her foot in grievance, I'm just naturally clumsy, not on purpose, and even you despise me. Alright, I give up. Xin Bing cut her off, exasperated, just say what you need, I'll help if I can. You must help, Su Cha-Cha insisted stubbornly. Fine, go ahead. Xin Bing nodded helplessly, you're the best, Ice Sister. Su Cha-Cha grinned, then bashfully added, Ice Sister, can you introduce me to Chen Yong? Pfft. Xin Bing spat out her water in disbelief, what did you say? You want me to introduce Chen Yong to you? Yes. Su Cha-Cha nodded eagerly, I want to hide my identity for now and start as ordinary friends so the relationship can be more genuine. Oh, you're too coquettish, Xin Bing couldn't help but snipe. The story of Chen Yong had spread among all the professionals in Qin dynasty, surely Su Cha-Cha knew it too and had ulterior motives, yet she spoke of wanting a pure relationship, likely hoping Chen Yong would invest sincerely first. Ice Sister, you're mean. Stop. Xin Bing quickly interrupted, alarmed by this coquettish creature, I only know his contact details. I can't help with anything else. Chen Yong's current performance indeed surprised her, but it wasn't enough to sway her as the future Frost Lord. Besides, until Chen Yong completed the world-class transition, he remained a fleeting presence, unable to stir her life in any meaningful way. Great, Su Cha-Cha excitedly pulled out her profession card. Quick, give me Brother Yong's contact. Xin Bing was speechless. The boy was only 18 and here was Su Cha-Cha nearly 28, not even blushing. But she didn't dwell on it because once Su Cha-Cha set her sights on a man, there was no stopping her. Moreover, Xin Bing wasn't interested in Chen Yong, and if these two hit it off, it might even help her get past her own mother. However, as soon as she sent Chen Yong's contact to Su Cha-Cha, her profession card immediately flashed a message. The main boss of the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm, Archwizard mode, has been slain. Boss battle time. 10 minutes, defeated members. Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior, Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer, Sun Yurong, level 35 ranger, national fortune task, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom, second phase, the Battle of Suaha City completed. Di Qin's national fortune increased by 100. This is hereby announced to all Di Qin professionals. This. Xin Bing was utterly dumbfounded, defeating the main storyline boss of the secret realm in half a day, completing national fortune tasks and world transition tasks in half a day, reaching level 60 in half a day. Is this some kind of joke? Could this be the oppressive aura of imperial potential? Yeah. Su Cha-Cha, however, jumped with excitement. Honey, you're amazing, another first kill of the secret realm boss. Well, honey, Cha-Cha misses you so much. What Cha-Cha wants to be with you, honey. Su Cha-Cha showered Chen Yong's avatar with kisses. Xin Bing was speechless, regret slowly creeping in for having allowed Chen Yong to end up with this coquettish girl. In the World Alliance's secret realm hall, due to the sudden change in Di Qin's national fortune value, many professionals gathered under the National Fortune Monument, buzzing with discussion, especially the professionals from the Small Sun who were indignantly questioning Di Qin's legitimacy. After all, under normal circumstances, national fortune values increase by a few points, with anything over 10 points indicating a large-scale national war. Yet, this time there was a sudden surge of 50 points, amounting to a fifth of the Small Sun's value. How could they possibly accept this? However, just as the professionals from Di Qin and the Small Sun were embroiled in heated arguments, the cold system notification from the National Fortune Monument echoed once again. Notification: change in national fortune value. Di Qin increases by 100 points. Current national fortune value is 5,690. Whoa! The entire hall erupted with exclamations of whoa. This time even Di Qin professionals were a bit bewildered. A full 100 points in national fortune, even a large-scale national war would require 3 to 4 rounds. If it were an assassination task, it might take dozens of attempts. Some professionals from the Small Sun even jumped up. Despicable Di Qin people, you must be cheating, damn you. Immediately a Di Qin professional retorted, isn't this how national fortune values increase? You Slander us with your eyes wide open all day, but doing tasks is really hard for us Dichin brothers, yet you've been stagnant at 250 for thousands of years. Maybe you should introspect and see if you're doing tasks seriously. If you're weak, train more. Being envious of others all day, no wonder you don't grow taller. Just a bunch of dogs. Keep whining and believe us, we'll wipe you out on the East Sea battlefield. A few from the small sun were instantly silenced because they knew despite the factions among Dichin professionals when it comes to dealing with outsiders, especially those from the small sun, they stand united. Moreover, they were well aware that national fortune values couldn't be faked. It was just the sudden surge in Dichin's fortune that left them feeling unbalanced. Little did they expect that their words would provoke such a reaction from the Dichin people. Meanwhile, in the Prime Minister's office of Little Day's dog Liquan Xiong was so furious that he slammed the table. What on earth is going on? Why has Great Qin's national fortune increased by 100 again? An official hurriedly stood up to explain. According to the report from Lord Red Moon, it seems Great Qin is undergoing a national fortune-saving mission. Dog Liquan Xiong's eyes lit up. When did she report this, and is there anything else? The official quickly added, she mentioned that Great Qin has a new genius comparable to Qin Zulong, also in a mythical profession named Chen Yong. What? The dog Liquan Xiong's expression changed drastically. Damn Great Qin and its strong national fortune. They had Qin Zulong in the past, and now they have Chen Yong, another mythical profession. Are they leaving us no room at all? We can't let him grow any further. With a grim-faced dog Liquan Xiong ordered, prepare for the Eastern Sea national war. We must eliminate this Chen Yong. In the Eternal Kingdom, in a remote valley, Lu Ming, Ji Buxiao and others were tending to their wounds. Nearby lay a massive elite boss and a dozen undead minions. After learning the dungeon's difficulty, they organized 2 elite teams, all at level 30 except the support healer. Yet after taking on a small mission and killing 1 elite mini-boss, most of them were injured. Damn, this is insane. Zhao Taiju couldn't help but complain. I don't know how Chen Yong managed to kill the main quest boss. Just lucky, I guess. Lu Ming grumbled. He must have found some sort of exploit. No way. Ji Buxiao couldn't believe it. The secret realm is a real world. There are no exploits. Well, gee, you're really naive, Lu Ming sneered, glancing at the elite boss. The boss was as tall as a small mountain, with over 3 million HP. Even though they were all level 30-inch, their equipment couldn't make a dent. Plus, the boss could eat zombies to regain health, tormenting them for 2 hours before they managed to get it halfway down. By accident, they lured the boss to a cliff and it fell off, breaking apart. In less than 10 minutes, they finished off the remaining HP. That's why Lu Ming thought Chen Yong must have exploited something similar. Otherwise, there's no way he could defeat the main quest boss in 10 seconds. Zhao Taiju couldn't help but ask, then how do you explain Sun Yueron leveling up 3 times in half a day? Not all monsters can fall off cliffs, right? Why not? Lu Ming snorted. The jealousy and suspicion between an older husband and a younger wife are natural. Chen Yong being more talented and flirting with Sun Yuerong right in front of him, now completing tasks together, made Lu Ming feel a bit insecure. Jealousy had twisted his face into a grimace. Zhao Taiju hesitated, then asked the healer, surely you've seen Chen Yong kill monsters. Do you think he exploited any bugs? I don't know. The healer shook her head. Even though she knew Chen Yong could summon hundreds of skeletons with damage in the tens of thousands, she had even seen Sun Yuerong enter Chen Yong's room and heard them all night. But she wasn't foolish enough to tell Lu Ming, knowing she'd be kicked out of the Legion. Ha, Lu Ming chuckled softly. I told you that kid is just a... Before he could finish his disdainful remark, everyone received a system announcement simultaneously. Mainline boss of the Eternal Kingdom's secret realm Archmage has been slain. Boss battle duration, 10 minutes. Members involved in the kill: Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior, Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer, Sun Yurong, level 35 ranger. National fortune mission, Dawn of the Eternal Kingdom. Second phase Battle of Suahe City completed, increasing the fortune of the Great Qin by 100. This is to inform all professionals of the Great Qin. Everyone present was left in shock, especially Lu Ming, whose face darkened considerably. It had only been half a day, and yet another mainline boss had been defeated. Not only that, but they had also completed the world transition and national fortune missions with an insane level up to 60, even Sun Yuron leveling up by 10 levels. To think that Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taiju had taken over a decade to reach level 30, Lu Ming himself, almost 40 years old, was still stuck at level 30. It was unfathomable that someone could achieve so much in just half a day. Oh my god, the god of Bravery must truly be a divine being, indeed over 200 million experience points in half a day, tens of thousands of monsters slain, an absolute show of strength, it's unbelievable, how does he even fight the monsters? The crowd was buzzing with astonishment, instinctively glancing at the Grand Healer. The Grand Healer had no choice but to explain honestly. Shen Yong could summon 200 skeleton minions, each capable of inflicting hundreds of thousands of damage. The crowd was utterly stunned. No wonder he could solo heroes and dominate secret realms. Yet, they couldn't comprehend what kind of talent could allow a necromancer to become so overpowering. Hey old Lu, Ji Buxian nudged Lu Ming with a grin, your wife is in the God of Bravery's team, why not send her a message so we can join in? Zhao Taiju perked up. Old Lu, if you become wealthy don't forget us. Lu Ming's face was filled with an awkward smile. He wanted to reach out but his pride held him back. After all, he had just been showing off in front of everyone a few days ago. And now he would have to grovel, plus it would be relying on his wife's connections and there was even a chance of being rejected. Just then the Grand Healer suggested, why don't we go to Silver City and wait, they'll definitely head back to the city. Yes, Ji Buxiu and the others nodded eagerly. Lu Ming had no choice but to reluctantly join them on the way to Silver City. In Suahe City, inside the military hall, Chen Yong, Qin San Jin and the others were busy looting. This one's not bad, Chen Yong exclaimed in delight, looking at the skill book in his hand. Whisper of the Demon, category, skill book, quality, rare, level, 35, class, Dark Mage Warlock Sorcerer, passive skill, after dealing damage, including summons, inflict weakness on the target, reducing both defenses by 90% for 2 seconds, can be resisted. This was an excellent passive support skill, offering a significant debuff as true damage, especially since it could affect summons any monster. Could be hammered down unless they had level suppression or invincibility. Without a second thought, he learned the skill book immediately. Anything else good? There's an epic accessory too. Qin San Jin pulled out an orange jade pendant, Dark Talisman category, accessory quality, epic level, 35 class, dark type, all stats, plus 150 equip, increases skill dodge rate by 10%, equip. Generates a shield that reduces all damage by 40% when hit by a control skill lasting for 3 seconds, active, removes all control and grants invincibility for 3 seconds. Description: an item born with the Great Rift. This thing is pretty good. Chen Yong's eyes lit up again and he couldn't help but ask, did Imo drop this? Why didn't I see it being used earlier? Devon dropped it. Qin San Jin grinned widely. Alright, 2 unlucky guys. Chen Yong mercilessly mocked, hanging the jade pendant on his waist. Anything else? There's more. Qin San Jin and Sun Yueyong quickly opened their system backpacks. Today we picked up 64 purple items, 1268 blue items, 3 blue skill books and 17 green skill books. So many. Shen Yong was taken aback. That's not a lot, Sun Yueyong bitterly explained. You killed 7 bosses, over 50,000 elite monsters and hundreds of thousands of small monsters. Shen Yong was slightly stunned. Seems like the drop rate is really low. Sweeping through the entire Sueha city, only the bosses dropped anything worthwhile. If it had been a professional legion, this wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. Alright, you all pick out a set you can use. Thank you, Daddy, Sun Yueyong instinctively replied excitedly, but after saying it her pretty face turned crimson. Chen Yong, half smiling, said, if Captain Sun really wants to change what you call me, I have no objections. Bad person, you're annoying. Sun Yueyong angrily and shyly dumped the equipment on the ground, then with a flushed face she grabbed a couple of archer gear and turned to run. Qin San Jin scratched his head. What's Sun Captain's meaning, taking our equipment and then cursing us? This. Chen Yong twitched at the corners of his mouth, his face darkening as he said, just find your gear and stop asking so many questions. Qin San Jin immediately broke into a silly smile. I've already put it on the best blue gear all over. Chen Yong rubbed his forehead and explained, I meant you should pick a higher level set. Qin San Jin started with a soul-searching question. Why? I can't wear it anyway, for crying out loud. Shen Yong was speechless, not wanting to explain further, directly picking out a few purple items. Take this, it's a gift from your old man for meeting you. Really? Qin San Jin's eyes gleamed brightly. Old man Yon, you're better than my own dad. No, from now on you're my dad. Let me tell you about my mom. Alright, I get it. Chen Yong interrupted with a dark face, reminding once more. Remember, the equipment is only for you to wear, don't give it away. Relax, old man Yong. Shin San Jin pounded his chest confidently. The gifts you give me, even if I die, will go with me in the coffin. Chen Yong no longer wanted to bother with this fool. There can't just be muscle in that head, he can't be that dense, so he began rummaging through the equipment as well, but only found a few pieces of mage gear. Oh, there's also a level 40 orange equipment from a task, Orb of the Dead. Category, Deputy Quality, Epic Level, 40 Class, Necromancer Strength, 185. Constitution, 176 Spirit, 220 Agility, 149 Equipment, increases dark magic damage by 1450 points. Equipment, increases attack range of ranged summons by 20% and melee summons attack speed by 20%. Equipment, increases mana regeneration by 50% in combat. Description, a nameless orb corrupted by darkness. After equipping all his gear, Chen Yong's attributes across the board soared past 1,000 and his health reached a staggering 100,000. He didn't bother to change his clothes or underwear as the few million mana shield was just too tempting, and besides, the floral shorts were comfortable and breezy. Once Chen Yong was set with his equipment, he had to find a place to rest, and then he lay down on the bed ready to allocate his points. For him, gear and skills were secondary right now. The priority was boosting his spirit. Just thinking about the process of allocating points made him put on a mask of agony. With 1 billion attribute points to assign, averaging 40,000 per hour, he would need to keep at it for 3 years without stopping. Including breaks, it would take a full 6 years of relentless clicking. However, when he opened the system to start allocating points, he was suddenly dumbfounded. Now each click added 5 points to his spirit. Chen Yong's face lit up with joy. It seemed the system gifted more attribute points after his job change, and the speed of adding points had increased. He was fired up, ready to pull an all-nighter. At this rate, he could allocate 20,000 points in an hour, reaching 200,000 in 10 hours. He would become stronger very soon. But just as he rolled up his sleeves to get started, the door was knocked open. In walked Sun Yurong wearing a seductive little leather skirt. Bang! Chen Yong slammed the door shut with a backhand. Then he summoned over 500 skeletons to fill the entire room. Women, I swear, always messing with my focus. The next day Chen Yong only got up in the afternoon. Thankfully, after a night of intense effort, he finally raised his spirit to 28 million. He could now summon 561 plus 5 each of skeleton warriors, berserkers and intermediate skeleton ice and fire mages, totaling 2264 skeletal bodyguards. Aside from the skeleton warriors, the damage output exceeded 1 million. With skill boosts, it could reach over 10 million. Moreover, the new 4 types of skeletons each had unique attributes. Skeleton warriors were defensive, their health gaining a 50% spirit bonus, turning them into massive tanks with millions of health points. Berserkers were all-out attackers, their agility gaining a 10% spirit bonus, and they came with charge and leap slash skills, making them incredibly swift. As for the ice and fire mages, they directly received area attack skills and their special effects were enhanced by spirit bonuses. In short, Chen Yong now felt overwhelmingly powerful, so he called over Captain Richie and the others. Old Richie, lead the way to the royal city. What? Richie and his companions were dumbfounded. Even Sun Yurong, standing nearby, felt a bit anxious. She had already inquired about the general situation of the royal city while Chen Yong was asleep. Around the royal city, millions of civilian zombies have gathered, and inside the city there are over 1 million undead soldiers. It's safe to say that over 90% of the soldiers who have been turned into undead within the entire Eternal Kingdom are concentrated in and around the royal city. However, this isn't the most crucial part. Floating above the royal city is a gigantic necropolis known as the Shadow Palace. It's rumored that inside, aside from the endless armies of calamity, there is also a level 60 undead leader whose power is tens of times greater than that of a mode. Although Chen Yong is very powerful, she is still quite afraid, for there is a vast difference between tens of thousands and millions. What's wrong, old Rue? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, weren't you planning to clean up the undead scourge and find your daughter's body? Lord Chen Yong, Richie hesitated, isn't this too hasty? Hasty? Chen Yong chuckled lightly and shook her head, I don't have much time to waste here. If you don't lead the way, I'll just head back and won't be returning. She came here primarily for her career change. Saving the Eternal Kingdom was secondary. Moreover, she's already hit the level 60 cap and needs to inquire about a second career transition quest. As for the experience, equipment and skills from the monsters in the royal city, they can be obtained in other secret realms as well. Besides, with her formidable combat power, if Richie remains timid, he doesn't have the makings of a king. Look at the legendary emperors of Dahua. All of them face life and death situations, started from scratch, seized power in chaotic times, and competed. With heroes, none of them flinched. They all thrived amid the chaos, exhilarated to the core. Only one who dared not play was later scorned as a coward by posterity. If Richie dares not, then it's best to leave it be and wait for the future Dachin professionals to save the Eternal Kingdom. Yet Richie misunderstood, immediately kneeling on one knee. Lord Chin Yong, Richie Tideville is willing to support you as the new king. What? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, especially Chin San Jin and Sun Yuerong, who were utterly flabbergasted. A professional completing a dungeon and becoming a king, this was unprecedented. Only Imarak and others were overjoyed inside. If Chen Yong became king, the Eternal Kingdom would no longer fear the undead scourge. Ha! Chen Yong laughed heartily and shook her head. Old Rui, it's you who should ascend the throne as king. What? Richie was directly dumbfounded. Ima and the others were equally at a loss. In their eyes, Chen Yong was entirely qualified to become king. All right, get up, Chen Yong reached out to help Richie up and said seriously, I am still sober. You can be the wise king, can you? I can. Richie's eyes gleamed with determination. Saving countless lives was his long-cherished wish. Besides, how many men could refuse such a throne? Triggered National Fortune Quest Final Stage, Salvation War Quest Hint. Repel the members of the Dark Council from the Great Rift and cleanse the Eternal Royal City, supporting the new king. Personal reward, 1 million experience, level 50 orange equipment, 150 fortune contribution. National reward, 150 empire fortune, Eternal Royal City. On a high mountain nearby, Yin Shangnan gazed at the densely packed zombies in the distance and the majestic royal city from which continuous roars emanated. Not only did her scalp tingle, but her entire body felt numb, not to mention the incredibly massive dark castle suspended in the sky. She was a sophomore at Yuzhou Academy, just hitting level 30, which was why she was sent to tackle the Eternal Kingdom. Of course, she was also there to help Shinyong complete his mission. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't great and she was teleported right near the royal city. That's when she witnessed the terrifying scene before her eyes. Senior, are we really going to storm the royal city? The junior next to her was also scared stiff. Are you kidding me? Yin Shangnan, whose fiery temper matched her role as a berserker, replied bluntly, this is clearly a suicide mission. Anyone who goes is an idiot. What about the mission? The junior asked bitterly. They had just entered and weren't aware of the secret realm's difficulty, so they casually accepted a task. It was to help reclaim a farmland near the royal city, rewarding them with level 30 blue equipment and 50,000 experience points. They thought it was a minor task, only to find hundreds of zombies near the farmland. Moreover, killing zombies might trigger the nearby zombie army or even the undead legion within the royal city. Not doing it, Yin Shangnan lay down in resignation. We'll just wait for that fool Chinyang to die and then we can go back. Huh. The junior was stupefied. Senior, there will be penalties for not completing the task. Heh, Yin Shangnan sneered. The penalty is not being able to enter the secret realm. I'm already level 30. What do I have to worry about this? The junior hesitated for a moment before continuing. Isn't Chin San Jin your cousin? Are you really not going to save him? Pfft, I don't have such a stupid cousin. Yin Shangnan spat, a bit helpless. Besides, if he dies it's a blessing. At least he and my aunt can be relieved. However, just as she finished speaking, a system prompt appeared, triggered the final ring of the National Fortune Mission, Salvation National War, Mission Hint. Repel the members of the Dark Council of the Eternal Kingdom and cleanse the Eternal Royal City, installing a new king. Personal rewards, 1 million experience, level 50 orange equipment, 150 fortune contributions. National rewards, 150 empire fortune. Mission warning, the final ring of the Salvation level National Fortune Mission. All Dachin professionals in the secret realm are forced to participate. No way, Yin Shangnan sat up, eyes filled with disbelief. No one had ever completed a Salvation-level National Fortune mission to the final ring, and no one knew it would be mandatory. This was shameless. The worst part was escaping a National Fortune mission would affect reality. Not only would the system punish you, but even the country would give you a severe reprimand. Is Chen Yong out of his mind taking on such a suicidal mission? Senior, now what? Yin Shangnan rubbed her chin thoughtfully. You guys head back to the camp first. I'll wait here for that damn Chen Yong. What do you mean? The junior looked confused. Yin Shingnan's mischievous smile appeared. We were on our way, but before we got to Chen Yong, that guy died. I see, the junior instantly understood. Basically, they were betting on a strategy of doing nothing and avoiding pointless sacrifices. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and others heading towards Silver City also received the same mission in their task system, the Salvation National War Mission. The rewards were incredibly generous, with a total value of at least tens of millions, but hardly anyone could enjoy them as it was practically a death sentence. What to do? It turned out to be a mission to save the kingdom, a national war task. Who could handle that? So, should we still cling to this powerhouse? Everyone was at a loss for words. Forget it, Lu Ming snorted coldly, this is just seeking death. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. Exactly, let's just let it go. Immediately, a few others nodded in agreement. After all, this wasn't an official mission organized by the Great Qin dynasty. Even if they slacked off, they wouldn't be punished, let alone the fact that they weren't even on site yet. However, Ji Buishio was unwilling to give up. Activating the kingdom-saving war will double the rewards. How about we check out the area near the royal city? That sounds good. Zhao Taizhu nodded instinctively. There weren't many dissenting voices among the rest. After all, they were considered elites, capable of handling small tasks. Thus everyone adjusted their course towards the royal city according to the map. Other adventurers were doing roughly the same, all heading towards the royal city, though not necessarily to help. Meanwhile, Chen Yong and his companions had already set off for the royal city. They didn't bring the main forces of the Silver Knights because the royal city was located in the central plains of the Eternal Kingdom. It would take at least half a month for a large army to reach there. Besides, those guys were only good for shouting 666 and gasping in awe, so Chen Yong and the rest, along with Richie, rode their griffins and reached the mountain overlooking the royal city in just 2 days. From the mountaintop, they could see a magnificent white castle built in the medieval Western European style, perched against the mountain and surrounded by a wide moat. Beyond the moat were several rings of luxurious high-rise buildings, followed by densely packed houses and a network of intersecting streets. Further out was a vast plain with rice paddies, lakes, orchards and farmhouses, encircled by a ring of perilous mountains that surrounded the royal city and its satellite towns. The only entrance was a canyon several hundred meters wide. If one were to send troops to attack the royal city, it would be exceedingly difficult because the Eternal Kingdom was still in the feudal era without planes, artillery, tanks or missiles. One could only breach the canyon gate by force or have a large army traverse the mountains. Inside the city were many mages and sorcerers, making it challenging to conquer even with a million-strong army. However, at this moment, the entire royal city was shrouded in gloomy clouds. From the streets of the satellite towns outside, roars could be heard intermittently and the distant plains were enveloped in a gray mist. Even without seeing any undead zombies, the danger was palpable. Lord Chen Yong, what next? Lead the way. I'm not familiar with the city. Chen Yong spurred his griffin toward the canyon entrance. All right, Richie hurriedly followed. Despite his nervousness, he didn't hesitate because he knew that missing this chance would doom the kingdom in the apocalypse. Yet as the 4 riders and their mounts passed through the canyon, several pairs of eyes gazed upon them from the mountains on either side. Yin Shangnan was particularly surprised, exclaiming, "Who are those people? How dare they charge into the royal city?" Soon Chen Yong and his group arrived at the entrance of the canyon. Here stood a grand city gate, flanked by numerous small buildings indicating a once thriving place. Now, however, the long streets were desolate and decayed, with a foul stench in the air and scattered remains everywhere. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies around, and the occasional minor ones were swiftly dealt with by Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin. Yet as they passed through the city gate and entered the plains of the Eternal King City, even Chen Yong felt a chill run down his spine. The plains were teeming with countless zombies. With every few steps they took, they found themselves instinctively looking up at the dark fortress hovering over the city. Through the thin gray mist, even more silhouettes could be seen in the distance. It was overwhelming. Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin were utterly stunned. They finally understood why Ricky was so terrified at the mention of coming to the king's city. Although they had heard that nearly 10 million residents of the city had been sacrificed by Suan to become undead, witnessing it with their own eyes was a shocking experience. This was not something a few teams could handle. Ricky quickly reminded them, these are the city residents sacrificed by Suan. They're far more powerful than ordinary zombies and extremely vigilant. Far more powerful? Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin hastily focused their thoughts, and the attributes panel of these undead zombies popped up before them. Good heavens, all of them were above level 35, with a minimum health of 400,000. Gasp, Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin inhaled sharply. They were stronger than the bosses of level 30 dungeons, and these were just the minor enemies. What about the elite bosses behind them? And in such terrifying numbers, possibly in the tens of millions, it seemed like even the Qin army would be needed to suppress them. Dad Yong. Sun Yurong pleaded, looking over. Qin Sanjin remained silent, though he didn't speak up. Don't worry, we have the advantage of turning the few against the many. Qin Yong smiled calmly and took out an ancient staff, which he began to wave. Boom! The sky was immediately covered with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. A rift tore open in the void and a massive portal descended. Standing about 7 or 8 meters high, the portal's frame was constructed from countless white skulls with swirling green light at its center. It resembled a dungeon teleportation portal but emanated an ominous aura, as if it led to the netherworld. Following this, countless skeleton soldiers emerged. However, these skeletons were noticeably different from those before. No longer identical replicas, they varied in height and build, included both male and female figures, and wielded a range of weapons like swords, spears, axes, and shields. Exiting the portal, they orderly surrounded Qin Yong, all gazing at him with reverence. It was as if a true skeleton army had marched out from the realm of the undead. Of course, the most terrifying aspect is still the quantity and attributes. Skeleton warrior, level 60 health, 6560000/6560000 mana, 175600/175600 strength, 2012 constitution, 3015 agility, 2811 spirit, 1905 skills. Armor, break, charge, protect, master, intercept, group, taunt, shield, wall. Talents: absolute defense, flesh devour, skeleton berserker, level 60 health, 530000/530000 mana, 175600/175600 strength, 3432 constitution, 2285 agility, 283,000 spirit, 2105 skills. Leap, strike, charge, whirlwind, fury of rage, intimidating, shout, execute. Talents: berserk, wolf, flesh devour. Impressive indeed. Qin Yong was extremely satisfied upon seeing these attributes. The skeleton warriors were defense oriented with health boosted by spirit, but their attack was low. On the other hand, the skeleton berserkers were focused on furious output with skills enhanced by spirit and agility, receiving a 10% spirit boost. This Sun Yuerong, Qin Sanjin and Ricky were utterly stunned. Even though they couldn't see the attributes, the sheer quantity and quality left them dumbfounded. Previously, all the skeleton soldiers Qin Yong summoned looked identical, each wielding a large sword. Now, they donned armor in various weapons numbering in the thousands, resembling an army. Yet before the three could recover from the shock, Qin Yong began to wave the ancient staff again. Boom! Immediately afterward, another rift opened in the void and an ice-blue door descended. This door was much shorter, with two undead mages in robes carved on either side of the pillars. Under the astonished gazes of the three, countless skeleton mages emerged from the ice-blue door. These skeleton mages varied in form, both male and female, each carrying a different staff. The only similarity was that ice mages wore blue robes, while fire mages wore red robes. Intermediate ice skeleton mage, level 60 health, 43000/43000 mana, 660000/660000 strength, 2432 constitution, 2135 agility, 2383 in spirit, 3410 skills. Ice arrow, ice shield, blizzard, frost impact. Talents: awakening, ice specialization, flesh devour. Intermediate fire skeleton mage, level 60 health, for 10000/41000 mana, 680000/680000 strength, 2432 constitution, 2015 agility, 2183 spirit, 3510 skills. Inferno, fire, rain, flame, storm, fire shield. Talents: awakening, fire specialization, flesh devour. The basic attributes of the ice and fire mages were similar to those of a level 60 ordinary mage. However, all their skills had spirit bonuses, with the weakest blizzard capable of dealing millions in damage. The most potent Inferno skill had a 400% spirit bonus, reaching up to 15 million with various enhancements. Coupled with this terrifying number, it meant that no matter how many monsters came, they were just handing over experience points. This Sun Yuerong and Qin Sanjin were completely dumbstruck. They never even dreamed that after his profession transition Chen Yong would become this formidable. With over 2,000 level 60 skeleton warriors and mages, they could probably sweep the East Sea battlefield. No wonder he was so confident. Captain Ricky's eyes gleamed with excitement and he also let out a sigh of relief. He had already witnessed the power of the Skeleton Legion. With their numbers increasing so dramatically, it was only a matter of time before they could clear out the royal city. Captain Sun, activate the Eagle Eye formation. Oh, Sun Yurong flustered hurriedly activated her skills. San Jin. Uncle Yong, I've been ready for a long time, Shin San Jin exclaimed excitedly, his hands poised and clearly eager to start looting and collecting gear. All right, Chen Yong nodded with a broad smile, then raised his hand pointing forward. Attack the city. Whoosh, all the skeleton minions moved at once, especially the over 500 berserkers with agility levels reaching 280000. They transformed into over 500 streaks of light, charging into the zombie horde swinging their axes and spinning wildly. They resembled more than 500 ruthless harvesters crazily mowing down the zombie horde like fields of wheat. Following this, a deluge of icy fiery rain covered the skies, instantly enveloping several kilometers with the eagle eye aura. Damage numbers fell like snowflakes, obscuring the vision of Chen Yong and the others. 2758493 2737534 1265635 1393495 1006520 108235 -23658 -26853. Immediately after, continuous streams of green experience numbers emerged above the trio's heads. All were monsters above level 35 with at least 3,000 experience points each. The mini elites exceeded 100,000. This Sun Yurong and Qin San Jin were utterly stunned by the scene. They had guessed that the 2,000 or so skeletons would be formidable, but they never imagined they would be this overpowering, this invincible, utterly shattering their worldview. Don't just stand there, get to work. Chen Yong chuckled lightly and began riding his horse forward. Sun Yurong and Qin San Jin snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed out to collect the loot. However, shortly after they left, more professionals appeared at the canyon entrance. Upon seeing the open area and countless bodies before them, everyone fell silent. What happened here? The king's plain was vast. It was impossible to clear out all the zombies. After all, Chen Yong and his team were heading to the Eternal Royal City. They planned to cut through the residential area, advancing through the main street. Finally, upon reaching the King's Square in the residential district, they encountered the first boss, an old hag clad in black robes with a gaunt figure, green skin and a hideous visage. Undead High Priestess Sulia, level 40 health, 465 million/465 million mana, 1251 million/1251 million strength, 3580 constitution, 4650 agility, 3800 spirit, 4810 skills. Black magic, dark sacrifice, summon bats, transform. Description: the High Priestess of the Eternal Kingdom, sister of the Grand Mage Su-En. So powerful, Qin San Jin and Sun Yurong suppressed their gasps. Though they were mentally prepared after facing the earlier minor enemies, they were still shocked by such terrifying attributes. This mini-boss had attributes double those of a Moth. What about the major bosses later on? And what of the dark fortress hovering in the sky? Yet, in Chen Yong's eyes, it all seemed quite normal, not because he was cheating but due to his past gaming experiences. Sohei City was equivalent to a 10-man raid, while the Royal City was akin to a 40-man raid, making this health level quite reasonable. Moreover, the place allows for unlimited team formations. If we have hundreds of thousands of professionals, a 40 million health pool is just a piece of cake. Yet at this moment Richie was gritting his teeth and exclaimed, "Sir Chen Yong, she is the mastermind behind this catastrophe." Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Wasn't it the doing of that grand sorcerer? Richie explained, Su-En is merely a mage and doesn't possess the skills of sacrificial summoning. This woman, however, is well versed in witchcraft. She's the one who communicated with the realm of the undead. I see. Chen Yong suddenly understood, casting a glance over. He noticed many dark symbols painted on Solia's body, and he could sense a faint undead aura similar to when he summoned the Gate of the Undead. The old witch glared at Richie mockingly. Do you really think killing those two fools will help you reclaim the royal city? Daydreaming, chirp chirp. Chirp your mother's nonsense. Chen Yong cursed angrily and hundreds of skeletal berserkers leapt forward in a savage attack. Swoosh, swoosh. The skeletal berserkers' leaping slash was a single target skill. With a mental boost of 150%, each strike could inflict over 5 million damage, and about 10 strikes would be enough to finish this off. To Chen Yong's surprise, after the hundreds of skeletal berserkers attacked and a series of damage numbers floated above, Sulia's health still remained at 1395 million. Moreover, subsequent skills had already wiped out the surrounding minor enemies, yet she was still standing. Oh no, a bloodlocking mechanism monster! Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Richie Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong's expressions changed slightly. After all, Chen Yong could take down anything in seconds, so facing an indestructible foe was bound to cause tension. Damn it, who exactly are you? The old witch Sulia was even more enraged. Black mist began to pour from her body and she transformed into a giant bat in an instant. The bat was over 10 meters long, with attributes soaring past the 5,000 mark. Surrounding her were over 100 small bats, each half a meter long, boasting a health pool reaching 1,000,000 inch, with attributes breaking the 1,000 mark. Clearly, this was her second stage form. If it were an ordinary professional team, they would surely be in a frenzy. But then Chen Yong snapped his fingers. Boom! Several massive fireballs came flying overhead. Defeat 40 undead High Priest Sulia and gain 134,9897 experience points. Thud! The charred corpse fell to the ground. The three of them were momentarily stunned by the scene. They had expected a prolonged battle after Sulia's transformation. Unexpectedly, it was resolved in 2 seconds, nearly a bloodlock transformation. Stop gawking, hurry and grab the loot. Oh, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong hurried over. Richie also breathed a sigh of relief. He had been extremely tense earlier. If they couldn't deal with Sulia, there would be no point in proceeding. After all, the royal city still housed 3 grand mages for lords, the grand sorcerer Suan and the guardian red dragon Alex, not to mention the dark fortress hovering in the sky. Just then Qin Sanjin shouted excitedly, Papa Yong, we've got something, your exclusive orange skill book. Really? Let me see. Chen Yong quickly rode his lion horse over. Qin Sanjin hurriedly handed over an ancient book with a yellow leather cover. Soul extraction type, skill book quality, epic level, 45 class, necromancer passive, ability to communicate with the realm of the dead, active. Consumes 1000 mana, marks a target within 500 meters and inflicts true soul damage equal to 1250% of mental power. If the target dies, the soul is absorbed into the realm of the dead. Cooldown 60 seconds. An active damage skill. Chen Yong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy upon seeing this skill book. He was in dire need of a damage skill, otherwise he constantly had to rely on the skeletons for protection. Now, with this soul extraction, he could directly deal with anyone who displeased him. The only downside was the lengthy cooldown, but considering the colossal 35 million soul damage, he felt relieved. After all, if it were too overpowering, other classes wouldn't stand a chance. He decided to keep it as a trump card. With this thought in mind, he learned the skill, and a peculiar sensation settled in his mind. By focusing his thoughts on this sensation, he could perceive a vague space, evidently the realm of the dead, where souls could be confined. I just wonder if once they're in, can they be taken out again? Chen Yong pondered, stroking his chin while Qin Sanjin and the others finished looting the bags. The boss had also dropped an orange item, but unfortunately it wasn't useful for him, so he could only sell it later. The group pressed on. Ahead was a bustling city area populated not only with zombies but also with royal patrol guards. All were level 38 and above, with attributes exceeding 1,000 and health reaching millions, yet they were still crushed by the skeleton army. Moreover, the loot was excellent, with blue and purple equipment rare outside appearing every few steps, and occasionally even orange items. This greatly pleased Chen Yong. Even if he couldn't use them, he could sell them for money. Although he had no plans to buy a car, house, or get married in Daqin, who would complain about having too much money. However, Chen Yong didn't insist on clearing all the zombies. Instead, he headed straight for the royal city, reaching its gates swiftly. The sight of the royal city was indeed magnificent. The trio couldn't help but marvel at the towering gates, as high as a 10-story building constructed from pure white giant stones. Outside the gates was a moat over 10 meters wide with a bridge of the same pure white. The surrounding fortifications and towering buildings, all made of this white stone, gave the appearance of a palace of white jade at first glance. As Chen Yong and his companions were marveling, the gates of the royal city thunderously opened. Out rode a man on a skeletal warhorse clad in white armor. Rick's face darkened instantly. Dragon Knightman Rado. Dragon Knightman Rado level, 42 health, 495 million/495 million mana, 281 million/281 million strength, 4580 constitution, 4950 agility, 4280 spirit, 3810 skills. Dragon/heroic leap/dragon flame blade red dragon guardian. Description: the servant of the red dragon queen, one of the four lords of the eternal kingdom, the mightiest dragon knight. Dragon Knight. Chen Yong paused slightly, a puzzled expression on his face as he asked, why haven't we seen him riding a dragon? Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong nodded excitedly, sharing the same curiosity. Compared to the boss's health, they were now intrigued about the dragon. After all, they had never seen a real dragon and were naturally curious about this Dragon Knight. Ricky awkwardly explained, he's merely the servant of the Red Dragon Queen. How could she allow him to ride her? He can only use a fraction of her powers. Chen Yong was speechless for a moment and said, I thought he was some impressive dragon rider, turns out he's a fake. Let's just take him down. With that, he waved his hand slightly. Whoosh. The skeletal berserkers behind him hefted their massive axes and leapt forward. These fellows had agility exceeding 280,000 inch, allowing them to leap hundreds of meters, hence even a moat over 100 meters wide couldn't stop them. Lord Chen Yong, Ricky hurriedly warned, this guy can borrow the Red Dragon Queen's powers to temporarily become immune to physical attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Before he could finish, the sound of axes striking metal echoed from the other side. The result was that despite the frenzied hacking by over 10 skeletal berserkers, all the damage numbers were zero. Ha! Dragon Knight Manloader burst into laughter. Ricky, these are the helpers you hired? They're not much, are they? Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a barrage of massive fireballs rained down from the sky. Killed level 42 Dragon Knight Manloader, gained 156,7577 experience points. The fireballs crashed down like meteors, not only obliterating Dragon Knight Manloader but also demolishing the city gates and walls. It's worth noting that the full damage of the flame burst was over 15 million inch, accompanied by a weakening effect. With so many fireballs raining down, if you're not immune to magical damage, you're doomed. I hadn't even started showing off and you were already acting tough. Chen Yong snorted, casually riding his griffin into the city. Qin Sanjin darted out to loot, while Sun Yurong activated her Hawkeye aura to help the skeletal mages clear the remaining enemies. Ricky stood there utterly shocked, staring at the corpses on the ground. It seemed that the Eternal City would indeed be cleansed by these three. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the King's Plains Canyon, thousands of Daqin professionals had gathered. The sight of the corpses scattered everywhere left everyone terrified. Because Chen Yong used blizzard and rain of fire to clear the enemies, even the gray mist had been burnt away. The King's Plains were now clear, the sky was cloudless and visibility reached several kilometers. However, within a few kilometers, all that lay were scorched and frozen corpses piled densely into mountains. A rough glance suggested there were hundreds of thousands of them. Such a terrifying scene left even the elite of Daqin trembling with fear. In Shangnan, you arrived first, do you know the specifics? The one who asked was a handsome young man named Xiao Jingshan, a prodigy from Shengjing Academy. It was said he had a remarkable 5-metal talent and had reached level 30 in just his first year of college. The academy hadn't arranged for him to come, considering that such a prodigy hadn't yet matured and certainly shouldn't be put in harm's way, yet he insisted on applying. His reason was simple. Qin Bing was his future sister-in-law and he wanted to see just how formidable this Chen Yong was to dare to compete for someone he had his eyes on. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived, he was schooled by a minor boss. He was still terrified of the zombies in the Eternal Kingdom, especially now seeing the vast number of corpses before him. His legs trembled with fear. How should I know? In Shangnan was equally bewildered. I just saw someone storming the royal city from the mountaintop and ran down only to find this scene here. We saw it too. The leading boy from Yingtian Academy nodded. We just didn't expect that in just half an hour they killed so many zombies. Half an hour? Xiao Jingshan frowned, unable to resist asking how many people were they. Oh, 4 people, in Shangnan affirmed confidently. 3 men and a woman riding 3 horses. 4 people? The Yingtian Academy boy interjected with a playful tone. How do 4 people ride 3 horses? Is there some horse miracle going on? Xiao Jingshan was speechless. Can you focus on something normal? Cough cough. Habit. The Yingtian Academy boy awkwardly coughed and stepped back. Xiao Jingshan then furrowed his brows and shook his head. Our group took half an hour just to kill a minor boss and we almost lost someone? How could 4 people kill so many in half an hour? I also think it's impossible, but the facts speak for themselves, In Shangnan replied firmly. Xiao Jingshan's face darkened. Did you see what they look like? Was it Chen Yong and his group? Haha, Yin Shangnan burst into laughter. Do you think they're capable of this? Xiao Jingshan's lips twitched. Yin Shangnan calmly explained, I saw clearly, among the four, there was a middle-aged man in armor, likely a paladin. It definitely wasn't them. Xiao Jingshan paused, then retorted, isn't it possible he was just leading the way? You're dreaming, Yin Shangnan mocked, shaking her head. From Suweihe City to here takes at least half a month. Do you think Chen Yong and his people could make it in 2 days? You? Xiao Jingshan's handsome face turned black with anger. Ignoring him, Yin Shangnan continued to question, even if it were Chen Yong, could he slaughter tens of thousands of zombies in half an hour? Indeed, the Yingtian Academy boy nodded. Chen Yong might be good at fighting bosses, but killing tens of thousands of zombies in half a day must be a trick. It's absolutely impossible otherwise. I agree, Xiao Jingshan nodded in agreement. With his 5 golden talents, he couldn't think of a way to kill tens of thousands of monsters in half a day, Yin Shangnan added. That's why I think those people might be professionals from another world. At this, everyone fell silent. If they were indeed professionals from another world, it could easily spark a bloody conflict. Besides, with their prowess, they could probably wipe them out in a few swift moves. Then what do we do now? Xiao Jingshan asked instinctively. Simple, Yin Shangnan replied with a calm smile. We just lie low on the mountain, wait for Chen Yong to kick the bucket, and then we head back. The group exchanged helpless glances and eventually conceded, I guess that's all we can do. Meanwhile, Chen Yong was oblivious to the situation outside. He was leading his skeleton army, crushing everything in their path through the royal city. However, he was taken aback by a peculiar discovery. The zombies in the city were vastly different from those outside. The ones outside were mindless, but those within the city showed signs of awareness. Astonishingly, they could mimic human actions, especially when spotted. Moreover, the higher their status, the greater their intelligence, and the better their physical preservation. The nobles, apart from having ashen skin and lacking pupils, were almost indistinguishable from ordinary humans. The downside was their weak combat abilities. They were inferior even to the low-level creatures in dungeons, all merely a few levels high. It seemed evident that to gain strength one had to forsake human traits, and preserving human traits meant foregoing strength. No wonder these creatures sought a way to transform into an undead race. Clearly, they desired both. Possessing an immortal body and invincible power would be akin to becoming a god. The Dark Council, playing at such a grand scale, had evidently struck a nerve with some higher powers, which is likely why the professional system was established to counter them. It's a classic case of gods fighting and mortals suffering. Chen Yong smacked his lips and cynically remarked, but that's none of my business. I'm just here to enjoy my overpowered ride. Pushing such thoughts aside, he led his skeletal army straight to the palace. To his surprise, countless black-armored cavalry were already waiting at the main gate. The leader, a knight astride a purple skeletal horse, was unmistakably a major boss. Death Knight Grylace read the details. Level, 45 health. 665 million/665 million inch mana, 381 million/381 million strength, 6,480 constitution, 6,350 agility, 5,880 spirit, 5,710 skills. Shadow/Bone Lance Undead Resurrection Evil Plague Summon Statue. Description: the resurrected first-generation knight, one of the 4 lords, leader of the royal knights. Faced with such terrifying stats, Sun Yuerong hastily hid behind Chen Yong. Although she was also level 45, she didn't dare make a move. Qin Sanjin, on the other hand, drew his greatsword with a grim expression and stepped forward to shield Chen Yong. What do you think you're doing? Trying to take him on? Chen Yong chuckled. Just a habit. Qin Sanjin scratched his head sheepishly as he retreated. Chen Yong didn't criticize him. Instead, he felt a bit pleased. In situations like this, instinctive actions often reveal one's true nature. Sun Yuerong was clearly scared and prioritizing self-preservation. Qin Sanjin was surely scared too, but he instinctively stepped forward, thinking of confronting rather than fleeing. Such people make good teammates, at least they won't stab you in the back when danger strikes. Grylace, Richie drew his massive hammer with a stern face. Where are my wife and Mina? Humph, Grylace sneered. Captain Richie, you should worry about yourself first. Leading troops to trespass the palace is high treason. High treason. Ricky let out a cold laugh and calmly said, the foolish king nurtures disaster as calamity, turning the vast lands of the kingdom into ruins. I shall, by the will of the people, beseech the eternal dynasty to ascend to the heavens. Tidal wave. Immediately, Greeley shouted sternly, how dare you defy the mandate of heaven and proclaim yourself king? You shall be executed, executed, the black-armored cavalry roared in unison, their voices resonating for miles, echoing throughout the palace of the royal city. At the same time, the wide streets on both sides were filled with dense formations of black-armored cavalry. Leading them were two other knight lords accompanied by three necromancer grandmasters. Each of them was at level 45 with health points exceeding 60 million. A formidable boss, gulp, Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin gulped. Repeatedly, even with their faith in Chun Yong, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Any minor creature could easily take them down, so how could they not be scared? At this moment Ricky turned and cupped his fists towards Chen Yong, saying, I implore you, Lord Chen Yong, to eradicate the demons for the common people and restore peace to the world. Having fought his way here, he saw clearly that only Chen Yong could save the eternal kingdom. Although Chen Yong had promised to clear the calamity, Ricky felt compelled to plead, for he was the new king for the people tasked with seeking welfare for them and peace for the world. However, Chen Yong did not waste any time. He gently raised his right hand, the earth cracked open and bones emerged. Countless bone spikes unfurled like waves, piercing through the black-armored cavalry before they could react. With 28 million spirit points, Chen Yong's bone spikes could extend 14 kilometers, dealing over 140,000 damage per second. In an instant the entire Eternal Palace was filled with wails. Damn it, Greeley hurriedly used a control-breaking skill. The black-armored cavalry had health points in the millions, so as long as skills were deployed quickly, they wouldn't be defeated instantly. Yet at that moment Chen Yong gently clenched his hand once more. Soul drain. Poof, uniform soul damage values floated up like snowflakes. Within a 500-meter radius around Chen Yong, the black-armored cavalry fell instantly. Countless souls turned into blue light, drifting like smoke towards Chen Yong, disappearing into the void fissure above his head. How much? 35 million true damage. Sun Yurong and Qin Sanjin were utterly stunned. Chen Yong's ability to summon so many skeletons along with their outrageous damage had already shattered their understanding, and yet they were even more astounded by Chen Yong himself with his terrifying 35 million true damage and shameless attack range. They couldn't fathom what level of leader would dare challenge him. Shortly after, the experience points above the trio's heads refreshed wildly. They had no idea how many creatures had died, only that Sun Yurong leveled up several times consecutively. Greeley and his men were filled with terror. They never expected that the mighty army would be gone in an instant. If you don't act now, you'll be gone too, Chen Yong said with a smirk, refraining from attacking again. It wasn't that he didn't want to, his skills were on cooldown. Kill him, Greeley shouted in terror. As Chen Yong was about to raise his bone spear and charge forward on his purple skeletal horse, he was met with a deluge of skeletal berserkers wielding axes descending from the heavens. Alongside them came a storm of fireballs and ice arrows. The system notifications flashed relentlessly. Killed level 45 Death Knight Grills, gained 185,2600 experience points. Killed level 45 Death Knight Uzuriel, gained 175,6600 experience points. Killed level 45 Death Knight Haran Kartik, gained 178,2500 experience points. Killed level 45 Undead Mage Natasha, gained 177,5800 experience points. Killed level 45 Undead Mage Morvanez, gained 175,6100 experience points. Killed level 45 Undead Mage Chaoswood, gained 174,6100 experience points. Level cap reached, excess experience stored. 6 notifications in a row indicating that 6 bosses had fallen to their knees. These were no ordinary foes. They were cunning mechanical beasts, each unleashing their array of skills upon Chen Yong. However, with over 1,000 ice and fire mages and more than 500 skeletal berserkers at his side, Chen Yong was not alone. He was also protected by over 500 defensive warriors. Their shield wall was as impenetrable as the walls of the Eternal Kingdom, making it impossible for any harm to reach him. Unexpectedly, as the 5 foes fell, a new message popped up on the system panel. The royal city has been cleared. Final world bosses have appeared. Level 58 Grand Sorcerer Suen, level 55 Red Dragon Queen Alex, prepare for battle. A moment of surprise flashed across Chen Yong's face as he read the message. Suddenly a dragon's roar echoed from the palace, followed by the powerful sound of wings flapping with gusts blowing from the grand entrance. Then, a massive health bar rose from the palace, revealing an enormous figure. Red Dragon Queen Alex, level 55 health, 200000000/200000000 mana, 500000000/5000000 strength, 9000 agility, 9000 constitution, 9000 spirit, 9000 skills, dragon breath, dragon might, dragon dance, dragon flame wave, fortune's favor. Description: the guardian dragon of the eternal kingdom. This system message was broadcast to all Qin Empire adventurers within the Eternal Kingdom, alerting them to the emergence of the final world bosses, two formidable adversaries appearing simultaneously. Those engaged in tasks on the royal plains or scavenging for loot could now see the attributes of the Red Dragon Queen Alex. With her towering level of 55, a staggering 200 million health, and attributes all at 9,000, she was an undeniable force. Even the 60-level adventurers would find her a daunting challenge, let alone those at level 30. The world boss had been unleashed. Those four must be truly formidable, achieving this feat in just half a day. We need to flee quickly or we'll be swept aside like mere mobs after the bosses are down. So many items left uncollected, what a loss. Seeing the enormous dragon in the sky, adventurers across the plains couldn't help but curse. Then came a timid voice. Could it be possible that those are Qin Empire adventurers who triggered this system message? Everyone present was stunned. It seemed like that was indeed the case. Receiving the message meant there were Qin Dynasty professionals participating in the boss battle. In other words, the four individuals who just passed by were very likely Chen Yong and his group. Wow, what a twist! Only now did everyone realize something was off. While they were chattering away here, others might have already almost conquered the secret realm. Quickly, go grab the world boss rewards. Everyone quickly snapped out of it, dropping whatever they were holding and rushing toward the royal city. Not to mention the equipment dropped by the world boss. The rewards from the National Fortune mission were enough to drive them mad. Most importantly, the National Salvation mission had never succeeded throughout history, and it was even the first kill of a world secret realm boss in the entire global professional system. If they could latch onto this mission, they would surely go down in history. In no time at all, every professional in King's Plains was dashing madly toward the royal city, practically like lunatics. Halfway up the mountain, Yin Shangnan and Xiao Jingshan, along with others, were still chatting leisurely. They were all disciples from prestigious families, so naturally they didn't need to pick up cheap items to sell. They came to the Eternal Kingdom mainly to earn credit points and also to get rewards from the National Fortune mission. They didn't expect it to be the final stage of the Salvation mission, so they were waiting here for news of Chen Yong's defeat. But just then a message popped up in their professional cards. The royal city has been cleared, the final world boss has appeared. Level 58 Grandmaster Suen, level 55 Red Dragon Queen Alex, prepare for battle. The world boss had appeared, and it was telling them to prepare for battle. Yin Shangnan was dumbfounded, his mind unable to wrap around it. He hadn't even considered that the eternal royal city might have been cleared by Chen Yong and his group. Luckily, Xiao Jingshan was much sharper, instantly realizing the key. Those four were Chen Yong and his companions. The others' expressions also changed drastically. After all, they all knew that if a non-Qin Dynasty professional activated the boss, they wouldn't receive any information. There wasn't anyone in the four great academies capable of soloing something this intense. They hadn't expected Chen Yong's prowess to exceed their imaginations, clearing the royal city in just a few hours. That place had millions of zombies and hundreds of thousands of undead armies. Impossible, Yin Shangnan still tried to argue. But at that moment a commotion suddenly erupted across the plains. That excited roar pierced through the entire King's Plains. Those guys had gone to join the boss fight. Xiao Jingshan realized it and immediately dashed down the mountain. Captain, wait for me. The others, realizing what was happening, hurriedly followed. After all, with 200 million HP to be dealt with over several days, arriving now meant they'd definitely get a piece of the action. Yin Shangnan paused for a moment, incredulous. My silly cousin, it seems he's really hit the jackpot this time. In the canyon passage, Lu Ming, Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taizhu along with their teams were leisurely making their way toward the royal city. Although they didn't want to come, they had to put on a show. Otherwise, they'd be in serious trouble if the higher-ups found out. In the midst of heated discussions, Lu Ming was the most vocal. Old Ji, why are you rushing over so eagerly? We can't conquer the kingdom anyway. Zhao Taizhu nodded helplessly, agreeing. Completing missions outside is so rewarding, plus you get experience and equipment. Can you guys have a bit of ambition? Ji Buxiao retorted, frustrated by their lack of drive. Shaoli mentioned that Chen Yong is really strong. Maybe he can actually take down the royal city. Wouldn't it be great to align ourselves with someone so powerful? Old Ji, you're overthinking it. Lu Ming shook his head dismissively. I've heard the royal city is guarded by millions of zombies and hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers. Even if Chen Yong had 3 heads and 6 arms, it wouldn't be enough. Exactly, Zhao Taizhu sneered. Old Ji, can we just dream about it at night? It's not happening in broad daylight. Just as Ji Buxiu was about to snap back in annoyance, a notification popped up from his career card with a ding. The royal city has been cleared. The final world boss has appeared. Level 58 Grand Magister Suin, level 55 Red Dragon Queen Alex, prepare for battle. This. Everyone was dumbfounded by the message. Zhao Taizhu, in disbelief, asked, could this really be Chen Yong's doing? What do you think? Ji Buxiao chuckled, unable to hide his astonishment. It was unbelievable. In just 2 days, the royal city had been cleared. Even Centennial Masters might not have this kind of power, yet Chen Yong was only level 60 and had just recently changed professions. I'm going to join in on the boss fight. Zhao Taizhu suddenly realized and sprinted towards the royal city. Leader, wait for me. I'm coming too. Everyone else followed suit as if possessed by madness. Ji Buxiao patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, saying, old Lu, jealousy only narrows your vision. Try to broaden your horizons. You might discover something new. Lu Ming's face turned beet red as if he'd been slapped numerous times. By the way, if you ever get rich, don't forget your friends. Lu Ming's face darkened even further, feeling a tinge of jealousy. At the gates of the royal city, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong were utterly shocked. Although they longed to see a dragon facing one as an enemy was no fun. With 200 million HP and a tribute score of 9,000 in all 4 dimensions and a towering body over 100 meters tall, this creature was not something a level 30 professional could handle. Even Centennial Masters would fear such attributes. No wonder no one had defeated the world boss for millennia or completed the National Salvation War mission. This was the reason. What a terrifying presence. Richie couldn't help but exclaim, the Red Dragon Queen is several times stronger than before her corruption. Oh. Chen Yong looked up with interest. He wasn't focused on how strong the Red Dragon Queen was, but rather whether Suwen was riding on her back. If that were the case, it would indeed be impressive. He had dreamt since childhood of the grand vision of riding a dragon. Evidently he was a step too late. Someone else had claimed the spot. As he sighed in resignation, the palace gates suddenly opened, revealing a man and a woman. The woman wore a flowing blue gown, a silver crown on her head, her beauty unparalleled and her figure fiery, though her skin was a bit pale. The man, with a head full of white hair, donned a white robe, a staff in his dry hand, and 5 ice crystals and 3 fire lotuses floating behind him. The title Grand Magister Suin flashed across the screen along with an imposing list of attributes. Level 58 health at a staggering 250 million, mana equally formidable at 210 million, with strength, agility and constitution all maxed out at 10,000 and a slightly higher spirit at 13,000. A bevy of powerful skills followed, including Pyroblast, Flamestorm, Rain of Fire, Blizzard, Ice Armor, Ice Lance and Mana Shield, to name a few. The talents listed were Fire Specialization, Frost Specialization and the Red Dragon Pact. This was not just any character. The description labeled him as the guardian deity of the Eternal Kingdom, the mightiest Grand Magister and master of the Red Dragon Queen. Chen Yong was taken aback by these stats, and the sheer magnitude left Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong equally stunned. The two retreated, finding a place to sit, resigned to simply lie back and wait for the experience points to roll in. Any other action seemed futile. Such a formidable boss could obliterate them with just a glance, let alone a fight. But then, to their surprise, Ricky suddenly cried out, "Anna, are you alright?" This exclamation drew Chen Yong's attention to a woman in a blue dress. Just as her character panel popped up on the system screen, Princess Anna, it read, level 5 with health and mana at 5,000 each and all her attributes at a modest 50. Her sole skill was Devour Flesh. Described as the Grand Princess of the Eternal Kingdom and Ricky Tidowell's wife, it was clear Anna was Ricky's spouse. Despite being transformed into an undead, she retained her perfect human characteristics. Seeing his wife still as beautiful as ever left Ricky overwhelmed with emotion, his words stumbling over one another. But the next moment Anna delivered a verbal blow. "Tidowell, do you not love me anymore? Why haven't you surrendered yet?" Ricky was left dumbfounded, unsure how to respond. Chen Yong couldn't help but twitch his lips at the unexpected twist, realizing that every world seemed to have its T0 level diva. Anna continued her complaint. "When you proposed, you promised to love me forever and fulfill all my wishes, but it turns out those were lies." Ricky hurriedly tried to explain. "I haven't changed, I still love you." Anna, still annoyed, retorted. Then why won't you agree to become undead? That way I could drink your blood to stay youthful, Ricky with a bitter expression replied. But that would mean I died, right? Anna frowned in displeasure. It's just becoming undead, not actual death, plus you'd live forever. But that is death, Ricky insisted, desperately trying to reason with her. To become undead, you have to die first. Then sacrifice your flesh and soul. Enough, Anna snapped. You just don't love me anymore, so you make excuses. If you truly loved me, dying for me once wouldn't be too much to ask, would it? Ricky was left completely bewildered. Chen Yong and his companions couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Is the Eternal Kingdom's wedding scene really that intense, even risking one's life? Yet Anna paid no heed, directly threatening, if you don't surrender now, we're no longer husband and wife. Not. Ricky found himself utterly speechless. Enough. Chen Yong patted him on the shoulder. Go back and find a more obedient queen. Ricky was initially stunned, then his expression shifted slightly. Behind him, the skeletal mages were already conjuring fireballs and ice arrows. With a sigh, he took a step back, looking helplessly at his former princess wife. Countless fireballs and ice arrows rained down, smashing the palace walls and gates to rubble. Princess Anna, the little fairy, was instantly melted by a fireball. However, to everyone's surprise, Grandmaster Su Wen emerged unscathed. In Chen Yong's eyes, words like immune floated above his head. Chen Yong was taken aback. It turns out to be a magic immunity mechanism. Brothers, attack him. He waved his hand at the skeletal berserkers. Over 500 skeletal berserkers all raised their axes and leaped forward. Yet, Grandmaster Su Wen remained calm, standing there with a faint smile. Could he be immune to physical damage too? Chen Yong muttered incredulously, his mouth twitching. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a string of white numbers floated above Su Wen's head. -0-0-0-0. You've got to be kidding me. Chen Yong was rendered speechless, immune to both magic and physical attacks. How are they supposed to defeat this boss? Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong stood up in fright, their faces turning as pale as sheets. Ricky urgently called out, Lord Chen Yong, he has a pact with the Red Dragon Queen, making him immune to all damage. Oh, just like that fake dragon knight earlier. Chen Yong paused, turning to see a red dragon icon beneath Su Wen's health bar. Exactly, Ricky nodded repeatedly. So we must first defeat the Red Dragon Queen to break their pact. That's easy. Chen Yong smiled calmly, looking at the Red Dragon Queen. Little red dragon, I want to ride you, so behave. Ricky was completely speechless. I meant defeat her, not provoke her. This is the dragon race we're talking about. If you truly anger her, the entire royal city will be in ruins. Roar. Indeed, the Red Dragon Queen let out an angry roar, opening her mouth to unleash a spray towards the ground. Boom, a terrifying dragon's breath of flames descended. It's over. It's all over. Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong were dumbfounded on the spot. This was their first time being attacked in the secret realm, and perhaps the last. No matter how powerful they were, they would be roasted to shish kebabs under the high temperature of the dragon's breath. Not good. Ricky's face changed drastically as he hurriedly activated the Holy Shield spell. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Yong merely waved his hand gently. Over 500 skeletal defenders formed several large circles, simultaneously activating the shield wall skill. The overlapping shield wall aura surrounded Chen Xiaoyang, Qin Sanjin and others. 56230-55685-53245-55236 red numbers floated above the skeletal warriors' heads. But the mighty dragon's breath flame didn't penetrate the shield wall even a bit. How is this possible? Su Wen and the Red Dragon Queen were wide-eyed in astonishment. Ricky was even more incredulous, never expecting the skeletal warriors to withstand so much. After all, the undead Red Dragon Queen was already a cataclysmic-level monster. Phew, Qin Sanjin and Sun Yurong exhaled heavily, feeling as if they'd narrowly escaped death. Not bad at all. Chen Yong remarked, casting a look of admiration towards the Queen of the Red Dragons. While 50,000 damage might not seem like much to him, it was a devastating, near-instantaneous attack against average adventurers. The skeletal warrior was level 60 and had its shield wall up, reducing damage by 80%. Against a level 60 adventurer without damage mitigation skills, it would cause at least 250,000 damage. For a level 30 adventurer, it would be an instant kill, no question. To the ordinary adventurer, the Red Dragon Queen was an unbeatable force. But for someone like him, little red dragon, today I'm going to ride you, Chen Yong said with a calm smile, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, countless ice arrows and fireballs soared into the sky, striking the Red Dragon Queen. damage numbers erupted in a flurry, her health plummeting dramatically, and with a sorrowful cry she crashed down from the sky. Boom! The entire royal city shook, leaving everyone stunned. On the King's Plain, thousands of adventurers were sprinting towards the royal city. Despite the many bodies around, none stopped to loot the equipment, as the orange equipment from the quest was far more enticing than the white and green gear. Lu Ming, Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taizhu were no exceptions, running with all their might. Boom! Suddenly the red dragon in the sky unleashed its fury, breathing fire toward the royal city, turning the sky a blazing red. It's happening, run faster! Zhao Taizhu shouted excitedly, quickening his pace. Ji Buxiao did the same, fearing they might miss their chance at glory. Alright, stop running! Lu Ming wheezed, pulling the other two to a halt. Why, Ji Buxiao and Zhao Taizhu asked, puzzled. Lu Ming took a deep breath, explaining with dragon breath that terrifying Chen Yong and the others must have been melted. There's no point in trying to take on the boss now. No way. Zhao Taizhu was reluctant to believe it. After all, Chen Yong was a powerhouse who could clear the royal city in half a day. Sighed. Ji Buxiao shook his head with a sigh. Old Lu, your wife is there too. Are you really hoping for something to happen to them? Old Ji, that's not what I meant. Lu Ming sighed, pointing around. Look, is anyone else still running? The group instinctively glanced back, discovering that everyone had stopped. They were all gazing up at the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even Yin Shangnan, Xiao Jingshan and others looked terrified. My god, this is too terrifying. Although they weren't up close, the commotion was clearly out of their league. Even just trying to get a piece of the boss action could be life-threatening. Just as they stopped, they saw countless ice arrows and massive fireballs shoot up from the ground. The health bar above the Red Dragon Queen's head suddenly emptied, and she plummeted to the ground. Everyone was momentarily stunned before snapping back to reality. Run, they shouted, and once again everyone began to sprint away, even faster than before. Oh Lu, Ji Buxiao patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Lu Ming's face turned green with anger. In the square at the gates of the royal city, the Red Dragon Queen Alex lay furiously on the ground. Her massive body was riddled with bloody holes and blood flowed freely across the square. However, her health bar was still frozen at 40 million, a second phase bloodlock protection. Oh my! Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. Little red dragon, bloodlock can't save you unless you let me ride you, despicable! The Red Dragon Queen roared in anger, preparing to lash out at Chen Yong with her tail. Humph! Chen Yong snorted coldly, raising his hand towards the Red Dragon Queen. Your voice is quite cute, but you're not very obedient. Soul extraction. With a sickening thud, the Red Dragon Queen collapsed onto the ground limp, her eyes filled with terror as she stared at Chen Yong, instinctively crying out, Master, spare me. Just that one move had sucked away her soul and strength. If she didn't beg for mercy, this man could really kill her. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong, who looked as if they'd seen a ghost. If Chen Yong had simply defeated the boss, they wouldn't have been surprised, considering how formidable he was. But to make the boss plead and call him master, this was unprecedented. Oh, Chen Yong chuckled, why should I spare you? The Red Dragon Queen stammered in terror. Master, I'm willing to let you ride me. Alex, I am your true master. Archmage Sun shouted in anger, glaring at Chen Yong. Young man, I don't know where you come from, but you shouldn't interfere with Lord Claude's plans. Claude? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, glancing at the fortress in the sky, the one with the undead creatures up there? How dare you? Sun, enraged, raised his staff high. Insulting Lord Claude is punishable by death. The sky seemed to ignite, as if about to rain fire. It's you who should die. Chen Yong chuckled lightly, waving his hand. With the Red Dragon Queen defeated, the Red Dragon stayed under. Sun's health bar vanished. All the skeletal berserkers leaped forward, slashing fiercely. Simultaneously, all the skeletal mages conjured ice arrows and fireballs. A string of white damage numbers appeared above Sun's head. No, it can't be. Sun's scream was cut short and experience points popped up before Chen Yong. Defeated level 58 Archmage Sun gained 275,2600 experience points. Even without bloodlock you dared to act arrogantly, Chen Yong snorted, turning his gaze to the Red Dragon Queen. Now it's your turn. With a desperate thud, the Red Dragon Queen spat out a black book. As long as you can decipher the Covenant of the Damned, I can become your pet. You can ride me however you wish. Covenant of the Damned? Chen Yong walked over, full of curiosity. As he picked up the black book, his pupils suddenly constricted. Covenant of the Damned category, skill book quality, ancient level, 50 class, dark active, can infinitely bind undead creatures to fight for you until death. Duration is permanent, passive, the larger the difference in mental power, the higher the contract level. Contract levels: obedience, friendly, intimate, respect, worship, and slave. What a treasure, and indescribable. Excitement spread across Qinyang's face. This was even better than summoning skills, practically an unlimited summoning ability. Especially when dealing with those repulsive beings, he could just kill them outright and then enslave them for daily torment. Without hesitation he learned the skill, and then with a thought pointed at the Red Dragon Queen. Boom, an invisible force immediately pressed the Red Dragon Queen onto the ground. Contract successful. Red Dragon Queen Alex, enslave. Swoosh, instantly a dazzling green light erupted from the Red Dragon Queen, her level soaring to 60 and her wounds healing in an instant. Red Dragon Queen Alex, level 60 HP, 250 million/250 million mana, 60 million/60 million strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 constitution, 10,000 spirit, 10,000 skills, dragon breath, dragon might, dance of dragons, dragon flame pulse, dragon's guardian. Description: Qinyang's permanent slave. On Qinyang's system panel, a small red dragon icon appeared in the top right corner. Red Dragon Queen's protection. All damage received is transferred to Alex until death, duration permanent. Haha, amazing. Qinyang burst into laughter upon seeing this buff state. It was like he had gained an extra 250 million HP. Red Dragon Queen Alex meekly shifted her body, standing loyally behind Qinyang. This. Xin Sanjin and Sun Yurong were dumbfounded. He actually enslaved the Red Dragon Queen, a super world boss. However, at that moment messages popped up on their system panels as well. Defeated level 55 Red Dragon Queen Alex, gain 245,6260 experience points. World Secret Boss defeated. Hidden Timespace Secret Realm triggered. Open Timespace Secret Realm, Shadow Fortress. Please defeat the Timespace level boss, level 60 Undead Grand Wizard Claude. Boom. With this system notification, the sky turned dark, instantly shifting from day to night. An ice blue full moon hung in the sky, casting down a chilling moonlight like white frost. The entire King's Plain, even the entire Eternal Kingdom, was shrouded in this terrifying aura. Next, under countless astonished gazes, the Shadow Fortress emerged from the mist, becoming clear in an instant. Yet, to everyone watching, the Shadow Fortress appeared increasingly evil and terrifying. Even from several kilometers away, it felt as if their souls were about to freeze. It was as if the end of the world was upon them. At the same time, every adventurer's system panel displayed a message. World Secret Boss defeated. Hidden Timespace Secret Realm triggered. Open Timespace Secret Realm, Shadow Fortress. Please eliminate the Timespace level boss, the level 60 Undead Grand Warlock Claude. The world boss is gone just like that. Is someone cheating here? And what on earth are these Timespace Secret Realms and Timespace bosses? I have no idea. The school teachers never taught us this. Just moments ago, the King's Plains were filled with excitement, and now it's a scene of wailing and despair. Even the academy geniuses like Yin Shangnan and Xiao Jingshan looked as if they had swallowed a lemon. 2 world bosses taken down in less than 5 minutes. You wouldn't dare write that in a novel. Lu Ming, Zhao Taizhu and others stood there dumbfounded, unable to process what had just happened. Even if they fried their CPUs, they couldn't figure out how Qinyang pulled it off. Ji Buxiao could only sigh helplessly. I was hoping to leech some rewards from the boss, but now there's not even a whiff of loot left. How I envy Sister Sun, murmured the young priestess healer. Lu Ming's old face turned green, unsure of what to say. At the palace gates, Captain Ricky's face turned ashen. It's over, just like the day of the calamity. Is it happening again? It can't descend again, can it? Qinyang looked calmly toward the Shadow Fortress. The Timespace Secret Realm is just a higher tier dungeon compared to the World Secret Realm. To ordinary adventurers, the Timespace bosses inside are unbeatable, but for him, they were just treasure troves of gear and experience. With this thought, he turned to the Red Dragon Queen and asked, "Can you fly up there?" "Yes, master." The Red Dragon Queen replied respectfully, "All right." Qinyang nodded, then turned back to look at the others. Sanjin. Where did he go?" Sun Yuerong timidly pointed in a direction. Qinyang turned to see that the guy was already looting gear. "Dad Yon, your exclusive skill book dropped again." "Oh, let me see." Qinyang's eyes lit up. Exclusive skills were precious. As the sole mythical profession, the strength of his exclusive skills and equipment was terrifying. Like the soul drain from before, with a 1250% mental power bonus and true soul damage. Even without 10 billion attribute points, the mental power boost from gear alone was monstrously overpowered. "Got it." Xin Sanjin ran over with the skill book in hand. Qinyang took the book and quickly opened the attribute panel. Mercy of the Deceased, category, skill book, quality, epic, level, 50, profession, undead warlock, passive. Summon creatures within a 500-meter range deal 100% more damage with 100% increased speed, passive. Hostile creatures within a 500-meter range are cursed every 30 seconds, unable to gain positive statuses for 15 seconds and take 100% more damage, passive. Dead hostile entities within a 500-meter range are prevented from resurrection. If in combat, they are resurrected as undead for 10 minutes. No wonder it's exclusive. Even Chen Yang was a bit shocked. This passive skill was truly monstrous. The second and third passive effects were practically apocalyptic, directly crippling all support professions, especially the resurrection. Prevention. It was like a trump card. After all, this wasn't a game. Death meant true death. If a team had an archbishop, it would ensure no one would drop dead, but with him standing there, if you die, just lie down obediently and don't hold on to false hope. Indiana, the midst of a sprawling battlefield where fallen enemies were swiftly transforming into undead threats, our protagonist had just acquired a new skill. Shin Sanjin eagerly handed over several pieces of equipment, exclaiming, "Father Yong, there's even legendary gear here." Chen Yang, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and looked skyward, saying, "I'm planning to head to the Shadow Fortress next. Are you coming along?" "Of course," Shin Sanjin replied without a moment's hesitation. "Wherever Father Yang goes, I follow." As for Commander Sun Yang was filled with trepidation. Unlike the straightforward Shin Sanjin, she had her own understanding of the temporal secret realm. The system had just alerted them that Su An and the Red Dragon Queen were the ultimate world bosses. This indicated that the Shadow Fortress was not part of the Eternal World and any misstep could mean no return. Yet seeing her level now at an impressive 55, she steeled her resolve, taking a deep breath. "I'm willing to go too." "All right," Chen Yong nodded, then turned to Richie. "You handle the rest of the affairs in the royal city. I won't interfere." "Understood," Richie replied, sullenly nodding. Then with a curious tone he asked, "My lord, does this mean you don't plan to return to Silver City?" "All good things must come to an end," Chen Yong replied with a serene smile, turning to mount the Red Dragon Queen in a few strides. "Eternal King Richie Tideville." Richie fell to one knee, his right hand clenched over his heart. "Thank you, my lord, for resurrecting the Eternal Kingdom. The people will erect statues in your honor, ensuring your grandeur and virtues are remembered forever." "No need for statues," Chen Yong laughed heartily, waving his hand. "Sanjini, Commander Sun, let's go." "All right." Sun Yueyong hastily climbed onto the Red Dragon Queen's back, who shook in mild annoyance. "Ah!" Sun Yueyong gasped in fear, but Chen Yong caught her, pulling her securely into his arms before she could fall. "Father Yong, here I come." Shin Sanjin, clutching his gear, prepared to leap up. The Red Dragon Queen, however, deftly lifted him with her claw and, with a powerful flap of her wings, soared into the sky. Shin Sanjin's cries of alarm echoed across the king's plains. "Farewell, Grand Mage Chen Yong." Richie gazed upwards, his eyes filled with reverence as if beholding a deity. The Shadow Fortress loomed in the distance, though in reality it was only a few kilometers away. With a few mighty flaps, the Red Dragon Queen was level with the fortress. Towering hundreds of meters high, the fortress stretched nearly 2 kilometers wide. In front of the castle, a plaza swarmed with skeletal mages and archers stood ready for Chen Yong's arrival. "Little Red, clear a space for us," Chen Yong commanded. "Yes, master." The Red Dragon Queen Alex responded, opening her mouth wide. A fiery dragon's breath erupted, engulfing the plaza. As a summoned creature, the Red Dragon Queen benefited from Chen Yong's passive skills and equipment bonuses, although she couldn't harness his mental power. Even so, her abilities were formidable. In the realm of the temporal secret realm, the monsters were notably stronger. The Red Dragon Queen had to unleash her fiery breath 5 times before clearing a patch of ground. The experience gained was equally impressive, with the weakest creatures providing over 30,000 experience points. With a resounding roar, she landed in the cleared area, unleashing powerful waves of dragon fire as the undead horde surged forward. Chen Yong wasted no time opening the gates of the necromancer's graveyard and the necromancer's tower. Out poured countless skeleton warriors and mages, marking the official start of the epic battle within the time-space secret realm. The plaza of the Shadow Fortress was vast, nearly the size of 4 or 5 football fields, teeming with a multitude of undead creatures. The sheer number was overwhelming, tens of thousands strong. Without the shield wall of the skeleton warriors, Shin Sanjin and Sun Yurong would have likely been overwhelmed at first sight. These undead creatures were formidable, all at level 60 each with over 4 million health points. Even with Chen Yong's over 2,000 powerful skeleton minions and the Red Dragon Queen clearing them all would take time. Meanwhile, undead continued to pour out of the fortress's gates, a never-ending tide. "Oh my god!" Sun Yurong exclaimed, covering her mouth in terror. "No wonder no one has ever completed the National Salvation Mission, it's simply impossible." "Exactly," Qin Sanjin scratched his head, "probably only Father Yong has the ability to do it." "Enough," Chen Yong gave him a kick. "Instead of flattering me, you'd be better off picking up a few more pieces of gear." "Alright, Father Yong." Qin Sanjin, full of excitement, darted away. Chen Yong pointed to 20 skeleton warriors, instructing them, "Go. Protect him and make sure he doesn't get himself killed." "Yes," the 20 skeleton warriors responded, following eagerly. "Yongshin, you go too and keep the aura going." "Thank you, Yongshin." Shen Yong ordered another 20 skeleton warriors to accompany them. After all, this was the temporal secret realm where gear attributes were undoubtedly superior to those in the world's secret realm. If Sun Yurong could gather a full set, even if it were just blue gear, she could soar to new heights. For many adventurers, the lack of powerful equipment resources was what held them back. With powerful initial gear, progress would snowball, surpassing others by leaps and bounds. A set of level 20 red gear meant soloing difficult dungeons was a breeze. Once the two were gone, the Red Dragon Queen transformed into a stunning beauty, too classic. Chen Yong couldn't help but drool at the sight. Her figure was mesmerizing, clad in a small black and red leather outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. The only flaw was her grayish-white skin, a result of her undead transformation, but it didn't detract from her beauty. Seeing her captivating form, Chen Yong found himself believing in love again. "Master, why are you staring at me?" The Red Dragon Queen self-consciously covered her skin, her voice humble. "Is my grayish skin ugly? Should I change back?" "No, no, no." Chen Yong hastily interrupted. "I'm just an earthy dog, I love to look." "Ah, no, no. From now on, unless I say otherwise, you must remain in this human form." "Yes, master." The Red Dragon Queen nodded, obediently lowering her hands to reveal a picturesque scene. "Ahem, ahem." Chen Yong was caught in a fit of dry coughing, nearly rushing forward in alarm. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed that the figure before him bore significant differences from a typical human. Aside from an inexplicably tall and upright stature, the figure had a pair of black horns protruding from its head and a small tail trailing behind. Chen Yong felt a tickling curiosity gnawing at him like a cat's claw. Suddenly, the Red Dragon Queen alerted him. "Master, a formidable monster has emerged." "What?" Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a thunderous roar splitting the air. He then witnessed a giant towering nearly 100 meters staggering out from the Grand Fortress gates. Its gray-white skin was covered in numerous stitched wounds, presenting an authentic three-headed, six-armed colossus. Each of the 3 heads was aflame with icy blue, fiery red and purple flames, and the 6 arms wielded staffs corresponding to each flame type: ice, fire and arcane. Clearly, this stitched-together abomination was adept in ice, fire and arcane magic. Fortress Gatekeeper Mode Keel, Spacetime, Level 60 Health, 500 million/500 million Mana, 20 million/20 million Strength, 20,000 Constitution, 20,000 Agility, 20,000 Spirit, 20,000 Skills. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Arcane Bolt, Arcane Energy, Ice Armor, Flame Impact. Description: a necromantic creature crafted by the Dark Council using countless corpses. My god, this is terrifying. Sun Yuerong stood frozen, eyes fixed on the boss. While she anticipated a powerful adversary, she hadn't expected such an overwhelming force. The attributes were double those of the Red Dragon Queen, boasting 500 million health and a 4-dimensional attribute of 20,000 each. Moreover, the spatial temporal realm was suspended in midair, unlike the vast expanses of the royal city that allowed for the organization of large forces. How would any other professional combat this? Qin Sanjin scratched his head, glancing over before squatting back down to continue gathering equipment, knowing such decisions were not his to make. Besides, with Father Yong's massive skeletal army, even 1 billion could be dispatched in seconds. As expected, within mere seconds of squatting down, all the skeletal mages shifted their attack focus, simultaneously casting spells at the giant. A barrage of ice arrows and fireballs hurtled through the air, and within less than 30 attacks, the undead giant collapsed with a resounding crash, killed. Level 60. Fortress Gatekeeper Mode Keel, Spacetime, gained 498,6260 experience points. Whoosh, a brilliant golden light shot skyward. Chen Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. A legendary golden drop. Finally, another mythical loot. Surely this wouldn't be another string of magical steel beads from the fat guy. Sanjin, gather the loot. Chen Yong urgently commanded the skeletal berserkers to clear the path. Father Yong, I'm on my way. Shin Sanjin sprinted over excitedly. Sun Yuerong also jogged over, but she froze upon noticing the stunning beauty beside Chen Yong, Yong Shin. Who is this beauty? Oh, Chen Yong casually explained, she's Xiaohong in her human form, the Red Dragon Queen. Sun Yuerong was utterly shocked. She's so beautiful, and what a stunning figure. Although Sun Yuerong considered herself a beauty compared to the Red Dragon Queen, she felt completely overshadowed. With the Red Dragon Queen being Chen Yong's servant, would there be any place left for her? Woo. Sun Yuerong instantly felt dejected, as if her world had turned dark. The Red Dragon Queen, however, paid no mind to Sun Yuerong's thoughts, her gaze fixed steadily on Chen Yong. Yet both Chen Yong and Shin Sanjin's attention was captured by the grotesquely fat man glowing with golden light before them. At that moment, this fat man was more captivating than any beauty. What are you standing there for? Go ahead and touch it. Shin Sanjin, sweating profusely, said, Papa Yong, I'm a bit nervous. Why don't you do it? Chen Yong, his face dark, retorted, I've never had a fair complexion since birth, just do it. I'm going. Shin Sanjin nervously rubbed his hands together. Hurry up. Chen Yong, like a gambler, widened his eyes. If you pull out something good, I'll acknowledge you as my stepson. Alright. Shin Sanjin wiped away his cold sweat, reached into the golden glow and pulled out a chain. He glanced at it and immediately blurted out a curse. It's a real drop, the Whale of the Departed type, necklace, quality, time-space legend, level 60 class, necromancer, strength 3700, agility 3700, constitution 3700, foot spirit 3800, equip, increases summon creatures' health and mana by 300%. Equip, increases summon creatures' magical and physical defense by 300%. Equip, increases summon creatures' speed by 100%. Equip, increases summon creatures' damage by 100%. Equip, increases all skill damage by 100%. Equip, increases casting speed by 100%. Equip, increases all skill attack ranges by 100%. Equip, 100% chance to panic targets hit by skills for 5 seconds. Description: a gift from the god of time and space, a boon for professionals. So overpowered, Chen Yong was stunned by the stats, not to mention the 8 additional properties. Just the 4 core attributes were excessive. Normally a level 60 purple equipment would only have 200 plus for these attributes, and this one had 18 times that. One piece of equipment is equivalent to a level 60 professional. It's practically defying the heavens, indeed. Shin Sanjin nodded in agreement. Level 60 purple timespace equipment only has 600 plus attributes. Really? Chen Yong couldn't believe it. You say the purple gear from here has over 600 attributes? Yes. Shin Sanjin handed over a piece of equipment directly. After looking at it, Chen Yong took a deep breath again. No wonder the intensity of the timespace secret realm is so high. Turns out the equipment attributes are 3 times those of the world secret realm. Quick, see if there's any gear I can wear. Alright. Shin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong hurriedly rummaged through their bags. Due to the abundance of monsters, they had only been looking at the color of the gear, not the attributes. They quickly dug out a few blue and purple mage pieces. After Chen Yong put them on, his stamina and agility soared to over 8,000 and his health reached over 800,000. Not bad. Finally feeling secure, Chen Yong was very satisfied with his current stats and health. Despite having a contract with the Red Dragon Queen, it ultimately wasn't his own strength. It was like smelling a wild rose by the roadside. Lovely as it was, he still longed to plant some flowers in his own garden. Let's see if this guy's got any more good stuff, thought Shin Sanjin as he eagerly rummaged through the loot. Perhaps Chen Yong's luck had been exhausted by his exclusive equipment, as only 3 purple items and 1 orange item for another class turned up afterwards. The attributes of the gear were so enticing that the 3 of them were filled with envy, yet there was nothing they could do about it. So they vented their frustration on the monsters, with over 2,000 skeleton minions unleashed in a frenzied harvest and the passive skill of Mercy of the Dead reviving an undead army from the corpses. Even with such efforts, it still took a full half-hour to clear the plaza. As for the monster count, Chen Yong had no idea, but he knew that Sun Yuerong had already leveled up to 59. Let's go and see what the final boss looks like. With those words, Chen Yong brandished his ancient staff and stepped through the fortress gate. But as they stepped inside, the scene left them completely stunned. The palace, as large as a dozen football fields, was devoid of monsters. With a ceiling hundreds of meters high, it felt like standing in the middle of an endless ocean. While they were still puzzled, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Click clack click clack. Soon a stunning woman in red high heels and a high-slit red gown approached, her figure undeniably alluring. However, it was clear she wasn't human. Her eyes glowed green, her skin was smooth and snow-white, and she had a pair of pointed ears. Spirit Ranger Corbacini, time space, level, 60 health, 60,000/60,000 mana, 30,000/30,000 strength, 26,000 constitution, 26,000 agility, 33,000 spirit. 22,000 foot skills, multi-spirit arrow, magic arrow, elemental summon, shadow dash, beast fury. Description: a fallen elf ranger, a low-ranking member of the Great Rift's Dark Council. It turned out to be an archer boss. Chen Yong's mouth twitched and he hurriedly commanded the skeleton warriors to activate their shield wall, otherwise 2 arrows from this lady could instantly kill Qin Sanjin on the spot. To his surprise, the elven beauty didn't attack but instead bowed and muttered a few words. Her health bar above was yellow, clearly showing no intention of attacking them. What was going on? Chen Yong was baffled, as were Qin Sanjin and Sun Yueron. Then the Red Dragon Queen spoke up to explain. She says Claude wants to meet you and hopes there won't be any fighting. You can understand her? Chen Yong asked in surprise. Yes, Master, the Red Dragon Queen respectfully replied. She's speaking the elven language and we dragons are fluent in all languages. That's impressive. Chen Yong was astounded. This is much better than having an ordinary translator. No wonder her chest is so big, she's storing all that knowledge. Tell her I just want to fight the boss, not follow the storyline. Huh? The Red Dragon Queen was a bit taken aback. Master, how should I translate that? Just go for her. Oh, the Red Dragon Queen suddenly got it and unleashed a breath of dragon fire. The beautiful elf, with a health of -1025680, was instantly charred, her golden hair scorched into a bald head, and her fair skin turned a dark shade. Though this damage wasn't significant to someone with 600 million health, the insult was undeniable. Chen Yong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although the result was roughly the same, he felt this dragon wasn't very smart. Of course there was someone even less smart. Qin Sanjin hurriedly pulled out a massive sword and held it in front of him. Get to the back. Chen Yong kicked him behind the shield wall and simultaneously ordered the skeleton bodyguards to take down this woman. All the skeleton berserkers charged forward immediately while the skeleton mages at the side began casting their spells. Swoosh! To his surprise, the elf beauty's figure flickered, flashing several hundred meters away instantly. That's sharp. Chen Yong's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you cheating? How else could you dodge so far? Sun Yuron quickly explained, this is the ranger's rapid shadow skill. After casting you can continuously evade attacks within 15 seconds, and the higher the agility the farther the distance. That's insanely awesome. Chen Yong looked over full of astonishment. The elf boss was continually flashing amidst fireballs and ice arrows, more than 1,000 mages casting over 1,000 spells and not a single hit landed. Even though the skeleton berserkers had agility as high as 280,000, they could only run fast and jump far, but they couldn't match the quick flashes of the elf boss. Moreover, as the elf boss dodged, she kept summoning elements. In just a few seconds she had already summoned over 100. Although these elements didn't pack much attack power, they were extremely annoying, all carrying slowing effects, and some even interrupted casting. As a result, the skeleton bodyguards were directly treated like little dogs being taken for a walk. No wonder it's the secret realm of time and space. Chen Yong sighed softly, raising his hand slowly. Using Soul Lock to target the elusive woman and waiting for the 15 seconds to pass, he executed Soul Drain, -1,050 million. How much? Sun Yuron's eyes bulged. She was beyond speechless. Wasn't it just 35 million a moment ago? In the blink of an eye it became 100 million. The system even thoughtfully used units she'd never heard of before. The elf boss was stunned in place with a thud. A purple skull symbol appeared above her head, evidently indicating the legendary equipment had taken effect. Skill hit target causes 100% chance of panic, lasting for 5 seconds. Brothers, get her. Over 500 skeleton berserkers leaped and slashed. The 400 million health instantly plummeted to 180 million and then froze. Moreover, the elf boss's body turned bright red and the surrounding elemental pets grew several times larger. Beast Fury, Sun Yurong shouted urgently. Beastmaster Ranger specialized skill. Once activated, immune to damage. The higher the agility, the longer it lasts, and all skills have no cooldown. Head trying to transform. Chen Yong chuckled softly, then called to the skeleton warriors, go taunt her, don't let up. A group of skeleton warriors charged forward immediately. taking turns to mock the boss. They gradually wore down its state. Then all the skeleton berserkers and mages launched a direct assault on the woman, killed level 60 elemental ranger Corbethany, timespace, gained 528,6260 experience points. Phew, Sun Yurong exhaled a breath of relief. Thankfully, there were so many skeleton warriors taking turns to provoke, otherwise if this creature had unleashed its skills they would have been massacred before the state ended. If it had been an ordinary team, who knows how many would have died or even faced a total wipeout. Chen Yong and Qin Sanjin didn't think that much. They were already rummaging through the boss's corpse again. Oh, an ancient ranger's outfit. Qin Sanjin stripped the long dress off the elven beauty. Not bad. Chen Yong nodded and looked at Sun Yurong, saying, let's give it to leader's son. No. Sun Yurong quickly shook her head. God Yong, this is too valuable, I can't accept it. She knew her limits. Tagging along to gain some experience in blue-purple equipment was fine, but if she greedily accepted red equipment it would speak poorly of her character. Even level 60 Secret Realm purple gear could sell for millions, and top-tier level 60 orange gear was worth tens of millions. Timespace gear had attributes 3 times that of Secret Realm gear, so the value of level 60 ancient timespace equipment was unimaginable. Take it, Chen Yong insisted, stuffing the dress into her hands. Consider it a gift from me. With this gear you can avoid some detours. God Yong, thank you. Sun Yurong's eyes instantly reddened and she bowed repeatedly in excitement. She was a smart woman, aware of her limits, and knew she'd never have another chance to enter the timespace secret realm. So this piece of equipment was likely something she'd wear for a lifetime. Alright, on to the next boss. Chen Yong waved his hand and headed deeper into the hall, but after a few steps he turned back to look at the elven beauty. This woman is quite good. Maybe I should contract her, then she could fight and have fun. Master, that's not possible. The Red Dragon Queen quickly shook her head. She's not an undead creature. She can't be contracted. Chen Yong was slightly taken aback, puzzled. But she's dead, isn't she? How is she not an undead? The Red Dragon Queen explained, to be considered an undead creature, one must have a perfect soul consciousness preserved after death through a ritual sacrifice, like me. Chen Yong's mouth twitched. Isn't that quite difficult? Indeed, the Red Dragon Queen nodded. I could withstand the sacrifice because I'm a sub-dragon race retaining both strength and soul consciousness. Other races can only choose one. What a pity. Chen Yong sighed helplessly. He had originally wanted to assemble an undead army, but now that seemed out of reach. The Red Dragon Queen quickly added, if Master learns the undead sacrifice spell, I can help you find higher level races allowing you to contract an unlimited undead army. Really? Chen Yong's eyes lit up. Of course, the Red Dragon Queen nodded respectfully. My entire being is devoted to Master and I would never deceive you. Ha ha, good. Chen Yong burst into laughter. Chen Yong was already daydreaming about commanding an army of billions of the undead. With such a force, what fear would he have of any mechanical monsters? His Legion of the Dead would be the very mechanism itself. Beside him, Sun Yuerong was so shocked she couldn't utter a word. For someone like the Red Dragon Queen, a boss of such a high level, being bound by Chen Yong's endless contracts seemed beyond belief. Yet Chen Yong paid no heed to Sun Yuerong's astonishment. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled ahead. Qin Sanjin and the Red Dragon Queen followed closely, trailed by the vast army of skeletons and resurrected undead. Soon they arrived at the center of a grand plaza. There stood a solitary black throne. Upon it sat a man draped in a black robe, his face obscured by a hood, leaving his features entirely hidden. What surprised Chen Yong was that this figure's body appeared ethereal, not quite solid. Necromancer Claude, Spacetime, Level 60 Health, 800 million/800 million Mana, 400 million/400 million Strength, 30,000 Constitution, 30,000 Agility, 30,000 Spirit, 32,000 Skills. Shadow Arrow, Dark Word, Silent Spirit, Devour Mind, Erosion. Description: a mid-tier member of the Dark Council of the Great Rift and avatar of Baron Claude of the Undead Empire. An avatar. Chen Yong was taken aback by the information displayed on the panel. Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong were even more petrified, frozen in shock. If this was merely an avatar with such terrifying attributes, what monstrous power would the true form possess? Moreover, if such a formidable being was only a mid-tier member of the Dark Council, what on earth were the high-tier members like? Claude scoffed, lifting his head slightly, revealing green eyes glinting beneath the hood. I never expected anyone from the Great Qin, besides Qin Zulong and Yu Zhongwu, to step into the Shadow Fortress. Qin Sanjin was immediately astounded, exclaiming, "How do you know the great Qin ancestor and Marshal Zhangwu?" Hehehe, Claude chuckled grotesquely. "Of course we have crossed paths before, how else would I know? You fought against them." Chen Yang's brow furrowed slightly. According to historical records, the Qin ancestor had reached level 2579 long ago. If Claude wasn't boasting, his true form must be at least level 2500, even if he were exaggerating. To be a soldier qualified to meet the Qin ancestor, he would still need to be around level 2000. Impressive indeed, this space-time realm was hiding such a formidable boss. Indeed, Claude nodded smugly, adding, "And they were defeated? Absolutely impossible." Qin Sanjin burst out in fury, his eyes filled with fervor. "The great Qin ancestor is invincible, he could never lose." "Exactly," Sun Yuerong huffed angrily. "The eternal emperor of great Qin could never fall to a monster like you." Courting death. With a flick of his finger, Claude sent a dark shadow arrow shooting straight at Sun Yuerong. It's over." Sun Yuerong's pupils contracted sharply. At level 59 and without space-time equipment, she was certain this arrow would be the end of her. Yet, as she braced herself for the inevitable, a familiar, deep male voice resonated in her ears. "The one courting death is you." With a swift motion, to the astonishment of all present, Shen Yong dashed forward and, with a single gesture, dispersed the shadow arrow. This isn't some shadow arrow from a Wang Wei poem, it's a shadow arrow shot by the time-space boss, yet Chen Yong dispersed it effortlessly without taking a single hit. The Red Dragon Queen in particular widened her eyes in disbelief. Due to their contract, any damage Chen Yong would receive would be transferred to her, but when Chen Yong blocked the shadow arrow, only a large red -1 appeared above her head. That's right, just 1 point of damage. It wasn't even immune damage, which means if she hadn't been there to take the hit, Chen Yong wouldn't have been hurt at all. Impossible, Claude's pupils contracted sharply. "How could you ignore this sorcerer's black magic?" Because you're too weak." Shen Yong smiled calmly, snapping his fingers lightly. Crack, all the skeleton berserkers raised their axes and leaped to attack. In an instant, his 800 million health bar was reduced by nearly half, dropping to the second stage locked blood protection state. Black fog billowed around him and 18 blue portals appeared, releasing many undead. "Damn you, Qin ants!" Claude roared, rubbing his hands together. Below his health bar, a skill bar was counting down. "Mind erosion, is that so?" Chen Yong chuckled softly, stomping his foot. Crack, the floor beneath Claude's feet split open and a bone spike as thick as a thigh emerged. Thud, under the onlooker's tense gaze, Claude was lifted into the air, screaming and instinctively clutching his groin. Then countless fireballs and ice arrows flew directly at him. A series of white numbers popped up above his head. His health dropped rapidly again, finally halting at 80 million. Clearly he'd reached the third stage, yet he didn't cast any skills. Instead he glared at Chen Yong while rubbing the time-space portal to escape, gritting his teeth. "Kid, this sorcerer will remember you, next time I see you." "Next time my foot." Chen Yong raised his hand and grabbed at him. Soul drain, -105 million. Killed level 60 undead sorcerer Claude. Time-space, gained 828,6260 experience points. Level cap reached. Excess experience stored. Congratulations on clearing the world dungeon. Fallen Eternal Kingdom. Clear time, 95 hours 34 minutes 48 seconds. Participants: Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer; Qin Sanjin, level 20 warrior; Sun Yueyong, level 60 ranger. National mission: Save the Nation War. Completed personal rewards: 1 million experience, level 50 epic, orange, equipment 150 fortune contribution, national reward 150 empire fortune. System warning: Shadow Fortress has been conquered and will disappear in 10 minutes, please leave promptly. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Just as Chen Yong was about to show off, the system warning left him stunned. Moreover, the castle began to shake with debris constantly collapsing around them. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and loot this guy's gear." Oh. As soon as Qin Sanjin and Sun Yuerong realized what was happening, they hurried over. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon Queen transformed into her dragon form, ready for Chen Yong to mount her at any moment. My goodness, they actually found a transfer card. Sun Yuerong suddenly pulled a card from Claude's pocket, exclaiming with excitement, "Tyrant? It seems to be a second-tier berserker class." Berserker. Chen Yong was momentarily stunned, then immediately said, "Give it to Sanjin, thank you." Qin Sanjin was just standing up excitedly when Sun Yuerong reminded him, "Yongshan, this is a gold card." Qin Sanjin froze in shock. Even in his simplicity, he understood the immense value of a legendary gold card. Chen Yong's face darkened slightly. forget about gold or silver cards, give all the berserker ones to San Jin, we're fighting for our lives here. Alright, Sun Yuerong handed over the card enviously, hee, thank you Father Yong. Qin San Jin grinned foolishly as he accepted the golden transfer card. The admiration in his eyes towards Chen Yong was unmistakable. He truly regarded him as a father figure. After all, even the least valuable legendary transfer cards started at a price in the billions. Before long, Claude was stripped bare. Chen Yong swung himself onto the back of the Red Dragon Queen. Sun Yuerong quickly climbed up too. But just as Qin San Jin was about to join them, the Red Dragon Queen pressed him back down to the ground. Ouch, little Red Dragon, what are you doing now? He exclaimed. The Red Dragon Queen let out a soft snort and directly grabbed Qin San Jin, flying out of the Great Hall in one swift motion. Sun Yuerong couldn't help but giggle. She could clearly see that no one but Chen Yong was allowed to ride the Red Dragon Queen. Her own chance might have been due to a misunderstanding about her relationship with Chen Yong. But she knew that once they left the secret realm, their paths would no longer cross. With Chen Yong's growing power, soon she wouldn't even be able to gaze up at him. Thinking of this, she felt a deep sense of reluctance. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Yunyan, at the entrance to the eternal secret realm, the area had turned into a bustling small town after a few days of chaos. In addition to the professionals lining up to enter the secret realm, there were many auxiliary professions setting up stalls, barbecue stands, milk tea stalls, cold noodle vendors. Everything you could imagine was there, and business was surprisingly good. Most of the professionals entering the eternal secret realm were young people and college students. 3 devoted deputy deans and Zhang Zhaoxia were sitting in a milk tea shop, constantly bickering while sipping on cheap $4 lemon water from a local chain. They had been butting heads for several days, and the professionals passing by were no longer surprised. After all, everyone knew these 4 were there for Yongshan, and many others were following in Yongshan's footsteps. Just as everyone was going about their activities, the system suddenly announced, "Congratulations, the world secret realm, the fallen eternal kingdom, has been cleared. Clearance time, 95 hours, 34 minutes, 48 seconds. Clearing personnel, Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer, Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior, Sun Yuerong, level 60 ranger. System warning, due to the secret realm being conquered, projected dungeons, 40-person normal hard heroic, will be added with the content based on the first cleared path. National Destiny Quest, National Salvation Battle completed, national reward, 150 Imperial Fortune." This announcement is made to all Qin professionals. The entrance to the secret realm erupted in a chorus of colorful language. After all, words seem inadequate to describe this. The mysteries of the world and the task of saving the nation have been challenges for thousands of years. Who would have thought that Chen Yong would solve them, and in under 4 days no less? Regardless of the means he employed, or even if he had some sort of advantage, his achievements are now part of history. My goodness, truly deserving of the title Brave God. This time he's really outdone himself. Indeed, from now on I'm a die-hard fan of the Brave God until the end of time. You call that something trivial? From now on I'm changing my surname to Chun. Haha, sorry, I've already called my elders to change the family records. The entrance to the secret realm is abuzz with excitement once again. But this time, no one doubts Chen Yong anymore. If the first success was a coincidence, achieving it 3 or 4 times is undeniable proof of skill. However, everyone is puzzled about how Chen Yong managed to unlock the world's secret in such a short time. How is it even possible? The vice deans who constantly flatter him are dumbfounded. The best scenario they envisioned was Chen Yong completing the 3rd ring of the National Fortune task with their help, only to be overwhelmed by the final task and join their academy. Unexpectedly, Chen Yong triggered the ultimate National Fortune task and directly unlocked the world's secret. It's important to note that in over 5,000 years since the strange calamities began, no one has ever unlocked it. This spells trouble. Zhang Zhaoxia, as I kept twitching. Chen Yong's talent is so formidable that coercion might not be a smart approach. To single-handedly defeat a level 60 realm boss, his strength must be at least equivalent to a second turn level 100. Moreover, with Chen Yong's rapid leveling speed, he could soon surpass him, making it unwise to offend such a prodigy. Yet Qin Tianyi has given him strict orders to bring Chen Yong to the Yuzhou Legion. What to do now? Forget it, let the boss handle it. Zhang Zhaoxia quickly pulled out his phone and walked to a corner. Meanwhile, the other 3 flattering vice deans had long since slipped away to report the situation. In Yuzhou, within a small courtyard of a villa, the place was surrounded by both overt and covert guards, all at least second-turn professionals with stars on their shoulders. However, inside the courtyard, four middle-aged men were leisurely sipping tea. The East Sea battlefield should conclude soon, or else others will doubt our strength. Those small flea countries are insignificant. The greatest threat is the Abyss Undead. Indeed, one nodded. The East Sea's secret realm limits access to levels 30 to 100, but the Abyss boss exceeds third turn level 100. Rest assured, Qin Tianyi calmly took a sip of tea. I will use the Ancestral King's sword to forcibly break the level 100 restriction. Really? The three other men were shocked. The Qin family's king's sword is a national treasure, never to be used unless absolutely necessary. Of course, Qin Tianyi nodded. But I have one condition. What condition? The three men frowned slightly. They knew all too well that this guy couldn't possibly be doing charity work. Small matter. Qin Tianyi gave a nonchalant smile and said, I want to recruit that kid Chen Yong into the Yuzhou Legion. What? Absolutely impossible. Qin Tianyi, you must be dreaming. Instantly, the three middle-aged men were so infuriated that their beards bristled and their eyes widened. The Eastern Sea battlefield wasn't just their concern, so why should they take a loss? If it were any other genius, Qin Tianyi could choose whomever he wanted, but Chen Yong was absolutely out of the question. After all, being able to complete the second phase of the national mission alone was an extraordinary feat beyond comparison. Moreover, the most critical point was that Chen Yong, like the founding ancestor, possessed a mythical profession. If Chen Yong were to join the Qin clan, the three families might find themselves merely accompanying the crown prince in his studies indefinitely. Qin Tianyi remained composed and smiled. Gentlemen, let's not rush. Why don't you hear me out on the benefits first? What benefits? The three men furrowed their brows slightly. Qin Tianyi spoke calmly. All the resources of the Eastern Sea secret realm will be yours. Gasp! The three men took a sharp intake of breath on the spot. If it were the previous Eastern Sea secret realm, they would definitely not agree. After all, the final boss exceeded the level cap by dozens of levels, making it impossible to conquer. But if the level cap were broken beyond level 100, it would become a lucrative instance for training new Legion recruits. It didn't seem like a bad exchange after all. No matter how formidable a genius might be, they were still just one person and couldn't withstand a legion. I can also lend you the king's sword 3 times for free. Really? The three men's breathing became rapid. The king's sword was something the ancestor had brought back from the time-space secret realm, and its strongest feature was breaking restrictions. However, using it would shorten the sword's lifespan, so it was rarely lent out. They hadn't expected Qin Tianyi to offer it 3 times for free. This could reduce the difficulty of the secret realm at their doorstep and even advance the national mission. Of course, Qin Tianyi nodded and said, as long as he stalled these 3-inch, Chen Yong would have no choice but to join the Yuzhou Legion to progress. At that time, some of Yu Hongyi's plans would have to be aborted, delaying her departure once again. As for the king's sword, it would be used in the Qin's secret realm anyway, so it wasn't a loss for the Qin clan. However, what he didn't anticipate was that just as the three men were about to agree, their phones suddenly rang simultaneously. After answering the calls, the three men grinned sinisterly and declined, saying, Old Qin, I think the Eastern Sea secret realm can wait. Indeed, it's been idle for decades, let it rot for all I care. Sorry, Old Qin, my wife is about to give birth. I need to leave first. With that, the 3 cunning old fellows lifted their butts and ran off immediately. Wait, you guys. Qin Tianyi was about to stop them when his own phone rang. Picking it up, he saw it was a call from Zhang Zhexi. Speak, Commander, the Eternal Kingdom has been cleared. What? Qin Tianyi's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly turned on the TV and sure enough, there was a pinned announcement. Congratulations, the world secret realm, the fallen Eternal Kingdom has been cleared. Clear time, 95 hours, 34 minutes, 48 seconds. Clearing personnel: Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer; Qin San Jin, level 20 warrior; Sun Yuerong, level 60 ranger. National mission: Salvation War completed. Great Qin's national fortune value increased by 150 points. This kid is just too monstrous. Qin Tianyi was stunned by the announcement before him. He wasn't a small player and naturally understood the conditions for clearing a world secret realm. Besides the world boss, they also needed to conquer the time-space secret realm. In the vast realm of the Great Qin, only the revered ancestor of the first emperor and the loyal and mighty Grand Marshal have ever ventured into the mysterious time-space domain. Even then, it was through exploiting loopholes that they managed to enter. Attempting to forcefully complete the national war mission was deemed impossible. Yet Chen Yong, accompanied by 2 minor allies, managed to clear it effortlessly. Although this was merely a level 20 low-tier world domain, the display of strength was nonetheless formidable. No wonder the three elder statesmen faced with such circumstances chose to decline the mission. It's certain they'll dispatch someone to greet him. No, it's possible the three might personally intervene, guard the entrance well. I will come myself. Ah, you will come in person, indeed, make sure no one else finds out. After Qin Tianyi hung up the phone, his figure flickered a few times before vanishing. Chapter 53, 100% Contribution Rate. World Alliance Secret Realm Hall. The entrance to the East Sea Battlefield Secret Realm was teeming with people. Xin Bing was among them. The East Sea Battlefield was one of the few second or third transition mission realms, otherwise how could it incite such intense competition among several nations? However, as the crowd queued and chatted fervently, the National Fortune Steel suddenly announced a system notification. Notification: change in national fortune value. Great Qin increased by 150 points, current value 5840. What? Great Qin's fortune increased again? What's going on? An increase 3 times in just a few days? This is highly unusual. Could it be that someone has cleared a world domain? Everyone was stunned, especially the professionals of Great Qin, who were all bewildered. Since they weren't within Great Qin's borders, they wouldn't receive the internal system messages, otherwise nations wouldn't need spies and traitors to gather secrets. Could it be Chen Yong? Xin Bing was equally shocked and hurriedly called back home. The news was soon confirmed. He had indeed single-handedly conquered the Eternal Kingdom and completed the National Fortune mission. This was something even the ancestor of the Qin clan had never achieved. However, she quickly snorted coldly. He's Su Chacha's husband. What does it have to do with me? Besides, once I complete my third transition mission, I'll become the Frost Lord. Could I possibly be weaker than him? The scent of jealousy was palpable from afar. Countries like Eagle Nation, Bear Nation, and the Three Brothers Nation also received the news. All professionals were astounded, and various nations rapidly devised targeted strategies, particularly at the Prime Minister's office of the Little Sun Nation. A detailed dossier on Chen Yang was laid out before the one known as Dog Lick Sniffer, having reached level 60 within 5 days of his career switch, and now having cleared a world domain. Such a formidable figure is bound to become a threat to us, the Little Sun Mutts, and must be eradicated, otherwise he'll surely one day dunk my dog head into the toilet of the Silent Nation Shrine. Kill him in the level 60 transition realm. If not, you should all commit seppuku as an apology to Doghead Heaven Emperor. Hi, Eternal Domain, King's Plains. All the Qin professionals rushing to the palace fell silent. They hadn't yet grasped that the secret realm had been conquered. 2 world bosses adding up to 450 million health points were vanquished. Even if a level 100 veteran tried, it would still take some time, yet it was over in minutes. And this unknown timespace secret realm cleared in just a few dozen minutes. Especially with the system's consecutive announcements, everyone was dumbfounded. Congratulations, the world secret realm Fallen Eternal Kingdom has been cleared. Clearance time, 95 hours, 34 minutes and 48 seconds. Participants: Chen Yang, level 60. Necromancer, Xin San Jin, level 20 Warrior, Sun Yu Rong, level 60 Ranger. System warning: due to the secret realm being cleared, projection dungeons, 40-player normal, hard and heroic, are added. The dungeon content follows the initial clearing path. National mission: Save the Nation. Battle completed. Nation reward: 150 Imperial Fortune, hereby announced to all Qin professionals. Immediately another private message popped up. Due to your lack of contribution, the Save the Nation war task failed. They forced me into this mission, promised rewards, and now I've rushed here like a madman. Yet, because I didn't even touch the boss, the mission failed. Are you making a fool out of us? Especially Yin Shangnan and Xiao Jingshan. They stood there completely dumbfounded. One had always looked down on others, and the other wanted to compete for a sister-in-law. Now, they haven't even seen the people, and their faces are metaphorically slapped with a resounding slap. And then there's Lu Ming from the Bright Moon Legion, who was naturally another person whose face has been slapped silly. From the first time he saw Chen Yong, he had that "I'm a master" look, disdainful of newcomers. But who would have thought? In just 5 days, someone else reached a height he could never achieve in his lifetime, even brought his large-breasted wife to level 60. Now he doesn't know what to do. Should the Bright Moon Legion be renamed to just the Bright Legion? Amidst everyone's frustration, the system sent out the Secret Realm settlement information again. Secret Realm World Boss Raid participants: 5,687 people. Contribution leaderboard: first Chen Yong, level 60 Necromancer, contribution 100%, second none, third none, fourth, killer, Chen Yong, Timespace Secret Realm participants, 3 people, contribution leaderboard, first Chen Yong, level 60 necromancer, contribution, 100%, second none, third none, killer, Chen Yong, Secret Realm cleared world boss kill extra reward to be distributed in a treasure chest. Faced with such an outrageous contribution rate, everyone fell silent once more. They now felt as if the system was repeatedly mocking them. With 5687 people joining the mission, only Chen Yong received rewards. In the future, it would be embarrassing to say they'd been to the Eternal Kingdom, it was simply too humiliating. Yet, while everyone was steeped in depression, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the sky. The red dragon wasn't dead. No, wait, it's flying towards us. All the professionals were filled with terror, hastily drawing their weapons to prepare for battle. But soon the fear on everyone's faces turned into disbelief, because they saw a young couple sitting on the red dragon's back with its claws gripping another person. This world boss had been turned into a lackey. Cousin, Qin San Jin waved energetically from within the dragon's claws. Haha, little San, Yin Shangnan responded with an awkward smile. Calmly, Chen Yong glanced at her and said, I'm here to let you know that you can go to the royal city to receive a mission from King Richie. There are still plenty of undead there. Huh? Yin Shangnan looked bewildered. Xiao Jing and Shen, realizing the situation, quickly clasped their hands in thanks. Thank you, Courage God, for the reminder. We will definitely take care of the aftermath. Even though we missed the world boss, taking on this mission now, which is a secret realm quest reward, still offers little difficulty. Good. Chen Yong patted the red dragon queen and flew off immediately. The Courage God is so handsome. The girls on the scene went into a frenzy of admiration. At this moment, a boy from Ingtian Academy grinned and said, of course, riding a dragon is cool, otherwise, why would that girl be with him shaking the dragon? What do you mean shaking the dragon? A confused girl asked. The Ingtian Academy boy smirked. See that girl in the red dress sitting in Chen Yong's lap? I bet they are now. What? The girl was shocked and incredulous. Are you saying they're on the dragon's back? He. Wow, the Courage God is quite the player, I like him. Even more, the nearby fangirl swooned even harder. Bad boys attract women, it's an absolute truth. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, hidden within the crowd, was seething with anger. He had ducked away earlier when he saw Sun Yuerong sitting in Chen Yong's lap to avoid any awkwardness. Little did he expect that those two were already having such a great time, but he was helpless. After all, he was just a level 30 old green turtle. Epic quest. Father's expectation completed. Quest reward, epic, orange. Skill book of your class. While Chen Yong was flying on the dragon, a system message suddenly popped up. Oh, seems like Richie found his daughter's body, and he even gave a class-specific skill book. With a thought, his attribute panel appeared. Night summoning category, skill book quality, epic level, 50 class, necromancer active, consumes 1000 mana to summon a night ranger from the undead empire to fight for you, lasting permanently, passive. The Night Ranger is a unique hero unit that will sleep for 24 hours upon death. Hero unit. Seeing this description, Chen Yong paused for a moment. Could it be that this Night Ranger is somewhat similar to Sun Yuerong the Ranger? If so, that's quite good, as Rangers have many aura skills. He decided to learn the skill right away and summoned the Night Ranger on the spot. With a swish, a crack appeared in the void. A woman dressed in black wearing a black cloak emerged. She had long grayish-white hair, gray-brown skin, and an outstanding figure, tall and elegant, more graceful than an international supermodel. However, Chen Yong did not notice, as he was riding the dragon at great speed. The moment he summoned the cloaked woman, the red dragon queen had already flown hundreds of meters away, leaving her suspended in mid-air. Chen Yong was left speechless, mumbling to himself about how he wouldn't fall to his death. Just then he witnessed a woman in a tight outfit step into the air. With a swift whoosh, a shadow blurred, and she landed gracefully on the back of the red dragon queen, kneeling on one knee. Greetings, master, she proclaimed. Chen Yong sucked in a cold breath. While Sun Yuerong was utterly flabbergasted, she recognized the technique as the ranger's shadow step, but had never heard of it being used mid-air. And this powerful, chillingly beautiful woman, could she be another one of Chen Yong's summoned entities? Rise. Chen Yong nodded, quickly opening his attribute panel. Shadow Ranger, hero unique, level 60 health. 1500000/150000000 mana, 1500000/150000000 strength, 9000 plus 291,000 agility, 9,000 plus 291,000 constitution, 9,000 plus 291,000 foot energy, 9,000 plus 291,000 active skills, multiple arrow shock arrow rapid fire arrow rain precision shooting. Passive skills, Eagle Eye Aura Power Strike Aura Beast Protection Prey Tracking, Talent, Loyalty to the Master. All attributes increase by 10% of the summoner's mental power. Wow, Chen Yong was stunned by this panel. Truly deserving of a hero unit. These attributes were otherworldly, especially the talent and 4 passive skills, which were simply explosive in their power. Eagle Eye Aura increases attack range by 200% and speed by 200% for allies within 500 meters. Power Strike Aura increases skill damage by 200%, critical rate by 100%, and critical damage by 300% for allies within 500 meters. Beast Protection provides absolute damage reduction of 30% and grants 2 seconds of absolute evasion every 10 seconds for allies within 500 meters. Prey Tracking can track hostile targets within a range of 5,000 plus 10% mental power meters. With these 4 passives, not only was the output doubled, but the defense was becoming insanely strong. His class talent already offered 50% universal damage reduction, and now with an additional 30% absolute reduction, it was almost 80% damage reduction. Adding in defensive gear, his hundreds of thousands of health were practically worth millions, and with prey tracking he could monitor hostile targets within a range of over 290 kilometers, like having a radar. In future boss fights and monster hunts, all he'd need was the monster's name. Oh right, there are 2 treasure chests too. Chen Yong hurriedly opened the system backpack to find 2 luxurious chests. Opened the Eternal Kingdom's secret passage chest, acquired Black Fury, gold, emerald. Vow, gold, 2 golden legendaries. Chen Yong's eyes nearly popped out. Was his luck turning around? He quickly checked the equipment only to be critically hit by Lady Luck. He ended up with an assassin's outfit and a knight's helmet. Even if it was gear for magic users, it could have been at least somewhat useful, maybe. I'll wait until I have 3 golds to open it. One more gamble. Open the Shadow Fortress passage chest, acquire Emperor's Fall, gold, Hammer of Destruction, gold, Bone of the Dead, gold. 3 gold pieces. But as he looked at the equipment, he instantly lost interest in seeing what the attributes were: a dagger, a hammer, and a bone. Damn those useless tools. I'm a necromancer, what use do I have for a dagger and a hammer? And this golden bone, it was a drop from the Plague Town hero instance. Although its purpose is unknown, it's definitely useless now. Gambling is a deadly vice. I Huang shall never coexist with it. Chen Yong was so furious that he swore an oath to the heavens, nearly scaring Sun Yuerong into a tumble. In the end he had no choice but to throw on a few purple magic gear pieces and make do. Even so, his stats were terrifyingly strong, 4 times that of a normal level 60 class. Chen Yong class, Necromancer, unique, level 60 health, 948100/948100 mana, 2813 million/2813 million strength, 9430 agility, 9466 constitution, 9481 spirit, 2913 million physical defense, 9481 magic defense, 2913 million speed, 9466 free attribute points, 99721 million foot active skills. Tomb of the Dead Necromancer's Tower, Bone Prison, Soul Drain Necromancer's Pact, Night Summon passive skills. Demon's Whisper, Mercy of the Dead talent, F-grade replication, summon an additional creature for every 5000 spirit points. Special talent, Necromancer's Favor, non-upgradable, luck level 1 position, none. Empire contribution, 300 contribution exchange, none. Class talent, F-grade 0/1000. Yet gathering these contribution points is so difficult. Clearing one world dungeon only netted 300 points. That means clearing 3 more is necessary to upgrade talents. Sun Yuerong once fantasized about upgrading talents, but that was just a dream. With her abilities and talents, she was unlikely to be involved in national missions. Of course, she never intended to get involved. They were merely acquaintances. Sun Yuerong seemed to realize this too, cherishing every moment of conversation along the way. With this harmonious atmosphere thanks to The efforts of the Red Dragon Queen, they followed the system's guidance and finally reached the dungeon's exit, visible only to class holders. Chen Yong and his party stepped into the light ring. The Red Dragon Queen transformed into human form, following the Night Ranger inside. Contract companions are individual beings and cannot be sent back to the undead world like summoned creatures. The Night Ranger is a permanent summon with various buffs and such a stunning figure. As long as she remains unharmed, Chen Yong absolutely refuses to send her back to the undead world. But just as they exited the dungeon, Chen Tong was stopped. Chen Yong, you finally came out, Vice Dean Lu. Chen Yong was momentarily stunned, then he saw Gao Shangji Huan Longhuan, the man with triangle eyes. Upon seeing the triangle-eyed man, Qin Sanjin hurriedly bowed and greeted Instructor Zhang. Zhang, hello. Zhang Zhaoxia waved him off, saying, you may go, this doesn't concern you. Me. Qin Sanjin's face froze, instinctively looking at Chen Yong. Chen Yong nodded and said, go on, I'll find you if anything comes up. Alright. Qin Sanjin left with joy. Witnessing this, Lu Qijuan and others didn't look pleased. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhaoxia's lips curled upward like a Gatling gun barely held in check. Chen Yong didn't seem to pay much attention to the details, instead furrowing his brows and asking Vice President Lu, what do you want with me? Didn't we settle everything last time? Lu Qijuan smiled and explained, this time it isn't us looking for you, it's someone else. Someone else? Chen Yong's brow furrowed slightly. Lu Qijuan and company were all vice presidents. For them to be running errands, it had to be at least one of the deans of the 4 major academies, but the middle-aged man with triangular eyes standing nearby was dressed in a Legion uniform. Could it be a big shot from the Legion? This could be tricky. I really don't want to join the Legion, he thought. Firstly, he wasn't from around here and didn't feel much of a connection to this place. Secondly, the Legion couldn't offer him any assistance, as those people couldn't even enter the time-space secret realm. Joining the Legion would only make him free labor. He'd had enough of being a laborer on Earth and now just wanted to enjoy life, not toil away. Moreover, all 4 Legion commanders came specifically to see you, Lu Qijuan reminded him. All 4? Chen Yong's mouth twitched. Although the 4 legions were essentially new recruit training camps, the 4 commanders were considered high-level combat forces in the Great Qin. If only others had come, he could ignore them, but with all 4 present he couldn't act too recklessly or it would cause trouble. After all, he was only level 60 and hadn't yet grown to the point where he could disregard the rules. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a certain hotel. People were coming and going outside just like any other day. At this moment, the Shadow Ranger suddenly spoke, Master, there are 4 strong individuals upstairs, one of whom has hostility towards you. Chen Yong was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing left and right. He noticed that Lu Qijuan and the others showed no signs of alarm, continuing to chat and laugh as usual. The Shadow Ranger stared at him, the mature voice echoing again, this is a contract whisper, only the Master can hear it. Whatever you want to say, just think it. That's impressive. Chen Yong was visibly shocked, somewhat skeptical. You say someone upstairs is hostile towards me, is that true? Yes, the Shadow Ranger nodded. Within the tracking range, anyone hostile to the Master cannot escape detection. Awesome. Chen Yong was utterly amazed. You're truly a treasure. From now on, don't leave my side, follow me 24/7. Yes, Master. The Shadow Ranger nodded earnestly, then seriously asked, Master, should I kill him? Chen Yong was startled. You can kill him. Although he didn't know who that person was, it was definitely one of the Legion commanders. The fact that the Shadow Ranger could just declare she could kill was even more outrageous than he was. Although he currently had over 200 million in soul true damage and could instantly kill anything with a health bar below level 200, there was something called level suppression. The Legion commanders were all beyond the 4th transition, exceeding the damage limit. Even true damage would be immune if hit, whereas hitting him would result in critical true damage strikes. Ah! Exclaimed the Shadow Ranger with a serious tone, I have my master's additional attributes, combined with the charged precision shot, I can hit with absolute accuracy, ignoring level differences. That powerful? Chen Yong's eyebrow twitched as he hurriedly pulled up the system panel. Precision shot, charge 4, 550 seconds, dealing 1000% 10000%, agility plus strength as piercing damage to targets within 5000 meters. At full charge it absolutely hits, ignoring level disparities. He hadn't looked closely before, and now that he saw the skill description he was utterly stunned. What a monster! At full charge the base damage is 60 million, reaching 556 million when fully stacked. With an attack range of 20 kilometers, paired with prey tracking, the skill could kill anyone at will. Alright, find a spot outside and wait for my command, Chen Yong instructed. Yes, master. The Shadow Ranger's figure flickered and vanished. Lu Qijuan and the others were momentarily puzzled. Chen Yong, what happened to your summon? It's time. Chen Yong chuckled, explaining, besides, it's not appropriate to meet leaders with a summon in tow, right? True enough, Lu Qijuan. And the others nodded, not questioning further. After all, the idea of a level 60 little character taking down a legion commander was too far-fetched to believe. Before long, they arrived at the elegant room upstairs. Upon entering, they were greeted by 4 imposing middle-aged men. After introductions, Chen Yong finally met the legendary figures: Commander Xiao Wenyuan of the Shangjing Legion, Commander Lu Weigui of the Yingtian Legion, Commander Huang Yangguang of the Eastern Capital Legion, and lastly Yu Hongyi's husband Qin Bing's father and the current patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Tianyi. Chen Yong could naturally sense Qin Tianyi's hostility towards him, though Qin Tianyi hid it well with his name not turning yellow. A passive mark from the Shadow Ranger still hovered above his head. What's going on? I haven't offended this guy, have I? Chen Yong mused. Could it be because I turned down Qin Bing, but I didn't refuse to join the Yuzhou Legion? Caught in a whirl of confusion, Chen Yong was startled as Qin Tianyi suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Chen Yong, I agree to your marriage with Qin Bing and your entry into the Qin family. What? Chen Yong was utterly baffled. What nonsense are you spouting? Did I ever say I wanted to marry your daughter? Are you just making things up? Hold on. Xiao Wenyuan's face darkened as he retorted, Qin Tianyi, could you and your wife stop being so shameless? We're not here for some shady dealings. Exactly. Lu Weigui nodded in agreement. It's not like Chen Yong with his talent would lack for women. Huang Yangguang added curtly, let's just lay out the terms, highest bidder wins. Alright, Qin Tianyi nodded, turning to Chen Yong, if you join the Qin family and the Yuzhou Legion I can offer you the best cultivation resources. Huang Yangguang sneered, who doesn't have cultivation resources? The Eastern Capital Legion can support you up to the 4th transformation. We at Yingtian can do the 2 plus grant you battle merit privileges. Lu Weigui quickly added, battle merit privileges are useless. Xiao Wenyuan scoffed, speaking up, if you join the Shangjing Legion I can give you the summoning skill book for the Dark Necromancer's Bone Dragon. Gasp! The 3 Legion commanders simultaneously drew a sharp breath. Who would have thought that Xiao Wenyuan would have such a trump card hidden up his sleeve? The Bone Dragon was a 4th transformation ancient skill, arguably the strongest summon for necromancers today. Their surprise was palpable. Chen Yong casually picked at his nails with a dagger, letting out a soft sigh. The 4 Legion commanders sure or something, huh? Not even asking for the opinion of the person involved, huh? The 4 instinctively turned their heads. Lu Qijuan and the others also looked over in surprise. Zheng Zeixi sneered, Chen Yong, you're too full of yourself. Do you think the Legion commanders need your opinion? Oh, they don't. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, asking calmly, then why did you bring me here, you? Zheng Zeixi was about to scowl when Qin Tianyi interrupted, then what is your opinion? Me? Chen Yong chuckled softly. He reached into his system inventory and pulled out a hammer, tossing it onto the table. A hammer? What does that mean? At first everyone was slightly puzzled, then their expressions changed drastically as they quickly realized it was a piece of equipment. Destruction hammer category, 2-handed hammer quality, space-time legend level, 60 class, Berserker Knight Weapon Master, physical attack, plus 8,000 strength, 3,300 agility, 3,200 constitution, 3,200 spirit, 3,000 equip, increases health and mana by 150%, equip, increases magical and physical defense by 150%. Equip, increases attack speed by 100%, equip, increases all skill damage by 100%, equip, increases critical damage by 100%, equip, hitting a target reduces their armor by 50%, equip, hitting a target reduces their movement speed by 50%, equip, hitting a target grants a 100% damage shield for 5 seconds. Description: a gift from the god of space and time, a boon for the professional. Holy, everyone in the room was dumbfounded. Is this what a space-time legend item is? Those stats are insane. It's on par with a level 180 Secret Realm purple gear and has 8 overpowered additional attributes. Even Lu Qijuan, Zheng Zeixi and the 4 Legion commanders couldn't help but feel envious. If this weapon were put up for auction, it could make people fight each other senseless. And the dagger in Chen Yong's hand was also a space-time legend. The irony was palpable. They had just been boasting about providing the best training resources. for any professional, the best. Resources are undoubtedly equipment and skills, right? Of course, there are other items that increase attributes and experience, but none compare to having top-tier equipment, and if someone can conquer the space-time secret realm naturally, they can obtain better auxiliary items and rarer skill books. Dear Legion commanders, that's my opinion. If you have no objections, I'll take my leave for now. Shen Yong stood up with a smile that carried a double meaning as the Red Dragon Queen walked over to pick up the hammer. This. Xiao Wenyuan and the others fell silent. They indeed couldn't promise better resources. Moreover, they had no authority to forcibly make anyone join their legion because the professional system was above the state, something they had no power to interfere with. All legions are registered through the professional system, sharing the same nature in essence. The only difference is that some have more influence and better development. In reality, they are on the same level as the Sanjin Legion, where Qinyang belongs. Therefore, even if Qinyang doesn't leave the Sanjin Legion or join them, there is nothing they can do, unless they forcibly initiate a legion war to subdue Qinyang directly. If they were to operate in such a manner, it's likely that someone from above would come to have a talk with them. Wait, Qin Tianyi suddenly spoke in a cold voice. I have a small suggestion. Oh. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Commander Qin, feel free to share your suggestion. My suggestion is this. Qin Tianyi slightly squinted his eyes and said calmly, your current strength is still very weak. You need the protection of a large legion. I suggest you join the Yuzhou Legion. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly pressed down on Chen Yong, Wu Qin, Xiao Wenyuan, and the others' expressions changed drastically and were about to step into block. After all, Qin Tianyi was over 100 levels higher than Chen Yong, and even a sliver of his aura could cripple someone. Snap! To their surprise, the Red Dragon Queen directly stood in front of Chen Yong. Her body unleashed an aura no weaker than Qin Tianyi's, dispersing his aura completely. Dragon's might. Everyone in the room was shocked. They could naturally see that this alluring woman was Chen Yong's contract summon, but no one expected her to be of the dragon race, and her draconic aura was second only to a true dragon and inferior dragon. Chen Yong looked back. He saw that Qin Tianyi's health bar had appeared, and his name had turned yellow. Quite impressive, a level 200 gunner with a health pool of over 17 million. His four-dimensional attributes were masked, probably because he wasn't a red-named player. I do not accept your suggestion, you. Qin Tianyi's face froze instantly. Chen Yong could see his health and he could naturally see Chen Yong's as well. At level 60 he had over 900,000 health, which indicated that his quadruple attributes were also over 9,000. The summoning creature was even more exaggerated, with a health pool of 250 million, and it was of the inferior dragon race. This was simply monstrous. No wonder he could solo the Eternal Kingdom. Since he's offended, this one cannot be left alive. Qin Tianyi was indeed a decisive person, and he made his decision in an instant. But he was under a passive marker, and any hint of killing intent would be sensed by Chen Yong. Then I might as well strike first. Chen Yong coldly smirked inwardly and was about to give the order. The Night Ranger 2,000 meters away also sensed Chen Yong's killing intent. The longbow in his hand was already fully drawn and the dark light arrow had completely solidified. Qin Tianyi could even subconsciously feel a chill. Whoosh! But at this moment a wooden door suddenly appeared in the void. As the door opened, Yu Hongyi swayed out wearing a red cheongsam draped in a red cloak, followed by 3 paper ghosts and 7 rakshasas. Her aura was terrifying to behold. And Master Yu, Xiao Wenyuan, and the others were so frightened that they hastily greeted her. Seng Zhaixi and Lu Qijuan, among others, immediately half-kneeled on the ground. At this moment, Yu Hongyi seemed like a completely different person, exuding an overwhelming aura. Yu Hongyi nodded, her face cold as she looked at Qin Tianyi. Do you want to go in? Qin Tianyi's expression froze and he had no choice but to retract his imposing demeanor. Yu Hongyi's current appearance didn't just represent herself. She had once been among the top decision-makers of the Qin dynasty. Her presence in this form signified a return, something beyond his control or protest. And Yu Hongyi turned her gaze towards Xiao Wenyuan and the others. I told you before, we will decide where Chen Yong goes in 2 months. Do you have any objections to my words? No? No objections. Xiao Wenyuan and the others shook their heads in fear. Do you have any objections? She asked Qin Tianyi. I don't. Qin Tianyi gritted his teeth and shook his head. And Chen Yong, of course I don't. Chen Yong smiled calmly, allowing the Dark Knight Ranger to retract its killing intent. Qin Tianyi, on the other hand, instinctively touched his forehead, feeling inexplicably uneasy. It was as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Could it be that Yu Hongyi had murderous intent towards this young man? In that case, let's disperse, Yu Hongyi said calmly, glancing at the few of them. Yes, Master Yu, Xiao Wen Yuan, and the others hurriedly left with respect. Qin Tianyi, however, turned to Yu Hongyi with a sullen face. Have you really chosen this kid? It's not just me. Yu Hongyi glanced at him and said plainly, it's us. Why? Qin Tianyi's face darkened instantly. Because we have invested too much in you, given you too many chances, and you have treated them like dirt. We are already disappointed, Yu Hongyi replied calmly. Ha, do you think he can do it? Qin Tianyi burst into laughter upon hearing this. It seems your group has really aged, even your eyes have problems. Perhaps. Yu Hongyi maintained her calm demeanor as she turned to Qin Yang. Let's go, I have something to discuss with you. Alright, in the park pavilion, Qin Yang lay with his eyes closed on the lap of the Red Dragon Queen, who was gently massaging him with her delicate hands. Although her skill was still quite raw, Qin Yang thoroughly enjoyed it. After all, being served by a dragon is every man's dream. Yu Hongyi sat across from him, crossing her long white legs, curiously observing Qin Yang. You really surprised me. It seems I've lost the bet for sure. How could that be? Qin Yang replied leisurely, I'm only at level 60-inch and there's still over a month left. Auntie, you still have a good chance of winning. Yu Hongyi rolled her eyes. You're quite good at comforting people, it's the truth, Qin Yang casually replied. I was lucky this time, next time might not be the same. Really? Yu Hongyi asked slyly. So, would you like Auntie to win and then marry into the Qin family? No way, Qin Yang replied firmly. Your husband already wants to kill me, why would I marry into that? Besides, giving up a forest for a single tree, only a fool would do that. Hee hee, you're quite greedy, aren't you? Aren't all men like that? Indeed, Yu Hongyi chuckled, then continued. You must have entered the time-space secret realm this time, right? Yes. Qin Yang nodded and asked back, Auntie, have you been inside? No. Yu Hongyi shook her head with a self-mocking smile. Back then, I just took a distant look and was scared out of my wits. Huh? Qin Yang turned his head in surprise. Auntie, what are you talking about? Yes, scared out of my wits. Yu Hongyi reiterated, a hint of helplessness in her voice. It left a severe psychological scar. Now whenever I see a space-time monster I can't help but. Really? Qin Yang was completely incredulous. To him, Yu Hongyi was incredibly strong, otherwise, how could she have subdued Qin Tianyi and the others with just a single sentence? Say you don't understand. Yu Hongyi sighed softly, her voice tinged with resignation. When a person is in extreme fear and despair, the psychological trauma can be severe. Alright then, Qin Yang shrugged. Perhaps he had some kind of advantage not fearing the space-time secret realm from a subjective standpoint, which is why he thought it was no big deal. Yu Hongyi continued, you will definitely enter the space-time secret realm again. Can you help Auntie find someone? Who? Claude? Qin Yang was slightly taken aback. I just saw him in the Eternal Kingdom and I've already taken him down. What? Yu Hongyi was incredulous. Are you serious? He's a terrifying existence with 7 transformations. It's just an avatar. An avatar, Qin Yang hastily explained. I only defeated an avatar, huh? Yu Hongyi let out a laugh that was both bitter and disappointed. I see, just an avatar. What's wrong? Qin Yang asked with a puzzled look. Do you know that guy? More than just knowing. Yu Hongyi gritted her teeth. He is my father's killer. Your father's killer? Qin Yang was first stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, your father is Yu Zhongwu, the Grand Marshal? Yes, Yu Hongyi nodded, her expression sorrowful. My father was taken by that guy over 300 years ago. He's probably no longer in this world. Not necessarily, Qin Yang immediately countered. That guy only said he defeated your father, not captured him. If nothing unexpected happened, your father should still be alive. Are you serious? You're not lying? Yu Hongyi's emotions spun out of control and she lunged forward. Qin Yang coughed dryly, his gaze drifting. Auntie, you're a master, maintain your composure. Yu Hongyi was slightly taken aback. Only then did she realize she was crouching on the ground and Qin Yang was lying on his side looking over. Everything that shouldn't be seen was seen by this rascal. Does it look good? Qin Yang grinned foolishly. Humph, you rascal, Yu Hongyi snorted quickly, sitting back up. Claude, did he really not say he captured my father? Really didn't? Qin Yang tilted his head and explained, with that guy's personality, if he killed someone he'd definitely say it. Marshal, you might have lost, but he's probably recuperating somewhere now. That would be wonderful. Yu Hongyi let out a sigh of relief and pleaded. Qin Yang, could you? I can, Qin Yang replied nonchalantly before she could finish. Yu Hongyi couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated. I haven't even said anything yet and you already agreed. Qin Yang smiled calmly. To save your father you'd even marry Qin Tianyi. is there anything else worth asking for? So clever, Yuhangi rolled her eyes, but can't you be a bit more discreet? Is it that good to look at? Your head's almost hitting the ground. Ha ha ha, I just have a crick in my neck from sleeping. Chen Yong grinned mischievously, showing no restraint, but there's a condition: I won't risk my life for this matter. Although he didn't want to meddle too much in others' affairs, given Yuhangi's earnest plea, he found it hard to refuse. After all, a small favor couldn't hurt, especially when he had already benefited from her father's situation. Of course you. Hongi didn't deny. After all, every life is precious, and it wouldn't be fair for someone else to bear the brunt of the Undead Empire's leaders just to save her father. Is there anything I can do for you? Maybe I can help you now, she offered. Help me? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow. Well, actually, there is something. Could you change legs and shake them a bit? What a rascal! Yuhangi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Yet, she deliberately switched legs and shook them, watching Chen Yong's eyes follow the motion. Are you satisfied now? Is it really that interesting? Of course it is, Chen Yong grinned mischievously. It'd be even more interesting if someone was secretly watching. Yuhangi was so annoyed that her lips twitched. Aren't you afraid he'll kill you? Take a guess. Humph. Yuhangi snorted softly, pulling a talisman from her collar and tossing it to him. Light it up, hold for 5 seconds and I can come over. That's impressive. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, smirking. Even if you're taking a bath? Yes. Yuhangi glared at him, then vanished through a wooden door that appeared out of nowhere. Then I'll light it when I'm bathing too. Chen Yong shamelessly pocketed the talisman, meanwhile atop a distant skyscraper. That damned dog! Qin Tianyi smashed his binoculars to the ground, commanding block all the entrances to the second-level secret realms, leaving only the East Sea secret realm open. Arrange to have that little brat killed inside? What? Zheng Zhaoxia was shocked. Aren't we trying to recruit him? He's close with Third Master Jin. No need. Qin Tianyi's face was dark as he continued. Also find a chance to capture Qin San Jin. The 5 legendary talents sealed within him should be ours. Yes, Zheng Zhaoxia nodded without hesitation. Only then did Qin Tianyi smile sinisterly. Yuhangi, once we've extracted that brat's talents, what face will you make when you see me with 20 legendary talents? In the pavilion, Chen Yong reclined on the Red Dragon Queen's lap, his eyes narrowing coldly as he gazed towards the distant building. Shaoan, is that guy still there? Yes, still there, the Night Ranger nodded. Should I kill him now? No need, Chen Yong calmly waved it off. As a Legion commander, killing him would surely lead to trouble. After all, he hadn't yet reached the point where he could act with impunity and disregard the rules. Every world requires power. In the other place, he lacked power, but here things were different. With a sigh, Chen Yong pulled out his profession card and went online to check on the Dark Lich. He quickly found the information. Just a level 60 Abyss Undead boss present in most second-level secret realms. What he didn't expect was an announcement that all second-level secret realms were sealed except the East Sea secret realm. So quick, Chen Yong's lips twitched in surprise as he looked towards the rooftop. Seems like there's something fishy in the East Sea secret realm and they're trying to force him in. If you like playing games, I'll play alone. Let's see if you can afford it. Even though he was only level 60-inch with the Red Dragon Queen and the Night Ranger by his side, he had no fear of Qin Tianyi's schemes. He was a bit puzzled. He had no enmity with Qin Tianyi, so why was that guy targeting him? Was he really going to force him to hang out with his wife? Master, he's gone, the Night Ranger hurriedly reminded him. Let's go too. Chen Yong stood up and headed towards the dungeon hall. Before entering the East Sea secret realm, he needed to sort things out. At the very least, he needed to sell the equipment he picked up in the Eternal Kingdom and learn some passive skills. After all, knowing that someone was planning against him, he had to do his best to enhance his strength before playing their game. When he arrived at the consignment market, the attendant hit him with a statement. Yunyang City doesn't accept equipment above level 30. Well, that actually seemed quite reasonable. In a small place like Yunyang City, the highest level was only in the 30s. Moreover, with his abnormal space-time equipment, he could only head to Yuzhou. Yuzhou was one of the mega cities of the Great Qin dynasty and was close to the World Alliance Secret Realm Hall, so they had to take the high-speed train to Yuzhou. Why not ride a dragon? His current strength wasn't suitable for being too ostentatious. Besides, with 2 beautiful women accompanying him, wasn't it nicer to have a private sleeper cabin? Plus, he could add attribute points on the way. The next day, Chen Yong and his companions arrived in Yuzhou without a hitch. The consignment market was also in the dungeon hall, but there were many dungeon halls in Yuzhou City, so they picked the nearest one. Since he had too much equipment, he directly approached the consignment manager, a beautiful and well-endowed mature woman. "Sir, are you planning to consign or post a message?" "Neither." Chen Yong didn't have time to sell equipment. "Do you buy equipment here?" "We do." The voluptuous woman nodded with a smile. "But the price is only 80% of the consignment price." "Fine, get dozens of people to sort the equipment." "Dozens of people? Sir, you must be Jock." Whoosh, Chen Yong waved his hand. Countless blue and purple equipment appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the 1,000-square-meter trading room. Gasp! The voluptuous woman was dumbfounded, breathing heavily, almost bursting out a size larger. "There should be over 10,000 pieces. Hurry up and get people to sort them." "I'm in a hurry." Yes, I'll get people to sort them right away. I want a copy of all passive magic skills below level 60. Yes, I'll handle it right away." The voluptuous woman hurriedly called in 70 or 80 people, turning the trading room into a wholesale market. The sorting was done swiftly, taking less than 2 hours. "Sir, there are a total of 16,443 pieces of equipment, 14,420 ordinary blue items, 1,203 ordinary purple items, 10 ordinary orange items, 800 premium blue items, 20 premium purple items, and 5 to 10 million for ordinary blue items." "Just tell me the total amount." 34566 billion. "Fine, deduct the cost of the skill books, that leaves 201,353 billion. Transfer the money." Chen Yong tossed over his career card. His balance quickly turned into a 10-digit number. He couldn't believe that in just 5 days he had become a millionaire. It felt like a dream. The voluptuous woman hurriedly offered her business card. "My name is Yin Chunhong. You can find me if you have more equipment in the future, Mr. Chen." "What, Yin?" Chen Yong was startled as he took the card. "Oh, it's that Yin. I thought it was the Yin like in Overcast." "Mr. Chen, you are such a nuisance." Yin Chunhong's face turned a lovely shade of pink, filled with shy embarrassment. But if it were someone else, she might have exploded into a rage. "Mr. Chen, you have to back me up in the future," she insisted. "All right." Chen Yong waved his hand dismissively and strutted out of the trading room, exuding a sense of independence. He then made his way to the automatic consignment area, where he listed his space-time orange and gold equipment for sale. The consignment system is closely tied to the professional system, and the national currency is directly linked to it. This means there's no need to worry about security issues or being hacked, as even if someone tried, it would be futile. Naturally, there's no concern about theft either, because if someone tried to rob it, it's uncertain who would come out on top. Chen Yong decided to put the space-time gold equipment up for auction, starting at just $1 and listing it for 7 days. He proceeded to list all remaining items except for Amani's magic steel beads, as auxiliary equipment doesn't fetch a good price, and being his first piece of gold equipment, he decided to keep it as a memento. Besides, what if he met someone who could use it? He chuckled to himself. After leaving the trading market, he sent a message to Qin Sanjin, planning to invite him to the East Sea's secret realm. Given his notoriously bad luck, he figured it'd be wise to bring along this fortunate red-handed fellow. To his surprise, he waited ages for a reply that never came. Perhaps that simpleton is busy with something, Chen Yong mused, then put away his professional card and began organizing his skills. He reviewed his skills. Dark Mastery, Dark type damage plus 150%, Dark resistance plus 50%, Negative status resistance plus 50%, Dementia Curse, reduces enemies' mental power by 20% for 5 seconds after any skill hits. Strength Curse, reduces enemy strength by 20% for 5 seconds after any skill hits. Elemental Curse, reduces enemies' elemental damage by 20% for 5 seconds after any skill hits. Fear Contract, when receiving fatal damage, terrifies all targets within 500 meters for 5 seconds. Ignoring any status. Ice God's Protection, increases ice resistance by 10%, negative status resistance plus 10%. Fire God's Protection, increases fire resistance by 10%, negative status resistance plus 10%. War God's Protection, increases physical resistance by 10%, negative status resistance plus 10%. Frostskin, increases health cap by 50%. As a death wizard, a class notorious for its overpowered abilities, he could learn any non-exclusive magical skills. He had just spent over 14 billion buying dozens of passive skill books, several of which were red tier. After mastering all the skills, his attributes surged significantly. Skill damage plus 300%, health cap plus 250%, mana cap plus 100%, all resistances plus 180%, negative resistance plus 150%, and all attributes plus 50%, among others. there were also various skills with hit effects and passive survival mechanisms. The only disappointment was the absence of an invincibility skill, which likely belonged to a higher level. Once he sorted all his skills, combined with the 2 million attribute points added during the train ride, his mental power skyrocketed to 7,369 million, health soared to 4,977 million, and mana reached over 14 billion. Apart from his mental strength, Chen Yong's other attributes were roughly equivalent to a level 150 professional. He was quite satisfied with this fact. Without further ado, he headed straight for the World Alliance Secret Realm Hall. Along the way, he continued to allocate his points. The next day, the World Alliance Secret Realm Hall was bustling with people of various skin colors. Everyone there was above level 60, and the few lower level individuals were accompanied by teams. Someone like Chen Yong, who hadn't even reached his second job change and was wandering around alone, was an extreme rarity. Fortunately, there were guards in the Secret Realm Hall, so personal safety was assured. Chen Yong paid no mind to this. He skillfully found the entrance to the East Sea Secret Realm. Since the East Sea Secret Realm had already activated the National Luck Mission, individuals could enter alone. The Eternal Kingdom, being a new world secret realm, required Legion teams to protect novices. Chen Yong swiped his card and entered the secret realm. Instantly, everything turned pitch black and a system panel popped up. You have entered the Sea Kingdom world. Description: a gathering of all beings with the sea as the foundation, guided by law, striving for the fortune of sea and sky. Choose your faction. Abyss royalty. Commoners seeing this choice, Chen Yong furrowed his brows. Could this be akin to choosing between alliances and hordes? It would determine which dungeons and tasks he would undertake later, but his main goal was to level up by defeating monsters, so it seemed like any choice would suffice. Moreover, his primary objective was to locate the Dark Lich. That creature undoubtedly belonged to the Abyss faction, so choosing Abyss might allow him to directly infiltrate. Alright, that's the decision then. Abyss, faction selection successful, transmitting. Boom! With a dizzying spin, a somber scene unfolded before Chen Yong's eyes. The sky was gray, the ground was gray, and the people were gray. Wait, people? Chen Yong rubbed his eyes and quickly scanned his surroundings. He found himself surrounded by a group of masked individuals jumping around. On a high platform, a figure clad in a robe holding a staff and resembling a zombie was chanting continuously. Beneath his feet was an ominous hexagram magic circle. Judging by this, he had been summoned by this vile group. Could it be Yong Shin? Suddenly, a shrill cry interrupted. Chen Yong instinctively turned to look. Not far away, a few people stood back-to-back, weapons in hand, confronting the surrounding zombies. If they could call out his nickname, they must be professionals from Great Qin. It really is Yongshin. What's going on? Why did Yongshin choose the Abyss faction? Yongshin is terrifying with 497 million health and over 2 billion mana. His two summoned creatures are even scarier, boasting billions of health. Oh my god. I'm so scared, I want to go home to my mom. A few individuals immediately broke down, collapsing to the ground in tears. Although they were all professionals from Great Qin, choosing a faction here meant they were now adversaries. In the vast realm of Daqin, most players typically choose to align with the common folk, given that Daqin has been mastering this path for centuries. Even those few rebellious ones might opt for the royal route since it's generally considered the easier way. But Chen Yong, lacking a legion and completely clueless about the mysteries of the secret realm, made a random choice purely for convenience. Oh, great lord of the undead, please slay these foolish humans. At this moment, a robed figure rushed over and knelt before Chen Yong. Task triggered. Abyssal Undead's Prayer. Task condition: help the Abyssal Undead kill the humans attacking Dark Moon Island. Task reward: 100,000 experience, level 30 purple equipment, 500 Abyssal Undead reputation. Accept, yes/no. Accept my foot. Chen Yong slapped the figure with a raised hand. Bang! The repulsive creature's head exploded instantly. After all, Chen Yong was a level 60 powerhouse with over 14,000 strength plus damage boosts. A mere level 30 undead mage was no match for his might. Killed a level 30 undead mage, gained 1940 experience. The entire scene was dumbfounded. Who would have thought Chen Yong would kill the task NPC? It was utterly defying the heavens. The Abyssal Undead in particular were all bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be an ally? What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Xiao and Xiao. Hong, kill these disgusting creatures. Yes, master. The Night Ranger and the Red Dragon Queen immediately attacked the Abyssal Undead. Spare us, mighty one. they cried in terror, running chaotically, but escape was impossible from the pursuit of 2 level 60 bosses. Killed a level 30 abyssal undead, gain 1940 experience. Killed a level 30 abyssal undead, gain 1940 experience. Killed a level 30 abyssal undead. Task failed, minus 500 abyssal undead reputation. Triggered hidden task, Path of the Evil God. Task condition, do as you please, kill. Task progress, 0/100000. Task reward, title, accept, yes/no. A hidden task. Chen Yang's eyes gleamed with excitement, accepting it without hesitation. This task seemed tailor-made for him, but what use was the title really? After accepting the task, he turned to the nearby group. What are you standing there for? Get moving. Thank you, brave god. The group, terrified, turned and fled. But among them a delicate young man approached with a familiar smile. Brave god, it's me, don't you remember? And you are? Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled since he knew only a handful of people around here. The young man quickly explained, I'm Lu Ergu from Ingtian Academy. We met on the King's Plain when you were riding a dragon with that beautiful girl. Chen Yong's mouth twitched at the mention of the unfortunate name. What was his father thinking? Oh right, my father Lu Qijuan, the brave god must have met him, Lu Ergu added hastily. The deputy dean's son. Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback, a bit puzzled. Why aren't you in the Eternal Kingdom? What are you doing here? Don't even mention it. Lu Ergu sighed helplessly and said, after you cleared the Eternal Kingdom, the Yuzhou Legion took over the secret realm the very same day and we were all kicked out. Can they really do that? Chen Yong was immediately surprised. Of course they can. Lu Ergu shrugged. After all, Qin Tianyi is the commander of the Yuzhou Legion and Heiyang is under Yozhou's jurisdiction. His word is practically law of the crown prince. Chen Yong scoffed disdainfully. By the way, Lu Ergu quickly asked Yongshan, why did you choose the Abyss faction? Are you planning to attack the Sea Nation? Attack my foot? Chen Yong rolled his eyes. I was trying to take a shortcut and ended up being summoned here. Shortcut? Lu Ergu's pupils contracted sharply. Yongshan, are you planning to solo the Abyss again? Why not? Chen Yong retorted. You can, but... Lu Ergu nodded and explained, but the Sea Nation world is a factional war zone with professionals in every faction. The Eagle Nation, Little Sun and Little Stick all chose the Abyss faction. No problem, kill them all. Chen Yong had no pressure, ready to undertake the evil god's mission. He had already researched that international relations here were the same as the old world. Moreover, the hatred between Great Qin and Little Sun runs deep, going back over 2,000 years. Little Sun was founded by a traitor of Great Qin and they've been at each other's throats ever since, even nearly wiping out Great Qin once when the Qin ancestor was away. So the enmity is as deep as the ocean. The Eagle Nation on the other hand is purely out of jealousy, fearing Great Qin will steal their bride once they become powerful. As if they couldn't do that before becoming powerful. Lu Ergu's mouth twitched, unsure what to say, when suddenly a somber ship horn sounded from afar. Not good, the Abyss fleet is here. Chen Yong looked up to see a dozen or so warships emerge on the Grey Sea. These weren't modern steel battleships but ancient square-sailed warships, yet their speed wasn't slow, powered by magical devices and numerous mages. At this moment the Shadow Ranger suddenly spoke. Master, there's a dark lich on the ship. Really? Chen Yong's face lit up with excitement. Shoot him down for me right away. Understood. The Shadow Ranger unhesitatingly drew her bow and knocked an arrow, charging up. She's really going to shoot? Lu Ergu was stunned by this operation. This is at least 20 kilometers away. Can she shoot that far? Charging for 5 seconds, the light arrow turned a pale gray. The Shadow Ranger made no effort to conceal her aura. A whirlwind spread at her feet, flattening the surrounding vegetation. Charging for 10 seconds, the light arrow turned a lighter gray. The whirlwind under her feet gradually transformed into a gray mist, tearing and engulfing the grass and trees. Her white hair and cloak billowed, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face and perfect figure. Charging for 20 seconds, the light arrow had turned gray-black. The whirlwind at her feet had completely transformed into a thick black mist, swirling around her like a frenzied black serpent. Charging for 40 seconds, the light arrow became black. The whirlwind turned into flowing black mist, transforming into a black dragon that roared towards the sky, pulverizing all the flowers, grass and trees around. Even though Lu Ergu wasn't being specifically targeted, he was still blown about, rolling around uncontrollably until he could find shelter behind a massive boulder. He began to charge up for 50 seconds. The light arrow transformed entirely into an inky black color. all the surrounding dark mist was drawn in, forming a thumb-sized sinister dragon that coiled around the light arrow, its terrifying power causing the heavens and the earth to pale in shock. Bang! Immediately the black sinister dragon light arrow shot through the air. The green light in the Shadow Ranger's eyes flickered, and their white hair billowed open with a roar, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. 10 seconds later, a colossal damage number of -13229600000 floated up from the gray sea surface. What the heck? Luergo was utterly dumbfounded. Over 13 billion in damage, are you kidding me? Could a level 60 character really deal that kind of damage, and it covered almost 20 kilometers in just 10 seconds? 2 kilometers per second, Mach 6? Was this an intercontinental missile? However, before he could finish processing his shock, Chen Yong next to him was suddenly enveloped in golden light. Killed level 60 Dark Lich, gained 635,000 experience points. Path of the Evil God quest progress 1/100000. Second job change quest, Lich's soul completed, level cap lifted, stored experience has been extracted. Your level has risen to 61, your level has risen to 62, your level has risen to 63. Your level has risen to 84. In just a few seconds, Chen Yong's level rocketed up to 84. What the heck? Luergo was once again left in a daze. Going from level 60 to 84 would require over 18 billion experience points. And you just shot up like that? If this wasn't done with hacks, I'd walk on my hands. Immediately following this, the Shadow Ranger and Red Dragon Queen also soared to level 84. Their attributes naturally skyrocketed several tiers. In particular, the Red Dragon Queen's health directly reached 550 million, scaring Luergo so much that he collapsed to the ground on the spot. Fortunately, he was marked as a yellow name, otherwise he might have been overwhelmed by the Red Dragon Queen's aura. Chen Yong didn't pay him any mind and hurriedly opened his system attribute panel. The second job change didn't grant a new title, he was still a death wizard, but the upgrade attributes increased significantly with each level, providing plus 100 free attributes, plus 20 to strength, physique and agility, and plus 40 to spirit. The efficiency of adding points also improved. Now each click added 20 points and he could rack up 800,000 points per hour. 2 summoning skills also gained new unit types: skeleton archers and intermediate water mages. With his current state, he had over 10 million spirit, allowing him to summon more than 12,000 units across 6 skeleton types. This was equivalent to a full-fledged division. Now it was a bona fide skeleton army. Of course, what delighted Chen Yong the most was the new class talent, Worship of the Dead. Allows you to manipulate any soul with your mind. Any soul can be absorbed into the space of the dead. Each soul adds 100 points of permanent health. This is going to turn into a tank. Seeing this new talent made Chen Yong's mouth stretch into a wide grin. He had countless souls in his space of the dead, and grinding monsters was easy for him. He could casually grind out a few billion health. However, leveling up was now a bit slow. He had farmed so much experience in the Eternal Dynasty and only reached level 84. From level 84 to 85, it required a staggering 500 million experience points. Leveling up is so tough. Come on, buddy. Luergo was frustrated on the spot. Are you even speaking human language? You've been in your new job for less than 10 days and you're already at level 84. We've been at it for over a year and are only at level 30. Now that's what I call difficult. Lubro, what's wrong? You look so pale. Are you feeling unwell? Chen Yong couldn't help but express concern when he saw him sitting on the ground with a pained expression. After all, they're in opposing factions now. If something happened by mistake, it would be hard to explain to old Lu. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ergu felt another massive blow. Really hurt? Chen Yong's expression changed slightly. He quickly pulled out his job card. Lubro quickly joined the team to avoid any accidental injuries. Luergo was added to the party before he even had time to react. Although the job system is similar to a game, it's not as rigid. Anyone can become an ally if you're in a good mood, and anyone can become an enemy if you're not. Lubro, don't panic. I'll help you gain some experience to level up and heal, Chen Yong said as he transformed the Red Dragon Queen and climbed onto her. This. Luergo was shocked once again, because after leveling up, the Red Dragon Queen's body had expanded to over 150 meters long. To put that in perspective, a passenger plane is only about 70 meters in length and wingspan. The Red Dragon Queen, now standing on the ground, would take up the space of 4 passenger planes. My goodness, as expected of the brave god. Lu Ergu was filled with awe as the Red Dragon Queen grabbed him and soared into the sky. Over the dim sea, a silver-white warship sailed with a flag that looked as if it had been dyed in fresh blood. On the deck, several officers with stars on their shoulders were peering through telescopes. On the opposite side, there were the dozen abyssal undead warships. Deputy Commander Xiao, there seems to be a level 60 Dark Lich over there. What should we do? We're outnumbered. Retreat for now. Xiao Chen frowned slightly, waving his hand casually. Ah. The girl next to him immediately exclaimed, "It's just a level 60 mob. What's there to be afraid of?" Xiao Chen looked over speechlessly. "Miss Su, have you gotten so used to lying down that you can't tell the difference between a mob and a boss? Is it really a boss?" Su Chacha asked incredulously. "It looks so weak to me, not even taller than I am." "Chacha, don't mess around," Xin Bing explained from the side. "The Dark Lich is an abyssal boss with a health of 500 million and it can summon an army of undead. We need a full party to take it down," Su Chacha pouted. "So we're just going to retreat? What about the people on Dark Moon Island?" Xiao Chen sighed lightly with a hint of helplessness. "We'll have to find another way. We can't take a group of academy rookies to fight against the abyssal undead army, right?" But. Su Chacha's eyes welled up with tears. "They sent out a distress signal half a day ago. If we don't go, they'll die." "Chacha, stop being dramatic," Xin Bing sighed and retorted, saying, "Deputy Commander Xiao is right. We can't risk taking so many newcomers. You guys are too cold-hearted." Su Chacha puffed up her cheeks in frustration, exclaiming, "If only Chen Yong were here, he could definitely wipe out all these abyssal undead." "Chen Yong?" Xiao Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. "I've been hearing that name quite often lately. Is he really that formidable?" "It wasn't just often, it was to the point where his ears felt calloused from hearing it. If he weren't tasked with guarding the outpost, he would have already returned home to investigate. After all, anyone who caught you Hawni's attention and was competing with him for a bride had to be closely monitored. Of course he's amazing." Su Chacha was just about to sing Chen Yong's praises when suddenly a gigantic damage number appeared on the gray sea, -132296000. "What? 132296000? Where did such an unbelievable damage come from?" Everyone on the deck was stunned, scrambling to grab their binoculars for a better look. What they saw was astonishing. On the opposing warship deck, all the abyssal undead were in a panic because their leader, the Dark Lich, was pinned to the mast by a single black arrow. "Oh my god, who did that? Could it be the mysterious third transition archer?" "Impossible, a third transition couldn't possibly deal 13 billion damage." Xin Bing, Xiao Chen and the others on the warship were all dumbfounded. They were all level 100 here to complete their third transition class quests, so they had a general idea of the damage output possible at this stage. Su Chacha subconsciously blurted out in shock, "Could it be the divine spirit of the Dragonfish Kingdom? Ha, no way." Xiao Chen was about to chuckle and retort when suddenly the sky darkened. Whoosh, a colossal figure flew over their heads. Everyone instinctively looked up, eyes wide in terror. "My god, a dragon from the Dragonfish Kingdom!" Boom. The next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone on the ship, the Red Dragon Queen opened her mouth and unleashed a wave of dragon flames. A series of damage numbers erupted on the gray sea as the nearest abyssal warship was directly sunk, to them, sinking. Such an abyssal warship required several teams working together. Yet here was someone who merely breathed a few flames and in a matter of seconds sent the warship to the seabed. Meanwhile, Lu Ergo, clutched in the Red Dragon Queen's claws, was equally stunned. However, he was shocked because this wave of experience points catapulted him straight to level 32. To go from level 30 to 32 required a full 25 million experience points, yet for Chen Yong it was just a matter of seconds. Truly the brave deity. Lu Ergo couldn't help but sigh deeply then. Lay back comfortably, watching as one abyssal warship after another was crushed. 10 minutes later, Chen Yong and the others returned to Dark Moon Island. Path of the Evil God quest progress, 5233/100000. This won't do at all. There aren't enough monsters and the experience gain is too slow. Chen Yong frowned, displeased as he glanced at the system panel. Huh? Lu Ergo was completely dumbfounded. He only received 10% of the experience, and in 10 minutes he leveled up 3 times. Chen Yong needed over 50 million experience and he still thought it was too slow. "Show and see if there are any monster gathering points." "Yes, master." The Night Ranger closed her eyes, placing her jade-like fingers on her forehead. An invisible wave rippled out over 1,000 kilometers. All hostile targets within range appeared before her eyes. Master, there's a port 260 kilometers west with nearly 10 million monsters, she reported. Great, Chen Yong immediately decided, let's head there too. Grind experience, you can see that far? Lu Ergu was once again amazed but quickly realized no Yongshin, you can't go there to grind, that's the east seaport of the civilian camp. Oh, Chen Yong paused, then instructed Xiao to avoid cities that resemble human forces. Yes, the Night Ranger continued her search. Soon she spoke again. 308 kilometers east, there's a giant abyssal island with millions. This time it's right. Chen Yong patted the Red Dragon Queen. Xiao Hong prepared to depart. Yes, master. The Red Dragon Queen stepped aside and transformed into her dragon form. Brother Lu, we're heading to the abyss this time, so you can't come along. Yongshin, I understand, let's go. Chen Yong leapt onto the Red Dragon Queen. The Night Ranger turned and followed suit. The Red Dragon Queen spread her wings and soared into the sky with a roar. Witnessing this, Lu Ergu's eyes were full of reluctance, but he had no choice. Lying flat and letting the experts carry you to level up is truly addictive. He finally understood why Sun Yuer enjoyed playing with Chen Yong so much. If he were a woman, even with a hint of charm, he would try every way to please Yongshin. He just wondered if Yongshin would be willing to try other ways to play. East sea 31 degrees north latitude. Chen Yong soon spotted a massive island in the distance. The entire island was shrouded in black mist, occasionally accompanied by black lightning. This was clearly a ghost fog array set up by the peculiar yin-yang array mages unique to these small places. Master, there's a ship 20 kilometers to the right, the Night Ranger suddenly alerted. Xiao Hong. Chen Yong patted the Red Dragon Queen. With a swift turn, the Red Dragon Queen flew to the right. They soon saw a large merchant ship, but upon boarding they found the ship littered with corpses. The men had their chests ripped open and the women were stripped naked and nailed to the masts in obscene poses. What beasts! Chen Yong cursed through gritted teeth. Suddenly a black vortex appeared above him, and countless wandering souls emerged from the corpses, circling him, evidently eager to enter the realm of the dead. Go on. Chen Yong reluctantly allowed them entry. While the souls entering the realm of the dead could increase his health, he was unsure if it was good or bad, as they would be bound there. He felt no pressure with monster souls, but the souls of these innocents weighed on him. Unexpectedly, the souls knelt and bowed to him before entering joyfully. Could it be the realm of the dead is a good place? Chen Yong pondered, puzzled. Just then the Red Dragon Queen exclaimed, Master, there's a high-level being in the cabin. A high-level being? Let's check it out. Chen Yong was taken aback, then headed to the cabin. There he saw a glass aquarium in the hall, housing a nearly 2-meter-long, pure white, stunningly beautiful fish. Moreover, this white fish even has a health bar, except its name is in red. Dragonfish Princess level, 100 health, 500 out of 500 mana, 200/200 strength, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 spirit, 10 skill, heavenly voice traits, affinity with the sea, dislikes abyssal undead, dislikes humans, disdains adventurers, loathes male adventurers. What the heck? Chen Yong's mouth twitched, nearly failing to keep his composure. He hadn't done anything, so how did he end up on this blacklist, and are these attributes for real? A level 100 dragonfish princess with so little health? Bayou. Just as Chen Yong was internally complaining, a water arrow suddenly shot out from the fish tank, hitting him in the face. A large red -1 damage floated above the Red Dragon Queen's head. Her face turned black with rage and she immediately spewed dragon fire from her mouth. The Night Ranger instantly entered combat mode, raising his bow to full draw. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragonfish princess screamed in panic, darting around the tank in a frenzy. Hold on. Chen Yong hurriedly stopped the two. Little Red, ask her what's going on. Soon after a few minutes of exchange, Chen Yong finally understood the situation. This place was a world of water magic with the ocean as the magical source, therefore any creature related to the sea would know some water magic. The dragonfish were the darlings of the ocean and humans were highly intelligent beings, both mastering a lot of magic. However, dragonfish were naturally non-confrontational, so not only did they have no conflict with humans, but they also maintained a friendly relationship. Long ago, dragonfish could be seen in almost every household, and many human mages formed lifelong bonds with them through contracts. But after the abyssal undead arrived, the oceanic world underwent immense changes. Initially, humans and dragonfish could fight side by side to resist the abyssal undead. However, the dark magic of the abyss was too powerful, gradually corrupting human mages' hearts, leading to their betrayal of the dragonfish. Moreover, with the arrival of the abyssal undead, many adventurers appeared as well. In the eyes of adventurers, the magic-blooded dragonfish were the perfect supplements. Thus, Adventurers from all three factions started hunting dragonfish aggressively, pushing them to the brink of extinction. But why do they loathe male adventurers? Chen Yong was particularly puzzled by this and couldn't hold back his curiosity. The Red Dragon Queen blushed slightly, whispering, because all dragonfish are female and many male adventurers have done disgraceful things to them. Disgraceful things? Chen Yong was momentarily stunned, then widened his eyes and exclaimed, "It's just a fish, it doesn't have anything, how can it be disgraceful?" The Red Dragon Queen looked awkward, at a loss for how to explain. The Dragonfish Princess, angered by his words, fired more water arrows at Chen Yong. He ended up soaked, while damage numbers continuously floated above the Red Dragon Queen's head. Though the damage wasn't much, the insult was overwhelming. "Enough, are you done yet?" The Red Dragon Queen, in a fit of rage and embarrassment, sharply reprimanded the Dragonfish Princess. "If you wish for my master's help, behave yourself in front of this dragon." The Dragonfish Princess quickly lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes with a sense of grievance. "Help with what?" Chen Yong asked, his face full of confusion. The Red Dragon Queen explained, "She wishes to entrust you with driving away the abyssal undead and restoring peace to the sea." The Dragonfish Princess nodded vigorously at Chen Yong, her crystal clear eyes full of pleading, and her name turned yellow. Task triggered. Dragonfish Kingdom's Rebirth, Dawn of the Sea. Task description: Abyssal invasion. The heart of the sea sullied, all beings plunged into darkness. Task hint: this is a national fortune task impacting the survival of the Dragonfish Kingdom and the fate of all life in the Sea Kingdom, significantly affecting the fortune of the Qin Empire. Accept the task. Yes/no. Another national fortune task. Chen Yong was slightly taken aback but immediately nodded yes. You have successfully accepted the task. Dragonfish Kingdom's Rebirth, Dawn of the Sea. Task hint: annihilate the abyssal undead on Deer Island, drive away the allied professionals and find the blessing of the sea god to purify the abyssal curse on Deer Island. Personal rewards: 200 million experience points, a level 80 skill book for your profession, 100 fortune contributions, Dragonfish clan reputation plus 5,000, national reward, 100 empire fortune. Not bad. Chen Yong was quite satisfied with these rewards. He was planning to head to Deer Island to gain experience anyway. So this national fortune task was a bonus. However, he was still very curious about how those professionals had become disgraced with this fish. Sensing Chen Yong's lecherous gaze, the Dragonfish Princess sprayed water again. However, this time it wasn't harmful. It was more like sticky saliva. "Oh my," the Red Dragon Queen couldn't help but laugh. "Master, don't ponder on that. The Dragonfish Princess can hear your thoughts. Is she that powerful?" Chen Yong was shocked yet curious. Then how did she end up caught so foolishly? Another burst of water sprayed on his face. The Red Dragon Queen helplessly explained, "The Dragonfish clan is too kind-hearted and humans are adept at disguise, making them easily deceived." Chen Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully, then kept thinking, "The Dragonfish Princess is so beautiful. I really like the Dragonfish Princess. I want to lift the Dragonfish Princess up high." As a result, the silly fish spun around joyfully, gazing at Chen Yong with heart-shaped bubbles, her health bar and name turning an affectionate pink. "Goodness, this is even sillier than a northern fool deer. It's a miracle they're not extinct." No sooner had Chen Yong said this than another water arrow splashed on his face. The Red Dragon Queen couldn't help but laugh again. However, the next moment, the Dragonfish Princess was suddenly enveloped in dazzling white light. Then she widened her blood-red eyes and shrieked in a certain direction. "What happened?" Chen Yong asked, puzzled. "Enemies," the Night Ranger said grimly. "A large fleet has appeared ahead. Let's go and see." Chen Yong turned to leave the cabin. However, the Dragonfish Princess called out to him again, "Chirp, chirp, chirp," this time not spraying water arrows but wriggling pleadingly. "Little Red, what does this silly fish want?" "Master, she wants you to put her back into the sea." "Oh, I see." Chen Yong walked over to the water tank and plunged his hands directly into the water. "Master, no." The Red Dragon Queen tried to explain, but it was too late. Chen Yong had already scooped up the Dragonfish Princess. "What's going on?" Chen Yong was puzzled. He watched as the snow-white Dragonfish Princess turned pink and lay stiffly in his arms, her body twitching uncontrollably. "What's this? Is she dying?" "Don't panic, Master," the Red Dragon Queen reassured him. "Just put her back in the sea and she'll recover." Oh, let's hurry then." Chen Yong, frightened, dashed out and tossed the Dragonfish Princess into the sea. Boom. To his surprise, the little dragonfish, over a meter long, sent up a Spray of water dozens of meters high. As the waves subsided, he saw a massive snow-white creature under the ship, its body several times the size of a merchant ship, dragonfish princess level, 100 health, 5 billion/5 billion mana, 3 billion/3 billion strength, 100,000 constitution, 100,000 agility, 100,000 spirit, 100,000 skills. Heavenly voice, joyful songs, clear waves, wave walking, princesses, blessings, sea control. Talents, likes Lord Qinyong, affinity with the sea, dislikes abyssal undead, dislikes humans, detests professionals, hates male professionals. Good heavens! Qinyong was dumbfounded by these attributes. This was astonishing. Placing her in the sea turned her into a super boss, yet as he stood there in shock, a fleet emerged on the sea around him. All were combat-type giant ships with gleaming black cannons and throngs of soldiers. The leading warship shouted boldly, "Vessel ahead, stop immediately for inspection, or be sunk. Deer Island United 7th Fleet Formation. Heavy patrol fishing ships *5 heavy magic cannon warships *10 heavy patrol ships *20-inch fast combat ships *30 ultralight patrol ships *40 description, a fleet primarily composed of supermagic heavy patrol ships powered by magical dragonfish blood equipped with specialized giant rotary arrows for capturing large dragonfish. So it's you scoundrels. Seeing the warships before him, Qinyong's lips curled into a smirk harder to suppress than a Gatling gun. The ridiculous flags flying on these ships clearly marked them as the fleet of the minor professions, over 100 ships. They dared not build warships back home, yet here they were constructing them with reckless abandon. Well, I'll just have to eliminate you all to progress my mission for the evil god. The enemy fleet, however, ignored these thoughts and swiftly surrounded the merchant ship. Everyone come out onto the deck and surrender within 5 seconds or face the consequences. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2. The minor professions adhered to the philosophy of cut and bow spirit, overbearing as usual. Unable to win, they would cut and bow in apology. If victorious, they would cut and bow in celebration. In their own world they dared not be so arrogant, but after allying with the abyss here, they became outrageously audacious. Relying on the might of the abyssal undead leader, they regarded all beings of the marine kingdom as mere ants. When encountering professionals from the Great Qin, they become irrationally aggressive, determined to fight until a few are defeated. However, upon seeing these arrogant individuals, Qinyong simply chuckled. He had never fought against professionals before and was curious about the experience it might bring. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Lu Island fleet, the flagpole proudly displayed a bright red flag. Below stood a sleazy-looking man in a white coat, none other than Koji Bozen, the leader of the 7th Fleet of Lu Island and one of the 7 generals of the Little Japan Fleet. An adjutant hurriedly approached him to report respectfully, "General Koji Bo, ahead lies the Royal Merchant ship, identified by our vanguard team." Oh, Koji Bozen's face twisted into a lascivious grin. "So the dragonfish princess is aboard?" "Yes," the adjutant confirmed with a nod, though he added cautiously, "However, we've detected individuals on board who appear to be professionals from Great Qin or the Bear Kingdom." "What are you afraid of?" Koji Bozen replied with calm indifference. "We are a powerful nation in this world. Engage and eliminate them." "Yes, sir," the adjutant responded with a respectful nod. "But wait," Koji Bozen added, "we must follow protocol and issue a warning first, or it will be difficult to justify our actions back home." "Indeed, General Koji Bo, your wisdom is unmatched," the adjutant praised, rushing off to relay the orders. Watching the bustling soldiers, Koji Bozen grinned lecherously, musing, "The dragonfish princess, the strongest water mage of the dragonfish kingdom. Once we capture her, our Little Japan forces will be invincible. We won't have to fear the Great Qin. We could even defy them outright." Soon after, numerous magical cannons were wheeled out, all aimed at the massive merchant ship across the waters. With a wave of the signal officer's flag, hundreds of magical cannons fired in unison, their projectiles raining down like a storm. The merchant ship was quickly engulfed in explosions, towering water columns shooting up dozens of meters high, obscuring any trace of the ship. Yet when the water finally subsided, the merchant ship still floated there. "What's going on?" Koji Bozen was stunned. These new magical cannons were equivalent to the attacks of level 70 professionals. Hundreds firing at once should have been unstoppable even for a master of the 3rd tier formation. He couldn't fathom how a mere merchant ship could withstand such an assault. "What's that? There are so many skeletons on the enemy ship. Could they be the ones we killed coming back to haunt us? Oh my god, have we encountered vengeful spirits at sea?" A panic spread. Among the Little Japan fleet's crew, the greatest fear during sea voyages was encountering vengeful spirits, as they often wielded some control over the sea. Moreover, the Little Japan professionals had committed countless atrocities, inciting divine wrath wherever they went. Upon landing on islanders' territories, they would massacre and pillage. Women, regardless of being someone's wife, daughter, or mother, were violated on the spot. If any men tried to intervene, they were disemboweled without hesitation. Particularly with the dragonfish tribe, they were tormented to death before having their magical blood drained. Thus, the prospect of encountering vengeful spirits filled them with dread, knowing full well the sea nations despised them. Oh no, I just led the vanguard and desecrated a pair of sisters on that merchant ship. I mean, I just had my way with your wife and daughter and nailed you to the wall. It's not like there was a deep grudge. You were so ugly, I did you a favor by skinning you. Sooner or later everyone meets their end. I was just doing you a favor by speeding things up, and yet here you were seeking revenge. How ungrateful. On board the battleship, the crew of the Little Days were terrified, their screams echoing through the air. Little Jibo-san couldn't bear it any longer and roared, "Silence, all of you. As the offspring of the Little Days, how can you fear the enemies we've slain? Even if they're ghosts, we'll blast them with cannons. The doghead Tian Huang will protect us. Attack." With that declaration, the crew's spirits soared as if injected with adrenaline. Rallying together, they prepared the cannons and launched a fierce assault. A line of magical heavy artillery ships fired in unison, their cannons towering several meters high. Surrounding them were swift combat and super patrol ships, quickly forming an encirclement, yet the giant merchant ship simply floated quietly on the sea. Skeleton warriors raised a shield wall, forming an impenetrable defense. Around the ship, skeleton mages and archers stood by the ship's edge ready to counter any attack. Meanwhile, the skeleton berserkers could only sit on the deck, gnashing their teeth as they polished their axes, knowing sea battles were beyond their domain. Chen Yong stood at the ship's bow, calmly observing the oncoming attackers. The Red Dragon Queen couldn't help but suggest, "Master, this is quite passive. Shall I engage them?" The Night Ranger eagerly volunteered as well. "Master, I can attack from her back." "What's the hurry?" Chen Yong chuckled. "Their reach may be long, but they can't harm us. Besides, it seems the Dragonfish Princess is making a move." As he spoke, a series of melodious chants echoed from the sea. The sound was ethereal and pure, like dawn breaking in darkness or red flowers blooming on a cliff. The gray mist cloaking the sea was swept away, and the dark water transformed into a shimmering starry blue. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal figure burst from the sea. Chen Yong's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Well, albeit really is the Dragonfish Princess," he exclaimed. Rising from the gray sea was an enormous, breathtaking beauty, her upper body alone towering 40 to 50 meters above the water. She wore a light blue dress, her graceful figure adorned with crystal scales on her fair skin. Red horns sprouted beside her fin-like ears, and her long light blue hair cascaded down her shoulders like a goddess of the sea. "She's stunning." Even the Night Ranger couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Chen Yong's mouth watered at the sight. He finally understood why some might harbor inappropriate thoughts about dragonfish. The Red Dragon Queen chuckled and explained, "The dragonfish tribe was blessed by the sea god, transforming them into higher beings. Unless their hearts are corrupted, they will never become ugly." Curious, Chen Yong asked, "Blessed by the sea god?" "Indeed," she replied. The Red Dragon Queen explained, "Deities choose their envoys in the purity of the dragonfish's spirit attracts the sea god. However, upon becoming higher beings, they lose their original nature and can only rely on magic to reproduce." Chen Yong inquired, "So they really were fish before?" "Of course." The Red Dragon Queen nodded with a smile. "Humanoid forms are divine shapes, and lower beings don't have the privilege to change form at will, not even dragonfish with a hint of dragon blood." "I see." Chen Yong suddenly understood, then pondered while stroking his chin. Could it be that these abyssal undead are trying to steal the sea god's power? "That's likely." The Red Dragon Queen nodded. "The Eternal Kingdom was invaded by undead for the sake of the light gods blessed Ricky." Chen Yong was taken aback. "Ricky is also a deity's blessed one?" "Absolutely," the Red Dragon Queen asserted firmly. "All extraordinary powers in the world, including us draconic beings, come from divine blessings." Instinctively, Chen Yong asked, "What about the professionals?" This question stumped the Red Dragon Queen. She was utterly baffled by the power of professionals. Professionals seemed unreasonable, able to learn any divine power as a skill. especially the ancient forbidden magic she gave to Chen Yong, the contract of the deceased, which was written in an ancient lost language. It took Suan nearly a century to grasp the basics, barely enough to command her, yet Chen Yong learned it at a glance and even enslaved her. She had planned to delay and find an opportunity to escape, but now she was completely reduced to his companion. While they chatted, the battle at sea intensified, especially after the dragonfish princess revealed her true form. The little nuisances seemed to be on a high. Fortunately, the dragonfish princess was at level 100 with a massive health pool of 5 billion, easily withstanding their attacks. However, these nuisances had extensive experience in capturing dragonfish using magical chains to link the ships together. Coupled with magical barriers and protection from formation masters, it was difficult for the dragonfish princess, being a support mage, to inflict fatal damage. Ugh. The dragonfish princess let out continuous sound waves, pushing waves toward the Deer Island fleet. She pushed the ships away wave after wave, but these persistent nuisances kept coming back, an incessant annoyance. Looks like it's our turn to act. Chen Yong sighed lightly and instructed the Night Ranger, Shaohan, take out those little nuisance leaders first. Yes, master. Shaohan, let's go. Chen Yong leapt several meters into the air. The Red Dragon Queen followed, diving into the sea and transforming into her dragon form. Chen Yong landed steadily on her back. Boom! Together they soared into the sky, charging directly toward the 7th Fleet of the Deer Island Alliance. A dragon. All the professional nuisances were stunned. Having a massive dragonfish princess in the sea was challenging enough, and now a red dragon boss was flying toward them. How could they possibly survive this? Soul extraction. Without a word wasted, Chen Yong approached a warship and grabbed it with a wave of his hand. -144375000 as the damage numbers floated up, the warship fell into silence. On the ship, all the low-level professions were struck down, falling flat on the deck. Countless black and red souls soared skyward, only to be swiftly swallowed by the ominous black vortex hovering above Chen Yong's head. Notifications rang in his ears. Defeated level 70 low-level mage gained 20,000 experience points. Defeated level 71 low-level ranger gained 21,000 experience points. Defeated level 69 low-level bard gained 19,000 experience points. Defeated level 70 low-level swordsman. Defeated level 80 Captain Metagil gained 300,000 experience points. Progress of the Path of the Evil God Quest, 5303/100000. The fallen corpses then rose again as zombies, madly tearing apart the battleship. Some even swam towards nearby ships. Quick, attack the necromancer on the red dragon's back, cried out Xiaojibosan, hiding at the rear on the command ship. With the ships not far apart, a barrage of spells, arrows and magic cannons targeted Chen Yong. Although the Red Dragon Queen dodged many, some still struck their mark. Just as Chen Yong braced himself to endure the hits, a blue shield suddenly enveloped him with a whoosh sound. Joyous laughter. Resists all damage, immune to all negative statuses, cannot be dispelled. Ha, little dragonfish, thanks. Chen Yong laughed heartily, waving at the dragonfish princess. She squirmed bashfully, turning a shade of pink. Attack the dragonfish quickly, don't let it cast its shields. Xiaojibosan shouted once more. The ultralight patrol ships surrounding the dragonfish princess resumed their assault. Since the dragonfish princess had given her shield to Chen Yong, she was left defenseless against their attacks. Countless red damage numbers hovered above her, her health dropping by hundreds of thousands in an instant. Damn it, help the little dragonfish first, Chen Yong roared. The Red Dragon Queen quickly turned and flew over, breathing flames along the way. Unfortunately, the ultralight patrol ships were too swift, rendering her attack futile. The dragonfish princess continued to be targeted by the low-level professions on those patrol ships, a torrent of blood-red numbers appearing above her. Although a level 70 couldn't inflict much damage on a level 100, the sheer number of low-level professions with thousands aboard dozens of patrol ships made a difference. The dragonfish princess let out a pained cry as her scales cracked, her tender skin marked with bloody streaks, yet she never retracted the shield she had given to Chen Yong. Little Red, get closer, I'm jumping onto the dragonfish's shoulder. Master, that's too dangerous. No arguments, listen to me. Yes, master. The Red Dragon Queen glided over to hover above the dragonfish princess. Chen Yong leapt, knowing full well that with his physique over 10,000, a fall from over 10 meters would cost him health. To his surprise, he landed on something unexpectedly soft. Chen Yong paused, looking up to see the flushed, beautiful face of the dragonfish princess. Little dragonfish, don't panic, I'm here to help. The dragonfish princess nodded shyly, carefully using her hands to keep him from falling into the sea. Hee little dragonfish, thanks a lot. Shen Yong grinned, then turned his gaze to the ultralight patrol ship surrounding him. The basic range for soul absorption is 500 meters, but with equipment it can be increased to 1,000 meters. Add the Hawkeye aura and it sweeps across 2,000 meters. The Night Ranger on the merchant ship can only absorb enemies within 1,000 meters, which significantly reduces the damage. Damn, he thought, just have to wait for these guys to get a bit closer. As he was thinking this, the dragon princess blushed and started singing to him. Heavenly voice, skill damage plus 1000%, skill range plus 1000%, skill accuracy plus 1000%, skill consumption minus 100%. This is a bit too much of a cheat. The damage bonus for soul absorption is 1250% of his mental power. He now has 105 million mental power, making his base damage 13125 billion, with his skill and gear bonuses plus the dragonfish princess's enhancements it reaches a whopping 16 times multiplier. The damage skyrockets to 21 billion, and with a range of 6 kilometers, as long as the skill locks on, whether they show their heads or not, they're done for. Excellent, take this, little devils. Shen Yong smiled wickedly, then raised his hand to grasp the void. Snap! Minus 21 billion in neat damage numbers floated up, covering a 6-kilometer radius like snowflakes. Every warship within this range fell silent, and all the professionals on board collapsed instantly. Killed a level 30 cook, gained 1940 experience points. Killed a level 32 homemaking teacher, gained 2100 experience points. Killed a level 44 sailor, gained 3320 experience points. Killed a level 52 gunner, gained 4590 experience points. Killed a level 69 singer, gained 19,000 experience points. Killed a level 70 mage, gained 20,000 experience points. Killed a level 71. Killed level 75 Captain Ichu Kirshi, gained 250,000 experience points. Evil God's Path mission progress 7543/100000. The experience points rolled continuously before Shen Yong's eyes. Countless souls surged toward the gateway of the dead above his head. Even so, he had only wiped out 1/6 of the little devil's professionals. Because the warships couldn't be packed tightly together, over 100 ships spread out could cover a large area. However, upon seeing Shen Yong's insane damage and terrifying attack range, all the little devils were shocked stiff. Run away, this guy's using cheats, someone shouted, and all the little devils snapped back to reality. They all started to flee madly, especially those ultralight patrol ships that turned and darted off. Heck, can you really escape? Shen Yong sneered, then turned to the dragonfish princess and said, little dragonfish, chase them. The dragonfish princess let out a call, and with a mighty sweep of her massive tail, the sea waves roared and rolled out in all directions. Ride the waves. Within the wave range, ally units movement speed plus 1000%, life recovery plus 1000%, enemy units slow down by 999%. Haha, little dragonfish, well done. The dragonfish princess called out, her face flushed with pink, and then, swaying its enormous body, it suddenly dashed out. In the sky, the Red Dragon Queen and the Night Ranger also pursued those small remnants. Just moments ago, the 7th Fleet was brimming with confidence, but in the blink of an eye it was beaten into a hasty retreat. The sea was littered with the charred remains of the enemy's warships, and everywhere equipment shone with green, blue, purple, and orange glows. Alas, what a pity! Shen Yong couldn't help but sigh lightly. He was beginning to miss the days when Qin San Jin was around. These small remnants were all elite and their gear was certainly valuable. The dragonfish princess suddenly paused, then she gently scooped up Shen Yong and brought him up to her mouth. It was worth noting that the dragonfish princess was over 100 meters long, making Shen Yong seem like a tiny chick in comparison. Little dragonfish, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive, Chen Yong was startled and quickly retreated, thinking he was about to be eaten. Smooch. It turned out that the dragonfish princess merely planted a kiss on his face. In an instant, Shen Yong was drenched, covered entirely with saliva. Meanwhile, a pink status buff appeared in the upper right corner of his system attribute panel. Princess's Blessing. Favored by the dragonfish princess, you can freely collect any treasure you see in the Sea Kingdom world. Shen Yong was stunned. This was basically a one-click collect all feature. Immediately as he wielded, all the blue, purple, and orange glows began flying towards him. Obtained excellent equipment. Glacier Dagger. Obtained excellent equipment. Adventurer's Longbow. Obtained excellent equipment. Blood Knight's gauntlets, obtained rare equipment, lost Abyssal Longsword, obtained rare equipment. Shen Yong watched as his system backpack was instantly filled with dozens of rows of items. If it weren't for the infinite space, it might have been completely full in mere seconds. Haha, this is just perfect. Shen Yong laughed, looking towards the enemy fleet as if seeing a treasure trove. No, it was more like seeing a deity, because not only did they bring equipment, but they also brought experience and task completion. After all, when you wish upon a deity, they don't necessarily grant your wishes in such abundance. The entire mobile fleet wiped out. Little Jibosin dropped his binoculars in shock. Even if he was not the brightest, he could tell that the opponent was definitely not some mere maritime undead. Especially with the countless skeleton army soldiers turning into zombies after death and the extracted souls. Could it be that the opponent was a necromancer of the Scourge Legion? No, absolutely not. The Scourge Legion could not possibly be at odds with the Abyss. Could it be a master necromancer from the Grand Chine with a third transformation? In that case, don't blame me for playing dirty. Little Jibosin knelt on one knee, then sliced his palm with a dagger, pressing it directly onto the black hexagram magic circle on the deck, and shouted devoutly, "I am willing to offer blood and soul," requesting the blood god's protection. Swish, the hexagram magic circle beneath him instantly lit up. Simultaneously, a blood-colored shadow appeared in the sky. The shadow was immense, resembling a giant serpent with wings. "We are willing to offer blood and soul to the blood god." Upon witnessing the scene, other professionals on the ship also knelt down devoutly, simultaneously slicing their palms and raising them high. A swoosh followed as countless droplets of blood floated into the sky, absorbed by the blood shadow. With each drop absorbed, the shadow grew more solid, eventually transforming into a colossal flying serpent. Hammond's shadow level, 100 HP, 25 billion/25 billion mana, 400 million/400 million strength, 150000 constitution, 150000 agility, 150000 spirit, 150,000 skills, corrupt blood, fury, frenzied bite, blood siphon, blood sacrifice of sin. Description: a phantom of the Abyss Lord, the blood god Hammond, a demon that corrupts the sea. They actually summoned a giant serpent. Shen Yong was startled by the sight of the massive blood serpent before him. After all, most people have an innate fear of serpentine creatures, let alone a massive serpent hundreds of meters long with such terrifying attributes. An ordinary professional would have been scared witless on the spot. Even the dragonfish princess was trembling with fear. If Shen Yong hadn't been holding onto her soft hair, she might have slipped into the sea. All right, Shen Yong patted the dragonfish princess. "Brother, I'll take care of this snake right away." The dragonfish princess nodded in tearful agreement. Shen Yong immediately called on the Night Ranger. With all statuses maxed out, a 21-fold skill damage bonus, he raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the void. Soul extraction, minus 275,625 billion. Meanwhile, seeing Hammond's phantom summoned, the professionals on the battleship could hardly contain their excitement. Especially Xiao Jibosin, who hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. "We encountered the professionals of Great Chine, please blood god assist us." "A bunch of weaklings." Hammond's shadow snorted disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. "Why do you always call for help? Are your kind inherently foolish? Blood god, please see the truth." Xiao Jibosin cried out in tears. This time, the Great Chine professionals are too powerful, all are third transition and above, and they have a necromancer. Hammond's shadow paused, turning to look. He saw not only hordes of zombies on the battleships but also many skeleton soldiers dismantling ships. His eye twitched at the sight of the Red Dragon Queen spewing fire from the sky. With his knowledge, it was clear that the Red Dragon Queen and the skeleton army were beyond what these weaklings could handle. "Fine, I will grant you supreme divine power." "Thank you, blood god." Xiao Jibosin and everyone else hurriedly kowtowed. Immediately, Hammond's shadow flapped its wings a few times and a faint blood mist descended. Blood god's mercy. All speed plus 200%, all attributes plus 200%, damage plus 200%, damage reduction plus 30%, ignore defense plus 50%, skill cooldown minus 50%, skill cost minus 50% off. "This feels amazing," Xiao Jibosin exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Even the chefs felt they could pierce through steel plates, and the life coaches believed they could snap steel bars. Let alone those minor daily professions, they all thought they could press the celestial dog head to the ground and wipe it clean. "Why aren't you off slaying those ants and bringing the dragonfish princess back to the Abyss?" yes, Lord Blood God. Just as little Jibo-san was about to lead his men in a counterattack, a white damage number suddenly appeared above the shadow of Harmon's head, minus 275,625 billion, swish, the terrifyingly long health bar of the shadow of Harmon was instantly emptied. Immediately, the gigantic blood shadow serpent exploded with a bang, turning into a mist of blood that was blown away by the sea breeze. Under all the stunned gazes, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the blood god Harmon, who was just flaunting his power, would be taken down in the blink of an eye, especially the unbelievable damage which gave them an unreal dreamlike feeling. Little Jibo-san in particular rubbed his eyes several times before finally confirming the reality of the situation. What terrified him more was the damage, which reached as high as 275,625 billion. The system even thoughtfully used units and decimal points. How is this possible? What kind of cheat is this? He had just referred to the blood god buff as a cheat, but compared to this damage over 27 billion, it was a joke. A level 100 abyssal boss not only was defeated in an instant but also had a blood debt of over 256 million. Not even a 5th turn veteran could deliver such damage, right? However, this did not affect his decision making. What are you all standing around for? Start the ship and run. The other minor profession members finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly scrambling around to operate the battleship. Boom! But at that moment a massive wave crashed directly over them. The gigantic battleship, 400 to 500 meters long, was tossed about, nearly sinking to the ocean floor. Then another dragon landed on the deck, unleashing a torrent of flames around it, turning countless minor profession members into charred remains. Then, under all those horrified gazes, a young man leapt down from the back of the red dragon. Are you the demon of Qin Shinyong? Little Jibo-san's eyes widened, shouting in disbelief. The surrounding minor profession members also wore expressions of sheer terror, because Chen Yong was on the must-kill list of the dog country and they all carried the mission. At this moment Chen Yong appeared as a red name in their eyes, so they recognized him immediately. However, upon seeing the attribute panel everyone despaired. Chen Yong profession: necromancer, unique, level 84. Health 5,494 million/5,494 million. Foot mana 21 billion/21 billion. Strength 15,430. Agility 15,466. Constitution 15,481. Spirit 105 million. Physical defense 15,481. Magical defense 105 million. Speed 15,466. Active skills: Tomb of the Dead, Necromancer's Tower, Bone Prison, Soul Drain, Necromancer's Pact, Night Summon. Passive skills: Demon Whisper, Mercy of the Dead, Dark Mastery, Dementia Curse, Strength Curse, Elemental Curse. Talent: F-level copy. Talent: Special Necromancer's Endorsement, Necromancer's Worship. My heavens! Upon seeing the attributes panel, all the small-time professionals were utterly terrified and collapsed to the ground, especially when they saw over 50 million health and 105 million mental strength. It shattered everyone's worldview. A 4th-tier master? No, even a 5th-tier master couldn't possibly have such high health and mental power. No wonder he could instantly kill the shadow of the blood god Hammon. Even if Hammon's true form were here, it probably couldn't withstand a few attacks. Lord Chen-yong, have mercy. Little Jibo-san was so frightened that he slid to his knees right in front of Chen-yong. Other small-time professionals around them were kowtowing as if their lives depended on it. Enough of this racket. Chen-yong raised his hand. With a dark expression, Soul Drain, a damage value of minus 275,625 billion, floated up within a 7-kilometer radius. Everyone in the entire joint 7th Fleet of Deer Island except for Little Jibo-san was utterly wiped out. Killed a level 30 small-time plumber, gained 1940 experience points. Killed a level 32 small-time housewife, gained 2,100 experience points. Killed a level 44 small-time wall climber, gained 3,320 experience points. Killed a level 52 small-time gunner, gained 4,590 experience points. Killed a level 69 small-time archer, gained 19,000 experience points. Killed a level 70 small-time mage, gained 20,000 experience points. Killed a level 71 small-time. Progress of the Path of the Evil God Quest, 12433/100000. Worship of the Dead, Lowly Souls plus 4,890. Inch Health plus 489,000. Plop. Upon seeing countless compatriots turned into experience points and even their souls mercilessly drained by Chen Yong, little Ji Bozan was so frightened he collapsed to the ground, unable to control his sphincter, because in his eyes Chen Yong now seemed even more terrifying than an abyssal undead or a blood god. "Stop shaking, I won't kill you now, get the ship and take me to Deer Island." But there's no crew," little Ji Bozan replied, trembling with a pained expression. Splash! Shenyang gently raised his hand and a 100-meter-tall princess of the dragonfish leaped out of the sea. This. Little Ji Bozan was once more dumbfounded. Dragonfish princess intimacy +1, dragonfish princess intimacy +1, dragonfish princess intimacy +1. Shenyang lay on a sun chair as the data continuously refreshed before his eyes. The dragonfish princess darted around the sea on either side of the battleship, sometimes blowing heart-shaped bubbles at him, sometimes dancing in circles, sometimes spraying water. In short, she was having the time of her life. He couldn't quite understand why this dragonfish princess was so clingy. All he did was kill a few small-time professionals. He hadn't done anything else. Of course, little Ji Bozan was even more bewildered. They had been pursuing the dragonfish princess for decades, trying every possible method to lure her in, yet couldn't even come close. Later, they attempted to capture her by force, but it proved even more difficult, resulting in many casualties. Who would have thought that Chen Yong would tame her just like that? This was the strongest water magic support in the Sea World's nation. Who could be a match for Great Qin now? Adding Chen Yong, this game breaker, into the mix meant that their dog days as small-time scoundrels in the Sea World were numbered. No, I must find a way to report this up the chain. We need to take down this game breaker on Deer Island and capture the dragonfish princess too. As Zaya Jibasang pondered and entered the password, Chen Yong paid him no mind, nor did he have the inclination to care. After all, his target wasn't just the small Deer Island but everyone in the entire Abyss faction, therefore he wasn't worried about any tricks from them, nor was he afraid of them gathering more people. In fact, the more the merrier. "Master, we've arrived at Deer Island," the Dark Knight Ranger suddenly spoke up. Chen Yong looked up to see an island emerging from the sea. Deer Island, the campsite of the small Days Abyss. Simultaneously, a list of names popped up on the system panel. It turned out to be the Small Days base, and the ghostly fog array from earlier was gone. Is it because of this battleship? The Dark Knight Ranger furrowed her brows slightly, unsure. Never mind, it won't affect us from landing and dealing with them anyway. Chen Yong stood up only to be interrupted by the chirping of the dragonfish princess. "Little dragonfish, what now?" "She wants you to take her along, the Red Dragon Queen." Translated beside him, Chen Yong was dumbfounded and refused outright. "You're a fish that can't even walk on land, how am I supposed to take you?" Upon hearing this, the dragonfish princess squirted water at him again. The Red Dragon Queen couldn't help but laugh. "Master, in the future you might not have a choice but to bring her along." "Why, because you've held her, huh? What?" Chen Yong was left speechless. "Just holding her means I can't shake her off. Besides, hasn't anyone else ever held her?" "Absolutely not," the Red Dragon Queen declared firmly. "The Dragonfish clan is incredibly pure. If any creature touches them forcibly and they despise it, they will soon perish." Oh, Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback and immediately understood. No wonder she was twitching as if she was about to die when I held her earlier. "Pretty much." The Red Dragon Queen nodded with a smile. "But wait." Chen Yong was puzzled again. How did she end up in the fish tank? She couldn't have jumped in herself. "Okay, I guessed it." Chen Yong instantly felt a bit foolish. Given the attributes of the dragonfish princess and those super abnormal skills, she was one of the top-tier bosses, impossible to be captured by a group of merchants. The only possibility was this silly fish was tricked into shrinking and jumping into a fish tank. "Alright, I'll take you along." Chirping with joy, the dragonfish princess spun around in the sea, releasing bubbles. The intimacy level in Chen Yong's view refreshed wildly, even increasing by +5 at once. Though he wasn't sure what this intimacy level meant, he knew this hot potato couldn't be dropped for now. Fortunately, the dragonfish princess was cooperative, transforming into a thumb-sized little mermaid so Chen Yong wouldn't have to lug around a big coffin-sized fish tank. Soon, they reached the harbor where various ships were docked all around. Many logistics workers from the Small Days faction were busy hustling on the docks. Zaya Jibasang, seeing that he had safely returned to his haven, was secretly thrilled. He had already sent a message to the headquarters on Deer Island, not only informing them of Chen Yong's impending landing but also disclosing Chen Yong's attributes and his terrifying instant kill skills. At this moment, a massive number of elite warriors equipped with invincible immunity are rushing towards the port. Should Chen Yong dare to step ashore and show himself, it would surely be a path leading to death. Unbeknownst to Chen Yong, he paid no heed to these threats. After all, when faced with absolute power, any scheme is futile. As the battleship docked, Chen Yong disembarked with a stride that seemed to acknowledge no kin. He paid no attention to the young Kijibosan behind him nor the surrounding little days, a term often used derogatorily to refer to certain individuals. The port's logistics workers, spotting Chen Yong's imposing aura as he descended from the battleship, instinctively turned their gaze towards him. One staff member even approached to greet him. Koanai Jiwa, welcome sir. Koanai Mabi. Chen Yong with a swift backhand slapped the staff member so hard that his head exploded, spraying a mess of red and white across the ground. The scene was quite a spectacle. Killed a level 31 Little Day staff member, gaining 2,100 experience points. Progress on the path of the evil god. 12434/100000. Reverence of the dead. Despicable soul +1 health +100 mercy of the dead. Resurrected despicable Little Day skeleton. Crack crack. The corpse of the recently slain Little Day was torn open and a bloody skeleton emerged from within. Baka, exclaimed Kijibosan, standing behind, his expression changing drastically, gritting his teeth. He never expected Chen Yong to be so ruthless, not even sparing logistics workers and even possessing the ability to transform corpses into undead. The port housed tens of thousands of people. Was he planning to kill them all? Alas, he was unaware. In the world Chen Yong hails from, 300,000 skeletons lie buried beneath the city. 413 million soldiers perished in foreign lands never to return. And 2,249 million civilians were buried in ruins, becoming vengeful spirits. Therefore, for Chen Yong, killing these dogs bore not a shred of guilt. Though they were not on the same dimensional plane, the hatred was identical. The Little Days, excluding life mentors and housewives under 35, all deserve to die. Shayin Na. The Little Days quickly reacted, scrambling and fleeing in all directions. The surrounding guards hastily drew their weapons and charged forward. Although merely port guards, they were level 50 and above professionals. Yet upon seeing the three individuals' health bars before them, all the guards were dumbfounded. 54 million, 300 million, 550 million, and among them, the young man had already drawn an ancient staff glowing with a red aura. Not a chance. All the port guards panicked. Jejejej, show yourself, my precious. Chen Yong cackled, swinging the ancient staff in his hand. Two gates of the dead descended behind him with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire port. Data data data. As the skeleton army marched out in grand fashion, the sky instantly darkened and death descended with them. Enemy attack, enemy attack. General Inukai Suishar of the Kashima Joint Forces was in the midst of entertaining a distinguished guest. Sir, you are level 180, how can you enter the Sea Nation world? He inquired with curiosity. You're too inquisitive, replied Fan Laoba, wearing a mask with a slight snort. You only need to answer whether we can cooperate, sir, but there is one more thing I don't understand. Speak. Old Fan raised an eyebrow. General Inagai Chishi, speaking in broken Chinese, asked Chen Yong, the only mythical professional, the genius of Great Qin, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble? Humph, Old Fan interrupted with a sullen face. That's none of your concern. All right then, Inagai Chishi replied with some reluctance. Continuing, in that case let's talk about price. Heh. Old Fan chuckled softly. Isn't Dog Lick Wenxiang eager to kill him? I'm providing you with information. Shouldn't you be paying me for it? No sir, you're mistaken. Inagai Chishi shook his head confidently. We the dogs can kill him any time, but you insisted must be now, so the price goes up. Humph. Old Fan gritted his teeth in anger. If it weren't for the fear of ruining Qin Tianyi's reputation, he would have killed Chen Yong outside instead of coming to beg these dog people. 5 million Qin coins. Huh. Inagai Chishi's mouth twitched. This guy was crazy, willing to spend so much money. 5 million to kill a level 60 minor player was like picking money off the ground. But this was business. He couldn't show too much excitement, or else it would seem like the money was too easily earned. Sir, aren't you making things difficult for us dog bastards? Too low. Old Fan frowned slightly. Although Qin Tianyi's price was 200 million, he couldn't take it all out. He had to keep some for travel expenses. Say, Inagai Chishi sighed. I haven't been home in 2 years. My wife has given me 3 sons and the pressure to support the family is huge. 7 million, Old Fan begrudgingly conceded with a dark face. Inagai Chishi lamented again. It's been 10 years since my father passed away, and now my mother is pregnant with twins. the burden of raising my younger siblings. 10 million, Old Fan said with a grim face. Not a penny more, or I'll go to Kajibo. Deal. Inagai Chishi quickly agreed. Kajibo-san is busy capturing the dragonfish princess. He doesn't have the time, and besides, he hasn't completed his third transition. He's not reliable. Here's the deposit. Old Fan tossed out an international bank card. That boy has already entered the secret realm. He should appear near the East Seaport. Rest assured, Inagai Chishi grinned, picking up the bank card. I have people at the East Seaport. It'll be done in no time, and I won't ruin Mr. Fan's plans. That's better. Old Fan snorted coldly and vanished into black mist. After Old Fan left, Inagai Chishi's expression changed instantly. How could Great Chin have such a fool spending money to buy the life of their own prodigious genius? But this fool's money was indeed easy to earn. As he checked the account balance on the bank card, the red phone on the table suddenly rang. Whose secure line is this? Inagai Chishi quickly picked up the phone. Immediately, a voice converted from a code came through. General Chishi, this is Kajibo. Urgent intelligence. Chen Yong from Great Chin is heading to Deer Island. The encoded information was very accurate. He could understand each word individually, but strung together, the meaning was lost on him. Chen Yong had just switched jobs a few days ago, right? How is he already at level 84? And how could someone at level 84 possibly have over 50 million health points, deal 27 billion damage, wipe out the 7th fleet, and instantly kill the Shadow of Harmon? Wasn't that guy supposed to be at Donghai port? How did he get to the waters of Lushuan Island so quickly? Although he didn't fully understand, he suddenly felt his bank card burning a hole in his pocket. However, General Chi sure was indeed worthy of being a formidable figure, transformed beyond level 100 and the leader of the Lushuan United Army. He quickly composed himself. Picking up the phone, he issued a series of commands, summoning all 6 remaining fleets of the United Army back. Tens of thousands of elite forces were mobilized. He also gathered all the elite forces who had undergone 3 transformations to form several super invincible battalions and a bishop support and resurrection group. You think your attack is high? I'll just create a few invincible battalions. Let's see how you handle that. Even if you kill us, I have resurrection support at my disposal. I'll treat you like a raid boss, he thought. Then he called for backup from Dog Daddy Eagle Nation and sent a message to the Abyss claiming that Princess Dragonfish and the professionals of Great Chin were attacking Lushuan Island. After dealing with all the matters, Inukai Chishi was about to leisurely check the accounts when boom, a thunderous noise erupted, shaking the whole of Lushuan Island. An earthquake? No, it's Chen Di attacking. Inukai Chishi's face changed dramatically as he scrambled out in a panic. Meanwhile, Fan Laoba was sailing out to sea, heading towards the abyss. Qin Tianyi, intent on killing Chen Yong, had used the king's sword to break the limit of the East Sea secret realm, organizing a level 180 assassination squad that secretly joined the abyss faction. Fan Laoba was the squad leader, a level 180 ghost shadow assassin with other members also skilled in assassination. But they couldn't act rashly. If caught, not only they but Qin Tianyi would be in trouble too, so they sought cooperation with the Little Japan, Little Stick and Eagle Nation against Chen Yong. But if Chen Yong could break through the space-time secret realm, those guys probably wouldn't suffice. Therefore, they had to seek cooperation with the Abyss as well. When chaos erupted, they would strike from the shadows for a decisive blow. Fan Laoba didn't expect that barely setting sail such chaos would already be happening on Lushuan Island. The black fog covering the skies looked like a natural disaster had arrived. Could it be that the dog Inukai invited some undead bigwig for help? Never mind how they do it, if they can kill that kid, even better. With such thoughts, Fan Laoba continued steering the ship towards the abyss. At Lushuan port, a young man was sitting there eating barbecue. A giant little loli was breathing fire to roast the meat nearby, while a cool white-haired lady was giving him a massage. Yet, amidst this extravagant scene, countless skeletons were chasing people all over the port, trying to bite them, and when these people were bitten to death, they immediately turned into blood-soaked skeletons, continuing the pursuit to bite others. The colorful intestines were ripped apart and scattered everywhere. Thus, fathers bit sons, sons bit grandsons, and generation after generation, the cycle repeated endlessly. With such limited days, how could they not face extinction? Just as these skeletons were fervently biting, a sudden shout of battle cries echoed. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow and looked up. At the harbor entrance stood a dense crowd. The army of the Little Days had finally arrived. The Little Days army was formidable, composed entirely of professionals above level 70, especially the gaunt middle-aged man leading them, wielding a katana. A level 90 ghost-slaying swordsman, an ancient profession unique to the Little Days with immense strength. You must be Chen Yong? The gaunt middle-aged man arrogantly spoke. I didn't expect you to dare step alone into my Dog Days territory. You really don't know the meaning of death, he continued in broken Qin dialect, but heaven has the virtue of good life, as your Qin people say, a wise man. Boom! Before he could finish, the Night Ranger raised his hand and shot an arrow, a simple shot. 3220000 killed level 90 ghost slaying swordsman, gained 40,000 experience points. Evil God Path Quest Progress 65494/100000. With a thud, the gaunt middle-aged man fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the spot where the black light arrow pierced his forehead. His body twitched a few times and then lay still. All the professionals from the Little Days present were stunned. This was a level 90 boss killed by a basic attack. And what was with the 322 million damage? Could a human possibly deal such a blow? What are you all standing around for? Revive him quickly, the young Jibo-san shouted anxiously from the back. The main priest of the Little Days hurriedly began casting spells. However, at that moment Chen Yong gently raised his hand. A pitch-black vortex appeared behind him, directly sucking in the middle-aged man's soul. Worship of the dead, professional soul +1 health +100 compassion of the dead. Ghost-slaying swordsman skeleton revived. Crack. Following this, the middle-aged man's corpse was torn apart and a blood skeleton wielding a katana crawled out. The Little Days were bewildered again. What kind of skill was this that could absorb souls and prevent revival? Damn it, attack him quickly. Jibo-san behind was immediately anxious, shouting frantically, attack! The squad leader finally reacted. The other professionals from the Little Days also charged forward with their weapons, a mighty force of nearly 1,000 inch, evidently the garrison around the port. However, Chen Yong sat still, casually eating skewers and sipping cola borrowed from the Little Days store. Splash! Before the crowd could even reach him, countless skeleton berserkers leapt out from behind the surrounding containers and buildings. Behind them were skeleton warriors, archers, mages and hordes of zombie skeletons numbering in the tens of thousands. Help, Ogie-san! All the Little Days cried out in terror. What kind of joke was this? How could a few hundred possibly fight against tens of thousands? Killed level 70 Little Days swordsman, gained 20,000 experience points. Defeated a level 72 Japanese bishop, gaining 22,000 experience points. Read the log. Defeated a level 80 Japanese swordsman, gaining 30,000 experience points. It continued. Defeated a level 85 Yin-Yang mage, gaining 35,000 experience points, and so forth. The task progress for the Path of the Evil God now stood at 66,479 out of 100,000, with the souls of the worshipped increasing by 985. Chen Yong's health surged by 98,500. In mere minutes his level rose to 85. In that brief span the reinforcements from the Japanese faction were completely annihilated. Chen Yong's army of skeletons, including revived ones, now numbered over 50,000. Have we cleared out all the monsters at the port? Chen Yong wondered aloud, noticing the skeletal army standing still. The skeleton berserker leader, a massive creature, nodded vigorously in response. All right then, let's move on to the camp, Chen Yong declared, crushing an empty soda can underfoot. And take that scoundrel with you, he added. The berserker leader responded with a howl and leapt onto the warship, effortlessly lifting the terrified Kobe-san, who sat paralyzed with fear. Suddenly a giant red dragon soared into the sky and the vast undead army began its march towards the camp at Deer Island. All the while Chen Yong continued to allocate his points, given that he could now gain 800,000 per hour. Deer Island, a volcanic isle, stretched only a little over 200 kilometers across. While this distance may seem daunting for ordinary people, it was no challenge for Chen Yong's undead legion. Aside from the Japanese faction members, the island was populated by corrupted undead totaling around 16 million. Thus, there was no shortage of monsters to battle, and within half an hour the undead army swelled to over 100,000. With his level further rising to 86, the souls of the worshipped increased by 33,521, boosting his health by 335,2100. The task progress for the Path of the Evil God reached 100,000 out of 100,000, marking the task's completion. Chen Yong was rewarded with the Butcher title, which initiated the second phase of the task. 0 out of 1 million, the Butcher title conferred remarkable attributes: a 50% increase to all stats, a 100% boost to skill damage and range, along with intimidation and suppression effects. Suppression rendered enemies unable to discern specific attributes if their mental strength was lower than his, while intimidation silenced targets for 10 seconds if their mental strength was inferior, with a 60-second cooldown, an incredible asset. Chen Yong couldn't contain his excitement upon seeing the title's attributes. Even other professionals would consider this a cheat. As long as his mental strength surpassed theirs, enemies would be silenced every minute for 10 seconds. Few could match his mental prowess, meaning they'd be under his control from the start. The generous boost to all attributes elevated his mental strength to over 14 million, enabling him to summon more than 16,800 skeletons. Fully powered, his soul siphon could absorb 385 billion, and the Night Ranger's fully charged precision shot could deal over 51 billion damage. The skeleton bodyguards' attacks easily exceeded 1 billion inch, and the skeletal fire mage could hurl a fireball dealing over 500 million, and this was before fully allocating his points, showcasing damage of such an extraordinary level. When all those billion attribute points are added, won't people have to ask for ID numbers upon meeting? Especially with this suppression effect, it's practically tailor-made for him. From now on, anyone who encounters him will be left with nothing but question marks. I really look forward to meeting Qin Tianyi next time. However, as Chen Yong was snickering sinisterly, the Night Ranger suddenly spoke up. Master, there are hundreds of thousands of people approaching us from the valley ahead. Oh, Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, surprised. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? It's hundreds of thousands? Confirmed. Night Ranger nodded. That's odd, Chen Yong said, full of doubt. It's been less than half an hour since we landed on the island. Even if the Deer Island camp received the message and mobilized troops, it couldn't be this fast. Ha ha, Xiaoji Boshang burst out laughing. Chen Yong, you didn't expect this, did you? I sent the message to General Qi Shi while we were at sea, so it was you. Chen Yong feigned a look of shock. In truth, he brought this guy along precisely to leak information, otherwise it would be a hassle to locate every one of the million little monsters on Deer Island. But unexpectedly, this guy was so eager to make progress that he sneaked the message out at sea. Xiao Ji Boshang laughed smugly. I also reported your weakness. Just wait to die. My weakness? How come I don't know about it? Chen Yong was genuinely puzzled this time. His attack power now reached tens of billions, with over 16,800 bodyguards under his command. Plus, he had the protection of the Red Dragon Queen with 550 million health, 80% absolute damage reduction, 180% resistance to all types, and 150% negative resistance. Even his own health had reached over 60 million, so he really didn't know what his weakness might be. Xiaoji Boshang sneered maliciously. You only have one active skill with a cooldown of 60 seconds. The rest relies on summoned undead for output. As long as we withstand your instant kill skill and use the holy array to trap your undead army, you'll be helpless. This. Chen Yong was momentarily stunned. It seems like you might be right. Meanwhile, the army across the mountain revealed itself. They were densely packed, a massive crowd. The entire valley was soon surrounded by hundreds of thousands of troops. Xiaoji Boshang, seeing this, burst into an arrogant laugh. So what if you have over 60 million health and over 10 million spirit? You're going to die today. Chen Yong paused slightly, then chuckled. I thank you. Chen Yong stood in the middle of the valley, surrounded on all sides by dark silhouettes. There wasn't a single stone, flower, or tree to be seen. In addition to the little day's professionals, there were many abyssal undead. Clearly, these guys knew he would pass through here and had set an ambush in advance. Though his skeleton army of over 10,000 had been quite impressive, they now seemed rather thin and weak, surrounded by hundreds of thousands of enemies. Moreover, with the arrays set up around them, the confidence of the little days was through the roof. Inagai Chishi, carrying a long sword and riding a mutated warhorse, stood on a hillside overlooking them and said, Mr. Chen Yong, why don't we have a good talk? Talk about what? Chen Yong calmly countered. Inwaki Chishi grinned widely. Of course, we're here to talk about you joining our Dog Days Empire. Chen Yong raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the statement. He knew that Inwaki Chishi had inherited the knack for poaching talent from his father Old Eagle, so this move wasn't entirely unexpected. What surprised him was the certainty in Chishi's tone, as if it was already a given that Chen would join them. With a sly smile, Inwaki Chishi continued, just now a 180-level Qin dynasty professional offered me 10 million to kill you. I wonder who you've offended, Mr. Chen. Chen Yong frowned slightly. It was obvious, without much thought, that it was Qin Tianyi. Among those he had crossed, only Qin Tianyi could command a 180-level professional. What puzzled him was why Qin Tianyi, a rational man, would collaborate with the likes of Inwaki Chishi. If this were to leak, it would be a scandal of betrayal, making Qin Tianyi, despite his high status as Qin clan's leader, face severe consequences. Qin Tianyi really is petty, Chen thought, regretting not eliminating him earlier. After all, it was the Dark Knight Ranger who acted last time, not him, so any suspicion wouldn't fall on his small role. Even if it got exposed later, he would have grown strong enough to face it. A bit too soft-hearted, Chen sighed inwardly. Having just escaped the grind of corporate life, he hadn't fully adjusted to his newfound power, which made him overly cautious. In hindsight, there was no need for such fear. Even if he had killed Qin Tianyi hiding in the secret realms, to level up would have sufficed. Once his power surpassed Qin Tianyi's, those old folks wouldn't dare trouble him. Mr. Chen Yong, what do you say? Inwaki Chishi asked, wearing a confident expression like a strategist holding all the cards. Chen Yong chuckled coldly, raising his hand slowly. Activate the formation. Inwaki Chishi quickly gestured, and instantly a circle of golden shields lit up around Chen Yong. It was clear that a holy profession had cast an invincible shield on the frontline warriors, and with the skills of a formation master, a divine invincible barrier was formed. All the skeleton soldiers and undead army, even the Dark Knight Rangers, showed signs of discomfort except for the Red Dragon Queen and the Dragonfish Princess. Mr. Chen Yong, you are strong, but your weaknesses are obvious, Inwaki Chishi remarked calmly. This divine invincible barrier can block all flying magic, rendering your soul absorption skills useless. Is that so? Chen Yong chuckled lightly, stamping his foot. Bone Spike Prison. With a whoosh, ivory-thick bones burst from the ground, rapidly extending in all directions. With his spiritual power exceeding 14 million and all status buffs stacked, he was dealing over 15 million damage per second. With a range of 105 kilometers, coupled with the Butcher's title's intimidation and 10-second silence, only those with preemptive invincibility or passive damage evasion could avoid instant defeat. Killed level 31 civilian female teacher, gained 2,000 experience points. Killed level 42 undead male actor, gained 3,100 experience points. Killed level 50 undead female audience member, gained 8,000 experience points. Killed level 62 mayor of Lushima town, gained 9,300 experience points. In a world where epic battles and mystical powers converge, the scene unfolds as Chen Yong stands amidst the chaos, his presence commanding awe and fear. The air crackles with the sound of notifications. Defeated a level 70 undead berserker, gained 20,000 experience points. Defeated a level 72 Zio Rizi bishop, gained 22,000 experience points, and so on until the final message. Defeated, your level has increased to 99. Each enemy felled fuels his ascension, the light of advancement shimmering above his head, dazzling those around him like Inagai Chishi and Koja Bosen, who watch in shock as Chen Yong surges through 13 levels in mere seconds. It's a feat unimaginable given that rising from level 86 to 99 requires over 20 billion experience points. How many lives were claimed in such a short span? Koja Bosen, having activated his invincibility early, survives Chen Yong's onslaught, while Inagai Chishi, though his health is depleted, is saved by his passive death-clearing skill. The leaders and the warriors encircled by invincibility formations remain, but for those lacking death-defying abilities up to 105 kilometers away, all combatants, support units, and abyssal undead were utterly annihilated. General, eat shit. Did my skill impress you? Chen Yong's gaze fixes on Inagai Chishi with a smirk. The latter's fear is so profound that he tumbles from his horse, convulsing on the ground and frothing at the mouth. Defeated level 105 General Inagai Chishi, gained 8 million experience points. TCH, scared to death. Chen Yong clicks his tongue, displeased. The survivors, witnessing the massacre, flee in terror. Their retreat disrupts the holy formation, allowing the skeleton and undead armies to mobilize. Swiftly, these forces encircle and consume the fleeing remnants. Defeated level 100 Zio Rizi Elite Gunfighter, gained 50,000 experience points. Defeated level 100 Zio Rizi Elite Defender, gained 50,000 experience points, and on it goes. Soon, the once thriving Deer Island encampment is desolate save for Koja Bosen. Though aware of his grim fate, he clings to hope, kneeling in supplication. Great Father Chen, I beg you. Yet before he can finish, the Night Ranger swiftly twists his head from his body. Defeated level 95 General Koja Bosen, gained 800,000 experience points. The notifications continue. Reverence of the dead. Souls of the Departed plus 100 health plus 10,000 Path of the Evil God Quest 2, 999-823/1000000. Your level increased to 100. Level cap reached. Excess experience stored. Triggered. Third job transition quest. God's Incarnation quest reminder. Slay the God's Incarnation to obtain the Divine Remnant soul. Slay the God's Incarnation. The challenge looms ahead. A new chapter in his relentless pursuit of power. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, gently stroking his chin as he pondered. Could it be the blood god Harmon? Is this system really spoon-feeding me? Well, since I have a big appetite, I can handle whatever comes my way. With such thoughts in mind, he headed towards the corpse of Inagite Shishi. He wasn't planning to loot the body, as the equipment had already been stored in his backpack. Instead, he wanted to see if he could find any evidence of the assassination deal. Soon enough, he found a card in Inagite Shishi's pocket. This would suffice as an explanation for Yu Hongyi when it came time to confront Qin Tianyi. Whether she accepted it or not was none of his concern. After wrapping up matters there, Chen Yang mounted the Red Dragon Queen and flew directly towards the center of Deer Island. The mission for Longyu Nation's fate involved not only eliminating the small contingent and the undead on the island but, most importantly, finding the sea gods' blessing to purify the island's abyssal curse. This blessing was located at the Sea God altar in the island's center. Upon reaching the altar, the professional system unexpectedly popped up a notification. Hidden Realm. Sea God altar description. The ruins where the Longyu tribe worshipped the sea god, later occupied by abyssal demons. Difficulty: abyss level, more challenging than time-space level? At the center of Deer Island there lay a massive inland sea, in the middle of this sea was a gigantic whirlpool with the entrance to the sea god altar nestled within it. Other professionals would require special equipment to venture down, but with the Longyu princess, that was unnecessary. She expelled a large water bubble to envelop everyone, then let the whirlpool carry them down. At the lakebed, they found a colossal blue water gate. Passing through it, they entered the true sea god altar, a small island spanning several kilometers surrounded by azure skies and an expansive sea. The vitality of the environment was astonishing, suggesting it was a hidden part of the ocean, yet upon spotting the wandering creatures nearby it became evident that this place did not belong to the Sea Nation world. Abyssal Lobster Man level, 90 health, 100 million/100 million mana, 10 million/10 million strength, 20,000 constitution, 20,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, 20,000 skills, armor break/pincer head whirlwind/charge. Passive, Abyssal Fury, Abyssal Reinforcement. Description: servants who betrayed the sea god, willing to accept abyssal corruption. These creatures were indeed formidable. Chen Yang was astonished by the lobsterman's attributes. Their stats were comparable to a level 60 timespace boss, and with dozens of them gathered together, ordinary professionals might be scared stiff. The Red Dragon Queen quickly spoke up. The Longyu princess said these lobstermen were once citizens of Longyu Nation, all corrupted by the blood god of the abyss. Blood god? Chen Yang furrowed his brow slightly. Is it that giant blood serpent? Yes, the Red Dragon Queen nodded, explaining. However, deities aren't allowed to appear in the mortal realm, so this must be the blood god's projection or an avatar. The princess of the chirping dragonfish nodded repeatedly. Since they were in the ocean, she had reverted to her mermaid form. Her size was still comparable to that of a human, but she was overwhelmingly large. Sticking close to Chen Yang, she continuously zapped him with lightning, making him so exhilarated that he didn't even want to farm dungeons anymore. Clones? Chen Yang's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. The system truly seemed to be catering to him. This time, he could complete the third transfer quest directly. Little dragonfish, max out my status quickly. I'm going to slay a god. The chirping dragonfish princess nodded and began singing to him, heavenly voice. Skill range plus 1000% skill damage plus 1000% skill accuracy plus 1000% skill consumption minus 100%. Excellent. Once all the buffs were applied, Chen Yang instantly entered his strongest state, soul extraction. Chen Yang simply raised his hand and gave a gentle grasp. Minus 385 billion. A string of damage numbers erupted from the small island. What followed was a flood of experience points. Killed level 90 Abyssal Lobsterman gained 100,000 experience points. Killed level 90 Abyssal Lobsterman gained 100,000 experience points. Killed level 90 Abyssal Lobsterman gained 100,000 experience points. Killed level 90 Abyssal Lobsterman. Level cap reached. Excess experience stored. Worship of the dead. Souls of the Dead plus 176 health plus 17,600 Path of the Evil God Quest Part 2, 99999/1000000. Seeing this evil god quest, Chen Yong was at a loss for words. He had been anticipating earning another overpowered title only to find he was one monster short. If only he'd randomly taken out one more outside earlier. Just as he was mentally grumbling, a roar suddenly erupted from deep within the island. Who dares to disrupt this god's plans? Boom! A terrifying aura swept across, instantly obliterating the island's flowers, trees and structures. Then from the island's center an enormous creature rose slowly. It had a head resembling a dinosaur, the upper body of a human and the lower body of a giant serpent, with 6 arms and a pair of massive blood-red wings that blotted out the sky. Standing at 300 to 400 meters tall, it loomed like a small mountain at the island's center. Abyssal blood god Hammond level, 110 health, 1,615 billion/20 billion mana, 4 billion/4 billion strength, 12 million constitution, 12 million agility, 12 million spirit, 12 million skills. Blood god spear, fallen blood rage frenzied bite. Blood siphon, sinful blood sacrifice, corrupt blood. Description: Avatar of blood god Hammond, the demon that corrupts the sea. He actually showed up. Come on over and have a good chat with me. Seeing this creature, Chen Yong was thrilled. However, the terrifying stats nearly made him lose his composure. With 20 billion health and 12 million in all 4 attributes, and this was just an avatar. Was this the kind of divine power we're dealing with? It was terrifying. No wonder the Sea Kingdom's secret realm remained unconquered for so many years. For an ordinary class to face this, it would be a massacre. Each hit from its 12 million spirit and strength would deal millions in damage. In the realm of combat, even an ordinary level 100 warrior barely boasts a health pool exceeding 3 million, while the fragile ones might possess only a few 100,000, vulnerable to a single strike. Darn humans, it's you again, Hammond exclaimed, his pupils large as water jars, instantly turning crimson upon seeing Chen Yong. Although his shadow was previously vanquished in a flash, he could still remember Chen Yong's aura. Hello, blood god. Chen Yong waved cheerfully, his face radiating a sunny smile. Hammond was initially furious, gritting his teeth, but his eyes lit up at the sight of the dragonfish princess. Hand over this dragonfish, and not only will I spare you, but I'll also bestow my blessing upon you. The dragonfish princess trembled incessantly, fearfully locking her gaze onto Chen Yong with eyes full of pleading. Despite her fondness for and willingness to trust him, her soul instinctively feared him. In the face of life and death, the soul naturally doubts everyone, yet instinctively seeks help from anyone. Moreover, Hammond was a deity and his blessings constituted the most potent power in the mortal realm. Like a blessing from the sea god, it could endow countless beings in the Sea Kingdom with formidable water magic. Such temptation was hard for anyone to resist. Not bad at all. Chen Yong smacked his lips, then grinned broadly. But unfortunately, I don't believe in gods seeking death. Hammond roared furiously. A terrifying blood mist erupted from his body, raising massive waves that surged towards Chen Yong and his companions. Master, be careful. The Red Dragon Queen shielded Chen Yong, reverting to her dragon form, while the Dragonfish Princess leaped into the sea, transforming into her nearly 100-meter tall form. I'm in a good mood today, might as well slay a god and change my job. Chen Yong smirked coldly, stomping his foot lightly. Boom, boom, 2 colossal bone gates descended from the void. In the blink of an eye, the small island spanning thousands of meters was swarmed by an army of skeletons. Who exactly are you? How can you open the gates of the dead? Hammond's pupils contracted slightly, staring incredulously at Chen Yong. Though Hammond's divine position wasn't high, he knew more than ordinary mortals below. If Chen Yong had merely summoned a few skeletal soldiers through a ritual, Hammond wouldn't have been surprised. But directly summoning the gates leading to the undead empire was a bit excessive. Chen Yong's gates of the dead appeared quite makeshift, yet they genuinely connected to the undead empire. Wasn't this supposed to be an exclusive skill of the undead emperor? How did a mere mortal learn it? Chen Yong felt a bit awkward but still introduced himself honestly. My name is Chen Yong, a graduate of Heyang City No. 2 High School in Great Qin, currently a regular member of the 3 Gold Legion. As for how to open the gates of the dead, Chen Yong pondered while touching his chin, then gestured with his hands just like this, and the gates opened. Hammond quickly reacted, his face contorted with anger, shouting, "You lowly ants, daring to toy with a god like me, you're doomed." He furiously flapped his wings, causing a blood mist to envelop the entire small island instantly. Everyone except the Sea Dragon Princess was afflicted by a debuff, corrupted blood. Anyone shrouded by the blood mist loses 10% of their health per second until death. Seeing this negative status, Chen Yong's mouth twitched. He had anticipated encountering such a mechanism monster but hadn't expected it to be this perverse. Losing 10% of health per second was a significant drain even with his 150% negative resistance. Moreover, the damage he took would quickly transfer to the Red Dragon Queen, who would die in less than 10 seconds. Chen Yong hurriedly said to the Sea Dragon Princess, "Little dragonfish, shield Little Red." The Night Ranger and the skeleton bodyguards were all summoned, so even if they died, it wasn't true death, they could be summoned again. But the Red Dragon Queen was a contract creature and her death would be permanent. As long as he kept the Red Dragon Queen alive, he wouldn't take damage. Splash! The little dragonfish immediately cast a shield. Joyous melody. Resists all damage, immune to all negative statuses, cannot be dispelled. The status on the Red Dragon Queen was instantly cleared, but the Night Ranger and the skeleton army were still losing health rapidly. "Take this guy down," Chen Yong shouted to the skeleton army. The skeleton berserker leapt and slashed forward with the skeleton mage's archers and the Night Ranger following suit with their attacks. At the same time, he preemptively cast Soul Drain, -385 billion, Intimidation, silence for 10 seconds, all skills then rained down on Hammond, -1956 million, -15,862 million, -18,623 million, -48,652 million. Each hit dealt over 150 million damage, totaling over 20 trillion in damage. By logic, this should have been enough to finish off Hammond hundreds of times over, yet his health bar stopped at 5 billion. His body turned completely red, eyes shooting a soul-crushing red light, and his form expanded by countless times, transforming into a giant blood-colored flying python. So there was indeed a second phase with a health lock. Chen Yong's mouth twitched, realizing he would have to summon more skeletons anew. Just then, the Sea Dragon Princess began to sing again. As her song echoed, the blood mist on the island was instantly dispelled, and a new status appeared above their heads. Clear water melody. Dispels negative statuses from allies, immune to all negative effects while the song lasts. Great! Chen Yong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. He felt an urge to hug the little dragonfish and give her a kiss. She was indeed a god-tier support character. No wonder the Abyss wanted to capture her alive. "Damn dragonfish girl," Hammond roared, swinging a blood spear with 3 arms, hurling it directly at the Sea Dragon Princess. Whoosh! The blood god's spear transformed into a blood-colored streak shooting towards her. "Quick, protect the dragonfish wife," Chen Yong shouted. All the skeleton warriors instantly using Guardian Interception on the Sea Dragon Princess. Guardian Interception burns 80% of remaining health to teleport beside the target, forming a shield of burning life to resist any true damage. 2,805 skeleton warriors, 2805 guardian interceptions, 2,805 layers of true shields. Now each skeleton warrior had 45 million health. Even if all had just 10% left, they could still burn 36 million. 2,805 multiplied by 36 million equals 10,098 billion. Even with Hammond's extreme power, it's impossible for a level 110 clone to deal over 10 billion in damage. Crack! As the blood god's spear struck the shield, a shattering sound was heard. -382 million. The foremost shield shattered on impact, and the skeleton warrior plummeted from midair. Princess Jijalangju, witnessing this, looked utterly panicked. Her massive tail frantically slapped the sea, stirring up clear waves that surged onto the small island with a splash, catching the skeleton warrior. Ride the waves. Within the range of the waves, ally units gain plus 1000% movement speed, plus 1000% health regeneration, while enemy units are slowed by 999%. Instantly, a buff appeared over everyone's heads and their health began to regenerate visibly, quickly returning to full. "Ha ha ha, good." Chen Yong laughed heartily, addressing everyone with such powerful support. "Do you have any reason not to give your best? Let's kill this damn thing." Swoosh! The skeleton berserker swung its axe and leapt forward. The mages and archers furiously unleashed their skills, terrified they wouldn't deal enough DPS and miss out on their share of the rewards. -1926 million inch, -15,362 million, -18,423 million, -42,657 million. Countless damage numbers erupted. The blood god Hammond's health bar was instantly emptied. His massive body fell like a skyscraper, shaking the entire island as it crashed down. Killed level 110 Abyssal Blood God Hammond gained 80 million experience points. Path of the Evil God Test 2, 1000000/1000000. Task 2 of the Path of the Evil God completed. Task Reward, Maniac Title, Path of the Evil God Task 3, 0/100000000, Maniac. All attributes plus 100% skill damage plus 200% skill range plus 200% includes effects of rage and madness. Rage, when health is below 30%, lock health and negate all negative effects. Damage plus 1000%, total speed plus 1000%, skill cooldown minus 100%, lasts 20 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Madness. Enter a state of madness upon taking lethal damage. Dispel all negative effects. Evasion plus infinity, total speed plus infinity, damage plus 5000%, skill range plus 5000%, skill cooldown minus 100%. Indiscriminately attack any hostile targets, lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 24 hours. Chen Yang was utterly stunned. He had been fretting over not having any life-saving skills, and suddenly this amazing boon appeared. 2 chances to cheat death, 30 seconds of invincibility, 50 times damage boost, and no skill cooldown. If he still managed to die after this, he would have to accept it. Then the system panel continued to pop up. Worship of the Dead, absorb the remnant soul of a god, health plus 1 million. Evolution of the Dead Space, space rank plus 1, rank, upon appointing a soul rank. Can be replaced. All souls in the space have a chance to acquire rank soul skills. Appoint Hammond's remnant soul rank, yes/no. Chen Yang was once again dumbfounded. What a boon! Now the souls in the dead space would have combat power and they could learn divine skills. This was more formidable than a skeleton army. Yes, appoint Hammond's remnant soul as a baron. This. Chen Yang was bewildered once again. Goodness, it seems he's made an enemy of a god now. Is there really a reset after death? Who exactly dies? Does it mean I have to kill a god? Well, since I've already offended them, let's just go with it. Chen Yang quickly adjusted his mindset and the system panel continued to pop up with information. Obtain the residual soul of the blood god Hammond's avatar. 3rd transition class quest, avatar of a god completed. Class change, Archlich. Chen Yang's breath caught with tension. This 3rd transition was no small feat. He'd gained a new title. Wasn't it akin to the first transition, where all skills could be enhanced once more? Hastily he scrolled the panel down. Indeed, all 3 undead summoning skills had transformed. Wraith's Graveyard, City of the Dead. The unit types had increased to 4, all of which upgraded to advanced levels. Skeleton Elite Warriors, Skeleton Elite Berserkers, Skeleton Elite Archers, and Skeleton Knights. The Skeleton Knights received a 10% boost to all mental attributes, with core attributes starting at an impressive 15 million each, making them a formidable mobile force. Tower of the Dead, City of the Undead. Not only did the unit types increase to 4-inch, but they also advanced. Skeleton Elite Fire Mage, Skeleton Elite Ice Mage, Skeleton Elite Water Mage, and Skeleton Elite Warlock. The mage skills were now on par with professionals, capable of both offense and control, as well as dispelling negative states. Especially notable was the Skeleton Elite Warlock, who could cast curse spells and summon undead creatures to fight. Imagine thousands of warlocks summoning multiple undead entities simultaneously. The spectacle would be nothing short of breathtaking. Moreover, the attributes and skills of these summons mirrored professionals, even surpassing them in some aspects. Essentially, Chen Yang could now single-handedly oppose a nation. Night Summon, Queen of the Night Summon. The Queen has arrived. Overcome with excitement, Chen Yang immediately activated the summoning skill. Whoosh! A rift tore open in the void. The Night Ranger hesitated momentarily, then knelt on one knee before Chen Yang, turning and leaping into the rift. Moments later, a graceful figure emerged from the gap. She wore a black crown, draped in a black cloak, clad in a seductive black leather swimsuit, with a black gold longbow slung across her back. Though she retained the appearance of a Night Ranger, her aura elevated to nobility. Just a glance from her filled Chen Yang with the urge to worship. Truly befitting of a queen. Greetings, my lord. The Night Queen knelt on one knee. Despite her icy aura, her voice was gentle as a breeze. She even addressed Chen Yang differently, her gaze brimming with fervor and adoration. This isn't a new person, Chen Yang mused to himself while opening the attribute panel again. Night Queen, unique hero, level 100 health, 169 billion/169 billion mana, 169 billion/169 billion strength, 30,000 plus 42 million agility, 30,000 plus 42 million constitution, 30,000 plus 42 million spirit, 30,000 plus 42 million active skills, multi-shot shock arrow, rapid fire arrow, rain, precision shooting, Godspeed, deadly shot. Passive skills: Queen's Aura, Eagle Eye Aura, Power Aura, Beast Guard, Prey Tracking, True Perception. Talent: Loyal to the Master, increases all attributes by 20% of the summoner's spiritual power. Though the Dark Knight Queen's skills haven't grown much, her attributes have skyrocketed. A basic attack deals over 6 million damage and a fully charged precision shot surpasses 76 billion. Especially the True Perception, it's practically a divine skill. True Perception: any hostile target, including invisible units, approaching within 5,000 meters will be detected. Not bad, not bad. Qin Tianyi wants to send someone to mess with me. I'll take him down before he even shows his face. Shen Yong was pleased as he let the Dark Knight Queen stand up and continued to scroll through. The third class transfer added a new class talent, Grand Lich Soul Rune. When HP drops to 0, the body will fully lichify, becoming untargetable, teleport randomly and infinitely, restoring 10% HP each time until fully revived, with a cooldown of 48 hours. Great, another life-saving skill. Shen Yong was extremely satisfied with this job change, giving it a 5-star rating. Including previous titles and passives, there are now 4 life-saving skills. If he still dies with all this, then he deserves the bad luck. Moreover, the 4-dimensional attributes after the third class transfer have also skyrocketed. Each level increases strength, constitution and agility by 100, spiritual power by 200 and free attribute points by 2000. The efficiency of adding points directly becomes 50 per point each time, capable of reaching 2 million points per hour. Next time he will find a spot in Deer Island to add points properly. After all, the Abyss boss is a bit of a monster, having 20 billion HP at level 110. He can no longer instantly kill the Abyss boss. That's unacceptable. It would ruin his reputation as a cheat. Shen Yong shook his head and looked toward Harmon, only to see a golden light shooting up into the sky. What a stroke of good fortune! Shen Yong with a thought directly received 2 golden lights and several purple lights, obtained legendary skill book, Blood Curse, obtained abyssal legendary equipment, Blood God's Curse, 2 golden legends, a skill book and a one-handed magic wand, all usable by him. It's like striking gold. Blood Curse category, skill book quality, legendary level, 100 class, dark type active. Launch a blood shadow arrow at the target, dealing 500% spiritual power damage, leaving a cursed blood domain of 5% spiritual meters upon hit with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Cursed blood domain lasts for 100% spiritual seconds, removes enemy buffs, deals 10% spiritual damage per second, removes negative states from allies and heals 10% spiritual HP, dispellable by demigods. My goodness, a skill that could wipe out entire races. Shen Yong was astounded by this outrageous mechanism. With his current spiritual power, the cursed blood domain could last 243 days, and with 10 billion spiritual power it could persist for 31 years. Especially the part about it being dispellable only by demigods. It's practically undispellable, as if demigods are as common as cabbages. Then he checked the magic wand's attribute panel, Blood God's Curse category, one-handed magic wand quality, abyssal legend level, 100 class, dark type strength, 8200 agility, 8200 constitution, 8200 spiritual, 9000 equip, increases all attributes by 200%, equip, increases magic block by 200%, equip, increases curse resistance by 200%, equipment, increases all skill damage by 200%, equipment, increases magic critical damage by 200%, equipment, reduces magic defensive targets hit by skills by 80%, equipment, grants a target hit by skills a 100% damage shield lasting permanently, equipment, skills hitting a target have a chance to summon a blood god phantom to fight lasting until death. Description: the projection of the blood god's personal weapon, used with caution. Ha ha ha, caution my foot. Shen Yong grinned mischievously as he swapped in the wand without a second thought. With such explosive attributes, it was almost like upgrading from a pop gun to a cannon, akin to the legendary equipment from Time Stories, especially that ability to summon the Blood God Phantom. If it ever appeared during a duel with the Blood God, it would surely drive him mad. Once he finished adjusting his equipment and skills, Chen Yong led the Dragonfish Princess to the island's center. There he was met with the sight of a divine altar upon which stood a statue of an exceptionally Beautiful woman, she wore a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes holding a light blue jade roy like a goddess descended from the heavens. Could this be the heavenly concubine of China? Chen Yang was utterly stunned by the sight of the sea god statue before him. He had expected a trident-wielding merman sea god, but instead it was the legendary oriental sea goddess. However, at this moment, the goddess's statue was tarnished, stained with black blood like a pearl covered in dust. The dragon fish princess was so distressed by this sight that she began to cry. She pointed fervently at the statue while tugging incessantly at Chen Yang. The red dragon queen hurriedly translated, "Master, she wants you to wipe away the blood from the sea goddess." "Well, all right then." Chen Yang nodded, bowing to the sea goddess statue. "Apologies, heavenly concubine." Although he claimed to be skeptical of gods, specifically those Western false gods, he held great reverence for the Taoist deities. The saying "the gods are 3 feet above your head" was no joke. After 3 respectful bows, Chen Yang retrieved a rag from his system backpack, dampened it with water, and approached the statue. No sooner had he touched the statue than it suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light like a beacon at sea. With a flash, the blue light spread wide. The entire ocean, once gray and lifeless, instantly transformed into a vibrant azure. The sky was filled with drifting white clouds, seabirds circled above, and fish and shrimp frolicked in the waters. On the island, green leaves swayed, and even the corpses of the abyssal dragon men and Hammond evaporated into mist and vanished. The entire sea in a blink went from deathly stillness to teeming with life. What? Chen Yang was dumbstruck. He hadn't done anything at all yet. Not only was the sea goddess statue cleaned, the entire ocean had been purified. National quest, Dawn of the Sea completed. Personal reward, 200 million experience points. Level 80 class skill book, 100 luck contribution. Dragonfish clan reputation plus 5,000. National reward, 100 empire luck. National quest part 2. Rebirth of the Dragonfish Nation. The Sea God's request. Quest hint: purge the abyssal temple, find and rescue the sea God's avatar, rebuild the Dragonfish Nation. Quest reward, 50 billion experience points. 2 level 150 exclusive skills. Ancient, 600 luck contribution. National reward, 600 empire luck. Quest warning: this is a Salvation National War quest. Upon acceptance you will initiate a faction war on behalf of the Dragonfish Nation. Accept or decline. This time, the stakes were incredibly high. As Chen Yang read the mission briefing, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. It was as if the task of saving a nation and a factional war had been mashed together, and he was representing the Dragonfish Nation, which under the current circumstances likely meant he was its only hope. The Dragonfish Princess. Once the factional war began, his enemies would be the entire Sea Kingdom world, the abyssal undead and professionals from various nations. But the rewards were indeed tempting. 2 red exclusive skills for level 150 and 600 destiny contributions. Completing this mission would allow him to upgrade his talent. He was all in. Chen Yang nodded resolutely. Successfully accepted National Destiny Task 2, Rebirth of the Dragonfish Nation. Poseidon's request, factional war initiated, notifying all professionals in the Sea Kingdom world. Factions: Dragonfish Nation, Sea Kingdom royalty, abyssal undead, Sea Kingdom civilians. Faction rankings: abyssal undead, 705% Sea Kingdom royalty, 15% Sea Kingdom civilians, 14% Dragonfish Nation, 5%. Damn, it was a hellish start. Shen Yang's mouth twitched uncontrollably again. That 5% must have come from just capturing Deer Island. Before this, the Dragonfish Nation probably didn't even exist. Detected that the faction is too weak. The system offers support and assistance. Accept or decline. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Yang nodded quickly in agreement. The system was truly empathetic, recognizing the need for support. He was so weak that he'd accept even a pile of crap if it helped. Successfully accepted system support. Poseidon's blessing. Whoosh. As the system prompt sounded, the statue of Poseidon before him suddenly shimmered with blue light. A spectral figure of Poseidon appeared, adorned in a phoenix crown and splendid robes, smiling as she gently tapped Shen Yang's forehead with her jade-like finger. Poseidon's blessing. You may walk anywhere in the Sea Kingdom world, ignoring mountains, rivers, seas and skies. What the heck? Chen Yang was completely stunned by this buff. It was more outrageous than a wall hack. It meant there wasn't a single place in the Sea Kingdom world he couldn't reach. He could streak across the sea or defecate in mid-air without any issue. With this thought, he took a step forward, and his feet left the ground as he stood steadily in mid-air. Master, have you ascended to godhood? Both the Red Dragon Queen and the Dark Knight Queen were stunned. The Dragonfish Princess chirped excitedly around him. readers, isn't this cool, cool? The three ladies nodded repeatedly, to walk on. Air was the aspiration of all mortal beings, yet no one had achieved it. Even though the Red Dragon Queen could fly and the Dark Knight Queen could leap into the air, it was by relying on innate skills temporarily, not like Shenyon, who could traverse the void effortlessly. Alright, there was also that exclusive skill. Remembering this, Shenyon hurriedly opened the system backpack, summoned skeletal giant type, skill book quality, epic level, 80 class, necromancer active, summon a bone star. From the Undead Empire, dealing 3000% mental damage over a 5-kilometer area, paralyzing all enemies within for 5 seconds, then transforming the bone star into a gigantic skeletal giant that fights to the death, cooldown 60 seconds. Passive, the skeletal giant carries undead flames, leaving permanent flame burns in its path, reducing maximum health by 10% per second. Dispellable. Reading this skill description, Shenyon could only say that this was the epitome of a unique skill. There are no limits to how extraordinary it could get. Even cheating seems modest in comparison. If this had been available earlier, he wouldn't have struggled with the Blood God's avatar. Just toss the skeletal giant onto its head, and regardless of any mechanics, it would be dealt with in 10 seconds. If there's a dispel, just wait another 10 seconds, the undead flames won't be extinguished anyway. Today's gains are not bad. Shenyon grinned widely, waved his hand grandly, and headed back home. Meanwhile, at Donghai Port, Lu Ergu had just returned. He thought he was done for this time, but unexpectedly he met the God of Courage. Especially since hugging the God of Courage's thigh led to an instant level up by several levels, it was exhilarating just thinking about it. The God of Courage's dragon is 200 meters long. Even immortals would be afraid. Lu Ergu stood on a cargo box boasting about the God of Courage, and those around him listened as if it were a joke. Although they believed Shenyon had genuine abilities, they refused to believe in a dragon that large. Moreover, there was talk of an extraordinary female pet capable of shooting an arrow 20 kilometers with damage over 13 billion. Brother Go, can you be a bit more reliable with your boasting? If the God of Courage truly has such a massive dragon, I'll go find him for a chat. There are plenty of people wanting to chat with the God of Courage, miss. You'd better get in line. Lu Ergu became anxious seeing their disbelief. You guys are too much. I've been favored by the God of Courage. How could I be lying? Another burst of laughter erupted around him. No one believed Lu Ergu's words. This guy was known for his tall tales, and if it weren't for having a deputy dean as a father, he would have been beaten up long ago. But just then a cold voice suddenly sounded. Lu Ergu, you're actually okay? Everyone instinctively turned their heads, seeing Qin Bing, Xiao Qin and others approaching. The crowd immediately lowered their heads, falling silent in an instant. After all, they were just in their 30s, whereas Qin Bing and the others were 100-level experts. How could they not be intimidated? Xin Jie Su Jie, deputy leader Xiao. Enough, Xiao Qin interrupted him directly, asking, you just said you met Shenyon. Where did you see him? Dark Moon Island. Lu Ergu stammered in explanation. I was saved by the God of Courage, that's why I could return safely. What? Qin Bing was stunned. They had just encountered a mysterious expert near Dark Moon Island, and suddenly Shenyon appeared there. Could it be that Shenyon was that mysterious expert? But how could Shenyon, at only level 60, unleash such terrifying damage? Su Chacha couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, did you just say Shenyon has a dragon? Is it a huge red dragon? Yes. Lu Ergu nodded repeatedly. He also has an archer summon that can shoot 13 billion with a single arrow. What? Qin Bing and Su Chacha were completely stunned. If this was true, then wasn't the one who instantly killed the Dark Lich none other than Shenyon? But that was just too unbelievable, impossible. Xiao Qin sneered in rebuttal. He's only level 60, how could he have such powerful summons? Besides, why would he go to Dark Moon Island? He chose the Abyss faction. Lu Ergu instinctively replied. What? Qin Bing and the others were shocked once more. The Abyss faction was associated with certain small nations. If a great Qin practitioner chose the Abyss faction, it would be akin to treason. Cough cough. Lu Ergu realized he misspoke and quickly explained. The god Yong said he wanted to solo the Abyss, so he chose the Abyss faction for easy travel. Xiao Qin laughed even harder. Qin Bing, Su Cha and the others were at a loss for words. Forget about the outrageous claim of an arrow doing 13 billion damage and a giant red dragon. Now, they said Shenyon wanted to solo the Abyss. Did they really think it was the Eternal Kingdom? The Abyss had divine avatars after all. As they were laughing heartily, a system notification popped up for everyone. The Sea Kingdom Abyss Boss Abyss Blood God Harmon has been slain. Boss battle duration 59 seconds. Killing member Chen Yong, level 100 Great Lich, National Fortune Mission, Dragon Fish Kingdom Rebirth. Dawn of the Sea completed. Great Chen's national fortune increased by 100. What? This can't be. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially Xiao Chen, whose exaggerated smile froze on his face as if he had a facial spasm that was cured but not fully healed. After what seemed like an eternity, Lu Ergus suddenly screamed, "Did I hear that right? Blood God Harmon was slain by God Yong. Damn, God Yong is too insanely powerful. That was the Blood God, the strongest boss in the Abyss. This 59-second battle time, is it a joke or did it display wrong? What's so strange about that? God Yong was wiping the floor with everything in the Eternal Kingdom too. Amazing, I'm totally praising God Yong for this one. I really want a game with God Yong." Everyone was in utter shock, especially Qin Bing, whose expression was beyond unpleasant. As a prodigy of the Qin family reaching level 100 at the age of 28, she could surpass 99% of her peers belonging to the top tier of prodigies, yet Chen Yong didn't even need 10 days to make her look insignificant by comparison, and she had foolishly looked down on him. As for Xiao Chen, he was even more devastated. He was a notch below Qin Bing, let alone being compared to Chen Yong. Now he had no desire to compete with Chen Yong at all, because he knew Qin Bing and Qin Tianyi well. He understood how opportunistic this father and daughter duo could be. Su Cha was of course equally astonished, but after the shock, she felt a deep sense of loss. She was aware of her own limitations. Although she was attractive in terms of wealth and strength, she couldn't even come close to Chen Yong. As everyone was still reeling from the surprise, another message from the system popped up. Sea Kingdom World Faction War initiating factions. Dragonfish Kingdom, Sea Kingdom Royal Family, Abyssal Undead, Sea Kingdom Commoners, Faction Rankings, Abyssal Undead, 705% Sea Kingdom Royal Family, 15% Sea Kingdom Commoners, 14% Dragonfish Kingdom, 5% This. Upon seeing this message, everyone including Qin Bing was dumbfounded. They had just completed the national fortune task for the Dragonfish Kingdom and now a faction war was starting. It was clear that this was a challenge to take on the world alone. The courage of the brave god was astonishing. When Qin Tianyi saw this message, he was completely stupefied, his head buzzing. Even if it was just an avatar of the blood god Hammon, it was still divine. How did that guy manage to end the battle in a minute? Even if he was a third turn level 200 with 15 golden talents, it would still take at least half an hour of hard fighting. No, he couldn't let that kid grow any further. Qin Tianyi was not a fool, quite the opposite, he was very intelligent. However, his mind was too narrow, leading him down the wrong path. He had secretly killed several geniuses for exceptional golden talents. Those geniuses had easily agreed due to his status and position, allowing him to succeed effortlessly, but Chen Yong not only refused, he grew at such a rapid pace that he seemed even more monstrous than the old ancestor of the Qin clan. Now Qin Tianyi was truly in a bind and he had no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Since you want to challenge all nations alone, don't blame me for not playing fair. With it, he pulled out his profession card, quickly adding a few people to a chat group and began giving orders. In Beiwang, in a small building nestled in a secluded valley, Yu Hongyi was playing a game of chess with an elderly man dressed in simple clothes. A short while later, Yu Hongyi was defeated. No, this is something the elder invented. I truly am no match. Haha, the old man stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. Young girl, you've done well, possessing even a tenth of your father's skill. Thank you for the compliment, elder. Haha, the old man laughed heartily. Young girl, you've come all the way to this desolate valley, surely not just to play chess with an old man, right? Hee. Yu Hongyi giggled playfully, unable to suppress the joy in her heart. Elder, I believe my father is still alive. Really? The elderly man was so excited he crushed a chess piece in his hand. Yes, Yu Hongyi nodded. So I wanted to ask for your help with something. You family girl, the old man sighed softly, interrupting. It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't even know where the entrance to the time-space secret realm is, so how can I assist you? You're overthinking it, elder. Yu Hongyi smiled as she explained. I just want you to protect someone, not find the time-space secret realm. Protect someone? The old man paused, then chuckled. Someone even you can't protect? Is he planning to overthrow the Qin clan? It's very possible. The old man drew a sharp breath. Who is this young man? I'm very curious. Yu Hongyi covered her mouth and chuckled, projecting the message the system had just announced. What a remarkable young man. The old man in simple clothes widened his eyes in astonishment. Truly worthy sons of great Sheen. They've slain another god, he declared with pride. Elder, no need to say more, I will protect this lad. With a wave of his hand he reached into the void and a black flood dragon emerged from the earth, transforming into a black long sword as it landed in his grasp. The black Jiao hidden edge. Yuhani's delicate face turned pale as she instinctively took a few steps back. The old man caressed the black flood dragon on the sword's blade. Old friend, you've been lonely for 80 years, it's time for you to venture out. Meanwhile in the Sea Nation world all the professionals were left bewildered. This world had only experienced one factional war before, which lasted a full 6 years, involving tens of millions of continuous participants and even affected the real world through secret realms. During that time, with the great Qin ancestor absent, the mighty Qin almost faced annihilation. Fortunately, the immortal of war emerged out of nowhere, turning the tide of despair and propping up the crumbling edifice. He single-handedly flattened the little son, who still hasn't recovered from the shot to this day. Of course, that war also saw Eagle Nation become an abyssal lackey, soaring to new heights. Who would have thought that such an epic factional war would commence again? How could anyone not be stunned? How could anyone not panic? For under the shadow of such a monumental war, all people are as insignificant as ants. In the Sea Nation world, Dongfu City, the headquarters of the Little Sun Camp, was deathly silent. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Mei Yujingzi, the camp's supreme commander, slammed his fist on the table. This is simply bullying us too much. Assemble the troops immediately and crush that handsome devil Chen Yon. General Mei Yujingzi, the adjutant quietly reminded from the side. You and the eating shit general are of the same rank. Shouldn't we report the situation upstairs first? Bakayaro, Mei Yujingzi flared up in anger. How dare you suggest I'm rushing to throw away lives? Am I here to throw away lives? Calm down, General. The adjutant quickly explained again. I mean, the secret realm has now elevated to level 180. We need to ask the higher-ups to send some high-level reinforcements first and then. I see, Mei Yujingzi revealed a sly smile. And then we all go together. Brilliant, General. The adjutant swiftly patted his backside. Ha ha ha, as expected of me. Mei Yujingzi burst into laughter. Send a message back home right away and gather everyone to await the arrival of the main forces. Yes. The room's occupants sprang into action energetically. Oh, and recall the 731 Abyss squad. Yes. The adjutant was immediately filled with excitement. Those people had received the blessings of the blood god. The entire squad possessed abyssal attributes utterly devoid of humanity. No matter how formidable Chen Yong was, facing them would mean certain death. At the same time, in the Abyssal Factions Temple, all the abyssal leaders were gathered in a circular hall to receive a guest. This guest was none other than Fan Laoba, who had traveled a great distance. Mr. Fan, you shouldn't have come here, exclaimed Zuluo, the abyssal leader, a 7 to 8 meter tall lobster man with tusks. He was a fervent follower of the blood god and naturally a recipient of the blood god's blessings, boasting a level as high as 200 and invincible presence in a realm capped at level 100. Fan Laoba let out a cold sneer and said indifferently, Zulo, you are just a defeated subordinate of my master. It is not your place to question my master's decision. What did you say? Zulo stood up in anger, his terrifying aura pressing violently towards Fan Laoba. Yet Fan Laoba remained motionless, not even a hair out of place. What's going on? How can you? Zulo stammered, disbelief written all over his face. Fan Laoba chuckled sinisterly, gently removing his mask to reveal an impossibly pale face marked with a blood-red sigil that glowed ominously. The blood god's mark. You are a blessed one by the blood god, Zulo exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and incredulity. For in the land of Great Qin, where someone had once slain a god, every Qin citizen was forsaken by the divine. It was impossible for them to receive blessings from the gods unless they renounced their lineage and betrayed Great Qin. Humph, Fan Laoba snorted again, flicking out a photo of Chen Yong. This kid will enter the Sea Nation world, do whatever it takes to kill him. White, the Zulo gritted his teeth, glaring with wide eyes. We are both blessed by the blood god, so why should I listen to you? Well, Fan Laoba laughed heartily, his face full of mischief. My master has no interest in this abyss shrine, but I am quite intrigued by it. You, Zulo's anger turned his entire body red. Then let's fight and see who deserves to be the leader. He hefted a massive axe over 10 meters long. Fan Laoba snorted lightly, drawing a pair of daggers that shimmered with a blood-red glow. Just as the two were about to clash, a message popped up on Fan Laoba's system card. He glanced at it casually, his pupils suddenly contracting. Zulo enough. Zulo paused, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Mr. Fan, are you admitting defeat? Shwish! Before he could finish, Fan Laba projected the system message before him. Upon seeing that a fragment of the blood god Harmon had been slain, Zula was utterly dumbfounded. It's over, this is a complete disaster. The avatar of the blood god was slain, meaning the deity would surely mete out punishment. Fear spread quickly, even causing Zulo's massive 7 or 8 meter tall body to tremble. Calm down, Zulo. Fan Laba ordered coldly, explaining with a detached air, the blood god is interested in the power of the sea god. As long as the sea nation remains corrupted by the abyss, he won't care about the avatar, but if you lose the faction war, the blood god might not spare you then. Damn it. In his fury, Zulo crushed the photo of Chen Yong. Order all abyss factions to prepare for the faction war, flatten the dragonfish nation and capture that human kid named Shen. As this command spread, the entire abyss faction was shaken to its core, the Eagle Nation and the Three Brothers as major powers within the abyss faction were particularly busy mobilizing. Meanwhile, the entertainment-loving little stick was still engrossed in his cultural shows. On stage, a dozen sexy women in miniskirts swayed their hips energetically, while rows of bald-headed bigwigs in the audience drooled their eyes, following the movements with equal fervor. Some folks were even sprawled out on the ground with magnifying glasses in hand, as if they were having some kind of fit. They completely ignored the commands coming from the abyss. Watching Zulu hustling around, Old Fan was quite pleased, but also a bit worried. After all, the blood god's avatar was at level 110, so how was it taken down in an instant? Could it be that kid also had a blessing from the gods? No, I need to have insurance, Old Fan thought to himself, and quickly said to Zulu, Zulu, I think you'd better report this to the blood god and have him send down a projection to help you. No. Zulu shook his head frantically in fear. If I report this now, the blood god will definitely punish me. Haha. Old Fan chuckled and reminded him, if you reported now, at worst you'll be punished, but if the blood god sends down a projection to oversee the battle, even if our side loses, you won't die. Well, you do make a good point, Deer Island. Meanwhile, at the lake house in the center of Lianai Lake, 3 bikini-clad beauties were frolicking in the water on the beach. Chen Yong lay on a beach chair adding points while sunbathing. Ever since the sea god altar, he had been adding points from the villa, completely ignoring the situation outside, because he knew the waters of the sea nation world were much deeper than those of the Eternal Dynasty. The Eternal Dynasty might at most produce a Baron's avatar from the Undead Empire. Even if it were formidable, it would only be SOSO, but here a god's avatar emerged, and no matter how weak a god, they could not be just any common riffraff. So he had been adding points ever since he returned. Luckily, there were beauties swaying before his eyes, otherwise he might have gone mad. Over 20 hours of high-intensity work with more than 2 million per hour, directly reaching 48 million. Adding the bonus from equipment, skills and titles, his mental strength was as high as 240 million. Chen Yong profession, Archlich, unique, level 100, title, Butcher, Killer Maniac, HP, 635 million/635 million MP, 48 billion/48 billion strength, 225,000 agility, 225,000 constitution, 225,000 foot mental, 240 million physical defense, 225,000 magic defense, 240 million speed, 225,000 free attribute points, 952 million active skills. City of the Dead, Necropolis, Bone Prison, Soul Drain, Pact of the Dead, Summon Night Queen, Blood Curse, Summon Bone Giant. Passive skills: Demon's Whisper, Mercy of the Dead, Dark Mastery, Dementia Curse, Strength Curse, Elemental Curse. Talent: F grade copy. Talent: Special Embrace of the Dead, Worship of the Dead, Archlich Soulmark. Not bad. Seeing this attribute panel, Chen Yong was quite satisfied. He was almost impatient to try it out on the remaining adversaries. Just as he was thinking this, the Night Queen teleported behind him, drawing her longbow. Master, enemies are approaching. Enemies? Chen Yong looked curiously towards the vast ocean. Yes, a lot, the Night Queen said with a grave expression, judging from the aura. It should be reinforcements brought by the adversary. Experience points are coming. Chen Yong hurriedly stood up and made his way to the dock at the heart of the lake. The Red Dragon Queen quickly caught on and rushed to his side, asking, Master, should we take the initiative? No need, Chen Yong replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he stood silently. We'll wait for them here. The Red Dragon Queen and the Night Queen stood quietly behind him, while the Dragonfish Princess remained in the water nearby, curiously observing the situation. Soon, they spotted a small black dot at the lake's entrance. Given that the dock was about 30 kilometers from the entrance, anything visible to the naked eye had to be enormous. One black dot was followed by a second, a third, and then a fourth until the entire entrance was crowded with them. As time passed, these dots gradually took the form of massive ships. It became apparent that the smaller black dots alongside them were patrol battleships. Within moments, the entire lake was packed, teeming with more warships than one could count. Each ship was lined with professionals and undead creatures. The professionals were all veterans above level 80-inch and the undead were creatures over level 100. Even the Red Dragon Queen felt a bit anxious upon seeing this formidable array, and the Dragonfish Princess was even more so. She quickly transformed into a small mermaid and leaped into a tiny bottle at Chen Yang's waist. Before long, a gigantic battleship approached. A middle-aged man with blue eyes, dressed in a white uniform and hat, disembarked. Kilcandio, his title read, Profession, Paladin, Level 120, Health 4500000/4500000, Mana 490000/490000, Strength 43,000, Constitution 45,000, Agility 42,000, Spirit 49,000, Skills Holy Light, Retribution, Cross, Holy Shield, Justice, Judgment. Description: a follower of the blood god Harmon, leader of the 7th Fleet of the Eagle Nation stationed in the Sea Kingdom. Are you Chen Yong? Kilcandio looked down with arrogance in his eyes. You have two choices. Come with us to the abyss to face punishment, or I'll kill you and take you back. Chen Yong was slightly taken aback, responding with a hint of sarcasm. Doesn't the Eagle Nation like to recruit talent? Why aren't you recruiting me? I'm quite easy to recruit. No need, Kilcandio snorted dismissively. The moment you conquered Deer Island and initiated the faction war, your fate was sealed. All right then, Shen Yong nodded reluctantly, then asked with curiosity, since you know I took Deer Island single-handedly, why would you dare come here to meet your doom? Doom, Kilcandio sneered dismissively. Young man, don't compare me to trash like in a guy who eats. Boom. Before he could finish, Shen Yong lightly stomped his foot and a thunderous roar echoed. Instinctively, everyone looked up. The sky had darkened with clouds rolling ominously and countless green lightning bolts darted through them like swimming dragons. This. The Red Dragon Queen furrowed her brows, a look of disbelief in her eyes. Due to her Yelong bloodline, she unexpectedly felt suppressed by the thunder. The Dragonfish Princess hid inside a water bottle, curled up in a corner, trembling with fear. Only the Night Queen stared into the void, her eyes shining bright with a battle spirit as if she had seen an old adversary. Kilcandio and the vast allied army all looked up in bewilderment, completely unaware that death was imminent. Boom! In the next moment, under countless horrified gazes, the vast sky split open with an incredibly long crack. From this fissure emerged an enormous bone star as white as jade. In the blink of an eye, this colossal bone star plummeted from the sky. The speed was indescribable. Boom, boom, boom. The bone star ignited green flames as it rubbed against the air, making terrifying explosive sounds, much like a meteor crashing down. As the bone star descended, the surrounding air was rapidly compressed, causing the sea to surge violently and the warships to sway with the wind. Oh my god! Kilcandio's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shook his head at Chen Yong, saying, Mr. Chen, you can't do this. We should sit down and talk. Even if he were foolish, he now knew this skeletal meteor was Chen Yong's skill. Everyone else on the warship screamed in panic, jumping into the sea in disarray. Chen Yong grinned wickedly, saying, General Kilcandio, you just refused to recruit me. No. Kilcandio shook his head repeatedly as the bone star grew larger. Finally, under his terrified gaze, the massive bone star crashed into the sea. Boom, minus 2016 billion. Green-flamed bone star struck directly into the lake within the sea, overturning the entire surface like an 18-magnitude tsunami. Waves towering dozens of meters high swept outward with unstoppable force, tossing all warships like toys. Crushed, minus 2016 billion. Countless white damage numbers and dark green flames rolled outward with the waves. Within a 35-kilometer radius centered on the massive bone star, even if professionals had activated invincibility in advance, they would be burned to death by the flames. Killed level 80 small Japanese mage, gained 30,000 experience points. Killed level 83 small Japanese ghost swordsman, gained 34,000 experience points. Killed level 85 female adjutant Ko Wojianbi, gained 350,000 experience points. Killed level 90 Eagle Country warrior, gained 40,000 experience points. Killed level 100 Eagle Country Ranger gained 100,000 experience points. Killed level 100 Female Captain Swallark gained 450,000 experience points. Killed level 100 Undead Kobold gained 100,000 experience points. Killed level 101 Undead Captain Midpart Chicken gained 500,000 experience points. Killed level 110. Killed level 120 General Kilcandio gained 28 million experience points. Worship of the Dead, Souls of the Deceased plus 690,000 health plus 69 million. Evil God Path Task 3, 690000/1000000. Your level has increased to 101. Your level has increased to 102. Your level has increased to. Your level has increased to 110. Gaining 10 levels wasn't too bad. Chen Yong stood on the dock with 10 golden lights flashing above his head in succession. The 690000 small Japanese small eagle and undead allied forces turned into over 44 billion experience points. If he received a few more waves of this warm reception, it seemed his journey to the Sea Nation's secret realm had a promising chance of reaching level 200. As he spoke, Chen Yong's gaze was fixed intently on the center of the sea lake. There, the bone star that had just plummeted from the sky began to unfurl, revealing a colossal skeletal giant wielding a massive bone sword. Its towering height was impossible to estimate with the naked eye. All he knew was that the giant stood in the sea with the water barely reaching its knees. In a hurry, Chen Yong focused his mind and the attribute panel of the skeletal giant appeared before him. Skeletal giant, hero unique, level 110 health, 144 billion/144 billion mana, 96 billion/96 billion strength, 4,808 million constitution, 4,806 million agility, 4,806 million spirit, 4,802 million skills. Whirlwind /sweep furious stomp battle roar reckless fury passive, undead blaze bone emperor's sword, talent, loyalty to the master. All attributes increase the summoner's spirit by 20%. Incredible. Chen Yong was thoroughly satisfied with these attributes. This exclusive skill was rightfully both awe-inspiring and monstrous. Those two passive abilities in particular were extraordinarily formidable. The undead blaze was a passive skill that left eternal flames burning away 10% of the enemy's maximum health every second. And then there was the Bone Emperor's Sword. This was even more fearsome. Bone Emperor's Sword. Every attack has a 50% chance to execute the target, cannot be blocked or evaded, and ignores any life-saving mechanisms. Although the probability seemed low, the mechanism was terrifying. Even if you were at full health, without any immunity, you'd be slain with a single strike. Among his summoned creatures, only the Red Dragon Queen had become a mere mascot. After all, with over 600 million health and several life-saving skills, he no longer needed her to take hits. As for the few million damage she dealt, it was as if it didn't exist anymore. I wonder if there's a way to enhance her, Chen Yong pondered, subconsciously glancing at the Red Dragon Queen. Master. The Red Dragon Queen also noticed, instinctively lowering her head. Although she couldn't see the attributes of the skeletal giant and the Night Queen, she could feel the overwhelming aura. It was a suffocating presence that could crush her effortlessly. Little Red to Dongfu City. The Red Dragon Queen nodded eagerly, eyes brimming with joy, then transformed into her dragon form. Chen Yong, who could now walk on air, had thought of riding her, which was certainly an affirmation. Otherwise she would have lost her last bit of usefulness. A pet without purpose could only be mercilessly discarded. Boom! Seeing the Red Dragon Queen soar into the sky, the skeletal giant followed, hefting its massive sword. With over 48 million agility, its speed was undoubtedly blinding. As Chen Yong and his companions departed, the entire Deer Island was left enveloped in a deathly green flame. In the city of Dongfu, nestled at the heart of the maritime nation, life seemed to flow at an unhurried pace. This city, larger than the world outside, thrived under the shadow of the abyss and the favor of the blood god Hammon. The residents lived leisurely lives, some tucked away crafting butter, others filming romantic promotional videos by befriending married women. An exchange between two such residents, Guji Hachiro and his neighbor, was abruptly interrupted by the sight of a colossal red dragon soaring from the sea, tailed by a skeletal giant racing through the waters. "What on earth is that?" shouted one, panic-stricken, as they were engulfed by the flames of the dragon's breath. At the headquarters of the city's professionals, news of this intrusion spread fast. Mei Yujingji, upon hearing the report, was left stupefied. "Someone has breached Dongfu City?" he asked incredulously. His aide nodded emphatically, explaining that the intruder rode a red dragon believed to be none other than Chen Yong. Impossible, thought Meiyu Jingji. General Jibakandio had supposedly led a vast army to deal with him. How could he still be alive? Urgently, his aide suggested mobilizing the 73 Demon Abyss squad, and Meiyu Jingji agreed, ordering diplomatic channels to demand Chen Yong's recall lest they face an all-out war. Yet before Meiyu Jingji could complete his plans, a playful voice interrupted him. Turning to the window, he was shocked to see a young man standing outside, despite being on the 28th floor with no balcony in sight. You. Meiyu Jingji stammered, pointing at Chen Yong, too terrified to speak further. Relax, Chen Yong said with a smile, I just need to borrow your head. With it, he released a blood shadow arrow, and a series of notifications filled his vision, signifying his victories over various ranks, including General Meiyu Jingji and his subordinates. As the experience points piled up, Chen Yong's level skyrocketed, confirming his suspicions. His mental power now stood at an astonishing 24 billion. Capable of influencing a vast area with his cursed blood domain. In other words, nearly half of the entire Sea Kingdom's world is affected. However, there's a condition: the target must be an enemy. Simply thinking of someone as an enemy isn't enough. There's a rigid requirement: you must eliminate or attack the leader of these foes. That's why he spent so much time in the city earlier, only managing to take down a few small fry. Now that Meiyu Jing is dead, the cursed blood domain affects all the small fry in the Sea Kingdom. A whopping 6 million lives instantly turned into his experience points, rocketing him to level 150. The thrill of farming these monsters is exhilarating. While Chen Yong was quietly enjoying his success, a notification suddenly popped up on his system panel: Faction National Warforce changes. Notification to all professionals in the Sea Kingdom: all small fry professionals have been annihilated. Force ranking: Abyssal Forces, 55% Dragonfish Nation, 16% Sea Kingdom Royalty, 15% Sea Kingdom Commoners, 14%. Whoa, are they all wiped out already? Chen Yong was momentarily stunned. It was expected, yet still a pleasant surprise. After all, this achieved a small part of one of his 3 lifelong dreams. As he was celebrating, another system message appeared. Due to the mass slaughter of small fry, you have earned the hidden title, Hero of Dog Slayers. Hero of Dog Slayers exerts absolute intimidation over small fry, forcing identity exposure and reducing all attributes by 50%. Triggered hidden quest: continue the dog slaughter. Quest description: eliminate forces allied with the small fry. Quest reward: none, yes/no. Yes, Chen Yong immediately accepted, hesitating even for half a second would be disrespectful to his predecessors. You have successfully accepted the quest. Continue the dog slaughter. Quest tip: eliminate the small fry's allies located across the Great Sea. Hidden reward: complete within 5 hours for a direct portal to the Abyssal Temple. Why didn't they say so sooner? Chen Yong turned around and shouted outside, Xiao Hong, come let your brother ride. Swish, the Red Dragon Queen flew over. Immediately, Chen Yong leaped onto her back and took off. After all, the Red Dragon Queen is a subdragon and her attribute growth is impressive. With agility at level 150 reaching 550,000, not even a plane could catch up with that speed. In the eastern seaport, Xiao Chen, acting as the temporary camp leader, was currently meeting with envoys sent by the small fry. What frustrated him was that these guys wanted him to hand over Chen Yong. Are they nuts? Isn't Chen Yong aligned with the Abyssal faction? What are they doing in the Commoner faction? Besides, even if Chen Yong was in the Commoner faction, there's no way he would hand him over. Even though he had some minor disagreements with Chen Yong, he could clearly distinguish between personal matters and the greater good of the nation. Ms. Go Chao Xiuxua, I cannot agree to your demands. What did you say? Himis? The Go Chao, dressed in a uniform with black stockings, slammed the table and shouted, the Dog Days Empire is much stronger than the Great Qin in the Sea Country world. You better think carefully before answering. Deputy Commander Xiao Chen sat there as straight as a javelin and with great composure replied, the Great Qin Empire will not hand over Chen Yong, nor will it hand over any citizen of the Great Qin. Fine. Ms. Go Chao sneered thrice, then you can wait for a full-scale war. Pugs. Before she could finish her sentence, a damage value appeared above her head, minus 672 million. She then directly collapsed to the ground, dead. Naturally, the little days who accompanied her all fell dead as well without exception. What just happened? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded on the spot. Is this some kind of negotiation trick where they just drop dead if it doesn't go their way? And is the 672 million damage for real? Did you get hit by a meteor? While he was still in shock, the large screen above displayed the latest news of the faction war power shift. To all adventurers in the Sea Country world, all Little Days adventurers are wiped out. Faction ranking: Abyss Forces, 55% Dragonfish Nation, 16% Sea Country Royalty, 15% Sea Country Commoners, 14%. Xiaoqun was astounded on the spot. How did the Little Days get wiped out so suddenly? And why did their faction value all transfer to Dragonfish Nation? Could it be that these scoundrels were done in by Chen Yong? Where is he? How did he manage it? Is he cheating? Yin Shengnan didn't gain any benefits in the Eternal Kingdom, so she had no choice but to lead her team to the Sea Country world to complete missions. Unexpectedly, during a mission to slay an Abyss elite boss, they encountered a gang of Little Days, and their numbers were several times larger, instantly overwhelming Yin Shengnan and her team. "Hey young man, you're quite pretty," Yin Shengnan exploded on the spot. "I'm a woman, a young lady." The lecherous Little Day leading the group didn't believe it at all. "Huang Jun doesn't believe it unless you show Huang Jun." As he spoke, the guy reached out to tear Yin Shengnan's clothes. With eyes blazing red, Yin Shengnan threatened, "If you dare to strip me, I swear one day I'll kill all the Little Days." "Ha!" The sleazy Little Day laughed arrogantly. "Young lady, stop dreaming. There's no one who can wipe us dog days out." Pfft. Before he could finish his words, he spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Minus 672 million. Immediately an exaggerated damage value appeared. Thud thud thud. The surrounding Little Days fell like logs, one after another. "What? Is this some supernatural occurrence?" Yin Shengnan was bewildered by the situation. Her subordinate quickly reminded her commander, "It's not supernatural. Look at your status bar, there's a buff." Buff? Yin Shengnan instinctively glanced over and saw a blood-red character, Chen, floating there. Curse blood domain, lasts for 240 million seconds, removes enemy buffs, deals 672 million damage per second, simultaneously removes allied debuffs and restores 24 million health per second. Chen Yong. Was it Chen Yong? Where is he? Why can't I see him? And is this absurd duration and damage for real? Yin Shengnan hurriedly looked around, hoping to find someone to cling to. A subordinate reminded her again. "Leader, check the faction battle messages and you'll understand." Yin Shengnan quickly opened the faction battle channel, but as she read the messages, she was utterly bewildered. What the heck? Did he just wipe out all the Little Days? Meanwhile, every professional in the Sea Nation world received the news. Although everyone was shocked, many refused to believe that Chen Yong was responsible. After all, the professionals from Little Days were spread throughout the Sea Nation world, numbering in the millions. To kill them all instantly could only be the work of a deity. What's going on? No, Fan Laoba was baffled by the news. How did all those dog days suddenly die out? Could it be the sea god intervened? Impossible. Zhu Luo immediately shook his head in refutation. The sea god's avatar is imprisoned in the temple by Lord Harmon. She couldn't have had the chance to act. Then what happened? Fan Laoba questioned, puzzled. These dogs couldn't have all committed seppuku, could they? Head might really be possible. Zhu Luo grinned mischievously but quickly reconsidered. Could it be your Dechin is up to something shady in secret? No way. Fan Laoba instinctively shook his head. Although he wasn't part of the high echelons of Dechin, he was a confidant of Qin Tianyi, privy to classified information beforehand. After all, the things he handled could affect Qin Tianyi's plans. Better not be. Zhu Luo snorted coldly, smugly announcing, "I've already contacted Lord Harmon and this time he'll descend in incarnation." In incarnation? Fan Laoba stammered in fright. There are 4 forms of divine avatars. The first is a phantom, a shadow summoned by believers through blood sacrifice, weak with little combat power. The second is a clone created by a god using residual souls, its strength varying depending on the god's mood. The third is a projection, where a god uses divine powers to project a particular phase of themselves, possessing the full strength of that phase. The fourth is an incarnation, essentially a god with suppressed levels. And the blood god Harmon killed by Qin Yong was just a residual soul clone, so when Harmon intended to descend in incarnation, it indicated he was thoroughly enraged. "Looks like I won't need to lift a finger this time." Fan Laoba's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he could already see Qin Yong's corpse. Meanwhile, other nations also received the news. However, the reactions of the leaders varied greatly. The Great Bear Nation hurriedly engaged in talks with Dechin's high officials, expressing the eternal friendship between the two countries. Dechin also vaguely expressed its love for peace and willingness to sign a mutual support agreement with the Great Bear Nation. As for the third brother, he was completely unconvinced and unafraid. What if the brave god wipes out the little days? Could he possibly wipe out little third brother as well? With the newly built aircraft carrier helmed by over 100,000 professionals, they set sail grandly towards Deer Island, yet unexpectedly they hadn't gone far out to sea when glug, the ship started leaking. The entire vessel sank directly into the water. With no other options, the crew had to salvage the carrier. Meanwhile, the little stick was even more impressive. Everyone was still engrossed in a cultural tea party, the big shots fixated on the girls twisting their waists on stage without shifting their gaze. When their subordinates reported the news, the big shots were taken aback. Wasn't Yongshin a part of the big stick empire? He had single-handedly wiped out the little islanders? That certainly called for inviting a few more girl groups and celebrating for months. Across the ocean at the headquarters of the Eagle Nation camp, the air was thick with disbelief. F***K, exclaimed General Keel, these impotent pigs. General McClass slammed the table in shock and anger. What on earth is Great Qin trying to do? Do they really intend to launch a full-scale camp war? Report this to the homeland immediately. Demand an international press conference to condemn Qin's hegemonic actions. What a joke. They've killed nearly 1 million people. Even if they were all little islander dogs, it's still an international incident that can't be ignored. They should seize this opportunity to crush Qin from all sides, eliminating this threatening competitor altogether. As for Chun Yong, they paid him no attention. They believed that Deer Island and Dongfu City were orchestrations by Great Qin. Surely Great Qin had found the dragonfish princess and sent experts to support her initiating the camp war. After all, everyone had been searching for the dragonfish princess over the years to harness her power and unify the maritime world. They couldn't fathom that Chen Yong alone could wipe out all the little islanders. Just as General McClass issued orders, terrified screams erupted from outside. Boom! The roof was suddenly torn away. He looked up in horror to see a towering skeletal giant holding the roof of the building. Nearby, a red dragon hovered in midair, a black-clad young boy with a cheery face standing on its back. Behind him loomed 2 towering gates of white bone, with countless skeletal soldiers marching forth. Why? You're Chen Yong? Hello, General McClass. Chen Yong smiled slightly, waving his hand goodbye. General McClass, safe journey. Whoosh, a blood arrow shot forth. Oh no. General McClass stared in terror as the blood arrow pierced through his head. -336 billion killed level 125. General McClass gained 5 million experience points, killed level 90. McClass's secretary gained 40,000 experience points, killed level 100. McClass's adjutant gained 100,000 experience points, killed level 110. General Masson Kobe gained 550,000 experience points, killed level 115. General Robert Sigil gained 600,000 experience points, killed. Worship of the Dead, Souls of the Dead plus 22 million. Inch Health plus 220 million. Path of the Evil God Task 3, 889 million/10 million. You leveled up to 151. You leveled up to 152 foot. It seemed the experience grind was becoming futile. Chen Yong looked at the experience points with some helplessness. After reaching level 150, the experience required skyrocketed, needing 165 billion to level up. Even after wiping out the little eagles, he only managed to level up twice. It seemed reaching level 200 was out of the question. As Chen Yong stood amidst the aftermath of his triumph, he couldn't help but reflect on the challenges he had just overcome. After all, this was a dungeon ranging from levels 30 to 100, and it was rare to encounter monsters that exceeded the level cap. Nevertheless, there was reason to celebrate. Once the Eagle hatchlings were vanquished, the Abyss faction's influence dropped to 30%, while the Dragonfish Kingdom's power surged to 46%. Moreover, he completed a timed quest, earning himself a timely reward. Timed quest completed. Activating teleportation array to the Abyssal Temple. The system chimed. Suddenly, a vast magical array appeared beneath Chen Yong's feet. He was immediately engulfed in a whirl of flashing lights, and his vision blackened, his head swelling with pressure. By the time he regained his bearings, he found himself standing before an enormous temple. Hidden dungeon, Abyssal Temple. Description: once a sanctuary devoted to the sea god by the Dragonfish clan, now overrun by the Abyss. The devout Dragonfish prophets have perished, only to be corrupted into undead demons slaughtering their former kin. Difficulty: Advanced Abyss, Advanced Abyss. The sight of this difficulty left Chen Yong momentarily stunned. For ordinary adventurers, the sea god's altar was already a daunting challenge, yet this abyssal temple eclipsed it, boasting a difficulty level that seemed insurmountable. As Chun Yong gazed upon the abyssal creatures wandering near the temple entrance, he understood the gravity of his task. Abyssal Dragonfish Magician, level 150, health 85 billion/85 billion, mana 85 billion/85 billion, strength 6000000, constitution 850000, agility 650000, spirit 850000, skills Black Water Arrow, Corrosive Tide, Cursed Blood Wave, Corrupt Water Vortex. Passive, Abyssal Strengthening Temples Protection. Description: a dragonfish corrupted by the abyss. These attributes nearly rivaled the avatar of the blood god Harmon. For a level 100 ordinary adventurer, it would take dozens of level 150 adventurers just to handle these smaller foes. The temple was teeming with corrupted dragonfish and their servants, their numbers unknown. Moreover, each one possessed the same passive trait, Temple's Protection. Temple's Protection, blessed by the sea god's primordial power, total damage reduction plus 80%. Each instance of damage cannot exceed 20% of maximum health. With this status, Chun Yong could no longer dispatch foes instantly. He resorted to summoning his skeletal bodyguards. Even with 380,000 of them, they barely occupied half of the temple's expansive courtyard. It was akin to the population of a small town, revealing the true scale of what was once the sea god's temple. Charge! With Chun Yong's command, his skeletal legion surged forth. In this scenario, there was no need for finesse, overwhelming numbers would suffice. After all, the skeletal army could be summoned infinitely and the skeletal mages could raise more undead from the fallen. What ensued was a genuine clash of armies. Chun Yong's skeletal forces no longer held the advantage of instant kills. It took 5 strikes to fell a single foe, and the abyssal dragonfish were formidable adversaries. Apart from the skeletal warriors and knights, his other skeletal troops could only endure a few hits before succumbing. In this fantastical realm, one often witnesses skeletons lying on the ground gnawing on corpses to regain their vitality, and skeletal warriors heroically intercepting attacks to save their comrades. The bone giant wielding its massive bone sword sweeps through the battlefield with reckless abandon, each swing triggering the Bone Emperor's sword, obliterating a multitude of foes. After all, the Bone Emperor's sword can bypass any life-preserving magic, making it the sole skill capable of instantaneously vanquishing opponents. From above, Chun Yong surveys the scene astride the Red Dragon Queen, observing a dense array of spells below, from fire rain to blizzard and waterfall magic. Notifications of his victories flash before him. Defeated level 150 Abyssal Dragonfish Mage, gain 20 million experience points. Defeated level 150 Abyssal Orca Warrior, gain 20 million experience points. Defeated level 150 Abyssal Lobsterman Warrior, gain 20 million experience points, and so on. The experience points continuously refresh in front of Chun Yong, justifying the formidable challenge at hand. It would indeed be disheartening if such a formidable foe yielded only a meager reward. Unexpectedly, before Chun Yong could claim many more victories, the dragonfish princess leapt from her bottle. Utilizing the magic of the water mages, she cast wave riding and heavenly melody to support the skeletal army. These were once her kin and servants, hence why Chun Yong had refrained from calling her to the front lines initially. The Red Dragon Queen let out a soft sigh. She seeks to liberate her people's souls swiftly. Free their souls? Chun Yong's eyes filled with curiosity. The Red Dragon Queen explained further, Master, have you not noticed? The souls you absorb are filled with reverence and gratitude towards you. Is that so? Chun Yong gazed upward, and indeed he saw those souls pause at the vortex, bow deeply to him before entering. At that moment a sigh echoed from the temple. Tide, is that you? As the voice resonated, a colossal wave towering 100 meters surged forth from the temple doors, sweeping away all but the bone giant several kilometers away. Then emerged a towering figure of the dragonfish tribe, standing 700 to 800 meters tall. The tallest building in Great Chine barely reached 600 to 700 meters, and this creature surpassed even that. The dragonfish princess, having reverted to her original form, seemed like a mere child before this behemoth. This entity was grotesque, with scales as black as ink, skin like decaying bark, and sinister fins protruding from its back. Abyssal Dragonfish Tribe Leader, Xiaohua. The notification read, level 180 health, 85 billion/85 billion mana, 90 billion/90 billion strength, 8 million constitution, 85 million agility, 65 million spirit, 9 million skills. Wave mastery, drift with the tide, rise of the tides, ocean's forbidden spell. Passive, Abyssal Fortification Temple's Blessing. Description: the Dragonfish tribe leader corrupted by the Abyss, the mother of the Dragonfish princess. The revelation left Chen Yong astounded. This formidable boss was none other than the mother of the little Dragonfish princess. He only just discovered that little Dragonfish was actually named Tides, but why could little Dragonfish's biological mother speak? And indeed, the attributes of little Dragonfish's mother were rather terrifying. All four-dimensional attributes were above 65 million and her health reached an astonishing 85 billion with the added protection of a divine sanctuary. For an average professional, this would be an impossible battle. Squeak, squeak. Upon seeing her biological mother appear, the Dragonfish princess hurriedly swam forward, crying, "Little Dragonfish!" Chen Yong suddenly shouted, "If you really go over there you'll end up like her. Do you want the Dragonfish clan to face extinction?" Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Dragonfish princess looked back at Chen Yong in confusion. Though she obeyed and stopped, her body instinctively continued to inch forward. After all, that was her birth mother. How could she not want to get closer? Look at what's behind her. Squeak. The Dragonfish princess instinctively glanced over. She saw behind her mother countless evil blood-red chains. These chains writhed continuously, piercing through her mother's fishtail, then winding upward to her heart. Moreover, many tiny blood chains were already swimming through the dark waters, nearly reaching her. Squeak. The Dragonfish princess screamed in fright. Blue light suddenly flickered around her and a maple leaf-shaped mark appeared on her forehead. Whoosh. In a flash, brilliant light erupted, instantly shattering those tiny blood chains into pieces. All the corrupted members of the Dragonfish clan around were blown hundreds of meters away, unable to get up from the ground. Even the clan leader, Chao Hua, was forced to retreat, coughing up black blood. The sea god's mark. Chao Hua was shocked, a hint of joy in her eyes. Tides, did you see the true form of the sea goddess? The Dragonfish princess shook her head repeatedly, wanting to approach her mother but fearing those blood chains. Enough, since you're dead. Stay dead, don't harm your own daughter. Chen Yong with a stern face approached the Dragonfish princess in mid-air and then commanded the skeletal giant Bone Emperor, "Kill her." "As you command, my lord," the skeletal giant responded with a ventriloquist-like voice, then lifted the Bone Emperor's sword and struck down at Chao Hua. Surprisingly, Chao Hua didn't shy away in fear. Instead, she excitedly fixed her gaze on Chen Yong, bowing down in worship. "Thank you for your favor towards Tides. This old woman is eternally grateful." 850 billion. Killed the Abyssal Dragonfish clan leader Chao Hua, gained 400 million experience points. Your level has increased to 153. Evil God's Path Task 3, 89 million / 10 million. Worship of the Dead. Soul of the Dead +1, health +100. Swoosh. Following this, Chao Hua's spirit flew out from her corpse directly to the Dragonfish princess's side, gently embracing her, kissing and nuzzling her. Then she bowed to Chen Yong once more, and under the reluctant gaze of the dragon Fish princess drifted into the realm of the deceased. Wah! The Dragonfish princess then squatted down and began to cry loudly. Sigh. Chen Yong sighed softly, patting the Dragonfish princess's head. Then he opened his system backpack to examine the equipment. After all, little Dragonfish's mother had just dropped a piece of golden gear. Ring of the Sea God Storm category, ring quality, Abyssal Legend level, 150 profession, mage strength, 13,000 agility. 13,000. In the dim and untamed world of magical realms, Chen Yong found himself amidst a treasure trove of arcane power. The attributes of the mystical ring he had acquired were beyond impressive. Constitution, 13,000. Spirit, 14,000. This ring wasn't just any trinket, it amplified magical damage by a staggering 200%, fortified magical defense by the same margin, and offered an equal boost to water resistance. Moreover, with every skill hit, it reduced the target's speed by 80% and weakened their water resistance by the same percentage. There was even a 5% chance to summon a tidal wave, delivering 10% spirit damage per second over a lengthy 600 seconds. And if Lady Luck favored him, he might even gain the sea god's protection, rendering him immune to poison and continuous damage. This was no ordinary artifact, it was a relic blessed by the sea god, meant to be cherished with utmost care. The water mage's divine ring had proven its worth, prompting Chen Yong to eagerly swap out his mundane spacetime gear. The allure of enhanced magical potency was too tempting to resist. Meanwhile, the Dragonfish princess had shed her tears and was now engaged In battle, aiding the skeletal army in clearing the creatures, silently and with a mere thought, Chen Yong gathered the loot scattered on the ground, deep blue and purple abyssal gear with a few orange items sprinkled in. Alas, the minor enemies did not drop any exclusive equipment, so he could only choose a few mage-oriented pieces to replace his lackluster spacetime items. After all, at level 150, abyssal equipment boasted significantly enhanced attributes, fully equipped his strength, constitution and agility soared to around 400,000 each, several times that of an average level 150 professional. With his gear meticulously arranged and the area cleared of monsters, Chen Yong's level surged to 160, each common creature granted a whopping 20 million experience points, and the plaza was teeming with about 10,000 of them. Without delay, he mounted Little Red and soared through the grand entrance of the temple. Riding the dragon wasn't a peculiar hobby, it was a necessity given the temple's colossal size. The plaza alone stretched over 10 kilometers and the entrance stood over 1,000 meters tall. The temple itself was so vast that its peak was lost in the clouds. Walking through it on foot would take days to complete the quest. Inside the gates lay an immense palace, dwarfing even the shadow fortress he had previously visited. Unlike last time, this place was bustling with patrolling creatures, not corrupted dragonfish tribes, lobster men or orca mermen, but towering blood demons with blood-red wings, half human and half serpent, each standing hundreds of meters tall. Their attributes were formidable, all above level 160, with stats exceeding 1 million and health points surpassing 10 billion. For a typical professional army, these numbers would be a cue to flee. In the eyes of these colossal entities, the Red Dragon Queen and Dragonfish Princess were mere pets, while Chen Yong and the Dark Knight Queen resembled tiny mice. Only the skeletal giants could match them in height, thus drawing their attention, leaving Chen Yong and his companions largely ignored. For Chen Yong, the situation became significantly simpler. These foes weren't members of the Dragonfish tribe and lacked the temple's blessing status. Without wasting time on words, he raised his hand and cast Soul Drain. Instantly he dealt a staggering minus 90 billion damage, killed a level 160 Abyssal Fiend Blood Mage, gained 22 million experience points, killed a level 160 Abyssal Fiend Blood Warrior, gained 22 million experience points, killed a level 160 Abyssal Fiend Blood Priest, gained 22 million experience points, killed a level 160. Your level has increased to 161. Your level has increased to 162. Your level has increased to 170. Evil God's Path Task 3, 891 million/10 million, Worship of the Dead, Souls of the Dead plus 15,262 inch health plus 1526200. Just as the wave of experience subsided, Chen Yong suddenly paused, puzzled. His soul drain could cover an area of 85 kilometers, yet it hadn't managed to kill a single boss. This indicated that the bosses beyond had health exceeding 90 billion. Damn, where did this nuisance come from? Sure enough, a furious female voice soon echoed. Chen Yong looked up to see a colossal woman charging forward. She stood nearly 500 to 600 meters tall, wore a blood-colored crown and a red gown, wielding two massive blood-red blades. Abyssal Fiend Queen level, 190 health, 35 billion/125 billion mana, 130 billion/130 billion strength, 11 million constitution, 125 million agility, 122 million spirit, 13 million skills. Berserk, Sinister Blade, Evil Blade, Blood Rage Scream. Passive, Abyssal Empowerment, Blood God's Blessing. Description: a high-ranking member of the fiendish race, a queen who worships the blood god Hammon, willingly serving as his handmaiden. At this moment the Fiend Queen was left with only a fraction of her health. Her entire body emitted a blood mist and the twin blades in her hands glowed ominously red. She had clearly entered a second phase of Bloodlock Berserk mode. No matter how the tens of thousands of skeletons attacked, her health remained untouched. She charged forward, slicing through the skeleton mages and archers with ease, as if cutting through butter. Her momentum could metaphorically slice from Penglai East Road to Nantian Gate. It was evident that as they advanced further, the skeleton army's effectiveness waned. The subsequent super bosses boasted various invincibilities and terrifyingly explosive damage. The likes of the earlier Tide Hua and the current Fiend Queen weren't fazed by the skeleton army. Despite Chen Yong's substantial spirit boost and the sheer number of skeletons, they held little advantage against such formidable bosses. Only the Night Queen and the Bone Giant could stand against them. Before long the Fiend Queen charged at Chen Yong, her blades ready. Bone Emperor! Chen Yang exclaimed just as the bone giant swung its mighty sword, decapitating the Fiend Queen in one swift motion. Minus 35 billion, killed a level 190 Abyssal Fiend Queen, gained 800 million experience points. With a resounding crash, the Fiend Queen's massive body collapsed to the ground, causing the entire hall to tremble. Simultaneously, several equipment glows shot towards Chen Yang's system backpack. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inspect the gear. Instead, his gaze shifted to the center, where a grand staircase stood. Two silhouettes soon descended the enormous steps. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder Yu Hongyi has taken an interest in you. If I'd known earlier, I should have done whatever it took to finish you off outside. Haisha profession, Ghost Shadow Assassin, level 180, health 90 billion/90 billion, mana 8 billion/8 billion, strength 12 million, constitution 9 million, agility 11 million, spirit 8 million, skills Ghost Shadow, stealth, strangle, backstab, ambush, blindness. Passive, abyssal empowerment, blessing of the blood god. Description: once a professional of great Qin, now a devotee of the blood god Hammon. Are you one of Qin Tiany's men? Chen Yang was utterly stunned by the masked man's attributes. This guy has 90 billion health, more outrageous than having cheats, plus he's blessed by the blood god Hammon, so Qin Tiany must be too, with even more exaggerated stats. That old fox must have used tricks to hide them, possibly even faked the information, otherwise there wouldn't have been just 17 million health visible last time. Damn. Good thing I didn't rush into action last time, otherwise, having just crossed over, I'd have been done for before I could even enjoy myself. It would have been a wasted journey. Chen Yang was now drenched in sweat. Hey, you're quite clever. Fan Laba chuckled softly but shook his head and said, but your eyesight isn't all that great. Oh, Chen Yang's lips curled slightly. Are you referring to not submitting to Qin Tiany, or perhaps? Bang! Before he could finish, he gently stamped his foot. Bone prison, swoosh, white bone spikes shot out from under his feet, instantly filling the entire hall. Minus 3,211 million, minus 3,352 million, minus 3,253 million, minus 3,235 million. Four white damage numbers popped up continuously. Four black silhouettes were impaled in the four directions behind Chen Yang. These four guys were suspended in midair, also affected by a fear effect. Unable to use skills for 10 seconds, losing over 300 million health per second. Even so, they couldn't die as they were all level 150. Abyssal assassins with hundreds of billions of health. As for Fan Laba and Zuluo, they had long activated invincibility, receiving not a scratch, over 300 million damage. Interesting. Fan Laba chuckled and snapped his fingers. Swoosh, the nearby lobster giant gently raised its hand. Boom, a massive blue stone descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. Then blue waves erupted from the stone, instantly dispelling the control effect. The blue waves also trapped the skeletal army even. The skeleton berserkers crawled like turtles. Bang! The four assassins simultaneously used their stealth skills to disappear. Shaman Prophet, Chen Yang squinted slightly at the lobster giant. Abyssal leader Zoluo, level 200, health 150 billion/150 billion, mana 130 billion/130 billion, strength 14 million, constitution 15 million, agility 122 million, spirit 13 million, skills Tide Totem, Life Totem, Guardian Totem, Disease Totem, Waterbolt. Passive, abyssal empowerment, blessing of the blood god. Description: a devotee of the blood god Hammon, a fallen shaman prophet of the lobster people. Little dragonfish, Chen Yang called out softly. The dragonfish princess immediately applied the dispel status. The skeletal army and the red dragon queen instantly regained their speed. All the skeleton warriors instinctively raised their shield walls surrounding Chen Yang and little dragonfish. This won't hold off the abyssal assassins. Old 8 Fan let out a cold laugh and immediately employed his ghost shadow and stealth techniques. Under the keen perception of the Night Queen, Chen Yang saw 5 old 8 Fans and 4 assassins swiftly maneuvering around the shield wall from all directions. These guys had agility in the millions. Their speed was unimaginably fast. A head-on confrontation would only mean getting beaten, so he chose to fly straight up into the air. Clang! Just as he ascended, old 8 Fan and his group simultaneously thrust their blades, only to find they had hit nothing but air. Their daggers clashed together instead. Their figures materialized in the open. What the? How can you fly? Old 8 Fan stared up in shock. He'd take a guess. Chen Yang grinned, casually launching a blood arrow downwards. Splat. During Old 8 Fan's moment of distraction, he got hit directly by the blood arrow. A staggering damage of minus 351 billion appeared. Damn, are you cheating? Old 8 Fan, terrified, activated his life-saving skill. Despite having 90 billion health, such damage meant he could only withstand 3 hits. At that moment, he finally understood how Chen Yong managed to get here alone. With that level of damage, he could obliterate anything in his path, gods and demons alike. He began to question if Qin Tianyi, in his quest for the golden talent, was right to try to forcibly kill Chen Yong. Minus 692 million, minus 691 million, minus 689 million, minus 675 million. Even after activating invincibility, he noticed his 4 subordinates beside him continued to lose health. It was a curse within an area. Move away and take some antidotes, Old 8 Fan barked. His 4 subordinates hurriedly shoved potions into their mouths, yet to their surprise the status didn't disappear and their health kept dropping. Although they had hundreds of billions in health, losing 600 million per second would mean they wouldn't last 2 minutes. Boss, we can't dispel it. What? Old 8 Fan turned to Zuluo. What are you standing there for? Dispel the status, oh. Though Zuluo was a bit slow-witted, he quickly sprang into action. However, even after deploying all his totems, the health of the 4 assassins continued to plummet. At this moment, Old 8 Fan's invincibility wore off and he too got cursed, his health dropping rapidly. He realized that Chen Yong's curse required a demigod to dispel. Old 8 Fan was dumbfounded. How can this be? How does it require a demigod to break? A demigod? The 4 assassins were equally stunned. In the mortal realm, demigods were forbidden. How could they possibly find one? Fortunately, Old 8 Fan wasn't foolish. Unable to lift the curse, the solution was to eliminate the one who cast it. Zuluo, quickly kill this brat. Okay, Zuluo replied, hastily preparing his skills. Although Chen Yong was flying high out of reach for the assassins, Zuluo, being a shaman prophet, could wield various elemental magic. With his 13 million mental power, he could easily deal billions in damage. Although they couldn't see Chen Yong's attributes, they were certain that it was impossible for Chen Yong to have billions of health points. Whoosh, a water arrow swiftly shot towards him. Chen Yong appeared as if he'd gone numb, standing mid-air without a flicker of movement, allowing the water arrow to approach. Splash! Before the arrow could even hit, a blood-colored shield materialized in front of him, then an enormous damage value floated up. -0, Zuluo. Fan Laoba. The 4 assassins. With over 13 million in spirit, casting a water arrow couldn't even break the shield. How thick was this shield and how high was his magical defense? Even in a turn-based game, it should be my turn now. Bone Emperor, yes, my master. The skeletal giant swung its massive sword directly at Zuluo. No. Don't. Sensing the fatal blow, Zuluo's pupils contracted sharply, exclaiming in reflex. He had just activated invincibility and his skill was still on cooldown. Moreover, with the skeletal giant's 48 million agility, there was no way he could dodge it. -150 billion killed. Level 200 abyssal boss Zuluo gained 1 billion experience points. Thud, Zuluo's head, as large as a casserole, was lopped off by the skeletal giant in one clean swipe. Bone Emperor's sword. All attacks have a 50% chance to execute the target, cannot be blocked, dodged, or have health locked. As long as there are no hacks, full health is within the execution range. Even if the probability isn't high, the protagonist's luck couldn't be ignored. If necessary, just swing a few more times. This. Fan Laoba and his companions were dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of damage was this? 1/150 billion. The Zuluo, as the big boss of the Abyssal Shrine, had 3 phases of health locking which didn't even get triggered before he was executed in one blow. Though they had all received blessings from the blood god Hammon, their attributes skyrocketing nearly 100-fold, the overwhelming damage left them terrified. The way they looked at Chen Yong now was filled with nothing but fear, especially with a curse debuff above them. Losing over 600 million health per second, they wouldn't last more than a few dozen seconds. God of courage, we were wrong. Fan Laoba didn't hesitate at all, immediately kneeling. Please, be magnanimous, spare us, we will never oppose you again. Yes, we won't dare anymore. The other 4 assassins followed, kowtowing repeatedly on the ground. Chen Yong chuckled softly, asking, if it were me on the ground, would you be kind enough to spare me? This. Fan Laoba and the others were dumbstruck. Their mission was to assassinate Chen Yong, leaving no room for mercy. If they wanted to survive, they couldn't speak candidly, but saying otherwise would only be unbelievable to Chen Yong. Just as they hesitated on how to explain boom, suddenly blood clouds gathered, thunder roared, and the sky split open with a rift. Master, it's the blood god Hammon, the Night Queen quickly reminded. Her tracking ability could trace within a 24,000-kilometer range. So when the sky split, she had already spotted the blood god Hammon's figure. Seeing the blood god Hammon's incarnation descend, Fan Loba regained his confidence, laughing boisterously. Chen Yong, aren't you so arrogant? Let's see how you handle the avatar of the blood god. Avatar of the blood god. Chen Yong furrowed his brow slightly. The Dark Night Queen hurriedly explained, it's a divine blood avatar of a deity with power equivalent to a suppressed level deity. Chen Yong paused for a moment and then asked, so is it a deity or not? No, replied the Dark Night Queen, it's just that its attributes are higher and it can cast a nerfed version of divine skills. That's a relief. Chen Yong breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, can you kill it? Not entirely sure. The Dark Night Queen hesitated. She knew what Chen Yong was thinking. Although a fully charged precise shot can ignore level mechanics, she had never slain a god before. Fan Laoba laughed mockingly. Chen Yong, are you dreaming? Even with the blood god's level suppression, beings like you and me are not capable of killing it, is that so? Chen Yong chuckled, turning to the dragonfish princess. Buff little dark too. Full, little dark, shoot that serpent down. Yes, master. The Dark Night Queen unhesitatingly drew her longbow to its full extent. Under the state provided by the Dragonfish Princess, a fully charged precise arrow could shoot 70 kilometers with damage reaching a terrifying 19 times the normal, ignoring level mechanics, absolutely hitting and piercing through with true damage. Unless the blood god Harmon activated invincibility beforehand, even if it didn't die, it would lose a layer of skin. 50 seconds later, whoosh, a light arrow entwined with a black evil dragon was shot out. Moments later, -365 billion, simultaneously at the Donghai port civilian camp. Due to the opening of the faction war and the breaking of the secret realm level cap, the official Qin dynasty had dispatched numerous high-level combatants into the secret realm, especially the four major legions of Yuzhou, Xingjing, Yingtian and Dongdu, which dispatched their top forces. Even the three vice deans Lu Qiju and Huang Longhua and Gao Shangji had arrived. After all, they are the mainstay of the empire at level 180. Zhang Zhaoxiet, the troublemaker, naturally came as well, carrying Qin Tianyi's orders to contact top combat units from Xialing and Xia Rizi to assassinate Chen Yong. Thus, Donghai port was teeming with people. The teleport points for Xialing and Xia Rizi were similarly crowded. These initial teleport points were near Dark Moon Island. Otherwise, Chen Yong wouldn't have been forcibly summoned to Dark Moon Island on his first entry. However, just as everyone was gathering nervously rumble, the sky above the East Sea suddenly filled with blood clouds and thunder roared. The sky cracked open with a seam and a blood-red light shone down, creating a massive vortex in the East Sea. In the center of that vortex, a colossal blood-red divine temple could be seen. The terrifying aura surged out instantly, sweeping across the entire East Sea, causing countless people to tremble in fear. My God, what is that? Lu Qijuan, Huang Longhua, Gao Shangji and others were all filled with terror. Even though they were level 180 elites facing this blood light, all they could feel was death. The tension in the air was palpable as Qin Bing Xiaochen, Su Chacha and the others turned ghostly pale, trembling in fear. Lu Ergo and Shangnan, both low-level figures at level 30, were paralyzed on the ground, many losing control of their bodily functions. The thought racing through everyone's minds was, has the blood god really descended? Zheng Zhaoxia, a follower of the blood god Hammon, was as shocked as anyone, eyes wide with disbelief. Although he worshipped Hammon, he was only a minor acolyte and had never seen more than an idol of the deity. Could today truly be the day they witnessed the projection of the blood god Hammon? Boom! Just then, a colossal blood-red serpent emerged from the rift. This serpent, with crimson wings, stretched over 1,000 meters long, resembling a majestic blood-hued dragon. Chen Yong, you damned ant from the great Qin, how dare you slay my avatar and imprison my remnant soul? Today I shall kill you and burn your soul in blood fire for 1,000 years, roared the newly appeared incarnation of the blood god Hammon, diving angrily towards the abyssal shrine below. The words left everyone near Dark Moon Island dumbstruck, especially those at the East Seaport who knew Chen Yong. They were utterly flabbergasted. What is happening? That serpent is a deity. Chen Yong actually killed its avatar and even imprisoned a god's remnant soul. Now the deity sends another avatar for retribution. Deicide, such a concept was beyond their grasp. Although they understood the words, the meaning eluded them. After all, Chen Yong had only changed professions less than 10 days ago. How could he possibly slay a god? Qin Bing in particular was wide-eyed, unable to believe it. Just as everyone was lost in confusion, a dark, wicked dragon arrow shot forth. To the shock and amazement of all, it struck the blood god Hamon's head directly. Minus 365 billion. Those who witnessed this scene were confounded. What was happening? Who shot the arrow that even struck a deity? And with a damage value of 365 billion, this was beyond belief. Whether it was Qin Bing and the others at the East Seaport, the small fry and little eagles near Dark Moon Island's transfer point, or Elder Fan and others in the Sea God Temple, all were stunned. Most bewildered of all was the blood god Hamon himself. He had descended with a 200-level avatar, confident in his ability to crush Chen Yong, yet before even landing, his form was obliterated. "Ah, damn it," roared Hamon in mid-air, divine blood spraying from his head. Manifesting an avatar required not just a remnant soul but crucially divine blood, thus his avatar was effectively a 200-level demigod. "Chen Yong, I vow eternal enmity." With a fierce declaration, Hamon abandoned his avatar and fled. Though the avatar contained divine blood, it was lost. Now he could only save the remnant soul. "Oh, trying to escape," Chen Yong sneered, stepping through the void in pursuit. With a wave of his hand, he seized the remnant soul blood serpent. "Come here, you." Soul extraction, minus 90 billion. "You insignificant ant, I will destroy you," Hamon roared with gritted teeth, but ultimately he was sucked into the realm of the dead. Defeated the level 200 blood god Hamon's incarnation, gained 5 billion experience points. Worship of the dead, absorbed the remnants of a divine soul, health plus 1 million. Evolution of the dead space rank plus 1, rank level plus 1, rank, can appoint up to a viscount capable of ruling all souls in the undead space. Promote Hamon's remnant soul rank / appoint a new soul rank. A new feature. Chen Yong was momentarily stunned when he saw this option. He initially wanted to promote Hamon's rank out of instinct, but then he thought, wait a minute, isn't this guy an enemy? Why should I make things pleasant for him? With a thought, he found the mother of the dragonfish princess in the undead space. "From now on you are a viscount, teach that brat Hamon a lesson." "Ah, thank you, master." Xiaohua was taken aback and hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. Successfully appointed Xiaohua as a viscount. Blood god Hamon's favorability - infinity reset upon death. "Heh, nice." Seeing this notification, Chen Yong grinned mischievously. Hamon had caused the extermination of the dragonfish tribe, and now with Xiaohua in charge, she'd surely discipline him well. The thought of a god being whipped by a mortal woman was quite satisfying. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly dumbfounded, especially Fan Laoba, who was practically trembling with fear. He never imagined that Chen Yong not only killed Hamon's incarnation but also absorbed his remnant soul. That was a god, how dare he? It's worth noting, before the founding of the Qin dynasty they were also blessed by a god. Yet the Qin ancestor during his first transformation not only rejected the god's blessing but even killed the deity. Since then, the Qin dynasty has never had the favor of gods, relying solely on the system to arduously grind monsters and complete missions. There were also constant disturbances from god believers, the most frequent being the Little Sun Kingdom followed by Western nations, but all were slain by the Qin ancestor. At that time, the Qin Empire's territory spanned over 90 million square kilometers with countless subordinate states. Eventually, those gods had no choice but to send down 25 divine incarnations. The Qin ancestor was forced to leave. Since then, the Qin dynasty hasn't had a single peaceful day, especially 120 years ago. There was a war that lasted 40 years. It raged from the secret realms to reality and back again. The Qin dynasty was nearly destroyed in the process. Moreover, after the war, the Qin dynasty's fortune, territory and national power shrank tenfold. Otherwise, how could the Little Eagle and Giant Bear nations have risen to prominence? And now Chen Yong has slain the blood god. At this moment he couldn't describe his feelings. Is the Qin dynasty about to plunge into another catastrophic war? Or is another god-slaying figure like the Qin ancestor about to emerge? As he was lost in thought, the temple suddenly rose from the sea. Clearly Hamon's divine blood had washed away the blood curse on the temple. As the temple began to rise, the surrounding grey cursed mist gradually dissipated. The entire world of the Sea Kingdom seemed to welcome a new dawn, instantly becoming clear and vibrant. Simultaneously, under countless astonished gazes, a stunning woman adorned in a phoenix coronet and elegant robes flew out from the temple. Could she be a manifestation of the sea god? Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. The woman merely smiled and nodded at him, then lifted her delicate finger, flicking a beam of blue light in his direction. It transformed into a small blue glass bottle. What is this? Chen Yong looked puzzled. The sea god spoke with a gentle smile. Young man, take the little fish with you. She can no longer stay in this world. Okay, Chen Yong agreed naturally. It made sense after all. The dragonfish clan was no longer present in this world. Even if the dragonfish kingdom were rebuilt, it would only consist of the dragonfish princess, who was quite naive. Who knows, maybe as soon as he left she would be deceived by someone. Besides, the little dragonfish was a divine-level support capable of invincibility, damage enhancement, control removal, and even summoning thunder. Ahem, in short, having her alongside would definitely be advantageous. Thank you, I look forward to our next meeting. The sea god smiled faintly before turning into a blue light and flying away. Next meeting? Will there be one? Chen Yong muttered to himself, grabbing the small bottle. Immediately an attribute window popped up before him. See Spirit Bottle category, accessory quality, soul artifact level, 0 profession, none equipment, not required. Description: the sea god's pure sea spirit bottle can contain all living beings, even the stars and moon. A soul artifact. Why doesn't it have any attributes? Chen Yong was taken aback. Instinctively he glanced at the bottle's opening and his consciousness was immediately drawn inside. He saw an expansive sea with seagulls circling above islands and schools of fish and shrimp swimming below. This is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. As he marveled, the system's voice echoed continuously. Killed level 150 Mysterious Abyss Assassins *4 gained 600 million experience. Killed level 180 Abyss Ghost Assassin Fan Lao Bod gained 800 million experience. Path of the Evil God Task 3, 892 million/10 million. Worship of the Dead, Souls of the Dead +5 health +500. National Fortune Task. See God's Request completed. Personal reward, 50 billion experience. 2 exclusive level 150 skills. Ancient, 600 fortune contributions. National reward, 600 imperial fortune. Your level has increased to 172. Congratulations. See Kingdom World Secret Realm cleared. Clear time, 72 hours 45 minutes 12 seconds. Clear personnel, Chen Yong. Level 172 Archlich. System warning: due to the secret realm being conquered, projection dungeons have been added. 80-person normal hard hero dungeon. Content is the first Conquest Path special announcement to all professionals. Abyss faction completely annihilated. Faction Nation War ended. Congratulations, Dragonfish Kingdom victorious. Announcing to all Sea Kingdom World professionals. Faction ranking: Dragonfish Kingdom, 70% Sea Kingdom royalty, 15% Sea Kingdom civilians, 14% other factions, 1% total participants in national war. 24,259 million contribution leaderboard. First Chen Yong, De Qin, 100% secret realm clearance and faction war. Extra rewards will be distributed in the form of treasure chests. Faced with such an incredible announcement, everyone fell into silence, especially for those who had just entered the secret realm ready to participate in the national war of factions. There was simply no way to describe their current feelings. A faction war involving over 24 million people was won without losing a single soldier. Although the power of the Longyu Kingdom belonged to Chen Yong himself belonged to the Great Qin Empire. The control of the Great Qin over the maritime world instantly rose to 84%. The authority over the projection dungeons directly went to Great Qin. To put it bluntly, Great Qin could now expel any practitioners from other countries. Such a situation had never occurred in the international secret realm. Yet all of this was achieved by Chen Yong alone. Everyone felt like they were dreaming, especially Qin Bing, who stood there in shock for quite some time. She was Chen Yong's headmaster after all, having followed this young man for 3 years, knowing him inside out. Yet, after that outrageous job change, everything developed in such a bizarre manner. One person cleared the hero's secret realm, one person cleared the world's secret realm, and now one person swept through the faction national war. This left her completely unable to react. No wonder her mother said Chen Yong had the potential to rival their ancestors. No wonder she rushed over as soon as Chen Yong showed promise, willing to use herself as a bargaining chip to gain his favor. Sadly, she understood all of this a bit too late. Going crazy, Zheng Zhaoxia was also utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that Chen Yong would not only slay the blood god's avatar but also single-handedly conquer the entire maritime nation. With such strength, Qin Tianyi would likely struggle against him. Moreover, Qin Tiani had already attempted to kill Chen Yong, and someone was definitely going to die soon. If Qin Tiani died, he certainly wouldn't survive either. I can only run. Without a moment of hesitation, Zhang Zhaoxia turned and left the secret realm. After all, the world is vast and there are many secret realms. He could easily hide for a long time. Of course, there were also those loyal to Qin Tiani who hurriedly reported the situation back. Although Qin Tiani surely received the information, it was just the outcome and couldn't be detailed. However, Chen Yong paid no attention to any of this. After picking up the equipment dropped by the blood god, he turned and headed to the temple. By then Fan Lao Ba and others had already been poisoned to death. With a thought, he stripped these grandsons of their equipment. To his surprise, all of them had perverse abyssal equipment. It seemed Qin Tiani had allied with the blood god. Not only were their attributes abnormal, but their equipment was surely quite twisted as well. Yet he didn't bother with those and instead opened the luck value panel immediately. Luck level 2 position, minor fate empire luck contribution 1000 luck contribution exchange, fate fragment 4000, occupation talent F. Level 0 out of 1000. What the heck? Chen Yong was stunned. Unexpectedly, after obtaining 1000 luck, not only did his level rise, but he also got a position. Moreover, a fate fragment appeared in the contribution exchange section. As soon as he clicked on it, the relevant information popped up. Fate fragment, fate score 3. Harness the power of destiny to shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. Fate fragment can illuminate a fate, randomly gaining the divine power of fate. Is this the path to becoming a god? Chen Yong was utterly stunned upon reading this description. No wonder contributing to destiny was so difficult. Ordinary professionals could never obtain it. It turns out there was such a huge hidden bomb behind it. Probably 99% of professionals activated the fate panel by sheer luck. They never managed to accumulate 1000 points, only knowing they could upgrade their talents, unaware of the fate fragments beyond. But these fate fragments require 4000 contributions, which is way too much. How many worlds would need saving to gather that? Forget it, better to focus on upgrading talents first. With this thought, Chen Yong directly opened the talent upgrade menu. To his surprise, an upgrade selection box popped up. Upgrade talent, F-level copy, D-level copy, cannot add new entries. Upgrade talent aptitude, F-level aptitude, E-level aptitude, can randomly acquire an E-level talent. Such an opportunity. Chen Yong couldn't help but feel delighted at this choice. It turns out Sun Yuerong had only heard rumors and didn't understand the actual situation at all. If he could upgrade his aptitude, it would be fantastic and worthy of the difficult to gather destiny points. In this situation, he would undoubtedly choose talent aptitude because the attributes of the skeleton army were equivalent to ordinary professionals, only appearing formidable due to his high spirit. But encountering those super bosses later, they could easily turn invincible, execute an AoE crowd control, and the skeleton army would be sitting ducks. So what he needed now was a new talent to enhance himself, not to summon more skeletons. Thus he unhesitatingly chose to upgrade his aptitude. Talent aptitude upgraded to E-level. New talent acquired. E-level balance. Balance equalizes the highest 4-dimensional attribute value, raising strength, stamina, agility to match spirit. This isn't. Chen Yong was utterly bewildered by this new talent. What on earth? Is this a cheat within a cheat? His spirit power was 24 billion. Balancing it like this, wouldn't it mean all attributes are now 24 billion? Frightened, he hurriedly returned to the attribute panel. Chen Yong profession, Archlich, unique, level 172 title, Butcher, Killer Maniac, health, 8,806 billion/8806 billion mana, 48 billion/48 billion strength, 24 billion agility, 24 billion stamina, 24 billion spirit, 24 billion physical defense, 24 billion magic defense, 24 billion speed, 24 billion free attribute points, 952 billion active skills, City of the Dead, Necropolis, Bone Prison, Soul Absorption, Covenant of the Dead, Queen of the Night, Summoning Blood Curse, Summon Bone Giant. Passive skills, Whisper of Demons, Mercy of the Dead, Dark Specialization, Dementia Curse, Strength Curse, Elemental Curse. Talent, E-level balance copy, talent, Special Endorsement of the Dead, Worship of the Dead, Archlich Soulmark. Chen Yong was left speechless by this hexagonal panel. His talents, seemingly unimpressive, were pulling off the most outrageous feats. Due to this balance talent, for an average professional it doesn't provide much benefit. From level 1 to 100 inch it only offers an additional 13,500 points of evenly distributed attributes, with only the 4,500 points in Constitution being particularly useful. For magic users, strength and agility aren't very useful. For warriors, spiritual power isn't very useful. It would be better to have an E-level talent that enhances skills. But for Chun Yong, this is an extraordinary leap. He can now deal 10-digit damage with a magic staff. It's absolutely game-breaking. Fortune level 2. Position: Lesser Fate Empire Fortune Contribution 0 Fortune Contribution Exchange Fate Fragment 4000 Professional Talent E-level 0/2000. Chen Yong clicked back again, discovering that upgrading to D-level required 2000 contributions, plus the 12,000 contributions for 3 Fate Fragments he urgently needed to save the world. But there's no use in being anxious now. He opened the system backpack to check the rewarded exclusive skill books. Undead Sacrifice Category Skill Book. Quality: Ancient level 150. Profession: Great Lich. Active: Summon a bone scythe to deal 3000% spiritual power, true soul damage to nearby enemies with a sacrificial curse cooldown 30 seconds. Passive: Targets killed by this skill are sacrificed as undead creatures lasting 30 seconds. Oh, here it comes. Chen Yong's eyes widen with excitement. This is the sacrificial skill the Red Dragon Queen mentioned. Doesn't this mean he can create an undead army? But where to find a high-level race? And it must have enmity. After all, he's a good person and doesn't usually kill indiscriminately unless he really can't help it. Whatever, learn the skill first. Ask the Red Dragon Queen about it later. Thinking this, Chen Yong directly learned the skill. Then he turned to the other skill book. Undead Baptism Category Skill Book. Quality: Ancient level 150. Profession: Great Lich. Active: Designate a contract creature for undead baptism. All attributes increase by 50%. Of the summoner's spiritual power can only be baptized again after the contract creature dies. Passive: Shield the summoner from any damage. When health reaches 0, transform into a soul and cannot be selected. Attributes return to the summoner at 100x for 10 seconds. Revives after 30 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. My goodness, Chen Yong was directly stunned. This is practically the king of nested sacrifice hacks. When encountering a powerful boss, send in a pet first, then with a super buff, take down the boss directly. And such powerful skills must be given to the Red Dragon Queen. After all, Little Red was the first pet to follow him. It's time for an upgrade. So he learned the skill directly and then looked at the Red Dragon Queen with a mischievous smile, saying, Little Red, want to see your big brother's treasure, huh? The Red Dragon Queen was momentarily stunned, then nodded, her little face flushed. Yes, she exclaimed, hee, then here I come. Chen Yong grinned and began to chant a spell. Boom, a magical array appeared beneath the feet of the Red Dragon Queen, followed by a dark green pillar of light shooting straight into the sky, piercing it with a massive hole. Instantly an endless aura of the deceased poured down the beam onto the Red Dragon Queen. Is this the Emperor's baptism? The Night Queen was full of shock and envy as she looked at the Red Dragon Queen. She had been summoned by Chen Yong from the Undead Empire, a genuine creature of the dead, thus she never really considered the Red Dragon Queen as one of her kind. Besides, her cold nature meant they rarely exchanged words, yet she never imagined the master would favor the little red dragon so much, granting her the Emperor's baptism, a true rise to the top. The skeletal giant also looked up silently, the green light flickering in his empty eye sockets, clearly envious as well. Only the dragonfish princess stood by, staring blankly at Chen Yong, thinking how incredibly handsome he looked, being able to shoot a hole through the sky. The Red Dragon Queen wasn't feeling well, letting out a painful roar as she reverted to her dragon form. After all, such a massive influx of the deceased's aura into her body was excruciating even for a dragon hybrid. She now realized that when Chen Yong mentioned a big treasure, he really meant it. Even in her dragon form, she struggled to endure it. As the aura poured in, her body began to change. Her blood-red dragon eyes and the flames she spat turned dark green. Her body size increased significantly too naturally, making her attributes even more formidable. Red Dragon Queen Alexia level 172 health, 483 billion/483 billion magic, 482 billion/482 billion strength, 120 million agility, 120 million constitution, 120 million mentality, 120 million skills. Undead Dragon Breath, Dragons Might, Dragon Dance, Undead Fire Impact, Dragon's Protection. Talents: Sacrifice, Deceased Baptism. Description: Chen Yong's eternal servant, not bad, not bad. Chen Yong was very pleased with these attributes. The Red Dragon Queen had finally transformed from a mere decorative figure into a T0 version's champion. With these stats, even her simple attacks could deal 11-digit damage. Swish! After the baptism was complete, the Red Dragon Queen hurriedly returned to her human form, kneeling before Chen Yong. Thank you, Master I. Enough, rise! Without letting her finish, Chen Yong helped her up, examining her closely and nodding with satisfaction. Good, your strength has indeed increased. Work hard in the future. Yes, Master. The Red Dragon Queen nodded bashfully. Having dealt with this, Chen Yong turned to the Dragonfish Princess. Little Dragonfish, do you want to come with me, or would you prefer to stay here? Although the sea god had asked him to take the little dragonfish along, he still needed to ask her opinion, after all. The Dragonfish Princess wasn't his summoned creature, nor had she signed any contract with him. Squeak, squeak, the Dragonfish Princess gestured excitedly, then sighed and lowered her head. Chen Yong couldn't understand a word, so he looked at the Red Dragon Queen. The Red Dragon Queen translated, she says she wants to go with you, but if she leaves the magical sea she'll become an ordinary dragonfish and lose her powerful magic. She's afraid you. Ha ha ha, I thought it was something serious. Chen Yong laughed lightly, looking at the Dragonfish Princess. Even if you become an ordinary dragonfish I can still take you with me. But are you willing to give up magic in your human form? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Dragonfish Princess nodded repeatedly. She was naturally simple-minded and had no attachment to magic or her human form. She simply wanted to follow Chen Yong, even if it meant being steamed alive in the blink of an eye. She would still be willing. This is why the sea god is willing to bless the Dragonfish clan, because the power of the ocean is so terrifying that those with impure hearts truly cannot wield it. Alright, Chen Yong decisively took out the sea spirit bottle. Little dragonfish, try to see if you can slip inside. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Dragonfish Princess nodded and then transformed into a little mermaid, leaping over. In an instant, a blue light swept her inside. What the? Chen Yong was taken aback and was about to peer into the bottle when suddenly the system prompted with a sound. Activated soul artifact. Sea spirit bottle, captured soul pet, Dragonfish Princess title. Dragonfish Princess title. Level, 172 health, 24 billion/24 billion mana, 24 billion/24 billion strength, 600000 constitution, 600000 agility, 600000 spirit, 600,000 skills, heavenly voice, joyous laughter, azure wave melody, walking on waves, princess's blessing, control the ocean. Talents, likes Lord Chen Yong, affinity with the sea, dislikes abyssal undead, dislikes humans, detests occupation holders, hates male occupation holders. This. Chen Yong was utterly bewildered. Surely this doesn't count as abducting a minor, right? Open faction battle victory chest, received evil spirit battle axe, gold, giant spirit war bow, gold, open sea nation world secret realm clearance chest, received wrath of the sea, gold, abyssal blood shield, gold, bone of the dead, gold. Chen Yong opened 2 more chests in succession. As usual, they yielded nothing he could use. However, this time his attention was drawn to the bone of the dead. This item had appeared 3 times in a row, all from first cleared dungeons in secret realms. Once, twice, but not thrice. If he couldn't see the importance of this item, he would truly be a fool. But what exactly was its use? Whose bone was it? Should he go back and ask Yu Hongi? After all, that beautiful and seductive widow had lived long and surely knew a lot. No sooner said than done. Chen Yong didn't hesitate for a moment. Riding on Little Red and carrying the Night Queen and the little dragonfish, he flew out of the temple. The bone giant obediently returned to the undead empire to be summoned next time for clearing monsters. He didn't head to the East Seaport either, as there was nothing to do there, at most just putting on a pointless show. Thus, under the countless expectant gazes at the East Seaport, they watched an enormous red dragon fly out of the secret realm. Once out of the secret realm, Chen Yong chose not to take a car. Instead, he rode his trusty red dragon Xiaohong back to Yuzhou. Previously, he had been just a small fry needing to keep a low profile. But now, being among the top combatants of Great Qin, there was no need for such modesty. Along the way, countless onlookers were left in awe by the sight of the massive red dragon. Although everyone knew of the existence of dragons, few had actually witnessed one, and given the speed of the Red Dragon Queen, who needed a bicycle anyway, in just 10 minutes Chen Yong was back in Yuzhou. First things first, he sent a message to Yu Hongi before heading to the market to sell equipment and perhaps pick up some skill books. Naturally, he wanted to share the good fortune with friends, so he called a certain voluptuous lady with notably red lips. Upon arriving at the trading market, Yin Chunhong was already eagerly waiting at the entrance. She was so excited to see Chen Yong that she nearly popped the buttons off her shirt. "Mr. Chen, hello," she greeted. "Manager, everything arranged?" "When I handle things, you can rest assured," she replied confidently. "Good." Yin Chunhong swayed her slender waist and curvaceous hips, leading the way with a charming smile. Soon enough, Chen Yong followed her to the trading warehouse where many employees were already waiting, even with fruit platters and tea ready. Sipping tea, Chen Yong casually waved his hand, and with a rustle, countless pieces of equipment materialized, filling the warehouse to capacity, piled so high that they stacked several layers. "Count them up, and bring me one of each passive skill book from the magic classes." "Certainly, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." Yin Chunhong smiled and nodded. She quickly instructed her subordinates while staying by Chen Yong's side, peeling grapes, cherries, and even milk skins for him. In no time, a dozen people returned with hundreds of skill books in tow. After all, there were many magical professions, each with several passive skills. Chen Yong didn't bother looking at what the skills did, he just learned everything he could. But after finishing, he realized a problem: there were no skill books for levels above 200. "Managerine, bring out the ones for over level 202. Ah. Yin Chunhong's face turned slightly awkward. "Mr. Chen, we don't have skill books for the 4th tier and above." "None." Chen Yong was momentarily taken aback. Yin Chunhong quickly explained, "Not only skill books, but we also don't have equipment for the 4th tier and above." "None at all." Chen Yong's mouth twitched at this revelation. Yin Chunhong hurriedly added, "Unusual items above the 4th tier can only be obtained by exchanging battle merits in the Yuzhou Legion." "Ah." Chen Yong's mouth twitched again, somewhat speechless. "So without joining the Yuzhou Legion it becomes really difficult after level 200? "No, not very difficult," Yin Chunhong huffed, adding, "it's nearly impossible after level 60 without joining the Yuzhou Legion." "What do you mean it?" Chen Yong furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when suddenly a young waitress burst in from outside. "Miss Hong, bad news, your son has been captured." "What did you say?" Yin Chunhong sprang up, knocking over the tea onto Chen Yong in her haste. "Mr. Chen, I apologize. It's all right. Chen Yong smiled as he took the handkerchief, saying, "Managerine, if you have urgent matters, please go ahead." "Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry." Yin Chunhong kept bowing repeatedly and then turned to the young waitress, saying, "Xiao Mei, how did you find out my son was captured?" "It was in the dungeon lobby," the young waitress hurriedly explained. "I just saw Qin San Jin." "Wait a moment." Chen Yong furrowed his brows and interrupted, "Who did you just mention?" "Manager Yin's son, Qin San Jin." "Yes." The young waitress nodded. "I saw him coming out of the level 60 dungeon, and just as I was about to ask how he leveled up so quickly, I saw a dozen people from the Yuzhou Legion take him away." "Yuzhou Legion." Yin Chunhong was initially stunned, then her face filled with anger as she shouted, "Qin Tianyi, you're truly a beast." Smack! Before she could finish cursing, she collapsed to the ground, fainting. "Hongjia, what happened to you? Don't panic, let me see." Chen Yong quickly knelt down and discovered that Yin Chunhong had fainted from extreme anger. He then instructed the young waitress to continue taking inventory of the equipment and carried Yin Chunhong outside. Although he didn't know the exact reason from Yin Chunhong's tone, it was clear that Qin San Jin had been captured by Qin Tianyi. "Shao and check where Qin Tianyi is." "Yes, master." The Queen of the Night raised her jade finger to her brow. An invisible aura swiftly spread out, covering the entire city of Yuzhou. Soon she opened her emerald eyes and said, 50 kilometers north, on the mountainside, Qin San Jin is also there. "Xiao Hong, let's go." Chen Yong picked up Yin Chunhong and jumped. The Red Dragon Queen transformed into her dragon form, catching him as they burst out of the dungeon lobby. Boom! The colossal creature, over 200 meters long, flew through the city, instantly alarming all of Yuzhou. If this had been in the wild or in a small city, such a display might have gone unnoticed. But in such a major city with strict regulations, no matter how high your status or how strong your abilities, you cannot use skills at will, let alone fly over the city on a pet which is practically rubbing the leaders' faces in the dirt. The entire city of Yuzhou was instantly abuzz, with countless onlookers and numerous relevant departments springing into action to see who had the audacity to do such a thing. Many people followed the Red Dragon and discovered that it was heading towards Eagle Mountain. Yuzhou Legion.